Massive welcome to everybody here to Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It is round number 3 of the Historic and Inland Championships. We are here. And we're about to kick things off earlier than expected. And with that, we're actually going to go straight down into pit lane to catch up with Paige Lindenberg because she's ready to go now for our first race of the day, the Legends of the 9 Hour, Pre-66, Little Giants, and under 2 litres.
At the Inland Championship Historics. Nice day out, weather's fine, what you expecting, and yeah, it's been a while since you've been back on circuit racing.
Yeah, it's been a while. My first race back this year since having my baby boy. So it's been an interesting weekend. I'm also not in my car because the engine blew the beginning of the year while I was pregnant. So some parts didn't arrive in time from America. So I'm in this Escort that we haven't raced for 3 years. So trying to get the car set up again and back on track, as well as myself set up again and back on track as a new mom. Minimal sleep at the moment. So yeah, it's been interesting, but it's a really fun little car. So different to the Fairlane. Like this car, you just got to carry momentum because it doesn't have the horsepower. So very different style of driving, but it's been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to a really cool race.
Well, good luck, and we'll see you the second race in the day.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Cool.
Always great to catch up there with Paige, of course, running in the Lindenberg Racing team with Sunbet, BP and Castrol behind them. Massive amount of support that goes into that team, and of course they've got a whole bunch of their cars here this weekend. Not only that little Ford Escort that Paige will be driving today, but a couple more other vehicles that will be in contention in the classes later on today. It's Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, here with you, but alongside me the voice of Zwartkops. Great to have Leon Odendaal in studio for the live stream today. Leon, your opening thoughts, and nice to see a big crowd out here so early on.
Yeah, morning Greg, and morning to all the viewers and also people at the track. We're going live out on a racetrack. It's an early start, lots of action, lots of today, Greg, lots of classes and big field, so we're in for some awesome racing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of lots of awesome racing because of those big fields. We kick things off, as I said, with the Legends of the 9 Hour, the Marlboro Crane Hire, Little Giants and under 2 litres. So you can see one of those little Giants in picture right now, alongside the 142 of Ben van der Westhuizen. Elke van Vletter, the Bat Lady, will be out in Trans-African Racing's Alfa Romeo. And then alongside them is the 241 of Sophos Pantassis. So a little fight there amongst the Little Giants, and then the under 2 litre class just behind them. And it's usually quite sort of an array of cars in the under 2 litres, made up mainly of Ford Escorts and Alphas. But we'll see who's joined the party. As you can see, there is also a Lotus Cortina in there, and a couple of Alphas that might be thrown into the mix there as well. But this is the slightly smaller field than what we normally see in the Legends of the 9 Hour and under 2 litre class. So we're expecting to see a couple more of them come and join the party there as they roll out for the first race of the day.
Yeah, Greg, it's a nice early start. So track conditions will be a bit cold. The competitors will have to get those temperatures in the tires. But good to see we've got a good crowd here as well. So like we say, we're in for action. Can't wait to start the day. But yeah, most of the classes will be big fields, so it's all action. So we can't wait to kick this one off. And it's the Historical Inland Championship. Yeah, Zwartkops, the place to be.
And of course, a lot of these cars will be involved in the Passion for Speed Festival, which of course comes to us in the very first weekend or the very last weekend of January, I should say, the 29th and 30th of January 2027 here at Zwartkops. And next year, it's actually a double header, because we go from Zwartkops back down to the Killarney International Raceway and make it a double header. So it's back-to-back weekends there for the Passion for Speed Festival, going down to Killarney after a long break before going down to the Killarney International Circuit in the mother city. So fantastic to see that a couple of these cars, of course, will then make that trip. They will be here for Passion for Speed. There'll be a couple more of them. Of course, at Passion for Speed is one of the biggest fields we ever have in motorsport in South Africa. Is the opening round of motorsport in a annual year, and that is kicked off as always with the Passion for Speed. So make sure you've got those dates in your diaries, 29th to 30th of January and the 5th and 6th of February if you're down in the mother city. Speaking of mothers, well, this one isn't a mother as such, but it's great to see one of the fastest ladies in the country, Elke van Vletter, the Bat Lady.
Elke, we're at round 2, Inland Championship. What you expecting? The sun's out. How's the car?
Qualifying was quite slippery, so we'll have to see how race 1 goes, but the sun is out, so it should get better now. Looking forward to it. The car was just lost. It's still running very well, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, good luck, and we'll see you in race 2. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I don't know if you ever use
That's certainly a fast lady that's in that car and spends a lot of time in her other two cars. Of course, she's got little Golf 1 that she pilots in other categories in the Regional Extreme Festival. Fantastic to see such a big field, of course, bolstered by a couple of ladies. And good morning, Larry Wilford, as he walks past us. There you go. You can see Uncle Larry outside looking forward to going to battle. The 142 there, the Lotus Cortina, also a very, very fast little car and certainly one to watch out for. Ben van der Westhuizen, a seasoned campaigner when it comes to the sport of motor racing here at Zwartkops, and has spent quite a few days and weeks and months and years behind the wheel of a race car here at Zwartkops, which is fantastic. Also just picking up, of course, on a few of the cars that are in that pit lane. There's a lot of Lotus Cortinas. There are a couple of Alphas, there are a couple of GSMs, as you saw there with John Tendeshate's GSM Dart, and then of course picking up on a few and a couple more than normal Ford Escorts. That's due to the fact that, of course, that we've got that additional car, that Pagey will be in there as well. So Ford Escorts Mark 1s out on circuit, and they'll all be fighting for, of course, honours today in this very first heat. We kick things off with this, of course, but we then go into a whole array of racing for the day. And if we have a look at what I've got in front of me, we've got the Liqui Moly SuperVs. They're going to be out, of course, and fighting hard on the single-seater side of things. It's basically a Formula V with wings and slicks that have been attached to it. The Legend of the 9 Hour production cars, that's the big V8s that we always love to watch and see go flat out around the circuit. Formula Monoposto, which of course is our single-seater category, where we incorporate Formula M and the Formula Libre class all together. Then we've got the Legends of the 9 Hour Pre-74 International Sports prototypes, the Trans Am and Pre-66 Sports and Saloons, and GTs, all included, and that's the one that, of course, Uncle Larry will be looking forward to getting into his car with. He's got that Lola T70. The Silver Cup are here in full force, and they've had a busy couple of weeks. Last weekend they were at Mzansi Raceway doing some time attack and some time trials and some hill climb bits, and it was all fun and games for them. They, of course, divided into two classes today. We've got classes A+, A and P, which is the production car class, and then B, C and D will be on their own. The Avapco Racing and Pursuit Challenge are all combined into one big class. And then we've got the Pro Auto Clubman's National Sports Cars and MHC and Trofeo category all together. Another man to watch out for, of course, in another GSM Dart is Ishmael Baloy. Let's catch up now with one of the fastest brothers in the world.
Ishmael, Historics Tour, round 2. What you expecting? How's the car going?
Yeah, I'm expecting a tough race, especially with John 10. The car in the morning was slightly, loose at the back, but I think now we'll see how it's going to go. I'm going to chase, and I think I'm positive that I'm going to win the race.
Awesome. Well, good luck and enjoy. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ish is saying his car was a bit loose in the back. Obviously, with the cold conditions there, Greg, to get the heat into the tires, not easy for these guys. But it's warming up now, so it should get better. But yeah, today it's all about the historical inland. All nice to see still all these historical cars. The guys prepare them year after year, month after month. But Greg, big fields here, especially that Silver Cup yesterday, big field there.
Silver Cup has grown massively, and that's due to the fact that, of course, Marius and his team do such an amazing job to sort of encourage people to join that class, because it doesn't matter what car you've got and what you've got to play in, they will allow you to come and play. Speaking of playing, let's find out what Mr. Duploy has in mind for us today and see how he's going to go here in this first race of the day.
Chris, we're out here Inland Championship Historics. How's the car? What you expecting today?
The car is fine, but it was quite slippery in the qualifying.
Yeah.
But the car is fine. I think the driver is getting too old.
And so, how's the team? Everybody support? Good support from
Yes,
the team?
yes. There's a lot of support. Thanks for that. But I'm doing it because I'm enjoying it. It's a wonderful sport.
Excellent. Well, good luck in the first race, and we'll see you in the second race.
Thank you.
It's always nice to hear somebody who's out there just to have a jaw. They don't really care where they come. Chris Duploy is one of them in his little Alpha. Gets out there. In fact, the Volvo, I beg your pardon, I was going to say Alpha. It's the Volvo that he's in, of course. And it's good to see another 122 out there, because there were a whole bunch of them that used to be part and parcel of this category. A couple of them have sort of gone on to other classes and found a bit more pace to go and race with those other classes. We'll see a couple later on, I'm sure, including Mr. Vic Kampfer, possibly in his one. And Alan Fleta will be out in the other one, of course, later on this morning or possibly into the afternoon, depending on how we get through this day. And we usually get through this day, even though there's so much racing, pretty rapidly, because JL and his team and the Orange Army out there, and a big shout out to all of them right from the word go. Massive thanks to all you ladies and gents for the effort that you put in to allow us to go racing. They've had a busy couple of weeks as well. Last weekend, a whole bunch of our Orange Army marshals were, of course, at the Motocross Grand Prix just down the road at Terratopia.
Yeah, Greg, the marshals, they do an awesome job, and we have to take our hats off to them. We don't always mention them, but they really work hard. But yeah, it's most of the guys racing, yeah, they do it because they enjoy it. There's some guys that's very competitive, but people that race, yeah, they enjoy it. So it's, you know, not all for fun, but they're enjoying it. Yes, you always want to win, but yeah, looking forward to get this day started.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you there, Leon. I think with this category particularly, and with a whole bunch of the classes that are here today, it's more participative than aspirational. They want to just be out there having a bit of a jaw, have a bit of a dice with a car that's up close and personal with them, come away from the race day with no broken parts and not having to try and find and source parts for these slightly older statesmen in terms of the vehicles that they drive. But I think, as you heard from Chris, just to get out there and have an absolute blast, find someone to play with, have that dice, come off the circuit, high fives, and enjoy the prize giving later on. Even if you don't even get into the prizes, it's not important. The important factor is out there to have an absolute jaw, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see from a lot of these drivers here today. Yes, as you said, there are a whole bunch of people that are here for a bit more of the serious side of things, and this might be one of them. Let's have a look at this. This is a really interesting car there that John Schutz has brought along for today.
Inland Championship, what you expecting? It's a bit cold right now.
Yeah.
How's the car going?
Car's been in storage for a while, so I haven't used it. So everything's not as it should be. A little bit of a problem with the carburation, and I'm a bit rusty. But it's nice to be out here.
Okay, tell us about the car.
Sorry?
Tell us about the car. What car is it? What motor's in?
This is a very famous Dart that raced back in the early 60s. It came 7th overall in the 9-hour Kyle Army in 65. It runs a Lotus twin cam motor, and it's very original. It's got a strange back to it, which was fitted for the big tank in the 9-hour. Yeah, it's one of a kind, probably one of the most race sports cars in South Africa.
Nice. Obviously got to look after it. Not many spares around, yeah?
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, have fun out there. Good luck. It's a bit cold on track.
Oh, thank you very much.
And we'll see you in round 2.
Yeah, good.
It is great to catch up with that. It's the GSM Bram Hill car that David Hall was driving today, and it comes from 1963. So if you do maths quickly on your calculator, how far back? That's about 70 years ago, and still flying and going like a rocket. So great to see that, and of course nice to see the history and heritage behind that car. I mean, you just chatted about the fact that it finished 7th in 1965 in amongst Ferrari P3s and P4s, Porsches, Lolas, Chevrons, etc., etc. So shows you that South African built cars are certainly ones to be reckoned with when it comes to endurance style racing, and even here in the sprint races. Great to have that car back on track, as you heard, been in storage but eventually pulled out and back onto the circuit again, there with Mr. David Hall behind the wheel.
Yeah, Greg, awesome to see. And these guys with these cars, one thing they want to do is they want to bring it home. Reliability is a big thing for them. Some of the cars, it's difficult to get some space. But just quickly, on those single-seaters or open-top cars, the guys are a little bit cold and the conditions still a little bit cold. But once you go racing, you warm up quickly.
Yeah, I think that open cockpit definitely is something that you want to take into account. The warm-up lap will sort of get you warmed up as well, or at least you're going to try and get yourself warmed up inside those cockpits. It's not always easy to do. But if you are low-slung, like those GSM Darts, you can normally hide behind what is about 5 centimeters of windscreen. Not easy.
Yeah, it's a bit chills when you're in a single-seater open cockpit. But yeah, we're waiting to get going now. People are ready, everybody's ready, and just looking forward to this day.
Now, we were expected to kick off at 8:15, so I think that's exactly what we're waiting for, the 8:15 start time. But Legends of the 9-hour, courtesy of Marlboro Crane Hire and the Pre-66 Little Giants and under 2 litres are waiting patiently to be given the green flag to get out on track and start the day's proceedings. As I said, we ran through what was going to be happening. It basically goes all the way through until about 12:30 this afternoon, and then we do it all again into the afternoon, starting off with the ATS Dunlop Lotus Challenge. Now, they've already had 2 races. They had one this morning, they had one yesterday, and their third one is going to be the one that we pick up on after lunchtime. That's our first race after lunch, and that's the only class that I didn't really get to mention in the lineup there. So certainly looking forward to seeing how they go. Race 2 was early this morning. It must have been pretty hectic out there. I saw, as I drove in, a couple of Lotuses coming back into the pit box, and a couple of happy campers down at the Rand Francisco Fontaine team. I think they may have been at the front end and fighting hard there. So Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard, and looking forward to another battle between them and the usual contenders in the front end of the Lotus Challenge.
Yeah, Greg, Lotus Challenge, always good racing, close racing. So like you say, yesterday they had a race. They don't do qualifying anymore. They race. They have more races, so they had a race yesterday. One early this morning, but conditions, we know, especially when it's so cold in the morning, that turn 2 is very tricky. On the cold tires, you have to get your tires warmed up. But I'm sure these guys are now ready you're sitting there in pre-race paddock. You just want to get going. Get the green light, get the green flags going. Let's go racing.
Do you like the fact, hold on, that's not what you want to see. Little overheating issue there on one of the cars. I'm not quite sure which one it is. Is that Rob Beaumont's car? I think it might be the front car. It is. It's Rob Beaumont's car. So the AT&T racing team having to get in there quickly and do a little windscreen clean because it's steaming up inside. So Rob Beaumont, of course, has piloted a whole bunch of cars around this circuit in the near future and the near past as well. But great to see that he's there with his AT&T team, and of course they've brought all the Brolly babes along as well. Typical of Rob Beaumont, he doesn't go racing without the full deal. And the Auto Truck and Tires Ford Escort is on pole, so yeah, exactly. That's why our cameraman was quite tempted there to sort of get up close and personal with the Brolly babe. Sofas Fantastic will be alongside him, but they are worried here. I can see there's a bit of frantic activity with possibilities of a little bit of overheating inside that cockpit.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just been standing idling a bit long, but that little bit of overheating now was giving a problem with the windscreen. The windscreen was steaming up, but they're working on it. Let's see what happens there, Greg.
We're trying to get in there just to have a look and see exactly what's gone wrong. As I said, Rob Beaumont's been involved in a whole bunch of classes. He's driven V8 supercars. He had a couple of Porsches in his day. He's had some very fast sports cars in his day as well. Originally was part and parcel of what was SAT cars around the oval tracks that we used to race, of course, one being at Westbank Raceway. So he was part and parcel of the original cars that, of course, ran as what was the South African version of NASCAR. So good to see that he's got that Escort. Hopefully it's got it sorted. I see some guys frantically running down there just to give him a chance to maybe top up the water. Hopefully, if there is a bit of water coming out of the car, it's just water, and we don't have to worry too much about additional fluids that may be dropped. But he's about to roll through. It is a rolling start for these guys, so he might be able to get that car cooled down if he can just get some air through the radiator, and maybe that'll just give him a chance to start the race and still finish up exactly where he is right now, on pole.
Yeah, Greg, maybe once he gets going, and like you said, most of these cars are air-cooled. Once you get just a bit of air in, and then the temperatures will settle down, so we'll just keep an eye on that. But looks like we're almost ready to go. Time for some action.
I do like what he's done with his sponsorship there, because he is the owner of Auto Truck and Tire. And as he goes through there on the windscreen, he's got AT&T ACC, so attack mode, which is quite cool. So the AT&T ACC mode that he's going to be in right now, so we can get these cars rolling down into the battlefield for the first time. Our first bit of action about to kick off here at Zwartkops. Looking forward to seeing exactly who's going to have what it takes to be at the front end. As I said, it's kind of a race here amongst races, but not necessarily for championship aspirations or world championship titles. This one is all for as much fun as you can have on the day, and what a way to go. I mean, getting out this morning, I got out the car, it was about 16 degrees Celsius. We're expected to get up to about 23 degrees Celsius here in Pretoria today. It's a bit cooler in Joburg. But the other thing is, I'm impressed with how many people are here, considering the fact that there's so many other sporting fraternities having massive things here this weekend. I mean, we've got the rugby later on this afternoon. Fortunately, it doesn't affect us because we can go to prize giving and then watch the rugby here. There's the football as well that's been playing, of course, all around the world. We've got the two semi-finals, quarter-finals to be sorted out later on this evening. You've got Wimbledon, you've got Tour de France, you've got everything happening. But they've all decided, the best place to be is Zwartkops, and we agree with you.
Yeah, I know, Greg, there's a nice crowd as per usual. I even saw 1 or 2 tents. People maybe slept over last night.
How cold must that have been, Bruce?
It's been cold. But so track temperatures will still be cold. The guys will just have to be careful the first 2 laps, get heat into the tires. But it's going to warm up. Yeah, by midday it's going to be good conditions. But it's not bad conditions for race. Remember, air temperature is cool. That's what you need for your engines. As we see a Marshall just running down there.
Yeah, Marshall running down there, I think, to help on the outside of the track, because there's Marshals on the outside of turn 1 as well that are sauntering down there. Maybe that... No, the AT&T car is there, so he didn't have any problems. It must have been further back in the pack that someone had an issue. But remember, they've got 2 laps under safety car before they come under the starter's orders. It's a rolling start for these cars, so they will all take up their formation as they come down this hill the next time on the second warm-up lap behind that safety car. It's a 68 car there, unfortunately, of Josh Dupy. So that's the Trans-Africa Racing Alpha. And Peter's grandson, unfortunately, having to be pushed back into pit lane. That's actually... I think it might be the 2nd or 3rd time they've had a small issue there on that Silver Dream Racer Alpha of theirs out of Trans-Africa Racing. So big problem there, unfortunately, for Josh. Not going to get him out on track to start things out.
Yeah, Marshals will just try and get him out of the way there so we can get going. 1 more lap on the safety car and we should get going. And Greg, like you said, quite a few Ford Escorts, but watch out, there's Alphas in the mix. The Volvo, like you said, and then those GSM darts. So Ishmael Baloy is going to try and get going there with his guys with John Tendeshata.
John Tendeshata is always a man to watch out for. Busy man in that Trans-Africa Racing stable. Does a lot of the preparation of Peter's cars down at Trans-Africa Racing. Good to see that Bram Hill, the other GSM. It's a slightly different version of the Dart, as you heard, with the slightly wider rear end and a bigger tank in it. Sophos Fantastis, of course, in the 240Z. The second car in shot there, the Nissan, or Datsun, I should say. Calling it a Datsun because it came from the Datsun's era and not the Nissan era. And then, as we said, we've got some Volvo, a whole bunch of Alpha GT Juniors, Ford Escort Mark 1s and Mark 2s. And that's the field coming up towards AMG Driving Academy for the last time before they come under starters' orders.
Yeah, it also looks like Rob Bowman, maybe that little bit of an overheating problem he had, I think it's sorted. Once he got some air now into the system there, should be okay. But yeah, hopefully going to go for a start now. It's going to be 8 lap here, Greg, and it's the start of our day, so everybody enjoy.
Yeah, pretty much all 8 and 10 lappers here today. This one is an 8 lapper. Beaumont will have the duties of the poleman as that Toyota Corolla GR moves off the circuit, courtesy of our long-time supporter of the circuit, Pretoria Toyota. And aerial material, if you think you're cold, if you think we're cold or they're cold, that oak is exceptionally cold up top there. But greatest viewpoint, we should have given him a camera.
Yeah, he's got a good view there. But okay, Greg, looks like we're going for a start here. Rob Bowman on pole.
Double yellows down into turn 1, so they'll keep them in the formation until they come out of turn 2. Everybody's going to just hold station until they get down into turn 2. Tendeshata had a little bit of a maneuver off the line. They didn't quite work out exactly how he wanted, but they all head through turn 1 and 2 relatively unscathed, passing the stricken Josh Dupy's Alpha on the left-hand side there. But as they come out of turn 2, this is where they get a green flag, and already there's a bit of an advantage that Beaumont's pulled coming out of Castrol.
Yeah, Greg, I think that yellow flag might have been just for that Josh Dupy's stricken car. But now we go racing, and let's see, Rob Bowman's going to try and pull a gap already. But look at those two GSM darts already having a go at each other, but Bowman leading out.
Now, a nice start there as well, watching the background coming through there. Looks like Dion Schwabski putting the pressure on already in that Lotus. And no, it's not. In fact, it's the Lotus Cortina of Jonty Needham. Jonty Needham, who's onto the back end and pushing hard on Pantassis. Behind that comes Mark Miller, so that's kind of the under 2 litre battle at the front end. Oh, no. Needham, how late on the brakes do you want to go? So early on. Jonty confident in that Lotus to go on the inside of Pantassis on the 240Z and just gets it sorted into turn 5.
Yeah, Pantassis looks like he's just trying to get some heat in the tires, but Jonty Needham was late on the brakes. But now Pantassis got pressure from Mark Miller and Paige Lindenberg. Their first time out in that car, so she's getting to grips. But watch out for her, Greg. And there's Mark Miller on the inside of Pantassis.
Miller squeezing through. Pantassis under pressure now from Paige as she comes through and completes the lap. They head down towards Castrol Corner. Of course, the Lindenberg Racing team are, of course, sponsored by Castrol and BP. They've also picked up on Sunbet, and they joined the ZX10R Masters Cup with some support there from the Sunbet guys. Big hello. Turn around there. Check this Little Giants battle. It's Alan Fleta leaving things out over Ishmael Baloy, but there's Tender Shate up the inside of Baloy, just changing up those positions, and now looks to attack on that's a Trans-Africa Racing battle for the top 3 in Little Giants.
Yeah, it's a good inter-team battle there, but look at it. Jonathan Needham is looking racy now, and he was showing a wheel there to Beaumont, and leaving Mark Miller and Fantastic and Dirk Venter now up to 5th. Behind Greg, but it's a good tussle. Look at Tender Shot on the inside up from Fleda. Alka will be fighting back now up the hill, but look at Ishmael Baloy now going for the inside berth.
I was going to say, check that line from Ishmael Baloy. What a perfect line there to squeeze through and drop the Bat Lady down into 3rd place for Little Giants. So she was leading the last time they came to the top of the hill. She now drops down into 3rd place as Tender Shate squeezed through and then opened up the door, and Ishmael Baloy said, yep, I'm coming with. Let's go. Let's make this a two-way fight between the 2 GSM darts. And of course also gives us a chance to mention that there's one GSM dart that's particularly missing from today's proceedings, and we wish him all the very best because I'm sure he's here in spirit. And rest in peace there, Andre de Kock from the Citizen Motoring, a man who would have been in his element in that little fight.
Yeah, Greg, we wish him well and thinking of him. But those 2 GSM darts, they've got the handling in the corners. They're leaving Alka now behind a little bit, but she's got an escort behind her as the guys come through there. There's number 142.
Ben van der Westhuizen.
Ben van der Westhuizen now. He's going to go chasing down on the escorts. But those GSM darts are definitely very good handling around the corners.
Little change up in terms of the colours there from that Lotus Cortina as well. They normally run either the blue stripe or the green stripe down the side, and Ben van der Westhuizen running the red stripe. And I know there are sort of historic reasons for that. There was certain race teams that used to run each of those colours, and that's also part and parcel of sort of the history and heritage behind classes like this with cars like that. Because in their day, of course, they each had their own little abilities, and in the sort of 60s and 70s, if you watch any of the movies that have come out or any watch of the footage that came through from there, a lot of times very plain in terms of the race liveries. There wasn't a lot of loud colours and wraps and those kind of things that we see on race cars today. Very similar to what you're seeing right now, plain colours, maybe with a racing stripe down the middle, or just a sort of two-tone effect like on the 240Z here. But in the Cortinas particularly, the blue, the green, the red, and I think there was also sort of a maroon colour that they used to run as the stripe down the side, all differentiated them from the different teams that used to run during the period and during the time.
Now, Greg, and most of the competitors, they like to run the original paint schemes from these cars when they came out way back when. Good to see, but look at the 2 darts. Ishmael Baloy really pushing hard now. I was going to say, Pantas is trying to fight back. He went a little bit down from his starting position, but he's trying to fight back now. But in the front, still Rob Beaumont. There they go through. That's the Alpha of Mark Miller coming through. Mark Miller, Dirk Venter, and Pantas is trying to fight back.
You watch in the background as well. We watch that number 5 Ford Escort, the red and orange one, or sort of the golden red one, I would say, depending on which colour you see in the sunlight. But Schwabski coming through there rapidly from the back of the pack. Didn't quite have the qualifying he wanted. He must have battled a little bit with conditions. But Dion Schwabski's Ford Escort slowly but surely closing to the front end of the Little Giants. And he's got his sights firmly set possibly on Fantastis or on Paige Lindenberg, who's just up the road. This is Paige here, I think. Yeah, just ahead of the 2 Dion. The
Ishmael
dart of Ish runs wide.
Yeah, Ish went a bit wide there. Maybe, look at that car. He was saying that the car was a bit loose this morning. You can actually see it there.
Yeah.
But the rear end wants to step out. So had a big moment there. But like you said, now Schwabski is closing in there. Schwabski, okay, that's not his fight in front of him. He'd like to get past them because he wants to go after Paige, like you said. Correct?
Yeah, he wants to try and catch Paige Lindenberg, who's just up the road there. Of course, in the Lindenberg Racing and Castrol and BP Sunbet sponsored car, heading through turn number 1. This is a good drive here from Malcolm van Vletter, staying ahead of Ben van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen, I think, has now got Chris Duploy in the Volvo right on his tail, so that 122 is coming along rapidly and looking to possibly pounce here to get ahead of that Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, good to see the Volvo now closing in on the Cortina. It's quite a heavy car, so it's a bit difficult around the corners. They should have the speed. But that little bit of a moment from Ishmael Baloy there gave Tender Shata just that bit of a gap. You can see the guys trying very hard at the top there, turn 5, but you run just a little bit too late on the brakes. You're going to run wide like Ishmael Baloy there, Greg.
As they head down the hill towards turn 8, we pick up on the leaders. This is, of course, Beaumont in the under 2 litre class. On his tail is under 2 litre plus class of John T. Needham. So nice little battle here between the AT&T car and Needham Racing. Jonty, of course, getting into that Lotus Cortina. He runs the blue stripe on his Cortina. There you can see the slightly different, and of course also just a slightly different front end. So I think it's just a differential in terms of the era that those cars ran in. Jonty's in a 1967 Ford Cortina, whereas we've got Ben van der Westhuizen, of course, in the 64 version. So that's basically just the back end and front end that had a bit of a facelift in those cars in the later times. And of course, in 1967, that's exactly what you would have got had you bought a Ford Cortina off the showroom floor.
Now Bowman trying to pull up the gap. You can see Needham's got good top speed there in the back straight. He closes in there, turn 4. And also, for the podium, there's a good battle. Miller and Dirk Venter now closing in on Mark Miller. And Patas is trying to hang in there, and he's got a bit of a gap. So I think next up behind him will be Paige Lindenberg. As you can see, quite a big gap there coming up to turn 4. But now Paige will be looking in the mirror. Look at the two GSM darts having a go at each other, and Schwabski's in there to pounce.
Yeah, Ishmael Baloy's got the back ends sorted now, and he's using that rear end. If we quote the Cole Trickle, loose is fast and out of control, but you want to sort of keep it in control. And I think now that Ishmael Baloy has found the ability to keep that GSM dart under control, he may have a chance, unless he gets squeezed out like that. Oh, yeah, he's not happy about that, eh? You can see him gesticulating, going, "What the hell, Dion? Come on now. Help a brother out here." Didn't help you at all there, Ishmael Baloy, and that unfortunately has cost him about 10 car lengths onto the back end of Tender Shate.
Now, Greg, it's a bit intimidating. If you're in a single-seater type car like the Dart, you've got this big saloon car on your inside pushing you. You must look and say, "Hey, what's happening here?" But now he wants Schwabski to pass Tender Shate because he's in his battle with Tender Shate. In the meantime, Paige Lindenberg says, "No, I need to get out of here."
And it's kind of messed it up slightly there for him because they were a little bit closer than what they are right now. So with Schwabski getting between them, it's opened that gap up, which now Ish has got to try and close down once Dion gets through, if he gets through, on John Tender Shate. A little bit of a change up here possibly for the lead. Yeah, coming into some back markers. Jonty Needham looking for the inside line on Beaumont. He goes on that inside line. Beaumont gives him a little bit of room to play. Will he come out on the other side in the best position possible? No, Beaumont hangs on. Only just.
Yeah, I think Needham sees this as an opportunity, Greg. This back marker coming to play. Beaumont had to go defensive there. And Needham went for the gap. The gap is out of the room, but look at it. There's the back marker. So Beaumont will say, "Please get out of the way." But look at Needham. He's got very good top speed or good drive out of the corner.
Yeah, he's got great drive there in that little Ford Escort. They've definitely prepped that machine really well. Love to know what's under the bonnet of that car on Beaumont's machine. But the Lotus Cortina is now hounding him and wants this victory. Remember, it'll be for the win in the under 2 litre plus class, but the overall win on the day for Jonty Needham as well. And then Beaumont will take under 2 litres. So nice little fight there between each of the categories, but two classes fighting for the overall win on the day as well.
Yeah, also it is the last lap here, Greg. You can see that, so it's now a nothing. Beaumont just wants to clear away now. Needham will still try going up the hill here.
Auto and truck tire pushing hard to the top. Got to try and get that right. AT&T is at the front end, and he's still on the attack, as his windscreen decal says. So attack mode here from Beaumont, literally from the word go. And once he got that little overheating issue sorted out with a bit of cool air going through the radiator, it has not been troubled, other than one attempt from Jonty on the last lap to try and get through there. But I think he's going to have to settle for second and take the win in the under 2 litre plus class. Down towards turn 8 they come for the last time. It's AT&T's Rob Beaumont, who's about to go and make it win number 1 for the day and takes the checkered flag ahead of Jonty Needham. Mark Miller will come through for what is going to be second place and second in the under 2 litre class. And Dirk Venter's right on his tail, looking to take out what would be under 2 litres class's third place. Even though he's at a ZB and TA, that's of course for his other class that he races in later on in the day. Sofas Pantasas behind that comes through for under 2 litre plus second place. And then here comes Paige Lindenberg. And a welcome return there for Pagey, back into a race car. And Rafa on the sideline, probably watching and shouting for his mom because he now needs to be fed. So Paige, you're going to have to make your way back into pit lane and go and sort out the little guy.
Yeah, Schwabski managed to get past there. And looks like Ishmael Baloy. Is he ahead of, Ishmael Baloy.
Squeezing through on Deshante. Nice. I think he was fired up after that little move that Schwabski put on him.
Yeah. No, good stuff. Good way to start our day. There's Van der Westhuizen and Deploy just going over the line.
So under 2 litres, Little Giants under 2 litres and pre-66 machines are done and dusted, except for these two still coming to the line. A little bit of a fight on here between David Hall as he comes down there in that also very different looking GSM dart. And then the 202 of Mark Dutoy, who was able to get the second of the Trans-African Racing Alpha GT Juniors, in fact the third of the Alpha Romeos onto the circuit. The first one, of course, was in the hands of Alan Fleta. So Dutoy will come through for 16th place overall. There you go. Under 2 litres, it's Beaumont from Mark Miller, and then Dion Schwabski. 2 litre pluses goes to John T. Needham, Sophus Pantassis, and Ben van der Westhuizen. And then we've got Little Giants Class A going to Ishmael Baloy ahead of Tender Shate. Alka van Fleta will take Class B, and David Hull will take Class C in the Little Giants category. Up next, we're standing by for Liqui Moly Super Vs to make their way onto the circuit. I'm sure we're going to catch up with a couple of drivers down in the pre-race. Standing by to catch up now with Kusi van der Merwe.
Kusi, race 1. How's the car going? What you expecting? You're on pole.
Beg your pardon?
What you expecting? How's the first race going to be for you?
Can't hear you.
What you expecting? The race?
Always first, eh?
Good luck, eh?
It's my first pole for start, so yeah, I'll try my best. So the mark is on my back now, so I'll just keep to my place, so that's that.
Good luck, eh?
He's got Texas on the helmet there. Do you think he might be supporting sort of the USA there and their World Cup attempt to host our current World Cup of football? Kusi on pole, as you saw. Couldn't quite hear our pit lane presenter there, Gareth, but hopefully we can catch up with the second place car there. And that, I believe, might be our resident DJ, Mr. Early B.
It was only B, straight pan it down. Okay, you ready?
Early B,
Yes,
race
sir.
1. Second, what you expecting?
Just to finish the race. I learned very early in racing that you don't win on the first lap. So all I want to do is finish the race, have a good race and have fun. That's the main thing I want to do.
Obviously the car's going well. Second.
Yes. I'm a little bit off my normal time that I normally race. But I think it's just for me to shake off a little bit the rust and then we're good to go. We had a few issues, but the car seems ready to go now.
Well, good luck.
I appreciate it. Blessings to you. Thanks.
Good stuff. We heard from Early B there, so these guys are ready to go. Liqui Moly Super V's, Kusi van der Merwe, Early B, Willem Cronje, Tanya Breitenbach. Greg, nice to see we've got more and more female racing drivers on the grids, and it's awesome to see.
Look, it is a big push here from Liqui Moly and the Super V side of things to bring some more ladies involved. They were looking to try and start, and they have gone a long way down the road to doing an all-ladies category, just to give ladies that are want to coming into motorsport for the first time a chance just to get a taste, a look and feel. Let's go down and catch up now with Jandre and see what the feelings are in the number 31 car.
Jandre, race 1. How's the car going? What you expecting the race to be like?
So this is race 1, and I'm very excited. I'm expecting some cold turns and maybe some slip here and there, but overall I'm expecting it to go well.
And obviously the car's going well.
The car's great. She's driving like a dream, handling so well. So I'm excited to send it out there.
The team behind you, the crew?
So my biggest sponsor at this moment is Liqui Moly, but I'm driving for the Asia team.
Well, good luck, eh?
Thank you.
Greg, all the competitors in the single seaters, they're all mentioning the cold. It's quite cold, takes a lap or two, but yeah, just advice from experience here. Turn 2 is a problem when it's cold. Need to get the heat into the tires. So just make sure on that warm-up lap or the lap 1 or 2, just get the heat into the tires. But Jandre says she's ready to send it.
Yeah, she is, and it's great to see that, catching up with some of the lady drivers involved there, and one of our young lady drivers involved there, of course, Andre Johnson, getting a chance to be part and parcel of the SuperV. She's in the Forza, of course, her frame that she's decided on, and the chassis that she runs. Looks like Gareth might have caught up with a couple more of the drivers, and I think just alongside there, possibly there with Bruce Swartz. Oh no, Jean XD.
Sean, race 1.
How's it?
Car going.
Good and see. Good.
What are you expecting the race to be like for you?
Quite nervous, but looking forward to it. I think it's going to be interesting. Yeah, can't complain. Yeah.
And the team behind you, the car making it well.
Yeah, so let's see how it goes. I mean, we've got a lot of good competitors with us right now, so let's see how it goes. And hope for the best, eh?
Yeah, well, good luck.
Yeah, it's also 8-lapper coming up for the Likumoli Bees, but yeah, there they go. They leave the pre-race paddock. We're getting racing soon. And Greg, yeah, obviously 1 or 2. There's always nerves, doesn't matter. There's always a bit of nerves. It's good to have nerves. But once you now leave that pre-race paddock, you're basically getting into your groove, and you're just in your racing mode. All you think now is the red light's going out, and I want to go racing.
And it's one of your favorite things to do as well. Standing start.
Yeah, standing start. That I must say, for 1 or 2 rookies, obviously that's also a bit nervous, the standing starts. But yeah, standing start, up to the driver to don't get wheel spin or not get wheel spin, drop the clutch and get away. So it's that's why I prefer it. Stop there and let's see who gets a whole shot. But now it's a bit of time to get a bit of heat in the tires. You can see when there's a little bit of tape on the wing or so. That's just to show it's a rookie or a newcomer.
A couple of newcomers into this class, and looking forward to it. One we just chatted to there, and I think he's probably fired up more than anybody else there. So let's see what Juan X10 can do in his debut for SuperVs. Great to see big support there from Likumoli. Of course, most of the cars running in Likumoli colours, but a couple that are running in their own colours. But the big support comes, of course, on the naming rights for this category. And basically what it is it's a slightly different version of a Formula V. You have the option of putting on a wing on the back, and of course they run slightly different tyres to what the Formula Vs would run. So it just gives you a slight differential in terms of the single-seater derivatives we've got today. We've got Super Vs, we've got Monoposto, and we also have, of course, our historic single-seaters that will be out on track later on in the program.
Yeah, Greg, these Super Vs, they're all very similar cars, which is good to see. And we've got 1 or 2 experienced guys there, but then the newcomers, and good to see, like you say, Likumoli and Super V, this category, they're pushing the females to get into the sport, and it's awesome to see. But yeah, standing start, it's going to be 8-lapper, and let's see how we go. You can see the front 2, Kuship and Marvin early B, they had very similar lap times of qualifying. Then it's a bit slower behind them, but there should be a battle in the front and a battle in the midfield.
I think we'll see Tanya Breitenbach pick up a little bit of pace during race pace. Kanya will also pick up some pace too. Jean-Ray Johnson already spoke to her. She seems pretty fired up to be running at least up there with Kanya and with Tanya. So the two of them will be watching their rearview mirrors. Bruce Swartz will be up there fighting with X-Teen. And then Espach and Jean-Ray Leroux coming from the back of the pack. So let's see how they all line up now, see how things go on the start. Get the drop on the start is important. Hopefully not get too much wheel spin off the line, because a lot of these cars will also be finding it a bit difficult, as you said, with only a lap to go out there to try and get a bit of heat into the rubber, and now a little bit of shuffling on the grid. We'll also start to cool those tyres down with the ambient temperature being still low here at Zwartkops. Great for the engines, not so good for the rubber that they run on.
Yeah, it'll take them 1 or 2 laps, Greg, to get ideal temperature in the tyres. Yeah, like we said, it's about not getting too much wheel spin on the start. Let's see who gets that right. So you can lose or gain positions on the start. Then just take a lap or 2 to settle in and get up to the grip, see where the grip is, and then you can send it. But it's only 8 laps, just 1 or 2 cars out of position.
And one being pushed off the grid completely.
Yeah, so there's a small problem. Pity for that car, will get a number now. But this is now when you're keen to go. You're sitting there, you see the red flag, waiting for the 2-minute board. You just want to go. Slight delay there.
Now just waiting to clear the grid, I think, before we get clearance to go onto the start procedure into the arguably fastest 2 minutes of your life here at Zwartkops. because 2 minutes goes so rapidly as we stand by now and under starters orders. 2 minute board goes up. It'll be the first board that they see. Within about 30 seconds, it'll be a 1 minute board that follows it. Then it goes to 30 seconds, from 30 seconds to 5 to lights on. And then it's time to light those tires and kick the fires and light the tires as they head towards turn 1. Revs pick up, here we go. Oh, great start from the pole man. Getting away nicely there was Kersey. Not such a good start coming from the 18 car further back there from Tanya Breitenbach. She completely messed that one up and has got a lot of work to do now as Tanya, she heads towards turn 1 right at the back of the pack. But into Cashel for the first time go the Liqui Moly Super Vs, and off the line Kersey van der Merwe disappearing.
Yeah, Kersey and Early B had good starts here. Tanya, I don't know if she was in the wrong gear, almost couldn't get going, but eventually she got going. It was a pity for her. She was, spinner there.
Bruce Swartz spins out.
What I said about turn 2.
Somebody said something about turn 2. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah. It catches you out so quickly, it's unreal. I've gone out there before in a polo, just on the warm-up lap out the pit, get to turn 2, you turn in, you just spin around.
Just loops you out. There's just no grip there whatsoever. And of course it is slightly off camber as well, so that's what also catches a lot of the drivers out. They don't realize that camber on the corner will be a little bit disadvantageous as opposed to advantageous, and that's exactly what Mr. Bruce Swartz has just found out. Here we go, have a look. Back end steps out on the exit. That's also just maybe planting the throttle a little bit too hard coming out, trying to get away from the car behind, which I think was Gendre Leroux. But as they come across to complete the first lap, it's going to be a fight, I think, between the top two there, between Kersey and Early B. Early B right on his tail, right from the word go. And as they cross the line, he's actually taking the lead. So B finding a way past early on and squeezing out Kersey van der Merwe. So a little bit more experience, I think, in the hands there of Early B in these cars.
Yeah, so Early B, Kersey van der Merwe. But look at it, is that
Gendre?
Yeah,
from the back of the pack, right up into third.
A little bit of smoke in the back there when he changes gears, but he seems to have speed. Yellow flag out. There's a car stuck.
Tanya stuck right in the middle of the race line in turn 3. That could be a dangerous position to be in, but fortunately the flags were out to warn those drivers as they headed towards turn 3.
Yeah, another spinner
Swartz
there.
again.
I think it's Swartz battling to get the grip in the tire, but also at the top, it looks like at the top of turn 5 could be a problem there. Safety car out. Looks like it out, Greg.
Well, safety car board was out and then retracted. So I'm not sure if there's going to be a safety car, but flags are certainly waving. That's for Swartz, who's stuck. And can you get the car fired up? That's possibly why they may need a safety car. And a red flag, in fact. First single-seater race of the day, and we're going to pull the first red flag out. There's too many cars stricken in dangerous positions. One up at turn 5, one right in the race line of turn 3. So they'll bring it back to the line. Have we completed one lap? Yes, we have. So they'll actually come back into these positions again. They'll have to reshuffle the grid now quickly before we can get these Super Vs back on track.
Yeah, that car at the top stuck there. Obviously, just have to get that car out of the way. Tanya, was it?
Tanya's in turn 3, and Bruce Swartz is up at turn 5.
Yeah.
There's Tanya.
Tanya might have had a gearbox problem. She couldn't get away from the line there, and that car stuck. Because they can push that car out of the way. But then that other car, Swartz at the top, spun out and is just stuck in a difficult position. So we'll just have to clear these two cars and then we get going again.
Just trying to get it fired up there in turn 3, or turn 5 I should say. Another car rolling off the grid there. I think that might have been Gendre actually. He did have a bit of smoke coming out of the back of the car, so maybe there's a bit of oil that's coming off the car, and that's why he's driven off track, so he doesn't drop oil onto the track at all.
Yeah, we saw that car every time he changed gears, a little bit of smoke. Maybe you saw the problem there. But now a little bit depleted grid now. But
now with 3 cars out, it drops the grid down to hardly anything left out there.
But I must say for Early B, he must have been not happy to see that safety car or the red flag now, because he was leading. Now has to do it all over again, because Kersey van der Merwe will take the pole again. But yeah, the grid will be depleted a bit, but the marshals will get these cars out of the way. And we'll have a go, and we'll just check. It should be another 8, maybe 7 laps, correct, when we get going again.
No, it looks like they've already put that up as 7 laps. So whether they reshuffle that one, because the timer is still ticking on the timing monitor there, they're going to have to sort of restart that timer again.
Yeah, I think they'll restart it, and then it'll be 7 laps. And so
recovery for a couple of Super Vs out there. Bruce Swartz is one of them, up here at turn 5, right next door to AMG Driving Academy, and also, of course, next to the new home of Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Yeah, so the cold conditions, catching 1 or 2 cars out, a little bit tricky. You just need to get everything in perfect condition. You need to get your tire temperature up, but also watch your oil and water temperatures, Greg.
I think I saw Gendre running across the circuit there.
Yeah, we saw Gendre pull off the circuit. I think the car's just obviously is parked in the middle, in the center, in a safe position, so we can get going. But
pushing
now,
Gendre Leroux back, I think, to original grid positions. So they're going to start on the original grid positions, having only completed 1 lap. That's not really going to affect his ability to get through there in the 27 car. He's got probably more experience than a lot of the drivers that are on the circuit in a Super V. Tanya being towed back, probably to pit lane. And they've got Gendre Johnson's car, who drove across the circuit and parked it on the inside of the start line area. And then hopefully they've got Tanya's car on its way back as well. Yes, both of those cars are on their way back to pit lane now with the 2 recovery vehicles. There's one.
Yeah, let's hope they can, whatever these guys and girls, whatever the problems are, they can get it sorted and get them back later for race number 2. But yeah, as soon as we got these cars out of the way, going to go again. It's going to be a 7-lapper, and early B will have to do it all over again.
That's Jean Eckstein, actually. Yeah. So apologies, we said it was going to be Tanya Breitenbach who had the problem, but I think she's okay. No, she's back on grid. There she is there, 18.
Yeah.
So apologies on that one. We just saw the 2 white cars, and I didn't quite get a number on that car from the distance of our camera. So there we go. Just confirmation, it's actually Jean Eckstein who's being towed back into pit lane. So it's 2 sort of rookies to the class that had some problems there.
Yeah,
and
so
then
good
a couple
to see
more.
Tanya's still in there, number 18. So she'll be ready to go. But yeah, we, like you said, Greg, Johan Eckstein, and it was Schwartz who had the problem. And we saw, was it Gendre Johnson?
Johnson, yeah. She ran across in between the cars there. She parked her car on the inside of the start line area. So they're going to get 1 lap to go here just to get some heat in the rubber.
Yeah, 1 lap, come around, standing start, and we'll now see it's
6 laps.
Should
they
be,
did 2,
yeah, 6
so
laps,
I would have said it was going to be 6-lap race. But 6-lap race, and I think there's only 4 cars in it. Yeah, there's only 4 cars starting.
Now, also a little bit smaller field. They're usually a little bit bigger field, Greg, these Super Vs. So I don't know what happened to
there's
one
normally
or two.
about 15 or 16 of them, if I remember correctly. So not sure why we're in such a smaller field today. But, of course, with the now loss of 4 cars in that starting procedure, 1 at turn 3, 1 at turn 5, 1 who pulled off onto the side of the track at the start, and then a second one on the restart who pulled to the sideline as well. So we went from 8 to 4. Half the field basically in the first 2 laps.
Yeah, initially, well, there was 10 cars or so in the grid. We're now left with, like you say, only 4 or 5. We'll see. But it's going to be quite a Kosje van der Merwe this time. Early B got past him on that first lap, so he's going to have to try and keep Early B behind him, and Early B will be ready to go. So it's going to be interesting with them there in the start, Greg, who can get off the line, and then Early B will put pressure on Kosje there as much as he can.
Looking for a better start from Tanya Breitenbach as well. She'll look to try and keep, is that the 24 car? I think that's still left on track, the only other car that's there. Johan Esbach. As they come to the line. Early B looks pretty dangerous. He got a little kind of wheel spin practice start there. Just trying to get a little bit of extra heat into the rubber. And then right behind him, Tanya Breitenbach will look to try and hopefully get a better start than what she got in the first one. Esbach at the back. Those are your 4 cars left in Formula Super V, I should say, heading towards turn 1 as we go into the start procedure for the second time.
Yeah, and all Tanya must do, Tanya must just try and hang in there in third. Those front 2 will push each other. If Tanya can just hang in there, and then, you know, she could pick up any pieces. But let's see how she goes.
Lights on, and we're racing. Esbach with a good start. Great start from Early B. He's got the drop. Much better start this time from Tanya. Not quite enough to get on the inside there from the whole shot position and pole position. Kusi van der Merwe hangs on for now as they head down towards turn number 2, Castro Corner. Late braking. Oh, in the background, locking up there as well. So we see some maneuvers, and I think a lock-up might have turned into an off-track excursion for Esbach. It has. There we go, locking up and looping out in turn 2. So this is turning into a bit of a race of attrition here for the Liqui Moly SuperVs. Gets going again.
Yeah, luckily gets going, so we won't have a safety car or anything. But now he just needs to keep it on the track. But okay, great. Oh, running wide there. Is that Kusi running wide? Now it's going to give Early B a chance on the inside. So yeah, lap 1 or 2, you can see the tires are cold. The guys are running wide, spinning out. So just you have to be a little bit tentative on lap number 1 or 2. Just wait for that heating to get into those tires. But now it's all about the front 2 now. Early B's in the lead, and now Kusi will do the chasing.
Now B got to the front there relatively easily as Kusi went wide onto the off-track excursion that he attempted. Fortunately, it didn't do any damage to the car by the looks of things. We'll have to wait and see if there is any damage, but he's dropped back slightly there on Early B once B got through. So Early B from Kusi van der Merwe as they cross the line. A big gap down to 3rd place, which will now be in the hands of Tanya Breitenbach with a slightly better start this time. And behind her with the mistake, issues there for Johan Esbach further back in the pack.
Yeah, Tanya will try and hang in and get that podium. It will be good experience for her as well. She'll try and every lap she'll do is a good experience and get the lap times up. But let's see now, because Early B's trying to clear out in the front. Let's see, of course, he can stay there with Early B, Greg. We know he had the pace in qualifying, but it's a different story in the race. Although they're all together. And sometimes, remember, in a way, it's a bit easy to follow than to lead. But now let's see if he can put the pressure. Oh, another spinner. I think
it might be Esbach again. Caught down in turn 2. So we can see on the side 24. Yeah, Johan Esbach spinning out in turn 2. Not getting turn 2 right at all in these first 2 laps of this now shortened version of Liqui Moly SuperVs.
Yeah, if your rear end's just slightly too loose, turn 2 is obviously difficult. It's a very sharp corner. So if you just turn too sharp or a little bit too early on the gas, Greg, you're going to get that rear end stepping out. So they'll have to look at maybe a little bit of a setup change there. But in the front now, Early B's got the hammer down, trying to pull a gap. Of course, he just have to stay there. Put some pressure on Early B as much as you can. 4 laps to go.
4 laps to go. Early B under a bit of pressure now. There's a bit more temperature coming into that rubber. Right now, 3rd place still in the hands of Tanya Breitenbach. Circulating in the 121s as opposed to 115s from the top 2. So a little bit off the pace there for the young lady. But needless to say, still in with a chance here of a podium in Formula SuperV.
This is a place where, of course, he catches up to Early B from turn 3 to 4. Now up the hills, got the drive. Early B will know he's there. Not going to go defensive yet. Still early days, but we'll see now. Of course, he will just keep the pressure on him. Try and force Early B into mistake if he can. I must say, Early B, this next few corners coming, there you can see he pulls a bit of a gap again. So he's good through turn 6, 7 down to 8. And of course he actually catches up after turn 3, 4 again. See, the Early B's got a bit of a gap. So maybe 2 different setups there as well in those 2 cars, Greg.
Yeah, I think there's wings and roundabouts there, swings and roundabouts, I should say, as we're into the wing class of 7-seaters. You'll catch him in one position and then maybe slow down slightly, exactly what we're seeing here from Esbach's point of view, with the rookie tape still on the side of that car, so showing you that he's still learning the ropes in SuperVs. And has already had 3 off-track excursions, looping out twice in turn 2. And now just trying to keep it all together because I think he's going to be caught and passed possibly by those top 2 if he continues at the pace he's got. At this stage, he's running 1:39s as his fastest lap time. So certainly a chance for the top 2 to catch and pass him.
Yeah, so a big learning curve for him there, but I mean, that's what it takes. You need to race to gain the experience. At this stage, he's just trying to keep it on the track. So, but it'll get better. Remember, every lap you do have to start somewhere. In the meantime, the top 2 is pressuring. The only problem is when his top 2 do get to Esbach, maybe that could change things up, Greg. Not a lot of laps left.
It might.
They'll have next time around 2 laps to go. And at this stage, of course, he doesn't have an answer for Early B. But but he just keep on pressing. Early B's got quite an early turning point there down in turn 8, and he's got good drive. Tanya hanging on for third place there.
A comfortable third place here for Tanya, no worries at all for her. Not another car in sight, literally. She's too far back to catch the top two, and she's way ahead of fourth place, so just got to settle down and hang on for the next 2 laps and secure herself an overall podium.
And those 2 front guys, Greg, they're in the 14s now. They just keep going faster and faster. Their lap times are, getting better and better, getting close. But Early B's got the pace there, and he's going to try and hang on. Yeah, of course he will still hang in there, put as much pressure as he can, but not a lot of. It's about only 1.5 laps left. Early B will watch his middle. He's going a little bit defensive. He's going in the middle of the track, not quite the inside. Of course, he will go wide, try and get a drive here out of turn 5, and put pressure on Early B.
Pressure's all he can put on him right now. They're pretty evenly matched on those lap times. 14.8, 14.5 are the lap times being done by the top 2. We've got 22s coming out of Tanya now and a 26 out of Esbach at the back, so he's improved dramatically, finding nearly 13 seconds on that last lap. But onto the final lap now, and B's got to just keep it all together at the front end to keep out Van der Merwe.
Now, I must say, Kwesi's as close as he's been all race. Could go for a dive here, and the back marker in the front. Just when you don't want to see a back marker now, it's on the last lap. Early B going a little bit defensive.
Oh, he's got a
problem.
He's got a gearbox issue there. He had a box of nothing coming out of Castrol, and that's given a possibility of the win here to Kwesi van der Merwe. B's got no drive. Has he eventually found a gear? Yes, he's got a high gear. He got into 4th probably as he eventually finds a gear. Here comes van der Merwe onto the back end of the back marker. Johan Esbach about to be lapped by the leader.
Yeah, it's a pity for Early B. They had a good race, Greg, but we saw it as he went into turn 2. Couldn't get that gear. He's going to hopefully try and bring it. If you hang on, you can still get the 2nd place, but it was a pity. But it's going to mean Kwesi should take the win, yeah.
Easily done in the end from Kwesi. Had to battle a bit with early on. And the pun intended there, of course, with Early B. Nicely done here from Kwesi van der Merwe, the Texas Tornado with that American flag and Texas helmet on. Looking for the win. And he's found it. So comes to the line for the checkered flag and takes the first Liqui Moly SuperV race of the day. It was a bit of a race of attrition, unfortunately, but hopefully there'll be some work down in that pit lane area amongst the SuperV fraternity to get all the other cars back up on track and out in time for race 2 later on this afternoon. That'll be just after lunchtime. B circulating slowly, and I think he may be pulling into pit lane. He knows that car's not going to make it all the way around, so he's going to pull into pit lane. That's going to give 2nd place to Tanya Breitenbach.
Yeah, and it's going to give a podium to Johan Esbach. But Greg, one good thing to see, Esbach, they look at how his lap times improved. Tanya on a 122 and Esbach on a 124. So all Esbach needs, he needs a bit of cars around him, maybe follow someone, and that's the way you can improve your times. But yeah, pity for Early B there. Got robbed there of a podium. But let's hope they can. It looks like quite a few cars have gearbox problems. Let's hope they can get it sorted and back for race number 2 later. But next up, we're going to have a big field again. And the Liqui Moly SuperVs, unfortunately, 1 or 2 retirees. But looking forward to this next one, Greg.
Yeah, it's kind of the highlight of the day is the next race, including the one that comes a little bit later on after that in the pre-74 ISPs. But certainly a lot of the crowds have come out to see the big V8s, the legends of the 9-hour production cars about to make their way onto the circuit. All of them from the pre-66 era. And, of course, always some wing mirror and bar banging that happens in this one with Ben Morgenroot on pole. And it looks like it's going to be... is that Sefery Jr. in 2nd, yeah. So I think a big fight expected in the very near future.
Steph, tell us about the car. It's race 1 today. What you expecting?
I'm in the Cougar like always. The Cougar is also always a spectacular car for the crowd. It became a crowd favorite at Zwartkops, so it's always nice to have a tussle with Uncle Ben. Nice racing against a legend like Uncle Ben and putting up a show for the people. So yeah, we're in the Cougar today, and then in the Transams or the ISPs we'll be in the old Peter Goch Astra, which is also a privilege to race. So yeah, the track was a bit cold this morning for qualifying. I haven't been out for practice yesterday, so I was 3 months lost in the cars. But yeah, it felt good. We had a good time. The track was a bit of oil spillage on turn 5, so it was slippery with the temperatures and the oil on the track. But yeah, nevertheless, it's the same for everyone. And yeah, it's just yeah, I hope the crowd, yeah, I hope we get some better crowd. Earlier, it doesn't look too bad, the crowd at the moment. So yeah, and that's what we're here for, is to put up a show for the crowd and for the people. They love seeing those old cars. That's what we want to do.
Tell us about the car. What motors in there? Year model?
So it's, yeah, to be honest, these old cars, I drive them. I'm not so into the historic aspect of the technical specs, but I guess it's a big motor, Ford 350. So yeah, the car's good. I mean, it's on semi-slicks, so 1,600 kilograms. So it's quite heavy to get it to brake and keep the tires going and the brakes for the whole race. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, we call it a tank. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, good luck, and we'll see you in race 2.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Now, that was SuperV Junior talking there. But the weight of the cars, he says he just drives the cars. Good crowd out there. But yeah, this is, like you said, Greg, one of the highlights of the day. Big vehicles, big power. And yeah, the guys will hopefully give us a good show. Semi-slicks, he says this. So it's, yeah, everybody talking about the cold conditions. But it's the same for everybody. Must remember that. It is the same for everybody. So looking forward to this one.
The difference here, I think, is going to be maybe the experience of the drivers. I mean, if you look at the field, all the way down to the top 10 have all had numerous laps around this track and have participated in different classes, different categories, different race cars that they've all piloted around here. I mean, Ben Morganwood, I think, is into his 6th decade of racing. SuperV Junior is probably into his 4th decade. Mark du Toit probably into his 4th as well. Let's go and catch up now with Mark down in the Ford Fairlane.
Mark, tell us about this car and yeah, what you're expecting today.
Yeah, the big Ford Fairlane. It's got about 400 horsepower. Weighs almost 1.7 tons. So it's a big beast. It was very slippery in qualifying this morning. Quite difficult conditions. I think the track will be a bit better now. I'll get to chase the front guys. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, good luck, and we'll see you in race 2.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, everybody talking about the car. Obviously, yeah, very cold this morning qualifying, but it is a different story now. But Greg, is going to be awesome to see Ben Morganwood, SuperV Junior, Jono du Toit, Mark du Toit. So they're quite close in lap times, and they're all going to be chasing each other. Yeah, those cars are heavy, so around the corners is difficult, and you need to, you need to be tentative, and you want to put the power down as soon as you can, but get that car straight lined. But let's see, Ben with all his experience, SuperV Junior with the youth and the exuberance, and Jono and Mark du Toit with also locals here from Zwartkops.
Local track knowledge, but of course Ben Morganwood and SuperV have probably got arguably as much lap times in the bag. Speaking of a man who has some lap times in the bag, let's see what Alistister Simpson's plans are here for first race in production cars.
Alistair, race 1, how was qualifying and what you expecting from today?
Qualifying went well. We used our lap from yesterday as our qualifying lap. I thought it would be better to take the afternoon's lap as opposed to 7 o'clock this morning. Looking forward to race 1. The team has built a new motor which is feeling really strong, and I'm optimistic and looking forward to race 1.
Okay, and tell us a bit about the car. How's the team?
The car feels good. Yeah, we had 2 practice sessions yesterday. We're working towards, we're just trying to go quicker every session, and car feels good. The handling is good. The team has prepared a great car, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, tell us about what motor's in there.
It's a Ford 350 V8 and making about just over 500 horsepower.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a beast, that's for sure. It really is. It's a monstrosity of a car, and of course if we look at those cars and how well they are prepped, particularly ones down at Lindenberg Racing and Transavia Racing, They're the main sort of contenders in this field. SuperV going out in that Mercury Cougar. Ben Morganroot from Randfontein, of course the king of Randfontein, is in the house there in his very fast Ford Mustang. That's probably the lightest car on the grid, I would have to say. The rest of them sort of all over the tonnage side of things, as opposed to the ones that might just be in the ZB category in the second row there. Speaking of rows, how's that back row of fans already in the house? How are you guys doing out there? Yeah, there's a nice kiss for the morning, sir. Thanks for that. A little kiss and cuddle in front of the Ford Ranger there. Yeah, we can see you on camera, so you might want to get a room, eh? It's quite nice there. Yeah, that's very nice. Keep those cuddles for later on, eh? Yeah, we got you. Don't worry, we got you, mate. That's on the live stream as well. Not only live here at the circuit, by the way. So you went out to the world giving lots of love to your lovely-looking ladies. So, yeah, lots of love there. Great to see lots of love for motorsport too here at Zwartkops. Green flags are waving all around. We are ready to go. Of course, this is the big one. The 9-hour Legends Pre-66 production cars. Mark du Toit in the Ford 500 Fairlane. That's a very fast car. 1.2 tons, he was telling us, the weight of that car. Imagine trying to throw a 1.2 ton vehicle around this track, man. That's a big car.
Yeah, 10 lapper. Yeah, Greg, like I said, the heavier the car, the bit more of a disadvantage around the corner. So like you said, Ben Morganroot's car is a bit lighter, so he should have a bit of advantage in the corners. But yeah, from that shot before, we saw the crowd. Nice to see everybody. They've got the gazebos out. We want to see those bra flight fires going. But yeah, the people really enjoy the historical Inland Championship, and they've all got their favorite car or driver that they support.
38 special there will be, I think, Colin Ellison behind the Trans-Africa Racing Chevy Camaro. That car, of course, at one point was also piloted by the late great Willie Hepburn. And when Willie drove it originally, when it came out in its first time out, I don't know if you remember that, the white and yellow, of course, being something completely different in terms of racing stripes. But the entire cockpit inside was also sprayed yellow. So it's quite bright. In fact, Willie said it was too bright to drive, which is why they changed it. Nice to see Alan Mayer out there as well, of course, in the big Black Widow too, in that big Chevy Bel Air. And looking to come through as well will be probably, trying to pick up who that is. Michael Koenig is the other driver out there in the other Camaro. So the two Camaros from Trans-Africa Racing being shared by a couple of drivers, and then John T. Needham in his Mustang will be on track as well. Two races of duty today for Needham. There he is, going through our shot through turn 1. Number 10 Ford Mustang. It's the all blue coloured with the big white Mustang stripes down the middle.
Yeah, basically the grid is Ben Morganroot from SuperV Jr., Jonathan Toy, Mark du Toit, Alistister Simpson, Colin Ellison, Jonathan Needham, Michael Koenig, and Alan Mayer. So yeah, but these big bangers, like we call them, Greg, it's awesome to listen to them, the sound they make, and it's going to be close in the front, believe me. SuperV is going to try and get a jump on Ben Morganroot when they start, but Ben will try and hold it in the front.
You kind of have to say that this is a Trans-Africa Racing dominated class, because of the 9 cars on track, 6 of them come out of Trans-Africa Racing. Different pilots behind those wheels of the cars on a few occasions, and usually at Passion for Speed. And remember the Passion for Speed here at Zwartkops on the 29th and 30th of January 2027. You get some guest drivers into the cars, and a couple more of them coming from all around the world to participate, particularly from the Netherlands and from Sweden. But we have had a couple of other drivers from the UK who have joined us on a few occasions in the past. But here we go, lining up, coming into formation for the start now of the first heat of Legends of the 9-hour Pre-66 production cars, proudly brought to you by Marlboro Crane Hire. Lights on. It's double yellows for 1 and 2. Green flag only comes out at turn 3, so they will stay line astern or just alongside each other until that green flag drops out of turn 3. And that's when we actually go racing. So Morganroot will hang on for now, and so will Jonathan ahead of his brother Mark as they come out of turn 2. Back the big Black Widow. Alan Mayer behind the wheel of that today. LT will be loving that car. He loves climbing into the big Black Widow and giving everything he can. But here we go, into full race now. Onto that back straightaway. Morganroot leading things out and pushing hard as they head into turn 3.
Now SuperV was hanging on to Ben Morganroot, can't let him get away. But they pulled a bit of a gap on Jonathan Toy and Mark du Toit. Mark du Toit putting pressure on Jonathan Toy. Alistister Simpson not too far behind. But yes, SuperV will put as much pressure as he can. Ben will have a slight advantage, like we said, through the corners maybe. But look at Sepp throwing that big machine around.
straight line speed on that Mercury Cougar is pretty good, I've got to tell you. So Morgan could be in a bit of trouble with that. He's going to have to go very defensive and be as wily as he normally is to keep Sieffy out. Sief not afraid anymore. Initially he was a little concerned about racing against the likes of the legend that is Ben Morganut, but now he just takes him as a normal racing driver, and they fight it mano a mano out on track. He's not worried about the fact that we have a motorsport legend in front of you. He's trying to take on that legend and give us a good Legends of the 9-hour race here.
Yeah, Sief now will try and put the power down as they go out of turn 2, but there's the 2 Toy boys. They close in attendance there. Look at Mark getting the rein stepped out a little bit. He's putting pressure on Jonathan Toy. Sief will try and look at him now, but Ben, all his experience, just keeping on the racing line. You can see Sief closing in, but difficult to get past there, Greg.
Now, Mark du Toit, of course, we spoke to him, that 1.2 litre Ford Fairlane out of 1966. It's a 1964 Chevy Nova that he's fighting with, as we see a change up for the lead. Big dive on the inside from the Mercury Cougar. Ben giving, I think, a little bit of room there to Sief to squeeze through there. And now we'll try and follow that Mercury Cougar around and stay with him. As I said, the straight line speed of that Mercury probably a little bit better than the sort of fastback Mustang behind him. But Morganut's handling on that Mustang is probably one of the best cars in the country in terms of handling in that Ben Morganut Ford Mustang.
Yeah, you can see Sief is really throwing the car around, but he'll be using his tires up, Greg.
And
so Ben will just stay in there. You can see Ben is quite smooth. He'll just try and hang with him. Sief could be using his tires up earlier. They've only done 2 of 10 laps. So Ben will just hang in there and let's see, anything can happen.
Biggest problem with these cars is about lap 6 or 7. They start to run out of brakes. You sort of got to double push the brake pedal just to make sure that there's something when you do go and try and engage the braking marker. And hopefully there's some brakes left on the car. The Toys squared, fighting hard here. The Chevy Nova, or what it was known as the Chevy 1 here in South Africa. Under attack there from that big Ford Fairlane of his brother Mark. And Mark looks pretty dangerous. He pulls out of turn 4. Inside line for Mark du Toit. Just shows a wheel. I think Jono's got him covered though. Yeah, he has.
Yeah, they of course leading out their class. They ZA and Siefuri and Ben is ZA plus. But yeah, like I said, Greg, not a nice thing with these big cars. The last thing you want to have is a long or a soft brake pedal. So that's one thing you'll keep an eye on. But Ben just hanging in there.
You and I both know what that feels like. You go to brake and there's nothing left.
Yeah, not nice. Especially with these big heavy cars with the weight. That weight pushes them faster. So when you run out of brakes, it's quite scary.
Into turn 1, du Toit looking to get through on du Toit here. Mark on Jono. Pressure onto Jonathan du Toit for 3rd place overall for the win, as you said, in ZA's. Alistister Simpson still in 3rd place, just off the back end of this pack of 2 at the front of ZA's battle. Then it's Ellison, John T. Needham, Alan Mayer, and Michael Koenig at the back in the 2nd of the Chevy Camaros.
Now Siefuri Jr. trying to pull a bit of a gap there. Ben hanging on. But look at it now. Mark putting lots of pressure on Jono. Slightly quicker from a lap time point of view. But he's just putting the pressure. He's trying to fork Jono into a mistake. And then we got Simpson. Then Ellison will come through. Not too far behind him will be Needham. Needham trying to put pressure on Colin Ellison.
Here they come. Needham putting that pressure on in the Ford Mustang versus the Camaro. So Ford fans and Chevy fans will be shouting from the sidelines as that Ford Mustang tries to find a way through up into AMG Driving Academy, turn 5. Trying to squeeze things out there. Jonty's pushing hard, but Ellison is just soaking up that pressure. Remember, Colin Ellison, last time we saw him in full flight in a Legend of the 9-hour production cars race, he had a massive moment onto that back straightaway. Remember, at the Passion for Speed Festival with that big crash that happened in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, it's good to see him out racing again, obviously in a different car.
He'd normally been a Ford Fairlane, like same as Mark's.
Was basically written off. Here in the back, Alan Mayers.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. In my ear there from Paulie saying that there's a good possibility that that car may be repaired by the time we get to the last race of the championship in the Inland and Historics. I think which is in September or October, if I'm not mistaken. So it'll be great to see that car make a welcome return. And Ellison, if he can get it right, to have him back on track would be brilliant.
As Mark goes for the inside berth into turn 4, they're giving each other some room. The 2 Toy boys, but Mark is squeezing through, basically 2 by 2 here. Greg, so great stuff to see there. Chano, late on the brakes, he's trying to hang in there, but Mark du Toit got the position there.
Du Toit finding an awesome way through there through turn 4. Found an opportunity to dive on the inside. We've seen a battle between these two boys in various classes throughout their careers, and they are not holding anything back. There's definitely no love lost on track. There's no team orders for sure, and the du Toit boys now going at it flat out with the Ford moving up ahead of that Chevy Nova.
Now Mark du Toit trying to pull a gap here, a little bit faster pace, but John was just hanging there. You can still force Mark into a mistake. They're only halfway in this race, and it's now, Greg, like you said, it's now the time when the guys just start easing on that brake pedal and see.
Double checking that middle pedal. Just going onto the floor and just, okay, we got brakes, okay, now I can brake. And you also sort of just do it just before the braking marker to make sure that you get that all sorted out. And I think that might be what be costing a bit of time there to Jono. Maybe he's run out of brakes. There's certainly no worries at all at the front end. Look at this Mercury Cougar and Mustang battle, and they're closing on Koenig at the back in the second of those Chevy Camaros.
Yeah, but like we said earlier, although Sef's in front, he's trying the car around. He's using a little bit more tires and brakes. Ben is smooth, he's hanging in there, and he's maybe going to wait for those last few laps, because you can see he's right behind SuperV Jr. there, Greg, and he's going to put the pressure. Yeah, backmarker coming into play as well.
The backmarker is going to play a major role here as they both go around the outside and through turn 1, finding a way past and just cementing that first place in the Mercury Cougar. Fortunately, Michael Koenig, I think, saw them coming. He's also had a lot of experience in race cars. Not as much as the two drivers in front of him, but remember, he's had some international experience as well, joining the Swedes on some international excerpts, I should say, in motorsport, and doing a phenomenal job in flying the flag high for the Koenig family, but also for South Africa in historic racing in the European Championships and all around that area of the world.
Yeah, Ben really hanging on very well there in the back straight. You can see SuperV Jr.'s car, the Cougar. He's a little bit of smoke now and then, maybe when he does a gear change. But just look at Ben. Ben is smooth. Everything looks good. And it's as if Sef has to work a little bit harder than Ben. Ben is hanging in there. He could pounce again, Greg.
Watch the back end of that Cougar, possibly here out of turn 8. The back end is very happy and starting to slip and slide a little bit. So as you said, maybe he's cooked the tyres a bit. Maybe he's worked them a little bit too hard. And now Morgan can look to pounce here into what is the last 3 laps of racing. Keep the pressure on, keep forcing opportunities there for mistakes to come from the man in front of you. Du Toit now has got away from his brother, so Mark pulls a big advantage now over that Chevy Nova of Jono. And Jono really hasn't had an answer since Mark got through, so we saw that out-braking maneuver he pulled up into turn 5. Since then he's made it stick. Du Toit going to hang on for 4th place here. That's Jono in the 65 Chevy Nova.
Yeah, this is also the time on the race where you will bring the car home. So now you're just counting those laps down, and you want to see the checkered flag. But I think, Greg, maybe Ben Morgenroth might be looking and setting Sef up, see where can he maybe go for the outbraking maneuver. Although Sefi now trying to pull a bit of a gap, but Ben is still there.
A little slide again from Sef out of turn 5. Maybe a bit of showboating there. Maybe he likes the back end to step up. A bit of drifting style coming there from the man out front. But as you said, a little bit of smoke there. Maybe a bit of body rub on that tyre work as well. Could possibly be causing that smoke to come out of the back of the car. But he's got 2 more to go, and he's got to keep Ben Morgenroth out for those last 2 laps.
Now Sefi, he likes to put the power down early and gets a little bit of an oversteer. But he's got it under control. But he's early on the power, and maybe it's the way he likes it. Likes the back a little bit loose. But Ben is just hanging in there. He has Mark du Toit. 3rd on the road, 1st in his class. Looking good there and good lap times as well.
Coming down nicely on the lap times, but 2 to go there for him to try and stay ahead. There you go, a prime example onto that back straightaway. The straight line speed and the top end speed of the Cougar as he slides through turn 3 up towards 4. But it's the handling of the Mustang that comes into its own as they head to the top of the hill. That's where Ben Morgenroth comes straight back at that Ford Mercury Cougar of SuperV. And could potentially cause him some problems here in the closing stages. Watch for the late braking here from Morgenroth to try and close that gap down. He does dramatically into turn 5.
Yeah, and SuperV with no Ben is still there, Greg. Ben hasn't got a lot of time left if he's got anything, because next time around there's only going to be 1 lap left. But this is a section where he closes in on SuperV. SuperV's got a little bit more horses, I think, in the back straight. But anything can still happen on the last lap. Look at Ben. He's close, he's there. And Sef is working very hard there. Believe me, it's hard work inside that cockpit.
Now, right now, the hardest work being done is by SuperV to keep Ben Morgenroth at bay. And you can see him slipping and sliding on the track as well, which means that he has overworked those tyres. Possibly starting to feel the effects of the brakes now. Look at the back end step out of that Cougar. Oh, going to take some oval track skills there from both of these boys to keep it at bay. They've all come, of course, originally from oval track racing and now into circuit racing, learning how to turn left. And here comes Morgenhout round the outside. Will he dive through? No, he's going to probably look for the cutback and squeeze up to the top of the hill. He knows the big black widows in the way. Oh, the Cougar's off. There's a big mistake there. And SuperV runs off.
Now, Greg, I was just going to say, it looks like the tyres are gone in that car. So once again, it shows you. Ben, I told you earlier, was smooth. He was there. See if you could see now on that second last lap, the rear end. Now Ben's getting the rear end stepping out.
No, but now he's doing that on purpose.
He goes a bit deep there.
Oh, yeah, he did run a little bit wide. Is there maybe a slow puncture on Morgenhout's car?
But SuperV, I think he ran out of tyres there, had the pressure from Ben, and he made a mistake in 4. Pity, but that's a pressure and experience that came through from Ben Morgenhout as he takes the flag.
And there's the Black Widow. So I wonder if there might be something dropped by the Black Widow that Ben Morgenhout caught through turn 6. As they go past on Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer, retired there, the man from the Air Force who has spent oodles of time in various race cars from Trans-Africa Racing and from the Investchem Formula Ford and Formula Kent category. As SuperV comes through for second place, he recovers nicely after going off track and stays ahead of Dupy. Mark Dupy wins out for ZAs over his brother Jono as we come to wrap up the first heat of 366 V8 production cars. And that's courtesy, of course, of Marlboro Crane Hire. So brilliant race action there in the end. Morgenhout will be a happy man with the win, takes ZA Plus ahead of SuperV Junior. ZA 1, 2 and 3 is Mark Dupy, Jonathan Dupy and Alistister Simpson. The ZBs goes to John T. Needham, and he beats out Alan Mayer and Michael Koenig for the top 3 there in ZBs. So that's Legends of the 9 Hour production cars, V8s, and of course our big bangers for the weekend. One of our favorite categories of racing, of course, there from the V8 side of things. And the boss man outside, he's happy with how things went there, I think. But let's have a look and see as we get ready to go now. Here we go. Here's a little replay of SuperV. In fact, he's clipped the inside curb. That's what caught him. He got that inside curb and it just sent him a little bit out of shape. Had to try and catch it. He did an amazing job, to be honest with you, to run right through. And there you go. Just shows you, even with that thick kitty litter, a 1.7 ton car is not going to be slowed up. He drove right across the top of it and then came onto the return road for top of the hill, which of course is only in a couple of weeks' time here at Zwartkops. Another big event that you have to have in your diaries here, of course, is the top of the hill. And that, of course, is definitely one that you do not want to miss out on. That happens at the end of July. 25 and 26 here. Classic Car Conqueror on the Saturday. King of the Hill on the Sunday. Definitely something you want to have in your diaries. And standing by are a big field of monopostos. No problem at all as we wait now for the monopostos to make their way onto the circuit. Let's catch up now with the fastest KTM single-seater in the country.
What you expecting the race to be like?
Track's still cold this morning. It's going to be tough. 30 cars on the track. Lots of fast cars today. Gonna have fun.
Tell us about the car.
The Van Diemen chassis KTM 1290 Super Duke Formula M class. All race under monoposto.
And obviously a nice team behind you.
Yes, yeah, no, I've got a team behind me, all been working hard. Just came back from Samola, got everything up and running again, so we're ready to go.
Well, good luck. We'll see you in race 2 here.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it is really cool to see KTM ready to race on the side of that car as well. And the 42 machine of J.M. Garba, always a fun man to watch around this track. He originally ran a 1290 Adventure engine in that car. He's now changed it to the Super Duke engine, give him a little bit extra horsepower to play with, and it worked really well for him, as you heard, on the hill climb. And I'm hoping that he comes back for top of the hill as well to try and do the best that he can in the single-seater category and take on the king of the hill in the Classic Conquerors. And that would be, of course, Ian Schofield, who we're about to chat to right now.
Ian, race one. How's the car going? You're in second place. What you expecting?
Yeah, I can't hear a thing that you're saying.
What you expecting the race to be like for you?
Can't hear you for that.
Don't worry, we're expecting Ian to be at the front, G. Don't worry. There's no doubt about it. That's a car that, of course, they've been doing a little bit of work on in the previous couple of races and getting that car up to speed. But certainly a man to watch out for there will be Ian Schofield. He, of course, is in the Magal, and from the Investchem Chemical Logistics team, he'll be running to look as high up as possible in the standings. And, of course, I think he starts from third, if I'm not mistaken, on the grid.
Yeah, Greg, nice to see some of the Formula M's on pole there. So James Geiber there in the Formula M, he's on pole from Edinburgh. Then Ian Schofield, watch out for him in the race. And then if I look down the grid, yeah, Greg, it is interesting to see there's one or two, actually from the Super V's, that's joined the Formula Monopostos now. That's maybe why the Super V's, their grid's a bit smaller. Look at there, Lucian Ramchanda, he's in the Super V. Philip Bellingen from Super V's, they've joined the Monoposto. So that's quite interesting. But nice field, yeah, and it's going to be a 10 lap a year. Program says 8, but it is definitely a 10 lap a year for the Monopostos.
It certainly is, and it's proudly brought to you, of course, by Cosmonet. Fantastic to have them on board for this weekend, for the coverage here of our Monopostos, Super V's, Formula M's and Formula Libra all combined. And as you said, a couple of Super V's jumping into the mix there and getting themselves good value for money for the day. They want to have a little bit more fun out on circuit. 111 is a man to watch out for, of course, in those Super V's. Lucian Ramchanda, who's had some spectacular days racing at Zwartkops in the past. And wada, we can see in the background the Silver Cup people here coming to cause trouble with us outside our studio. Hello, all of these Super V people. Nice to see that they've got some nice people in Super V's, and then there's that guy that runs the class. I can't remember his name anymore. Something or other. We'll get to him later on, though. Great to have a big field of Monopostos, though. This is a really nice field of cars. Almost, I think, 24 of them, if I'm not mistaken, on track in total. Made up of various categories that have raced here in the past in South Africa. And that's kind of what this is all about. Monoposto was a concept that they came up with. Originally it was Libra, but then they kind of ran out of options that the Libra cars could cater for. Formula M needed a place to go and play. It's the longest standing single-seater class in the country. I think they're over 70 years that they've been racing for in Formula M. And Formula M basically being a motorcycle-engined single-seater. And then, of course, you've got the likes of the old Formula Ford, the Formula 1600s, a couple of Formula V's out there, a couple of Formula Fords, Formula Ford Kent category cars, Formula GTIs. So it's basically all forms of single-seaters that are racing in the country. You can bring them along to the Monoposto category and join in. It's all time-based, of course, on your categories and on your classes. And you get a chance to go and have a great dice. And this usually turns into a pretty spectacular dice in the categories themselves and within the classes in those categories as well.
Yeah, Greg, like you say, all different classes, Formula M's, Libra, there's Fords, V's, GTIs, the Formula M's are the motorbike engines. These guys do a standing start in this big field. It's going to be interesting to see. And to hear those, that KTM sounds lovely. But to hear those Formula M's guys, those motorbike engines, how they rev them there to start, Greg. But such a big field here, and we need to get them all safely away. But it's going to be a 10-lapper. But yeah, good to see. It's a very big field of all these previously ran single-seater different categories. Now the Formula M's, the V's, the GTRs, Fords, and let's see. It's all about that man James Gerber in the Formula in that KTM car. Also sounds awesome, and yeah, we hope to see him. Hopefully he'll be at the top of the hill. Looking forward to the top of the hill in 2 weeks time. So everybody put it in your calendar. It's a Saturday and a Sunday. We'll bring you all the action, but just look at that big field there, and it's all about getting away at the start. Good crowd out there, and it's a 10-lapper for these guys, but who can get the whole shot? Don't get too much wheel spin, but you can make up some positions here on the start. There's some of the people on the Bibala.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if that cuddle couple are still there. No, they're hiding away now. They found a room, or they found the back of the bucky, I think, maybe, to carry on the little cuddle session that was happening there. What's happening underneath the Pretoria Noord Toyota gazebo at the back end there? Are you guys enjoying yourselves so far? Thanks for your support there, Pretoria Noord Toyota, for this incredible circuit here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring, supplying us with our pace car and our doctor's cars as well. And we are now almost under starter's orders. JL bringing the rest of the pack up at the back. Green flag comes up. Red flag about to make its way off the circuit. And stand by now for that start procedure. Standing start, which you love. Kursi Fanamava looking to try and get away now from JM Gerber on that front row. In fact, JM on pole position, actually, if we look at it. They've just changed it up now.
Gerber is on pole.
Aiden Morrow alongside him.
Yeah, sorry. But Gerber from Morrow, Greg.
So Formula M's are basically leading things out, but right behind them will be a hard-charging Ian Schofield as they get off the line and head down towards turn 1. Look at this field. It's like an F1 field, but I think there's more cars here than there are actually on the F1 grid, which is great to see heading into turn number 2.
Yeah, it looks like a good start for everybody. Look at
Schofield.
Morrow. It's Goldfield.
Schofield's taking the lead into turn 2.
Yeah, third on the grid. We said he was one to watch out for. He got the old shot. He's got the lead. But can Gerber come back in him? But we say it's such a big field. He has a come to turn 2, Greg.
Brilliant stuff from Ian Schofield. He leads out over James Gerber as they head up towards turn 4. Right on his tail is Aiden Morrow. Then trying to switch it through there. Watch out for Archer coming from the back end. And some manoeuvring happening through there as well. As we see Bianca Ferreira also getting a fantastic start. Megan Archer and Bianca Ferreira are 2 lady drivers right near the front end of the field. Keep an eye out on Paul Manigold, making some maneuvers through the field rapidly too. And Aiden Morrow also with a good start. He'll be looking to try and make up some ground after not having quite the way he wanted to start things out there when it came to qualifying. Oh! A big moment there for one of the V's. That Formula V got completely out of shape and catching it, the 36 car. Diedrichs out of shape there, big time.
Yes, but Greg, luckily that car got out of control, just came back over the track. It could have been big tears there, but luckily avoided everyone. But looks like Gerber's gone back to the front. But a big moment there for Didier Diedrichs in one of the V's.
Threading the needle is what you call that maneuver. Just went straight through the 2 cars that he spun out in front of and just avoided both of them, fortunately. Ended up on the grass, caught it, and have a look at this. He's on the outside, back end steps out. Oh, who was behind Diedrichs at that stage? I think it might have been Charden Tromp. Charden Tromp, who came off the accelerator there to avoid the spinning man just ahead of him there. So either Charden or possibly maybe Justin Gower as well. I'm not quite sure which of the 2 black cars it was.
Yeah, and Greg, one thing is going to happen here with this big field is the front runners, they're going to catch the back markers very quickly in this 10-lapper. So that will come into play. But there's good battles all through the field and big action. Oh, there's someone with a bit of body work.
Triple one
coming off
by the looks of things. Triple one there is Lucian Ranchanda. He's had some damage to the car at some point on the circuit. Must have come together with somebody. He's trying to close back down onto the back end there, I think, of Charden Trump. So
that's part of his body work. Part of his, like his engine cover.
It's his engine cover, yeah. The engine cover, the engine cowl's come off. It's flapped up. Going to give him a little bit more downforce there on the rear end.
Yeah,
fortunately, the wing caught it.
It's pushing the wing back. It's going to hamper, but he might get a black and white.
There's big trouble at the top.
Contact at the top. Yeah, it's going to be a safety car.
I don't know if that's such a safe place to climb out of your car, though.
I'll run away when I get out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be standing. Yes, exactly. I would not be standing there. And as they come through there, I'm just trying to pick up on the numbers on those cars. It looks like it might be Simpiwe Mutlatlo. It is. That's Simpiwe Mutlatlo running away there. One of our top lady drivers from the Investchem Chemical Logistics team, just getting out of the way. And the other car is car 18, which
Tanya.
we already saw in anger a bit earlier on.
Tanya Breitenbach.
Yeah. So two ladies coming together at the top of the hill. Possibilities of a safety car here, or potentially even a red flag, because that number 9 car, that's the car that Ian would normally pilot, Ian Schofield would normally pilot. And Sipiwe getting the chance to drive that car today. Have we gone to safety car? We have. Safety car has been deployed, so Ian Schofield will now hold that field up. Or did James Gabber get through on him?
Yeah, Gabber went back to the front, yeah.
He did. But was it under safety though? Or was
no, he got it earlier, Greg. Okay. There was so much action, but Gerber did get the lead back earlier. It's a pity now, but also good to see it's just a safety car. As you can see, that damage, that 111, he's got that body work.
It's pushed the wing back there, definitely. So it's going to affect the downforce on the back end of that car there for Lucian Ramchanda. As they come through here, we pick up on the cars. That's Josh Chaikin. Then behind that, you've got Michael Besaidner. Michael Besaidner, of course, getting extra time in the saddle from a single-seater point of view. He's currently leading the MSA4. No, he's second in the MSA4 championship at the moment. So using this as a little bit of extra seat time for Michael Besaidner in the Huawei-sponsored car there, the Formula Ford Kent. Damien Archer's behind him, then Philip Bellingham. Charlton Tromp and Lucian Ramchanda with the damaged cowl and engine cover. Then it's Justin Gower, Clinton Kane. Nicole Torres is still out there in the all-pink car there. Our hill climb and circuit racing Barbie. Ahead of Kursi Fadamava. And Yanni Geisa is there in 14th place.
Yeah, Greg, I must say that triple one car, that damage he's got his bodywork on the wing there. It could be a little bit dangerous. I'll be surprised if it doesn't get the black and orange flag, you know.
He may have to come in
is that
on the sideline. That's not the KTM. I think that might be... Is that Josh? That might be Josh Chaikin, I think, on the sideline. So safety car is out, but it hasn't picked up on the leader, so it's waiting for the leader to come through. And there's the leader coming down the hill. So they might have to pick up on some of these slower cars further back. And in fact, they've red flagged it. There we go. They have red flagged the race. They're going to bring them back to the line and they'll restart everything and give us a chance to go at it again. How many laps did we complete? 5. 4 laps completed. So probably going to be a 6-lap race left over to complete here. Single seaters are giving us hassles today, bro.
Okay, I almost expect, I don't want to say it, but I expected something to happen here with the Formula Monopostos with this big field, all action there. But shame pity there for whatever happened there with Tanya Breitenbach the top. Two coming together there, but yes, they had to stop it now, just clear the cars. But this could be a little bit of luck for Lucian Ramchanda. They can stop now and just get rid of the bodywork. There's that driver that stopped.
I'm just trying to work out, I think it might be Josh, I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, so it's all happening here, Greg.
That's definitely Simpiwe in the 9 car, and 18 is Tanya. So those are 2 ladies that were involved there, 9 and 18 coming together at the top of the hill. The other one that's involved there, it's Aidan Morrow. It's Aidan Morrow, that's who it is.
Yeah, pity for Aidan Morrow. He was second on the grid early on.
I couldn't recognize him from the back of when he was standing by the car, but I had to sort of work out whether it was which of the orange cars it was. Certainly not JM. JM's he'll be back on pole, but they're going to probably have to give them a lap to sort out the grid again. There you can see Ramchanda's team diving over the wall to try and remove that engine cowl. They've got it off. So that's a good bit of manoeuvring there. Get that engine cowl off that Super V of Lucian Ramchanda.
Yeah, now they're just telling the guys how many laps it will be.
And they'll have to shuffle the grid too.
Yeah, the James Gerber and Scoldfield will come to the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, for them being, this was the 4th lap, but they've completed 3 laps, Greg. So they will start how they were lining up in the race, not the original grid slots, but how they were lying in the positions. So now the marshals are just trying to get rid of those cars. They're stuck in gears. But
I think they're actually trying to push Tanya's car out of the kiddie litter, and Simpiwe's climbed back into the cockpit. So if she can fire that Formula Ford back up again, she can probably take up a position at the back of the grid. And the same thing for Tanya. I don't think
Tanya's not in the car.
Yeah, no, her car's getting pushed to the inside, out of harm's way.
That Simpiwe's car looks a bit stuck there on the track, Greg. Let's hope they can get. I think they also can. Maybe she can get it going again. We'll see. There's a medics on standby, Hanley.
I think she might be done some damage to the car. That's why it's not firing like it should. Yeah, Hanley and Doc were up there early just to make sure our 2 lady drivers were A-OK. As always, our incredible medical team doing another great job.
But yeah, already lots of someone waving a hand there, problem there on the grid.
That's Geisa, I think.
Yeah, Greg, already it's early days, but we have lots of action in the single seaters. Giving us all the action there. Yeah, pity for Aidan there after a very good grid position. Hopefully they can get him sorted for heat number 2. But yeah, we're just waiting for confirmation to see how many laps when they restarted. This time it shows 7 laps, but we'll just see when they get going.
I think 7's because they finished 3, but they'll reshuffle that timing monitor before we start. I think it'll drop down to 6 laps of race action to still come. Similar to what we saw with the Super Vs earlier on. Simpiwe Mtlato's car being moved off the circuit. Pity to lose her and to lose Tanya. Two ladies were fighting hard at the top of the hill, and probably just a little touch between the two of them and sent them sideways into turn 5. But as you saw, Simpiwe's car was in quite an awkward position, so had to try and make a plan to get her out of harm's way. I see a whole bunch of people down at turn 4 as well, watching frantically to see how things go. How are you guys doing up there on the grandstand? Are you enjoying yourselves so far? See the young man enjoying his burger there in the Ferrari cap. That's nice to see there, hey? Is that burger good, bud? That burger's good, I can see it. Is it a Ferrari style burger? Eh? It must be, eh? Going down well like a Ferrari, hopefully will be later on today. Or is it this weekend? No, it's next weekend. Next weekend in Spa, eh? F1 goes to Spa next weekend. This weekend is MotoGP at the Sachsen Ring. Are you cool, calm and collected at the bottom of that grandstand there, sir? Chilling like a villain at the bottom there, hey? Nice, bud, nice.
Yeah, nice to see some youngsters running around.
Yeah.
There's a car being pushed off the grid. But Greg, always lots to do with Zwartkops for young and old. Lots of entertainment in and around the racetrack. Okay, the grid has been, we're not sure how many, 6 laps.
There
It's
we
going to
go,
be 6
thought so.
laps.
Yeah, 6 lapper.
When we start again. I'm not sure, they'll probably go around once and then come into position. But yeah, that must have been a little bit of the battle of the ladies there. Maybe they don't want to give each other room or just a touch. Or even a technical problem, we don't know, mechanical.
Yeah, look, anything could happen. It's one of the things that happens in single seaters when you've got such a big field and with the different array of vehicles. Because remember, you've got cars that are quicker than others and drivers that might not be as quick as the car can actually perform at. And when you start to mix them up like that, then all of a sudden there could be some chopping and changing and potential dives to get through. Simpiwe Mtlatlo is slowly but surely becoming a seasoned campaigner now in a single seater, as is Tanya. But as we saw, Tanya's already taken a podium today. Probably was quite hungry to go back-to-back for podiums in her respective class. But they'll just do another lap behind the safety car to come and take up their positions in their original grid positions. So JM Khaber will have another opportunity to possibly get away now and hopefully outgun in Schofield into turn 2. Schofield got such a good start off the line though. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer in that Formula GTR is up there as well, so watch out for him. He's got a very Formula GTR, Formula Volkswagen, I beg your pardon. Got to try and remember all the cars that are in this class, mate. It's not easy to try and remember them all. He's in the Formula Volkswagen though. One of our original Formula Volkswagens from what was the South African Drivers' Championship in those days.
Yeah, so we're going to watch out for Ian Schofield, Greg. He got a very good start in that first start. So James Gerber will be wary of that. He's got the pace, but Schofield will try and get the whole shot and try and keep Gerber behind him. But yeah, like you said, lots of cars, yeah, all the different cars, the GTRs, Formula Volkswagen. Nice to see all of them, yeah. And like you also said, pity for Tanya there. She's competing in obviously more than one race today. Pity that she's out now because the experience would have done her well, especially in this class with everybody around you. And the more cars you got around you, the better your experience.
Going through there as well, Michael Sadenot and then Damien Archer. Bellingham still in there, Chardon Trump also in there as well. Further back in the pack there, the 67 car there is Stevie Fenter, if I'm not mistaken. He'll be out there in the Swift. 12 car is Bianca Ferreira. So we still have a couple of the Formula Vs and Super Vs in this mix. Not all of them made it out for the first heat of Super V. But they've definitely got a lot more Super Vs involved in Formula Monoposto, Libra, and the combination of Formula M than what was in the Super V race earlier today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if one or two, maybe if they join the Super V grid again later, or they decided just to compete here in the Formula Monoposto. But as you can see, there's Kwesi van der Merwe.
And rolling start as well, by the way.
Oh.
Single seaters will do a rolling start, line astern on the return to racing. That's the reasoning why they had to just shuffle themselves around on the way out and get themselves back into position. But J.M. Khaber getting the drop there with that rolling start, it certainly helped him out. Keep an eye out on the progress there of Clinton Kane as he tries to come through the field rapidly. Bringing along, I think that's Nicole Torres right on his tail. Yes, it is. So our circuit racing Barbie is making her way up pretty rapidly and is just outside the top 10 and single digits.
Yeah, so Gerber would have been happy that rolling start. Grace Coates will try and put the pressure as they come through. Line astern, through turn 4, yeah, it's a very fast right-hander. Get the drive up the hill. There's 111. He's feeling a lot better now without being hampered by that bodywork. But Lucas Schofield closing in on Gerber now in the front.
Schofield will be up for the fight here, that's for sure. He's not going to give this up without giving it everything he can to catch that KTM powered machine out front. And the Formula M class. Formula Libra will be led out by Schofield. Alan Mayer will be in the Class A of the Libra category as well, looking to try and close things down there on his fellow Investchem and his good friend from the Investchem Chemical Logistics Racing team. Arguably, what you could say from Ian Schofield's point of view is Mr. Single-Seaters from South Africa. He has got a massive amount of input into all the classes that race in South Africa, particularly our top end of the field with MSA4. Instrumental in getting that MSA4 category up and running, and it's already up to 20 cars on the grid, and probably going to be a lot more by the time we get to PE in about 5 weeks' time.
Yeah, Greg, at MSA4, really awesome class, and they're just growing, getting better by the day. But yeah, Greg, you can see a lot of the cars are moving around. Track conditions still a bit slippery, but it's because of the cold conditions. You need to get the heat to the tires. You can see the cars, the guys are trying, but they're moving around, sliding a bit, four-wheel slides here and there. But he has a good battle now. It's 77.
Now that's Megan Archer under a bit of pressure. She's got the straight line speed in her car. Speaking of pressure, check this out. Oh, that's nice from Archer. Damien Archer putting the pressure on, but Bellingham just hanging on to that little battle for what is about 5th place on track at the moment. So pushing hard. Schofield coming up on some back markers, trying to use them to his advantage. Might just help him out now as James Claver starts to close in on a couple more back markers down that back straightaway.
Yeah, and Gerber and Schofield are doing similar lap times, but like we said, the back markers will come into play. Good place to, you just want to get rid of the, don't catch that back marker at the wrong place. It could hamper you. But Gerber trying to pull away and Schofield hanging in. Some good stuff to see in the front, Greg.
Into the top of the hill. Of course, top of the hill in 2 weeks' time here. Going to be an amazing event to be at. I think both of these cars that are currently fighting at the front end will be involved in the fight for the single-seater class, although Schofield will probably be bringing along his little March, the Classic Car Conqueror title winner from last year, and trying to look to get back-to-back titles in that class on the Saturday. Remember, it's Conquerors on the Saturday and King of the Hill on the Sunday. Double event for the 25th and 26th of July.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that one, Greg, very much. There's a good battle. There's
Chard Trump.
550.
Nice to see Chard up in amongst sort of wings and slicks cars in a standard Formula Ford. So he's not holding back here at all, is Chardon?
Yeah, it's a Formula V.
A V, I beg your pardon. Yeah. I meant a V, that's what I meant to say.
But yeah, it's right up there.
It's difficult to remember all these cars, bro.
Yeah, they look very similar, Greg. But yeah, Chardon Trump, like you said, 7th overall. He's in the Formula V. He's leading out his class. So yeah, the top 6 or 7 all leading out their class. Oh, but is that?
That's JM. It's JM Gerber. He has parked it on the sideline, gone through turn 1 and got it all wrong. And it looks like he might have hit the barrier as well, because it looks like, has he just spun out? No, the wing is still on the car, just as the dust settles there. JM Gerber has gone from the front, which means Schofield now leads out over Alan Mayer. And there's a dive up the inside for 4th place as Damien Archer finds a way through. He gets through there on Philip Bellingham. And then behind that, they're lining up in the form of Chardon Trump, Lucian Ramchunda, and Nicole Torres. So there's your new leader, going through turn 1 and looking at the stricken KTM on the sideline.
Yeah, pity. We don't know what happened there, but could have been a mistake there from Gerber. Looked like quite a high speed off there. And that just shows you these conditions can catch you out quickly, Greg. You have to keep it together. He had a bit of pressure from Schofield behind him. Maybe just pushing the limit.
He was pushing hard, but I wouldn't say there was a lot of pressure from the Ford. The Ford at this stage was trying to sort of hang on at that point in time. But needless to say, the Duratec now leads out. And we've got our two former Formula Championship deciders at the front end now in Formula 1600, taking on the Formula Volkswagen. And those were the single-seatful titles for South African Championships only a couple of seasons ago. So great to see that they've evolved and are now fighting in what is now Formula Monoposto.
Yeah, it's Alan May now trying to put back the pressure on Schofield. And they've got now... Oh, checkered flag time.
Yeah,
thought it was 6, but it was checkered.
We got caught out there slightly. Bellingham on the sideline with a lap to go. That's going to drop him out of the top 7. Here comes the 12 car down into the final turn. That's Bianca Ferreira, one of our lady drivers from SuperV. She'll be back up, of course, in racing, hopefully in the SuperV second race. Third place, Michael Hillery. That's a great drive there in the Formula Ford. Beats out Damien Archer. Lucian Ramchunda will come through behind them. Then Bellingham, as I said, will start to drop through the pack as Nicole Torres has already gone through. Kusi Fanamava will still be coming to the line as well, the Texas Tornado. And then we'll look out for Clinton Kane and the rest of the pack to come through. Here we go, there's Torres heading down the hill. She's got a bit of pressure there in the closing stages coming from Steve Fenter. Fenter fighting hard. Clinton Kane just up the road there from him as they come onto the brakes. 7-3 car there, Clinton Kane. And crosses the line. And we'll finish up probably in about 8th place overall, yeah. 8th place for Kane. Torres in 9, so she get into single digits ahead of Stevie Fenter. Yoni Geisa in 11th place, and it should be Bianca Ferreira who's already crossed the line in 12th, beating Henriette van Wyk. Kanya Mahanya coming through there as well. Nice drive there for 15th place ahead of Megan Archer. Manigold in 17th. And unfortunately, James Gabber, even though he's 2 laps down, will still be classified in 18th place, but not where he wants to be. It's still the winner of Class A for Formula M, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he'll take the win in Class A, even though he's parked on the sideline. So enough laps in hand, hopefully, to still classify him for that win in Class A.
But let's hope he can get it back later, Greg, for heat number 2. But yeah, 1 or 2 incidents there. But from the Formula Monoposto, they'll be back later. And yeah, we looking forward to our next race.
Next up, yes. Legends of the 9-hour pre-74 ISPs, Transams, pre-66 and 68 sports and GTs, and our classic GT category. And one of those is Neil Lob. Let's catch up with him.
Neil, tell us a bit about the car.
Well, this car is just so special, and I really appreciate the opportunity every time I climb in it. Unfortunately, we couldn't practice yesterday, but we did manage to go out in qualifying this morning, and all's good. The car feels wonderful, the brakes are great, so we're really looking forward to a race and mixing it up with some of these other big boys.
Tell us what motor's in this car.
The motor is a 5.7 litre Chev V8.
Okay, big power.
Yeah, it's a lot of power, and this morning when it was cold, to try and get that power to stick through the wheels, that's what the trick is all about. So you're playing with grip all the time. But the car's really, really great, and I thoroughly enjoy driving it.
Excellent. Well, good luck in the first race, yeah?
Thanks so much. Cheers. Enjoy.
I hope Darren's watching from Australia or New Zealand or somewhere down under that he lives now, watching his dad go at it here in the Team Gunston colours of that incredible little Lola that he plays around in. And of course, Neil Lob, multiple South African champion in single-seaters in the past, so certainly knows what to do at the front end of a single-seater style car. Of course, these are sports cars that we're playing in. Some of them are sort of the sports car style, and some of them are the saloon car style, but all of them coming out of that international sports prototype category and running at the front end to try and catch Larry Wilford, who of course is in a similar car to him, and looking forward to a big battle there with the T70 Spider of Mark Totoy, who's alongside him. Looks like Garrett's going to try and squeeze across there and get a quick word in with our pole man, Larry Wilford. And if we get to that, we can have a quick chat and see exactly what Larry's plans are to try and fend off the attack coming from the man alongside him there, Mark Totoy. Let's catch up with Larry Wilford.
Larry, second on the grid. Tell us about how's the car and a little bit about the car.
Well, we're in a little bit of an unknown situation. Yesterday when I got 2 laps in at the end of the day, the car was horrible on the tyres, but they're very old. We fitted some new tyres this morning. And depending on the conditions, we should have a good race. Surfy in the Astra is extraordinarily fast, and the guys are stacked up pretty much behind him. But let's see what the race brings, and hopefully it's a good show for the spectators.
Tell us a bit about the car. What motor's in here?
Oh, the Lola.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a T70 Mark 3B. It's got a Ford 410 cubic inch all-alley motor with a Ricardo 6-speed box. So it's quite a sophisticated piece of equipment, and it's just so bloody awesome to drive.
Awesome. Well, good luck in race 1, and we'll see you in race 2.
Thank you very much.
Always great to catch up there, and of course running in loving memory of his good friend Pim Petersen, who was actually the original owner of that car. Larry taking over the ownership of that car and has had quite a few successes in it. But needless to say, the car alongside him is certainly one to watch out for. The ex-Peter Goff Opel Astra that he was chatting about, and SuperV Jr. behind the wheel of that car today is going to be a tough man to beat. A former West Bank modified saloon car, of course, in its day, and had, I think, actually went up and took a title, if I'm not mistaken, in the hands of Peter Goff in the time that he was behind the wheel of that car. So the mix-up there, of course, is the GT category style cars that we mentioned. And we saw that at the Passion for Speed earlier on, Leon, if you remember. They introduced a brand new pre-06 car and pre-06 category to the racing format that's out there too. Watching as well in that lineup, and they haven't quite put the lineup just yet because we've still got single-seaters on our list there, but great to see Brad back in the hunt as well. He actually came to chat to us in the studio earlier on, and getting an opportunity to get up close and personal with one of the Shelbys. But alongside Larry Wilford is Mark Totoy. We chatted to him earlier on. He's in a new car. Let's see what his plans are in the Lola.
Tell us a little bit about the car, Mark. What you expecting today?
Yeah, this is the Lola T70 Spider, raced in mid-60s. I guess, I see the big green Lotus here now, so chase him around, see if I can stay ahead of the Shelby next to me. I think it's going to be quite tough. I mean, the times were quite close in qualifying. And we've got CF there also with us, so yeah, I think it's going to be a close race actually.
And tell us if we stop, are we going to sell us an ice cream there?
Yeah, exactly. So this car was sponsored in the 60s by Wall's Ice Cream. So yeah, I guess that's my second job now.
Well, good luck, and we'll see you in race 2.
Cool, awesome.
Thank you.
Now, Greg, awesome to see all these cars on the track. And these guys, they've got all the, Wall's Ice Cream. Maybe not a day for the ice cream, but
There's always a day for ice cream. Trust me, man. You haven't been to TT. It can be freezing cold. You still have to have an ice cream. There's no doubt about it. And that Wall's ice cream, of course, in the 60s and 70s was one of the most famous ice creams in the world. And I think if it's on the back of the car, I've got to try and remember. Paul will probably tell me in my ear if I get it wrong. But it's catch me and you can buy one or something like that. All right, speaking of Brad Benningfield, I did mention him earlier on. Great to have him back here again, and he climbs into Richard and Richard's Shelby this time out. So let's catch up with the man from the UK.
Richard, race 1, what you expecting, and tell us a little bit about the car.
So we've got a RWB prototype sports car here. Looking forward to race 1. It's been a while since I've been in the car. Just want to head out there, have 10 laps of fun. That's pretty much it.
And tell us a bit about the engine. What motor you got?
So it's running a stock standard Lexus 4-litre V8.
Okay.
Mated to a standard Audi box, but it's pretty impressive.
Oh, well, excellent. Good luck for race 1.
Thank you very much.
See you in race 2.
Yeah, so Gareth didn't quite get that one right. It's not Richard and Richard in the car today. It's Brad Benningfield in the car. It is a Shelby chassis, and it's on a similar vein to what Roy Campos has done to his car. It's a slightly different version of that chassis. You can see a little bit of extra wings and stuff that's been added to it. But Brad, of course, is now based in the UK. He's joined us here this weekend just to come and have some fun in this Lexus-powered V8. And, of course, it's a similar job to what Roy Campos has done on his Shelby and turned it into a big V8 monster. The original version of Shelby's, of course, ran the Dodge engines, and then they went to the Nissan V6s. So great to see the work being done on that car. And, of course, his dad, Rich, came and chatted to us and said to us that Brad will be piloting that car this weekend. And with the South African flag flying, he's going to certainly have his work cut out for him to stay in amongst those top 5 cars, because there are some serious contenders in this category.
Yeah, Greg, running the South African flag colours, they're good to see. But yeah, these guys I talk about, they've got all the power there. They want to put the power down, but you need the grip first. You know, you can't just jump, put the foot flat. You need to very progressively get the power down, as the marshals are just still recovering 1 or 2 vehicles. But we're keen to get this one going. 10 lap a year to see these sports type prototypes.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to get that single seater out of the way, because it's on the exit of turn 4. It's actually on the return road to the start line for Top of the Hill, which we have mentioned is in 2 weeks' time here at Zwartkops. So make sure that you got that in your diaries for a double header that weekend. So just standing by for, I think, our recovery vehicles. They had quite a few single seaters to fetch after that little bit of fracas in the historic single-seaters. There is, of course, our little insert, and we'll be looking forward to seeing that man. Hopefully, Reggie Roots go at it at top of the hill in the very near future. 25, of course, is the Classic Car Conqueror. 26 is King of the Hill. And it's a weekend's racing that you do not want to miss. The likes of Robert Volk in his F1 Gould was, of course, the man to beat last time out. And he had a phenomenal run only a couple of months ago in Samola again to go quickest of the lot. Didn't quite break the outright lap record or run record. That's still in the hands of Andre Besaidnout. And I'm not sure, but I did hear on a little rumor there's a good possibility Besaidnout may be coming to join us and give us 2 F1 Goulds to have some fun with at top of the hill in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, Greg, it'll be awesome to see. We're looking forward to the top of the hill. Can't wait for that one. It's going to be 2 awesome days to see all the guys. Some of the defending champions will be back to defend their wins from last year, and hope to see 1 or 2 newcomers as well. But yeah, we want to get this one going now. These guys are keen. You're sitting there, helmet on, pre-race paddock. You just want to see a green flag or a green light. You want to get going. But nice crowd out here at Zwartkops. Chilly this morning, but it's warming up nicely.
I see a couple of guys up on the gallery there as well, and then up along that short straight down the hill. Is that Terry Wilford up there? It is. Hello, Terry Wilford. How are you, brother? We can see you there. Yeah, we can see you on our live stream. Give us a wave. And all his friends are now laughing at him going, they caught Terry. Ha, ha, ha. They caught Terry. Yeah, we found you, buddy. Don't worry. I'll always make mention of you while you're there. You had a great time out here the last time we came out with some big V8 bangers, baby. Is that car ready to go for the next one, I hope? It certainly looked like it was. Up at turn 6, Kenwood Corner, all our grandstand up at Zoc. You guys enjoying yourselves up there? We can see you there. The 3 gentlemen in the top left-hand side. There we go. Thanks for the wave, boys. Loving life up top there. Thank you so much. How are you feeling, ma'am, in the middle of that grandstand there? You're all by yourself, eh? No one's looking after you. You've got a whole bunch of guys around you, and they don't even worry about you. Don't worry. The 3 guys behind you will look after you, ma'am. I promise you. If you get into trouble, just ask them. They will get you an ice cream from the Walls ice cream car if it does stop. There we go. So we've got fans all around. A couple of guys and girls on the far side as well. And looks like some fans up at turn 4 too, the top of the hill. So those are some seriously retro ASIC tackies you got on there. The blue and red ones, and I think it's a Saybat cap that might be on that gentleman, if I'm not mistaken. So rocking those retro style ASICS tackies there, sir. Those are some right out of the 70s. And alongside him, the lady having a good chuckle about, you can laugh, ma'am. We're going to pick up on yours as well, the grey and white ones, and your black cap looking good. Don't hide them behind the red cooler box now. I can see you. My camera does not allow me to miss all the action. How are those Doritos going down? Are they going down well, hey? Which flavored Doritos did you go with? Eh? Which ones have you gone with? Are they the blue ones or the originals? The cheesy ones. Cheesy Doritos. Love your work, bud. There we go. And then a high five. There we go. From how's that coffee going down, bud? Or is that like a Kalahari coffee there? It's not an original coffee. I think there might be something special in that coffee, hey? It's not quite a stock standard coffee in that blue coffee container. But needless to say, as long as you're having fun, we don't mind. As long as you guys are having an absolute blast out there. And it's so good to have you all here. Considering the fact that you got so much to do today in the sporting world, we love having our fans here at Zwartkops and interacting with them on the live stream as well as on our live PA here today. And if you are passing comments there, of course, I know our producer's watching for those comments, so I'm sure he'll put them up if there's any that we need to chat to. Guys on the back of Bucky's, chilling out. Brought the deck chairs on the back of the 4x4. Best way to go racing. Ideal position down at turn 4. Loving life, just relaxed in the sun. Looks like the sun's come out. It's a bit warmer out there because a couple of jerseys have come off. A high advantage point there for one of our cameramen. You can see there he's looking forward to taking some photos in those baggy jeans, looking down on the left-hand side of his Raider. And then a youngster on the sideline there as well. Are you enjoying life out there, bud? Dad just about to close the door. Double checking. And Granddad's there as well. So it's a family affair down at turn 4 as well. So great to see that too.
Yeah, Greg, they're still just recovering.
JM's car is
stuck
in the kiddie litter. That's why we got a little delay in the proceedings here.
It's actually turn 1 where you had
turn 1,
off.
yeah.
So it must have run wide. Not a nice place to go off. But yeah, Greg, from the spectator.
I think what happened there is that's just a back wheel. I think he just put a back wheel onto the dirt and it looped out. Because it didn't go too far in. Here's one of our camera guys. You're working hard out there, hey?
Yes,
There we go.
thank
We
you.
can see you on shot. Our incredible team at Two Wheels and Planet Margate to bring us all the live stream.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's all our
There's
cameramen.
Mikey.
Hello.
Mikey at turn 1 stands up quickly, pretends he's doing some work. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, pretend you're doing work, bud. We did see you sitting down, chilling and relaxing there. Oh, nice to see that.
Yeah, Greg, Zwartkops is one of the best tracks in the country from a spectator point of view. Wherever you sit, you've got a good vantage point. You see a lot of the track. There's the guys at VW Corner Turn 8.
Volkswagen Gallery. How are you all doing up there? Hey, are you guys enjoying yourselves so far? See a couple of ladies and gents who have got their back to us right now, rocking the beret. Man, that's a stunning beret you've got on, by the way, if you can hear me up there. Not a lot of people can rock a beret, but you're pulling it off quite nicely, I've got to tell you. In the corner, Indian lady having a chat there to her friend with the white floppy hat on as well, looking good. You're enjoying yourselves. I think that actually might be Jeff Gable. Jeff Gable, are you having fun up on the Volkswagen Gallery there, bud? I can hear you out there. Yes, Jeff Gable, I can see you too. And we are making mention of you because I can see you in the corner of the gallery. And yes, you can probably hear me now, and that's probably why he's trying to ignore me completely. If we just go to the left slightly, a couple of guys concentrating and having a little chat about what's going to happen in MotoGP later on, or are they worried about what's going to be happening in the ISPs? It all depends on where you are around the track and what your vantage point is. There is Brad's dad, Richard Benningfield, is up on top of that gallery too, by the looks of things. I saw him there as well. JM Kharba, you've caused chaos here, bud. Thanks for that, hey? If you can hear me out on the track commentary, thanks for that, JM. Nice to see the KTM is actually out of the kiddie litter. Can you imagine? If he'd stayed with the adventure bike engine, he probably would have got out of the kiddie litter a little easier, hey? It's that Super Duke engine now that doesn't get out of the dirt as easily as the adventure bike does.
Yeah, they had to just bring in Big Max there to load the car and get him out. But as soon as that's done, there we go racing, and we're looking forward to the ISPs.
A little bit of additional weight onto the back of the trailer just so it doesn't catch the nose cone of that single-seater. And then get himself ready to go for race 2. I'm sure there won't be too much damage on that car. It didn't look like there was too much damage. Probably going to have to get a vacuum cleaner and a little bit of maneuvering done to get the car all cleaned up and ready to go. But Big Mac's now going to just grab the winch and pull that KTM back onto the back of the Big Mac's trailer.
Yeah, but Greg, I hope we will see him back later in heat number 2. Remember, it might be a bigger problem than we know, because if they're using Big Max to load him, they didn't just tow him back, you know.
But the thing is, they couldn't get him out of the kiddie litter and get him started up again. I don't quite sure if there may be some... Well, we'll wait and see. You could be right. Maybe there's a bit of terminal damage to the car. Hopefully not.
Yeah, I hope to see him back later with that fight. But yeah, let's just get this car sorted. We go again. Larry Wilford, SuperV Jr., Mark the Toy, Brad Benningfield, Neil Lob, James Temple, Andre van der Merwe, Nicky Dix, Peter Bailey. They're all waiting. Want to get going.
George Vacamides and Mark Miller, Dirk Venter, John Tendershate, Jonathan de Toy, all of them in their respective cars ready to go. And looking forward to quite a big battle I think we're going to see in this ISP's Sports and GT class.
Yeah, like Larry said, he wasn't happy with his tyres he had initially. So, it's almost going to be a complete different car. He'll have to just get used to the car, the grip that he's got available. But he was quite wary of SuperV Jr. next to him. I don't see Larry.
The thorn amongst the roses there, I think, is going to be Brad, to be honest with you. Brad Benningfield, single-seater, of course, multiple champion in his own right, knows exactly what to do. In a sports car, could potentially be a big threat to Mark Toy, SuperV Jr. and to Neil Lob. Maybe even be able to run up front end with SuperV Jr. Because in the past, at certain stages of what was modified saloons, but eventually became the V8 supercars, there was a couple of seasons where Shelby's and V8s ran together on the track as a combined category. So that Shelby will definitely know what it's like in amongst some big V8s around it, and potentially give him a bit of a run for his money. Watch out as well for James Temple, the man you mentioned there from Lindenberg Racing, looking to impress the Sunbet, Castrol and BP sponsors that are on the side of that car. And this man will be a tough man to beat if this car lasts all the way around. And the Trans-Africa Racing boys have certainly given SuperV a bit of a beast here in the Opel Astra from the old Westbank modified days.
Yeah, Greg, should be a battle with the top 4 guys there on the grid. Larry Wilford, SuperV Jr., Mark Du Toit, Brad Benningfield. Should be a good battle there. Neil Lob is actually in the class B of those sports prototypes.
I love the fact that we've already got some cars coming through for Silver Cup. They are so eager to get on track. They're already starting to line up in the background there. I saw the Wix and Origin Oil car there, I think, of Jonathan Visser waiting to go. He's probably keen to even get out there with these cars.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys, one thing you as a racing driver, you hate sitting there in the pre-race paddock, just getting tensed up. You want to go. Just like I said, you want to get out. Once you're on the track, there we go. That's what we want to see. Okay, time to go racing.
So Wilford and Farid Jr. on the front row. Du Toit and Benningfield the second row. Lob and Temple the third. Behind that will be Andre van der Merwe and Nicky Dix in 2 Porsches. And then you'll have Peter Bailey also in a Porsche. No, in fact, he's in the GT40 this time. He'll be alongside Vakamides in the Porsche Carrera. Then you'll have Mark Miller and Dirk Venter in similar Daytona coupes. It's the Marauder of Ted de Charte. He'll be alongside the 30 car there of Jonathan Du Toit. It's a brand new Lola T70 Spider that they've got. They're looking forward to coming through the field from the back. Watch out for Du Toit coming from the back in that T70 as well.
Yeah, it'll be a 10-lapper for these guys. Will be a rolling start. But yeah, Larry will try and get away on the whole shot. SuperV Jr., he's a big danger man. But watch out for Mark Du Toit, and like you said, Brad Benningfield could be the joker here.
That Lexus powered Chevron, or what was originally a Shelby Can-Am, now with of course RNB 400 Sports prototype as its vehicle make, will be one to watch out for, as will that car, Jonathan Du Toit. A new T70 that they're probably developing for next year. Maybe using this for a bit of testing. Maybe also using that for a bit of testing for top of the hill. Maybe that's one of the cars that Trans Africa will be piloting at the top of the hill in the Classic Car Conqueror Saturday.
Yeah, but nice to see all these cars. The car is it's a beautiful car.
Yeah, it's
number 30.
Well prepped, that machine. Looks really good.
Yeah, and Mark and Jonathan Du Toit, they compete in different classes, different cars. They just enjoy their racing. Yeah, from Trans Africa Racing. But yeah, one more lap behind the safety car and then we should go racing.
Let's have a look and see how they go down towards turn 1 as well. I think there'll also be double yellows into 1 and 2 for this class. So they'll only get the green flag coming out of turn 3. Benningfield will be looking to turn that Lexus V8 into full flight to get past Mark Du Toit, if he's able to. V8 fight in the front end there. Everybody in the first 6 cars, I think, are all under V8 power. Yeah, all under V8 power until you get to Andre van der Merwe, who's in a flat 6 Porsche.
Couture and Noor Toyota safety car, pace car will peel in. You can't let Larry get away, Greg. You need to stay with him. But they're on double yellows, which is also a bit of a pity. But they just need to stick together. And when they hit turn number 3A, we can go racing. SuperV must make sure he's on the back of Larry Wilford.
Or at least alongside him to have a go into turn 4 early on. And Opel Astra's got a fantastic turn of pace around here. There were about 4 of them at one stage that were piloted in the West Bank Modified Saloon Car Championship. Most notably was the one from Johan Fourie. And then, of course, we also saw the likes of, as I said, Peter Goff get behind one. Harry Mayer was in one as well at one stage. He ran in the Motorsport Accessories and Sonax colours. So into formation for race 1. ISPs, GT Sports and Saloons and the Classic GT class all combined as we're about to go racing here. And stand by for those lights out. Double yellows, so it's line astern. Maintain your positions until you come out of turn 3 or turn 2 and into the entrance of turn 3. That's where you'll get the green flag for the first time. And let's see how things go now down towards turn 2, Cashel Corner. It is Larry Wilford with a slight advantage. Watch him get the power down now. Watch around the outside for SuperV. Man alive, there you go. There's an example of how much additional power comes out of that incredible Opel Astra as it takes the lead of the race and puts Larry Wilford into the clutches of Mark du Toit.
Yeah, Greg, yeah, the whole shot there. Just quickly, Neil Lob, we lost Neil Lob on the start there. Looked like he didn't make the start, unfortunately. We spoke to him earlier. But yeah, Neil Lob didn't make the start there.
Now we'll keep an eye and see exactly where he might have ended up as they come up to the top of the hill for the first time. Here is SuperV Jr. trying to hang on to the lead ahead of Larry Wilford, Mark du Toit, Brad Benningfield, then James Temple. Nice start here from Andre van der Merwe. He's got the GT40 right on his tail there of Peter Bailey. Peter Bailey, of course, the man who builds those GT40 type cars. And he's also, of course, working hard on a few other examples of the Ford GT range. GT1's coming out of his stable and a couple of Alphas in the very near future as well. Will be out on track, but this is a fantastic start from SuperV Jr. He's pulled about half a second there on Larry Wilford. Wilford's pulled a couple of seconds ahead of Mark du Toit with Benningfield on his tail. And I couldn't see where the Lola T70 Gunston coloured one of Neil Lob ended up. He must have gone in different lane.
I think we lost him at the start. He didn't make the start. But Greg, I also think, as you see the Porsche trying to make a move there, but Larry will just take lap one or two, few laps to see where the grip is, and he's going to come back at CF. As you can see now, he's putting pressure back on CF. He just took it a bit easier at the start, but now he's putting all the pressure on SuperV Jr.
To be honest with you, if I recall correctly, when Harry Mayer jumped out of his Opel Astra, Larry Wilford climbed into it. And Larry Wilford took over the reins also in an Opel Astra on a similar vein to one that Peter Goff used to pilot that now SuperV is fighting with him in. So he's going to know exactly what the capabilities of that Opel Astra are, having driven one himself. So he'll look to see if he can find those chinks in the armour that he knows could come from that car later on, and then put them into practice and hopefully make a way through to take the lead of this race.
Yeah, and he's showing SuperV is there. He means business. They were side by side through turns 6 and 7. CF managed to keep the lead there, but Larry's putting pressure. And Mark du Toit also not too far behind. He's hanging in there, as well as Brad Benningfield.
Benningfield having a good run. Lexus-powered Shelby Can-Am at this stage, heading onto that back straightaway, trying to close down on that T70 Spider. Hasn't quite got the same straight line speed as the two Lolas and the Astra. But great to have Brad back in the country. And fantastic to get a chance to jump into his dad and Richard Wood's Shelby as they go onto the top of the hill and onto the brakes.
And Larry got a good drive out of 4. He took the lead there. But as you can see, with Larry and CFE fighting, Mark is hanging in there. So he's saying, thank you, boys. You need to fight, and I'll hang in there. But now Larry's going to try and pull the gap. The SuperV Jr., has he got anything to come back?
Come back here at Larry Wilford. Meets in the sandwich between a Lola T70 and a Lola T70 Spider, with a Shelby closing down on him from the back. Benningfield has closed the gap down. He's brought that gap down to with a couple of car lengths now. A slightly bigger gap there between Mark du Toit and himself earlier on, but now with Larry Wilford hitting the front and kind of concertinaing this field up a little bit, there's a chance now for Benningfield to get into the mix.
Yeah, the top 4 are still close within each other's reach, with Larry trying to pull a gap. We know SuperV, that car is quite heavy, he's quite hard on brakes and tyres. He's just losing a bit of space now. Maybe Mark du Toit will have to get past him as soon as he can.
Good run here from the two Porsches as well, as they're in the mix here. It's Avakamides trying to close things down. Leading Porsche out there is Nicky Dix. He's pulled a bit of a margin over the rest of them. But the GT40 now, Peter Bailey has got through on Andre van der Merwe and on Avakamides. And he looks to try and set his sights on the first Porsche up the road and put all 3 of those RSR Carreras behind him.
Young Greg, while those guys are fighting for their positions, Larry and Co will catch a back markers also quite early. It always comes into play with these big time differences in lap times. But Larry's looking good in the front, but he has a Porsche coming through. Van der Merwe, there's Avakamides, and just behind him Mark Miller.
Mark Miller, the second of the Daytona Coupes. A bit off the pace compared to the first one of James Temple. He's a long way up the road there from Mark Miller. Mark Miller, though, at the passenger speed, was in contention for a potential win in the TT, if you remember, and just missed out by a couple of hundredths of a second in the end. So knows exactly what the capabilities of that Daytona Coupe from Trans-Africa Racing are. So he'll be looking to at least get a class victory here if he can't get the overall one.
Now CF had a big moment there in turn 4 when he hit the brakes. You can see the car sideways. Mark du Toit putting the pressure. So We don't know if he's already got a bit of a problem with the brakes there, and could be Mark Dutoy's opportunity to pounce. But Larry trying to pull a gap in the front. Benningfield hanging in there in fourth.
Top three all out of International Sports Prototypes Class A. Brad Benningfield joining them in the fourth place battle. There we go. Return on investment coming from the Avapco Porsche as he dives up the inside and finds a way past on Peter Bailey. So
it's good move from Van der Merwe on Peter Bailey.
On Peter Bailey.
Now Archimedes will try and chase down on Peter Bailey as well. As a 74 Porsche, Van der Merwe goes through. Complete another lap. Halfway through this race, Greg, 5 to go.
Turn 2, trying to close down on the two Porsches and that GD40 just up the road from him. This car, not really a sprint car, it's more of an endurance car, and the Miller will realise that, so he will try and do the best he can in that Daytona Coupe. It's kind of built for the endurance side of the 45 minuters like we have at the Passion for Speed Festival. Mark Miller, seasoned campaigner in sprint racing, having won multiple races in the under 2 litre class, and in that class he's been a top contender in his Alfa Romeo on numerous occasions as well.
And Mark Dutoy now putting a lot of pressure on Seferi Jr. I almost thought he was going to go for it on the brakes there, but now he's going to go. He's got the inside berth. Seferi has got a slight problem on that car. Yeah, he's slowing down a bit now. He's got Benningfield also past him.
Maybe he's run out of gears or something there on that Opel Astra, but he's dropped back down to fourth place now as Benningfield comes through, following Mark Dutoy up the road, trying to close things down. They've both got to get past on John Tendashate in the Marauder. He's the last car on track. Looks like Jonathan Dutoy may have retired the second Lola T70. He's gone back in the pit lane by the looks of the timing monitor there, and I think he's about to be joined by his teammate there, Seferi Jr. in the Opel Astra.
Yeah, Seferi definitely's got some sort of problem, Greg. Slow down. But look at Benningfield now. Benningfield trying to close down on Mark Dutoy. So the battle for second is still on as they come up to back markers waving them around. But Benningfield now, he will put pressure and see, can he get past Mark Dutoy?
Now Brady's pushing hard. He really is going well. Great to have him back here, as I said, in South Africa. Getting a chance to fly out and come and have some fun in that Richard Wood and Richard Benningfield Shelby Lexus-powered Can-Am. Back marker being caught there. Dirk Venter being caught and passed now as well by Larry Wilford. Venter, of course, in 11th place, so Wilford's lapped up into almost the top 10 overall in this 10 lapper so far. 7 done and 2.5 to go now.
Yeah, just 2.5 to go, but we've still got a battle here for second. Mark Dutoy, Brad Benningfield trying as hard as he can. He won't give it up. Don't give it up till the end. Larry will be happy in the front. Just want to bring it home. Pity there for Seferi Jr. But look at Benningfield going through turn 7. The S's now down the hill. There's the Porsche. That battle is still on with Van der Merwe, Bailey. Archimedes trying to close in as well.
Archimedes has closed that gap down on the back end of that GD40. Bailey's not done yet. He's still going to hound the back of that Porsche. Try and find a way through there on Van der Merwe. Bailey claws GD40. Chance to drive that car, so I know exactly what its capabilities are around this track. It's a superb built machine and definitely handles well as well. So certainly knows what to do in amongst those very capable Porsches. Wilford, that's the gap he's got. Look at that. It's massive over Mark Dutoy for second. Dutoy with a little bit of breathing room now between himself and Brad Benningfield.
Yeah, just 1.5 laps left here for the leaders. Almost looks like Benningfield is going to settle for third maybe, but this battle, like you said, Bailey's not giving up. Van der Merwe got past him, but he's putting pressure back on Van der Merwe, and Archimedes also in the mix. So this little battle is quite good to see on the track, Greg.
Great battle here. Porsche Carrera RS is taking on the GD40 type car and fighting hard. It's going to be 7th place on the road. Top 10 honours here, and single digits still up for grabs as Wilford starts his final lap.
Yeah, Wilford 1 lap to go. Just want to bring it home. He'll be happy. Pity there's Seferi Jr. I think he's still circulating, but whatever his problem is, maybe his brakes, we don't know, but let's hope he can also get it sorted to put a bit of pressure on Larry Wilford. Mark the Toy will try and hang on for the second. Benningfield in third. Seferi Jr. is running in fourth. James Temple, Nicky Dix, Andre van der Merwe, Peter Bailey, George Apocomides.
Mark Miller's in 10th. He might just still be caught here by Larry Wilford, or will Wilford let him go and continue on without having to lap him? Miller looks like he might have just enough room here to stay ahead of Larry Wilford, unless Wilford has a dive down into the final corner. I don't think he's going to, though. He's got enough of a margin there not to have to worry about that. Miller will hang on. Yeah, he's going to have to go and do one extra lap. Wilford's about to get the checkered flag.
Yeah, Wilford takes a flag, but Miller will have to complete his lap.
No, he's been passed by the lead into turn 1, so that's Miller's race done. Mark the Toy for second in the Lola T70 Spider, and then it's the Lexus-powered Shelby of Brad Benningfield who comes through with it. I did say to keep an eye out on Brad Benningfield. Here comes Temple down the hill. No, this is Dirk Venter's teammate, sorry. It's Temple's teammate, Dirk Venter, in the second of the Daytona Coupes out of Lindenberg Racing. Seferi nursing the Astra home. Like
yeah, whatever problem he had, he's just going to bring it home for a few problems. Yeah, he's managed to hang on to 5th there, just in front of Nicky Dix. But yeah, pity about that problem. Let's hope they can sort it out. But at the end it was Larry Wilford, Mark the Toy, Brad Benningfield, James Temple and Nicky Dix.
Up next we've got our Silver Cup 2.0, classes A, A+, and P. There is your unofficial results. ISPA going to Wilford from Detroit and Benningfield. Sports and GT's Trans Ams goes to Temple. ISPB's goes to Nicky Dix. And it's Sports and GT's class TB that goes to Mark Miller. And the C class to Dirk Venter. Wrapping things up there for our first heat of the Legends of the 9 Hour. ISP's sports prototypes, the Trans Ams, Classics and Classic GTs all combined, and there is another massive field of cars who are standing by to come and join us now for Silver Cup. While we're standing by here, Leon, just pass your mic over there. We've got Morgan Jacobs who've joined us in the studio for 2 seconds. Just to have a quick chat about the fact that we've got over 67 cars who've joined us for Silver Cup this weekend. Morgan, you guys have had a busy weekend and a busy week as well, because last weekend you were at Mzansi Raceway doing some time attack and some fun and games with the boys at Mzansi.
Yeah, it was amazing. We did some time attacks and we did drag racing. It was a lot of fun, and it was nice to get a new track.
Yeah, look, I think what they're doing over there at Mzansi is fantastic. Of course, the boss man there, the boogeyman, is doing an amazing job for motorsport as it is. But good to see you guys mixing it up a little bit as well. You know, I know that's what Dad wants to do. It's what a lot of the competitors in Silver Cup want to do. They don't only want to go and do circuit racing. They want to do some fun stuff as well.
I think Silver Cup as a whole, we're up for anything. So anything new, we're there, we're ready to try it.
Now, things have gone pretty good so far in terms of Silver Cup racing for 2026. But with a big field here at the second or third round of the Historic and Inland Championship, it means that you guys have got a busy schedule still ahead of you.
Yes, we've got Maputo next month. Everybody is so excited for it. We're so excited to be going back, since last year was amazing. It was one of the best races we've had. So, and then after that, we've got Kailami, we've still got Zwartkops, and we have Red Star.
Non-stop action out of Silver Cup. It really is good. They're making their way onto the circuit now, so I'm going to ask you to jump out and give Leon the seat again. So nice to have a quick chat there with Morgan and see exactly what's been going down in the Silver Cup class as classes A+, and P make their way onto the circuit. And I mentioned the boogeyman. He's out there as well. So Ishmael Baloy will be looking forward to, of course, going to battle at the front end, potentially, of Class P in his BMW. And I think he's definitely going to want to do exactly what he did the last time out he was here at Zwartkops, where he was fighting in amongst the front end of the field. So stand by to see exactly how that all goes. Also watch out for a whole bunch of the cars that are playing in that mid-pack, because we've got such an array of vehicles. You've got BMWs, you've got Subarus, you've got space frames. Anything you want to race, you can bring to Silver Cup. That's the rule. And they will find a place for you to play, because it's all based on time. And once you get into a class that you can go and participate in and have some fun in, then they will put you at the front end, like we see here with that completely stock standard Beetle of Louis Cloutier.
Yeah, the Beetle in the front, Greg, up in the front. But like you say, bring anything, Silver Cup, big class. The guys enjoy the racing, so we're up for a big one, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a big one. And there's some battles of note that are going to be sorted out here on circuit as well. So stand by as they start to come into the mix, get some heat into the rubber. They start to wave from side to side, as you heard, coming from a drag racing and time attack event last weekend, now into full circuit racing again, full Silver Cup. They've got international duties to go to in Maputo, where they'll be heading up into Mozambique for a big event up there as well. It's kind of what Extreme Festival have been trying to do for the last couple of seasons. Haven't quite got it right, but I'm sure that there's going to be a big push to get to the Maputo circuit from the Extreme Festival side of things, because they are certainly itching to get our at least regional side of our championship up there, but maybe even the national side of the championship up at some point to the Maputo racetrack. And the cool thing about that is that there's kind of a win-win there, because remember, they brought Kia Cup down here from Maputo, and on a few occasions they've put on a phenomenal race for us here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. So we'd like to return the favour and take a whole bunch of our cars up there as well. Dewald Smith in the Amtech BMW, certainly a very, very fast car there as well. Keep an eye on him and his progress at the front end of this field.
Yeah, Greg, and it's a standing start for these guys. Awesome to see, but yeah, all sorts of makes here. The Silver Cup guys, they're bringing it. Like you said, they go to Maputo, they do the drag racing, circuit racing. They're trying everything, and the guys are really enjoying the racing. Any car, any make you can think of, they're all there. And
Audi,
the guys are
Renault Megane,
Mini
Coupe, the fastback, Renault Sandero. It's just whatever
Golfs,
you've got, you can bring to the line.
There's Polos, Golfs, BMs, yeah, anything.
Now the Moscow's BMW out front, of course, will be looking to try and retain at least the chance of being at the front end of this field, but keep an eye out on that Origin and Wix Filters car of John Fisser. There's a Daytona, there's a AC Cobra Coupe as well. That's in the mix there as well, in the hands, I think, of Johan Minnar, or is it JP Nokia? No, JP will be in the Golf. Of course, he's in the N4 Auto car. Louis Cloutier, as I said, in the Beetle. One of the fastest Beetles you'll ever see in the world, never mind in South Africa. A very rapid little machine that starts from the front row there, alongside a very powerful Moscow's Racing BMW. We have got a green flag at the back. We're just going to clear the grid of the rest of our grid fraternity, and then we'll come under starters orders for race 1 of Silver Cup 2.0, classes A+, Class A, and Class P combined. Later on, we're still going to have B, C, and D. That's amazingly how big the field is. They had to split them because there's such a big amount of cars involved. And I think this might be... No, it's the second biggest entry ever at Zwartkops for 2026. The first one came from HRSA at the Passion for Speed Festival. Here we go. Lights are on, lights off. Drop the hammer time. Let's go. Down towards turn 1. It is the Moscow's BMW. Looks like he might have got the whole shot and leads. Look out for JP Nokia coming side by side with Cloutier as they go through turn 1. And then the space frames starting to mix it up there. Diving through there is Julio Arriga. Watch out for Arriga's progress to the front. If you can get that space frame up and running. And we got problems into turn 1. 3 cars.
Yeah, Greg, there was a bit of touching there. Even Arriga in the space frame. He actually, I think he's stopping on the outside of 2 now. He had a touch with that Golf in front of him. Maybe he's got no suspension damage there. He's pulled off. Let's see what happens. I hope it's not a yellow flag or a safety car.
The other car I think that was involved there may have been... I was trying to pick up the 90 car. Who's in the 90 car? I don't have him on my list here. The original entry list didn't have the 90 car. Wayne Spicer in that car. And the other one possibly was Des Blum, who I think is driving there. There's Arriga parked on the sideline. So yeah, he's definitely retired his car and put it down into the kiddie litter at turn 2 at Cashel Corner. But the Moscow's BMW leads out. JP Nokia is second. Cloutier is third. 41 car out there of Johan Minnar. He's just ahead of John Officer. And then coming through the two rotary powered cars as they come through there. Nice to see some big maneuvers coming from the back of the pack as they come down. It's Karel Stoltz, of course, with the big flame. Sure, safety car is out.
Safety car's out.
Kind of expected that. There's a couple of cars that might be stricken through turn 1 and 2. That one particularly is the one that we're going to pick up on Arriga's car. That's the space frame Mazda Tigra that he runs. So Julio Arrigo looking to try and get through the field rapidly, maybe a little bit too fast down into turn 1 to make that one stick.
Yeah, I just saw him. He had a touch with another competitor, Greg. It was a Golf. And then
I think it might have been Spicer. I think it was Spicer's car that he came together with. And then it was, I'm not sure who's in the car today, but I think Des Bloom is piloting that Renault Sandero. Or is it Keithan? No, it's Keithan Mikey's. It is. It's Keithan on the entry list, but I did see Des yesterday also doing some work on the car, so maybe the two of them will be sharing that drive. Keithan Mikey's, of course, has had a fantastic season so far in that Renault Sandero. So the TRC car doing a superb job. He had to get out of way though, and he was definitely involved in turn 1, whatever happened. Just watching through the background to pick up on that purple and yellow car. If it does come back onto the back straightaway, I haven't seen that Renault Sandero return to the back of the pack, so maybe he had to go into pit lane for a quick repair.
Yeah, and Greg, looks like JP Norkia is now up to second after those few problems there. JP Norkia, he's got that Golf sorted. But you know also about the safety car. Remember the laps do count down. It's only 8 laps a year. We're on lap number 2 of 8 now. But let's hope we can clear that problem quickly. We can go racing. Vestal Master, JP Norkia, Louis Cluty. But watch out for JP Norkia. He'll be racing.
Vestal's actually loving life at the moment. Having participated in Silver Cup since he came to play in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. He uses Silver Cup for additional practice in his Moscow's BMW. And the other thing with him, of course, he's now brought along, I think there's 9 cars in that Moscow's racing team now that participate in either the Turbo Cup or Naturally Aspirated Cup in the M Performance Racing Series, which also, of course, is in about 4 weeks' time. We go down to Aldo Scribanti for the Regional Extreme Festival round. And looking forward to the BMWs making their way out onto the Aldo Scribanti circuit. He'll be bringing his entire pack of 9 cars to come and play down at Aldo.
Yeah, so we've completed now 2 of 8. Safety car will go as slow as he can. Try and give the marshals a chance to clear those cars. But these guys are going to go racing, Greg. But yeah, like you said, that Moscow Motorsport, a lot of cars. And the BMW Racing Series, also big entries. But yeah, these guys, Silver Cup, anything you can think of, and they just enjoy their racing.
Yeah, that's the beauty about this one, is you can bring any car you want to. Bitzik comes along there, of course, in that bright, sort of like a teal or mint coloured machine that he pilots, just ahead of Zander Jacobs. He's there with Karel Stoltz as well. Stoltz, of course, in the Pretoria Toyota colours, but running in the Mazda RX-8. Pushing hard just ahead there of the 434 car of Theo Bonin. Then you've got another space frame. Chris Tate's in there as well, also using a little bit of extra time in the saddle there for the Volkswagen Rookie Cup champion. Man who had a fantastic run only a couple of weekends ago at Aldo Scribanti again in Polo Cup. First race didn't quite go according to plan, but certainly a much better one in the second race there for the Volkswagen Motorsport man, who of course won the Rookie Cup last year and got gifted the all-important, all-paid-for drive from Volkswagen Motorsport in Astron Energy Polo Cup.
Yeah, he's enjoying his racing as well. Looks like the safety car is going to come in.
Yeah.
And then we go racing. Good stuff. But let's see, JP Norkia, can he put a pressure on Wessel Mostert? Like you said, Vessel's more using this as a testing.
Look at how he's playing the game there. Holding them back, and then he drops the hammer across the line. So we've got green flags down into turn 1. Cluty on the inside, looking for a way through on that Golf 1. Volkswagen Beetle versus Golf 1 into turn 1. Right on their tail is Minnar in that coupe version of the AC Cobra. And then behind that, John Officer.
Yeah, Cluty showed a wheel there, but look at Norkia now. Wessel will just keep the guys in touch and within distance as the rest of the field go through, flat out through turn 3, coming up to turn 4.
Watch for the big flames coming out of the cars in the background as well from the 2 RX-7 and RX-8s there. Those rotary-powered Mazdas will be throwing flames out of the side of those cars, left, right and centre. As exhaust pipes start to heat up and as they gear down, you'll just check massive flames coming out of them as they gear down into turn 5. Moscow's BMW out front with Mostert at the wheel. JP Nokia in second for N4 Autocraft. Louis Kluti in the Beetle. Then it's Blitzer.
Oh, Mazda RX was sideways there.
Yeah, Stoltz sideways ahead of Bonin. In fact, I think Bonin just squeezing through there and getting ahead of Karel Stoltz, so he's having to come back at him. Then you got Zander Jacobs, Morgan's brother. He's up into the top 9. Good run there from him so far, just beating out Chris Tate at this stage as they come across the line to complete another lap in anger.
Now, Greg, I wonder there that Wessel Mostert on the BMW in the front. Is his radiator, is it taped up or is it open? Are they trying to close it off for a bit more heat? Never know in the wintry conditions. I can't.
Maybe the cool conditions
looks like it's slightly taped up. I'm not sure. I'm just double check.
So he's pushing. Oh, look at this. Pushing on the inside. That was a big move from Spicer. Trying to find a way through there on the 42 car. And working it to the limit there big time as they go down towards turn 2. You can see just how hard they are pushing. Polo Classic versus the Golf versus the Audi A3. 007's in the house there. It's not James Bond, by the way. It's the other guy.
Yeah, I remember we saw that 007 Audi last time in endurance race at the Zwartkops 200. But as the guys go up the hill, there's the King Price Polo, but there's Karel Stoltz, number 777, and on his just behind him. But there comes Christopher Tate. But that's Karel Stoltz in the Mazda RX-7 going down the hill out of turn 7. S is coming to turn 8. All these cars are in there. We're just having a look. See, there we go. Look at the flames coming out of the exhaust there. Christopher Tate behind him. Zander Jacobs, Quentin Dievenage, Duan Brown, Devil Smith. As the guys come to turn number 1 now. There we go. Just look at that car. Every time he gets down or off the gas, you see those flames out of the exhaust. Go up to turn 2. Hard braking corner. 180 degree. Turn to your right. Light on the brakes there. Look at Christopher Tate now. The Polo putting pressure. As Karel
He's waiting to pounce on those 2 RX-7s, eh? He really is. He's like just sitting there waiting for those 2 RX-7s to go wrong. And if something does, he's going to squeeze through there in that King Price car. But on his tail, though, comes Zander Jacobs.
Yeah, he has to go defensive there. But just look at this car. Every time he gets down or off the gas, you see the flames out of exhaust. There's Christopher Tate, King Price on the inside, going up the hill.
Dievenage about to join them in the 2D truck slot. There's that massive flame. You're already too close to the back end of the car under braking for turn 5. It's going to heat your whole entire... If you want heat, maybe Moscow's car should go and sit behind that machine if you want to get some heat into the radiator there.
Yeah, like you said, you don't want to be right behind him. You'll burn your car with that flame. Karel Stoltz having good outing here. 8th overall in that Mazda RX-7, doing well.
Yeah, he really is going really well. That King Price car coming along of Chris Tate as they come down into turn number 2. Now catch the corner again. We pick up on 4th place there, Johan Minor. Oh, spinner at the top is the 42. It's that Polo Classic once again. So that Polo Classic unfortunately out of shape and drops right to the back of the pack by the looks of things there. So not quite going according to plan there for Willemse. Johan Willemse in that Polo Classic got it all wrong at turn 5.
Yeah, big moment for him there. The Polo Classic at the top. Managed to get it back. His Oregon car as well.
Visser heading to close down on the back end of Minor. Johan Minor in the AC Cobra Coupe. Going to close that gap down on Louis Kluti and JP Nokia up the road. So we've literally got a BMW, an AC Cobra and 3 Volkswagens in the top 5.
Now there's Kluti still hanging on to JP Nokia, putting pressure. Mostert, we know he's got the lap times in the front. They've got 1 lap to go now for the leaders, Greg.
Bono now getting ahead of the 2 RX-7s, and in fact looks like Zander's got through as well. He's got through on Karel Stoltz. Moscow BMW Motorsport in the house, part of that BMW M Performance Racing Series, and Wessel Mostert using it to very good advantage, as is this man. 95 Ariga out of shape there.
Yeah, had a bit of a moment, so he just used the infield there, but look at, well, there's our leader, but just behind him Kluti was putting in a lot of pressure on Norkia.
There's big pressure on Kluti and Nokia's race there. It's interesting to see, because remember we're celebrating 75 years of Volkswagen in South Africa, and each of those cars have had a significant look and feel to the South African market. I mean, you think about Beetle and the amount of sales of Beetles there were in the country. Then you had the Golf 1s, arguably the best selling car in the world. and then you went to the Polo, which is in the back there in Jonathan Fisser's hands. So those 3 Volkswagens in the top 5 can't beat the BMW, and Bitz is off at the top as well. Anton Bitzer makes a big mistake in the RX-7. That's going to drop him out of contention. Hopefully he keeps going and doesn't get stuck in the kitty litter as the flag comes out for the rest of that pack. Minnar from Fisser. Bonin from, is it going to be now Zander Jacobs? Yeah. Bonin will come through. Zander Jacobs should be the next space frame down the hill to come across the line. He's going to beat out Karel Stoltz, Chris Tate, Quinton Duvenacher as they come to the line. Oh, Tate nearly getting caught there on the line by Karel Stoltz. In fact, he did. Stoltz got through on him. Karel Stoltz, as Chris Tate went a little bit, he went to go and celebrate a bit and didn't realize how close Karel Stoltz was and went flying past him.
Yeah, Greg, also while Bitzer was going off there, Luke Luthi actually did get past JP Norkia at the flag to take that second, and good stuff for him.
Keith and Meinke's after problems that he had in that car at the Zwartkops 200. He's now got it all sorted out and comes through. And we'll finish up just outside of the top 15, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So nice run from him. In fact, down in 19th place to give you exact ones. Enrico Arriga was the BMW we saw go a little bit out of shape early on, up at turn 5. But there's confirmation. Class P, Wessel Mostert, Louis Kluti, and Johan Minnar. Class A plus goes to JP Nokia. He beats out Theo Bonin and Zander Jacobs. And then Class C, we've got one Class C car in there. That's Shane Krobler. Class A, that will be Chris Tate from Duvenacher and Dwayne Brown. Class A plus goes to JP Nokia, Theo Bonin and Zander Jacobs, wrapping up classes A plus and Class P of Silver Cup 2.0. Evapco Racing, HRSA and Historic Pursuit will be on standby. They will be down in the pre-race area looking to go. It's a massive field of cars with them as well. And one of the cars has already been out on track, but out for the second time now is Nicky Dix. Let's go and find out what his plans are for this one.
Nicky, race 1, what are you expecting?
Yeah, look, I've got Banner here on my side, which is very good. The track is very greasy, but I'm doing my best shot. Hopefully we come out safe.
Well, good luck for race 1, yeah?
Yeah, right.
So the Silver Cup boys gave us an exciting race there. Waiting now for their Babco HRSA Racing, including Pursuit Challenge for their 8-lapper. And yeah, the action doesn't stop here. Greg, at the Inland Championship, hope everybody's enjoying it out there on our social media platforms as well as at the circuit. A little bit of a wind blowing there. Could be a bit chilly outside, but track conditions will get better and better as we go, as it heats up a bit. But yeah, it's been all action so far. Lots of action still to follow.
If I counted correctly, I think there's 46 cars involved in this category. So a nice big field from them as well. Not the biggest field, as we said. 67 coming out of Silver Cup. That's why they had to divide them into classes A plus and P. And then B, C and D will be out shortly for their first seat. But we've still got to get through a battle of notes here in the Evapco Racing Series. One of the top contenders, of course, will be this man in that Black and Gold Solutions Mazda R100, Werner Kotzer.
Werner, second place on the grid. What are you expecting the race to be like?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. We've had a decent-ish qualifying. I know about Ferrari versus Ford. It looks like Porsche versus R100s today, with the 2 Porsches and the 2 R100s in the front. And we're just hoping to have a good, safe race and enjoy it.
And obviously the car's going well, the team behind you.
Yeah, we've got a strong team. We work on a couple of cars. So Black and Gold, we try our best and to keep the cars in the front.
Okay, well, good luck for race 1. We'll see you in race 2.
Thanks very much.
Chatting to Vanna there, and I can see our marshals working frantically to get rid of a bit of debris that might have been dropped down by one of the vehicles in the previous category. So hats off once again to our Orange Army for the incredible job that they do. But if you recall, Passion for Speed Festival, Werner Kotzer had a similar deal to what we just saw coming out of Karel Stoltz's RX-7. That R100 was starting to cook the front end of Keegan Campos's car. But it's going to catch up quickly now with the other Mazda out there of Gerard Botha.
What's your name?
Gerard, race 1, you're in 4th place. Looks like the Porsche's against you guys. How's the car going? What are you expecting?
Close matchup between the Porsches. The little R100's running good. Myself and Werner, we qualified within 4 or 5 tenths of each other, the first 4 cars yesterday. So looking to a close matchup with these big boys. You know they're 500 horsepower Porsches. So let's give it a go. Come and ask me in race 2. We'll see how it went.
Good luck, we'll see you race 2.
Lucky. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, Greg, like Werner said, there's Porsche against R100. First 4 in the grid, very close. It's a Porsche from a Mazda, from a Porsche from a Mazda. It's all going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be fun and games. Vakamides is another Porsche in there as well, who could be up there. So certainly looking to push it to the limit, and will be up for the challenge. Andre Tenapel will be pushing hard, of course. I think he'll be piloting the Sirocco. Then you've got Yanni van Rooyen also in a Sirocco. Joseph Kotzer will be pushing hard as they get ready to go now. SuperV Senior steps up for the first time today. So he leaves it in the hands of Junior to do the other work. Nigel Townsend is in the Mark 1 Escort. I wonder what his plans are for race 1.
Nigel, race 1, how's the car going and what are you expecting?
We've still got a bit of work to do, but the car's going a lot better than it has in the past. It would be nice to make up a couple of places, but I'm not too sure that's possible with 2 very quick Volkswagens next to me and a Porsche on the right-hand side. But let's see how it goes.
Obviously a good team behind you.
Yeah, no, it's the car's been prepared nicely, and as I said, it's still a work in progress, but we've come a long way since last year.
Excellent. Well, good luck, yeah?
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, Greg, the battle's going to be on within the different classes, as you can see, B, C, and D. But yeah, the Scaroccos is always a battle with the Napel and Yanni van Rooyen. But Nigel Townsend, he's got a Scirocco and then a Porsche behind him. So the battle's going to be on in those classes.
Now, SuperV Senior, of course, is in the 160Y, who's just on the left-hand side of Townsend there. So that Datsun 160Y is also a very seasoned campaigner when it comes to South African motorsport, and a fan favourite over the time period that it used to race in the original time period. Of course, we're running with cars that go from sort of the 60s, 70s, 80s, right up to 1999 as the final one. Joseph Kotze is one of them. Let's see what he's got in plan and how that Porsche is going to behave today.
Race 1, what are you expecting?
Expecting it to hopefully be a clean race, everybody to come back without any major faults on their cars, and to make up a few positions and try and catch the other Porsche boys in the front.
Obviously the car's going well.
Yes, car's running well. First weekend out with the car, so just making sure we have no problems on it and just enjoying ourselves.
Have a safe one.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Cheers, man.
He's running, of course, the IROC version of that Porsche 911 Carrera. It's not quite the same as the RSR that's alongside him there, that's piloted by Nicky Dix, Peter Bailey, etc., etc. So it's a slightly different version, coming from a different racing series, probably from the United States, if I'm not mistaken, was the IROC series. Looking on the second row there on the right-hand side of the shot, also picking up at the back, there will be Mike O'Sullivan in the Honda Ballard. So there's a big array, and if we just run through a couple, I mean, we spoke about the Siroccos and the Ford Escorts and the Porsches and the Mazdas, but you've also got a Renault Gordini in there, and if we go through there, Alpha GT Junior, this is SuperV Senior, and we mentioned that 160Y. Let's see what CFV's got in store for us.
CF, rolling in the Datsun, how's it going? What are you expecting for race 1?
Yes, you know, these cars, the Datsun was very lucky yesterday in qualifying. We just hope everything lasts. Like, so old, these cars, you don't know what's next. But yeah, I've got pole in the class, and yeah, we're here to enjoy it, just to have fun. I mean, everybody else, it's lucky to be here, and we must just have fun, that's all. Thanks.
Well, good luck for race 1, and we'll see you in race 2.
Thank you very much, eh?
Always a man to watch and have a great chat with, his old SuperV Senior. Check it, running the star, shell and original colours that Datsun would have run as it was originally the Datsun dealer team. That's the colours that it runs at this stage. So certainly a man to watch out for, and I think definitely someone that you want to be watching for in the front end battle. If he can get amongst those Porsches and Siroccos, he's going to be in the mix.
Yeah, SuperV Senior says he's just enjoying it. The Datsun's going lekker. It's Afrikaans word.
Lekker.
Lekker.
Yeah, that's and it kind of goes down well here on this side of the Boerewors curtain, eh? Speaking of Boerewors, anybody out there that's on that back banking and want to just send us a Boerewors roll, it won't go down too shabby with Leon and I. Hey? We know you guys have got those bras fired up now on that back banking. Die manne op die walle. Another man op die walle who wants to impress those man op die walle is Michael Bishop. Let's see what his plans are in the Gordini.
Michael, tell us about the car. What you're expecting it to be like?
Well, we've had a bit of problems with the water yesterday. I think we've overcome it. Yeah, we're looking forward to good things today. Hoping to catch a few guys in front of us, and we'll put foot in the hook and we'll go. We'll do our best. The car's looking good.
What motor's in this car?
It's got a 1600 TS motor. We converted it into the Gordini body with the Gordini gearbox, and so yeah.
Okay, well, enjoy the race. And,
thank you very much. Yeah. We look forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to see a Gordini out there as well. Like you said, he had one or two problems. But Greg, one good thing about the winter is there's not too many overheating problems. So the cooler the air, that's good for the engines.
Yeah.
And so especially for these older cars, like the guys, Chef says, just wants the car to keep it together. You know, these cars are older, but most of these cars are so well prepared, and good to see them racing after so many years.
It does always bode well as well when we're talking about cars and we're talking about racing. We talk about the support crews on the sideline, the marshals and our medics. And the medics are listening in on our live stream and saying to us, yeah, listen, if we're ordering Boerewors rolls from that back wall, make sure that they bring a couple for the medics as well. So I think that'll probably be about 7 or 8 that we're going to need here, guys. If anybody can bring us Boerewors rolls, that'll be going down like a bomb, hey? So really cool to see that we're enjoying life here. And they are enjoying life on the back wall as well. Look at those Boerewors rolls are flowing frantically.
Yeah. Guys, op die walle, get those Bravo fires going, enjoy it, warm yourselves up, all good, yeah. But we're waiting for this race to start soon, but it's such an awesome day here at Zwartkops, International World of Motoring, the Historic Inland Championship, people enjoying it there, gazebos up, it's all happening. So Vapco HRSA Racing, including Pursuit Challenge, they'll be up shortly for the 8-lapper. There's our people. There's our grid. The guys are just waiting. Sure, we're just cleaning up the track. Our marshals working ever so hard behind it. We don't always see it. We don't always mention them. But there we go. The Orange Army, as we call them. There's turn 2. The guys are just cleaning up the track. All good. So, yeah, Greg, I guess we're just cleaning the track up, but we're going to go racing shortly.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, is to try and get as much of the track cleaned up. It was quite a bit of fun and games in that previous heat. So, Silver Cup always proved to have some great battles that rage all the way through. And now we look forward to, of course, those battles unfolding here into HRSA, the Vapco Racing Series, that combines not only the Trofeo class, the original Alpha Trofeo class, but also the Midval Historics class now. So it's a big field of cars that are going to be playing, and that comes, of course, in the very next race that we get into. So we've got a big field of HRSA, and then we go into Clubman's National Sports Car class and Midval Historic and Trofeo class combined. Another big field there. Then we still got to do historic single-seaters. We've still got to do classes B, C, and D of Silver Cup. And we've still got to do the final race of ATS Dunlop Lotus Challenge. So before we get clean and clear into the second heats of the day, another 4 races to come after this one.
Yeah, so lots of action for everybody. Can't wait for this one. Top 4 guys in the grid, like Werner said earlier. Okay, let's listen to Gerrit Murray.
Gerrit, race 1 of the day. How's the car going?
The car's better now. I had some issues during qualifying, so hopefully we've sorted everything out.
And we've got stiff competition all around. Looks like a big field.
Yeah, no, it's stiff competition. The times are very close, and I'm in between the guys that I must beat today.
Well, yeah, good luck, and we'll see you race together.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah, so Greg, within the different classes, the times are very close. The guys within their classes is close, and they know competition is there, and they're all racing for the win in their classes. But I was going to say earlier, Banner's top 4, nothing to choose between top 4. A 110.0 to a 110.7 for our top 4 in qualifying. So it should be very close up front.
Yeah, I think the battle's going to be right through the pack, and it's kind of, even if you're not in that same class or the same category within the class, what you're going to find is that you're going to see cars that are on similar lap times get up close and personal. There may be sort of B versus C, C versus D, HTC, under 2 litres. They're all going to mix it up, and that's the beauty of HRSA and the size of the field that's about to roll out. Nicky Dix will be the man on pole to set the pace and get us going. Werner Kotzer alongside him, and then it's Andre van der Merwe with Willem Buerta alongside him. So Gerard Buerta and van der Merwe, second row. Then you got a Vacamides and Tenapel, Porsche and Sirocco, and Nigel Townsend in that Ford Mark 1 Escort. Joseph Kotzer in the IROC Porsche. He's alongside Seferi Senior in the 160Y. Terence Ladner in a Volkswagen Sirocco with Peter Bailey in his Porsche now stepping up. So back-to-back runs there for Peter Bailey. Didn't get much of a break there between the 2 heats. Johan Goos will make his way out in the Volkswagen Sirocco. That's the, of course, 24-karat gold car of his. Travis Jensen, also a man to watch out for in this pack. And here's Datsun 120, the GX 1200, I beg your pardon, not the 120Y, the GX 1200. Garrett Murray, we just chatted to, in his Alpha GTV. You've got the Renault Gordini that we also found a little bit of information on about there. Ford Prefects and Mercedes Benzes right at the back of the pack. Another Volkswagen Polo Classic. You should be used to one of those cars. I drove one of those cars as well. That one's in the hands, I think, of Graham Donker, if I'm not mistaken. The Mini Maxis panel beater Volkswagen Polo.
Yeah, good to see all these cars, but the little Datsun 1200s, they're always in the mix there. The Jensen boys, and they'll be racing all through the field.
Nice to see this big field as well as they come out onto the track, getting heats into the rubber, or trying to, as much as possible. Not always easy to do on cool track conditions, especially when the ambient temperature is a little lower than normal here at Zwartkops. It is starting to pick up slightly, but as you mentioned, that shot of our front row of the grid with the wind blowing might just be a concern, and we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that, because it will keep the conditions cool, which means that the tyres are going to have to work a little bit harder than normal. There is Maiko in the Honda. Grant Kramer out there alongside Travis Jensen.
Yeah, great big field, yeah. These guys all through the different classes is going to be racing. The Scirocco's always quite close. The Datsuns, everybody's there. But let's see, are they doing another lap or are we going? No, one more lap.
One person who's significantly missing from this one, of course, as well, is one of our top 1200 GX Datsun drivers, and that's Sean Hepburn. And that's due to the fact that his car's still not repaired after the big crash he had at the hill climb. So I know that he's recovered nicely, but the car's still in the doctor's office, having some repair work done to it, and hopefully he'll be ready for 2 weeks' time. If not, then definitely ready for the next time we come to historic and inland championship here at Zwartkops. But the AA car is missing. However, the AA presence is still there, because you can see a whole bunch of those cars running the AA decals on their headlights, and getting a chance there to, of course, get some support there from Automobile Association South Africa.
Yeah, in the back I just quickly caught a glimpse there of that VW Polo Classic in the old Graham Donker Mini Maxi pedal beaters colours. Yeah, Greg, it's going to be good stuff here. Rolling start, big field, 8-lapper for these guys.
I think it's his son Tyron who's driving, if I'm not mistaken, that car.
Is it?
Yeah, I think Tyron's driving that car, if I'm not mistaken. So it's definitely the old car that Graham used to pilot, but Tyron is at the wheel today. So a change up there for the Donker family. And of course, his daughter, now Torres, has been piloting in the monoposto category. So,
yeah, Tyron Donker.
So we're looking at a few changes in that as well, and apologies for the mix-up there. apparently there's been a couple of guys and girls that have sort of jumped ship from what is Super V into Monoposto and vice versa. So we'll bring you that information at the next heat as they get on track. So we kind of didn't have that information, but it has been passed on to me now, and we can run through that later on in the second heat of Monoposto. Toyota Corolla GR from Pretoria North Toyota moves off the circuit and hands the duties now to Nicky Dix to set the pace down into turn 1. It'll be double waved yellows as always into 1 and 2, and then green flags out of 3, just to keep this big pack at bay and maybe in control for a little bit. But then once that control is released, good luck, because there's going to be a bit of car chaos out there. Here we go.
Such a big field, Greg. It's to be expected. There is a red and yellow flag, little bit of change of surface just into turn 1 to let the competitors know from an earlier problem. A little bit of cement dust, but there we go.
I think they've all been through there, so they would have seen the cement dust and tried to avoid it. Most of them did, a couple of them going over it. But now as they come out of turn 2, this is where we get the green flag, and this is where the race actually kicks off. Townsend side by side there with Josef Kotze trying to close down on Yannick van Rooyen and Tanapel as they drop the hammer down towards turn number 3 and onto the back straight for the first time. Big gap opening up right from the word go there. 500 horsepower we heard from the flat 6 Porsches coming out of those machines at the front end. So Rocco's fighting with Mark 1 escorts as they go in there. And top of the hill, problems for the 11 car right from the word go. That's not what you wanted. If I'm not mistaken, that might have been Ladner. No, it's not. Terence Ladner's in the 108 machine, so I'm not quite sure who that 1200 GX was, but parked on the sideline and out of, I think, out of harm's way. I say that, but it's just on the right-hand side of our shot here, so it might not be out of harm's way.
But it should be just a yellow flag there, Greg. He didn't make the start. The car is, I don't know if they can just pull it back. Let's hope it's not a safety car. Just a yellow flag, but it...
I'm not quite sure who that was. That's why I'm just asking you to flick up through the list there, because it's an 11 car. It was Ladner's old car. And it
Michael London.
It's Michael London. Sorry, not Ladner. London. I got the L's wrong. It's Michael London's car, not Terence Ladner's car. Apologies on that one. I'm going to try and remember 62 drivers and 175 million entries today here at Zwartkops as well. Sometimes the names just slip out incorrectly, so apologies on that one to Michael London.
But Werner Kotze putting pressure on Nicky Dix now, Greg. So, sideways there, 3 fours. He put
sideways twice.
Yeah, but look at him trying to go for the inside berth, but yellow flag at the top. Unfortunately, no overtaking. That's a pity for him, because that's a place you can overtake.
Yeah.
So
and that's where he likes to overtake.
Yeah.
You can just ask Keegan Campos. As I was going to say, top of the show before we went into the interview with him, I was saying to you that massive flame that comes out of the exhaust pipe was all over the front bonnet of the Campos Racing Porsche during the Passion for Speed Festival, and Keegan will tell you all about it. I think they had to replace the Porsche badge because of the amount of heat that came out of that exhaust pipe. Nicky Dix is about to feel that heat because he's under massive pressure, as you said, going down into turn 1, and it looks like that R100 means business.
Yeah, but now Werner Kotze, he'll have to do it here in turn 2 or maybe turn 8. You can see him, he's trying hard. The car's left and right all over the show. Puts the power down. Look at that rubber.
Levens out of the rubber down. Beautiful stuff.
So he's really putting the pressure on Nicky Dix there. Werner Kotze, well done.
Loving the 11s. He dropped out of turn 2 there. Big pair of 11s coming out of there as the rubber went down on that car. Lighting up those rear-wheel drive machinery, and now puts the pressure onto the back end of the Porsche, looking for a way through. It's yellow flags again. He has to back out of it. He's going to realize that yellow flag's going to be out for a while until they can clear London's car out of harm's way. It's because Michael London's car is on the right-hand side of this shot, and that's why he's going to have to try and find, as you said, either 8 or 2 is where he's going to have to try and make that overtake maneuver. He's going to look like he's going for 8 here. Down into the final corner. Is he close enough? No, Nicky Dix sees him coming. Shuts the door.
Now Nicky Dix is going semi-defensive, but Greg, he's putting the rubber down. Werner Kotze, I hope he's got some rubber left later. He's putting the power down early, but it's amazing. He's putting so much pressure on Nicky Dix.
The curve-in air conditioning Porsche under pressure there from that black and gold R100. Then you've got the Evapco Porsche on the map, and yellow flags down into turn 2 as well.
Safety car's out.
Okay, safety car's out.
It's a pity, but I think they want to get rid of that car at the top of London.
Yeah.
We're on lap 4 now. Let's hope they can do it quickly. So Werner will take a breather and it'll go again.
Well, the field's going to concertina up again. That's going to help out a couple of drivers that were in close battles and potentially looking to try and close those gap downs on their own. Now the gap down comes automatically as they come up behind the safety car.
Yeah,
I
safety
wonder if they got
car.
the safety car out in time to pick up on Dix and Kotze. I'm not sure if they did.
We'll have a look see now. But so safety car, just to tell the viewers who don't know, not allowed to overtake, but you can bunch up and get right onto the bump of the car in front of you.
Well, Nissan Sabre out there as well, the Sentra Sabre. That's Dirk van Lockenberg in that 200 STI. Former Standard Group N, I think it was. There's one of the reasons why. Anglia on the side, the Team Gunston Anglia.
A pity for the Anglia, but good to see still some Anglias in the mix. Got the old Ford Anglia still in the mix.
I think that's Anton Boyson. He's got going again.
Yeah, the safety car definitely for London's car. They want to get it out of the way. But remember, the only problem is the laps keep ticking. They've done 4 of 8 now. It's only 8 lapper. Let's hope they can clear that car quickly, because Werner Kotze is really looking racy here, Greg.
That's what
Nicky
they'd hope
Dix
to
will
do.
know he's there. Yeah, the
So
Anglia
Anton
and the
Boyens.
Gunston colours.
Yeah, back on track again, as he had a little off track there for a little while. Got the car fired up again and got going. Yeah, as I said, is that concertina effect, so the whole pack coming right back underneath each other's bumpers again. And you can literally close right up onto the car in front of you, and you can use a little bit extra pace if you need to, but once you're there, you got to back up. There you go. They're going to recover London's car out of harm's way. Put it up into Gazoo Racing's HQ there.
Yeah, so there we go. Safety car slowing down now. Hopefully he can come in this lap, and then there should be still, well, next time around 3 laps to go. Werner Kotze, he's used that time now to cool the tires down a bit. He was really using the rubber there. But let's see, there's someone pulling off as well in turn 3. But hopefully he can just, yeah, that's good stuff. He'll be out of the way.
Looks like one of the 1200 GXs there, if I'm not mistaken, 81 or 71. No, it's Frans Jensen. It's the 1200, Datsun 1200 there, Frans Jensen, I think, who's parked on the sideline there. Jensen's Motorsport and Towing Company. Lights are out on that Toyota Corolla GR, which means we are about to go racing again. And let's see if Werner Kotze can try and get the jump here on Nicky Dix on the restart. Has to be right there with him. Don't let that Porsche get the drop on you.
Yeah, he needs to stay on his bumper because he's not close enough there.
Karab Witz is a bit far off as well on the back end of Andre van der Merwe as they come to retake the start, and green flag. Here we go. Green flag's down into turn 1, and we're racing again. Dix from Kotze, van der Merwe from Buerta. Then it's a Vakamides all on his own sim with a little bit of breathing room towards Andre Tenapel in the first of the Volkswagen Siroccos.
Yeah, they've got, Nicky Dix have done 5 laps. The rest of the guys 4. But,
sideways out of turn 2 again.
I think it's 3 laps to go, but Werner Kotze is there, and he's again applying the pressure there on Nicky Dix. Can he get the move done?
Trying to find a way through. He had a magic battle, as I said, with Keegan Campos here at the Passion for Speed Festival. He's having an awesome battle, if not a better one here with Nicky Dix as he tries to find his way through. There'll be no yellow flags this time, so he can attempt the overtaking maneuver he's tried on a few occasions up towards turn 5. He had a look, but wasn't close enough to make it stick. Comes out nicely though.
On the inside. Oh, is he going to go for it?
Close into 6, side by side through 7. He's sideways through 7. Nicky Dix holding that inside line, and Kotze around the outside as they come down towards turn 8. Dix going to hang on only just to keep Werner Kotze at bay.
Kotze just putting the rubber down, Greg, as he puts the hammer down. I think it's going to be
2 to go.
3 or 2 to go. Should be 2 to go, I think. But Kotze's really then he's trying inside, outside. But Nicky Dix also doing well, keeping the pressure, you're handling the pressure well. This time Kotze on the outside of 2.
Look at this, they're side by side as they come out of Cashel Corner. Tucks in behind that big whale tail on the RSR in front of him. It's not the massive big whale tail that comes out of the, of course, the Lamar versions of those Porsche RSRs. And he tries to get underneath that bumper and squeeze him up now, possibly on the brakes into turn 5. He's got the drive up the hill. Watch for the flame out of the car as he comes under braking. There it comes. Big flame from that rotary. As he gets he's drifting into turn 5. Like it, Werner Kotze. Keep it going, boy.
He actually did very well there to control that, Greg. He was so late on the brakes. He got the car sideways, but he managed to control it. Awesome stuff.
And he didn't lose a lot of ground, bud. He's right there still. It's about half a car length he lost in that slide. So he kept it buried and just was, all right, let's have a go. Let's see if we can find a way past.
I hope he's got new rubber for heat number 2 because he's used this rubber, Greg.
He'll put the front wheels on the back and the back wheels on the front.
He'll have to do something. But he's trying hard. He's keeping the pressure up. Look at him. But Nicky Dick's also doing well.
Lost a bit of ground there on the slide that time. That could be costly. That might be enough for Nicky Dix to hang on by the looks of it, actually. That slide out of turn 2, yeah, he's lost too much ground there. And he's not going to make that up, but he's going to have to be worried because the second Porsche is closing down on him. And Andre van der Merwe. That Evapco Porsche is starting to put the pressure on now in the closing stages onto the Black and Gold Solutions Mazda R100. Back block is coming into play.
Yeah, I think Vander's realized he's given it all, but now he's going to try and defend that second position. And Van der Merwe could pounce here as they have a back mark in the way as well. But let's see, Werner's going to try and just hang on to that second place. Andre van der Merwe will put pressure down the hill coming, but Nicky Dix did very well, and he's going to take the flag.
Coming to the line there, I think just squeezing through. The last ditch effort there from Werner cost him. A big slide, and they have to set off a second place behind Nicky Dix, who takes the win for the Curvent air conditioning Porsche. Here comes Yanni van Rooyen and Ten Apel. Van Rooyen and Ten Apel having another good battle there amongst the Volkswagen Sirocco's. It looks like Ten Apel just beating Van Rooyen, and he wins out that Volkswagen Sirocco battle. Behind them, it's Joseph Kotze, who squeezed out Nigel Townsend on the last lap as well, and then beats out Sefery Senior for the top 10 as he crosses the line in 10th place ahead of Ladner. Johan Goos in the 24-carat gold car comes through in 11th, beating Grant Kramer, Safas Pentassis and Mike O'Sullivan in the Mazda. Oh, in the background, Tyron Donker. Last lap spin there for Donker. Mini Maxi's panel beater, Polo Classic. Spins out, tucks in now behind Boyens, who's already been off track earlier on. Garrett Murray coming to the line. Then it's the Mercedes-Benz by the looks of things there behind Murray. Feyenoord Duplessis Senior. Then it's the 97 car, Peter Jensen. Dirk van Lockenberg will be coming through just behind him as they wrap things up here for our first heat of the Evapco HRSA Racing Series, and including historic pursuits for this weekend. Up next, Pro Auto Rubber, Clubman's, National Sports Cars, and Midval Historics and Trofeo all combined. There were your official results, but of course we'll get to them. There we go, unofficially. Nicky Dix takes Class B ahead of Andre van der Merwe. Class C goes to Werner Kotze ahead of Willem Gerard Botha and George Vakamides. Class D goes to Yanni van Rooyen, beating Joseph Kotze and Nigel Townsend. Class E to Sefery Senior ahead of Johan Goos and Grant Kramer. HTCs goes to Mike O'Sullivan, and then Class F going to Johan Kutzer Jr. from Simpson and Craig Harris. There they are, standing by. It'll be... Is that up next? Have they moved Silver Cup up a little bit? No, there we go. There we go. That's the shot we want. Pro Auto Rubber, Clubman's, National Sports Cars, and a couple of cars doing dual duties there, because I see the Moscow's BMWs there as well, again. So maybe Vessel's decided to come and have some fun with the Clubman's as well this weekend. Yeah, Keith and Monkey's car is there too. I can see that the TRC Renault Sandero. And let's just have a look and see in the Clubman's class who's in that car for the Clubman's category. It's 206 on the side, but I don't see who's piloting because he's not on the entry list. So maybe that was a late entry for them. Give him a little bit extra time in the car, and they want to get some development in that car after, of course, some issues that they picked up at the Zwartkops 200. It's another big field of Clubman's here. I think every single class has come with sort of record-breaking stuff there. Arvin the Terrible in the house, having a quick chat to a couple of guys there.
Yeah, Greg, another big field here. Mikael Besaidner will be on pole. But yeah, Wessel Mostert in this one again as well. Well, it looks like Werner Kotze, he's going to go as well. Ishmael Peck, Peter Zilli, Willem Botha, Stu Bonen, Rodney Kruis, Wayne Labotsky, Justin Brown, Loreen Bensel, Ferdi van Staden, Desmond Bloem, Pete Walters,
There we
Esme
go. There's
Diebenhoff.
confirmation. So Des is in this one. So I got it mixed up. Apologies on that one for the TRC team. And Paulio, you were right. Keithan is in the previous class, driving that Renault Sandero. So he's driving in Silver Cup.
Race 1, yeah.
And Wessel Mostert standing by for us to see exactly what his plans are for his second race of the day.
So tell us about this. Is going to be race 1. How's the car going?
Yeah, very lekker. There's a lekker challenge this time around. We're about 3 or 4 cars very close to each other in terms of times. So it's going to be a lekker challenge. Just getting used to moving between semi-slicks and slicks between races. I'm doing Silver Cup on semi-slicks and now back on slicks. But it should go well. Cars behaving better on slicks, so it's going to be a good race.
You've got a good team behind you?
Say again?
You've got a very good team behind you?
Yeah, we're blessed with a great team behind us. We're really putting in the effort, not just upgrading our cars, but working on our skills, getting out there, getting seat time. So yeah, lekker.
Lekker, man. Well, good luck for race 1.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and this time out, Wessel Mostert. Okay, he's gone from the semis now to the full slicks, but he's got a bit more competition here, guys. With Mikkel Besaidner, Wessel Mostert, Werner Kotze all doing the same lap times. So it's going to be a better challenge for him here, Greg.
I see our social media team are out on that back wall, hey? Trying to steal some Boerewors rolls. Yes, Reynard, we see you on the back wall there with Billy. Stop stealing Boerewors rolls. Bring us some while you're there, please.
Yeah.
Nice one. Yokes, get across there and get some Boerewors rolls, but you don't bring us any and you don't bring the medics any. You'll be in trouble later. You will indeed. Here we go. Let's go down and catch up now with another top contender there in Ishmael Peck, the boogeyman.
Ishmael, race 1. How's the car going? How are you feeling?
The car's going lekker. I'm a bit in no man's land because the Oaks in front is on a 106, the Oaks behind me is on a 10, and I'm a 8. So I'm going to have fun and just see what happens.
Okay, tell me how's the car going, eh?
The car's fantastic. Oh, it's the best car I could ever buy. It doesn't give me no drama. It moves, it handles, it's got brakes. It's absolutely lovely to drive.
Okay, tell us, obviously the car's been prepped by the team, a very good team, yeah?
Yeah. That's, I tell you what, you must drive in it to feel what it's about.
Well, good luck and we'll see you in race 2.
Thank you very much.
You know what I'm going to say right now, hey? And I hope he watches this later. You got to drive it to see how it feels. Well, both Leon and I are putting our hands up and saying, okay, Ishmael, if you want someone to test that car for you and then give it a bit of a drive, we'd love a go. I'm sure you'd have to get in that BMW, buddy.
Yeah, the BM's obviously handled very nicely. So like Ishmael said, he's enjoying the car's going well. He's a little bit in between, like the guys in front of me in 106s, behind him 110s, he's doing a 108. So, but he'll just enjoy it. Yeah, it's an awesome car to drive.
Comes down, race pace picks up, you find that 2 seconds, and you can run with the front end, possibly. He's got a busy weekend ahead of him, because not only is he piloting his car today, but he's got, I think, some drag racing happening at Mzansi tomorrow. So he's got 2 days of racing coming away, but he's got to concentrate right now on the Clubmans, and another massive field of Clubmans here. I'm just going through the list. And if I count them right, there was just over 30 cars. I don't know what's on your official timing monitor there and how many we got to. I think it's just over 30. 34, 35, 36, 37. Oh, it's maybe over 40. We're down to 38, 39 cars. If Sean Dodd is on track. I'm not sure if he is. So I think it's 38. 38 special cars about to go at it here for Clubman's, National Sports Cars, and Mid-Vol Historics all combined.
Yeah, so it's a big field, Greg, and also only an 8-lapper. But yeah, let's see what's happening in front here. So there's a
Shelby,
and then there's the BM, then the Mazda R100. So
Then the
Werner
Speed.
also having a busy day.
In a space frame, times 2. Then a Honda Ballard, Rodney Kruis, then Golf 1, Subaru Works Impreza, BMW 3 Series Dolphin Shape, Renault Sandero, another space frame Tigra, Volkswagen Polo, Volkswagen Golf 1, Toyota, Mazda R100, another space frame, Ford Escort Mark 1, Ford Escort Mark 2, Polo, GTV, Datsun 1200 GX, another Honda Ballard, Alfa Romeo Giulietta, Volkswagen Jetta 1, Anglia, Ford Escort, new school Beetle as opposed to the old school Beetle, couple more BMWs, couple more Volkswagen Polos, couple more Golf 1s, and right at the back is a Ford Escort. So there you have it, lined up nicely there. Great field of cars.
Yeah, it's a big field of cars, for these cars. And let's see what's going to happen in the front. But yeah, so far so good with these big fields. It's good racing. Hope everybody's enjoying it out there.
It looks like they are. Well, our social media team are certainly enjoying it on that back wall, getting free drinks and free Boerewors rolls. One car I don't see out there, though, is Richard Benningfield's TVR Chimera. I didn't see that machine out there. That'll be quite an easy one to spot. Sort of a low-slung sports car style car. I might have missed it as it came through there, but I don't think we saw it on track. Yeah, no, it's not there. It's not in that front pack, because that's where it would normally be, because it's got quite a bit of pace. So it would definitely be in that top 15 at least. There's a bit of a gap, though, just behind Des Bloem. I saw Pete Walters, and then there was no one. Esme Duvenacher has kind of lost the toe to the front end of this field, so she's going to have to try and make up a little bit of ground if she wants to get onto the back of the pack by the time they come round the next time across the line, because that's when we go into starters' orders.
Yeah, you need to keep up with the car in front of you, especially with this big field. Don't fall back, just keep up. You can stay there, otherwise it's going to hamper your start. There's Labochki.
New colours.
Yeah, he's changed his colours. He used to be
black and
green, yellow.
Yeah, black and green, and then he went to black and yellow, and now it's blue and silver, blue and white by the looks of things. Changing it up there for the Shield Racing team, because his teammate is participating in the rally this weekend in Georgie Smallberger, running the flag high for the Shield Racing team. And only last weekend, of course, Trevor Bland and his teammate were involved in the MP for Shield Racing as well. So they've got a big contingency of sponsored machinery out there in various forms of motorsport around the country. Doing an awesome job for Shield Racing. This is a cool field of cars, it really is.
Yeah, it's a big field, Greg. We'll see what happens there. Lap number 1 is Kutsia. Senior or junior?
I think it's junior in this one. Just trying to pick up on the names in my list here to see if it's right. You might be able to pick it up on the timing monitor a bit easier. So it's going to be Michael Besaidnout who will lead things out from the front in the Shelby.
Johan Kutser Junior.
Junior, I thought it was, yeah. Thought it was junior. He's got Vessel Mostert alongside him. Behind them is Werner Kotzer. Werner Kotzer's got Ishmael Peck. He's up alongside him in the BMW. So 2 BMs on the inside row heading towards turn 1. But remember, it will be under double yellows. So double yellows for turn 1 and 2. Green flags out of 3. That's where we'll see the first time that flag drop in anger. Michael Besaidnout using today for lots of experience, lots of extra seat time, getting him fired up for, of course, the next round of the National MSA 4 Single-Seater Championship. That happens at Aldo Scribanti, and that's on the second weekend of August. So only a couple of weekends away.
Away they go, and that second BMW is looking racy. Ishmael Peck, he wants to stay there, he wants to mix it up, but he'll have to wait for the green flag.
Around the outside, and a good start there once again from Garrett Murray in the Alpha GTV in that mid-pack. Des Bloem coming around the outside as well, made up 2 positions on the start line. 2D Trucks machine of Duvenacher coming through there as well. Esme getting a great start. Then the 15 car sneaks up there as well. Watch out for some manoeuvring there from the Mark 1 Escort. The speeds stealing through, trying to find a way past on the boogeyman. Ishmael Baloy shuts the door on Peter Zeely as they head to the top of the hill. Zeely goes side by side with him now. Probably not going to have an advantage there, because I think that little Speeds has got probably a bigger turn of pace than the BMW. But Ishmael Baloy now going to be fighting hard to try and get through there on Peter Zeely.
Yeah, so Zeely just snuck through there. So now Ishmael Peck has got a race. Must stick with Zeely there and try and get back at him. In the front, Michael Besaidnout, Wessel Mostert, Werner Kotzer, as they come down the hill to turn 8.
Ishmael Peck going really well at this stage. Just getting away ever so slightly now from Willem Botha. Botha's got Theo Bonin right on his tail. Space frame battle raging for what is now 6th and 7th place. Just ahead of Rodney Krace. Krace moving through the field. Sneaks up one position. Labotsky into the single digits as well, just in the background as well in that Shield Golf.
That was Willem Botha and Theo Bonin through turn number 2 there. The rest of the field comes through. Starting, Van Starting, he's in there. Bloom.
Yeah, Loreen Wenzel's in there as well in the works Subaru. Bloom coming through rapidly, so Des Bloom finding some good pace in that little Renault Sandero. Trying to close down on Fatty Van Starten, keep out Pete Walters behind him. Next pack into the fray here, of course, is the 555. That is Ian Schwabski in the 328i. Schwabski with the polo on his tail. By the looks of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, we've got a car stuck on the inside or outside of
one of the space frames.
Turn number 3.
Big dive on the inside there from the 12 car of Chandre van Deventer. The Polo finds a way past. Nice livery on that car as well.
There's a move on the inside.
Sure, that was a good dive. Late dive there from Wenzel Nordman to dive on the inside and find a way through. Just squeeze out that 2D Trucks Golf 1. Problems for the 35 car now as well of JJ Fenter. No,
Theo
that's not
Bonin,
JJ
Theo
Fenter.
Bonin, yeah.
It's Theo Bonin, sorry, there's 235s out there.
Yeah, Theo Bonin's got a problem, he's stuck.
It's the space frames that are having problems out there. I think it might be, I'm just trying to pick up on what the number is on that second space frame. Possibly
that was the same car from the first Theo Bonin.
That's Bonin's one.
Yeah.
And I think it might be Freek van Rensburg in the Tigra on the outside. I might be wrong. Can't spot it from that distance, but needless to say, we've got 2 space frames parked on the sidelines.
Yeah, definitely Theo Bonin with a problem there. We'll have a look for the other one, Greg. But in the front is Mikkel Besaidner, Wessel Master. Yes, it's Esme Dievenage trying to get back there at is it Wenzel Nordman?
Wenzel Nordman in the Toyota, yeah.
There's a bit of a battle there. Escort.
Schwabski in that Escort. Toyota dives in. Nordman with a problem in the Toyota. To give a bit of breathing room there to that 2D Trucks Golf 1 of Esme Dievenage.
Yeah, Esme will get that position back. Going through the Datsun. There's Wessel Mostert. And already
into the back
Mikkel
markers.
is into the back markers, yeah. Just on lap number 4 of 8, yeah.
Coming up on the second of the Beetles. And that's of course the new style Beetle as opposed to the old school Beetle. So, if I'm not mistaken, that is Victor van Dijk. He's just been caught and passed in that Volkswagen Beetle.
Yeah, it's not always that easy to see the Shelby. The Shelby's quite low on the ground.
Yeah.
And when you get overtaken or lapped in a saloon car, you can't always see it. Oh, but you're right, Greg. There's turn 2. There's a space frame stranded. And in turn 3, I think.
Yeah.
So there are 2 space frames that's stranded next to the track.
Might get there it is in the background.
There you go, yeah.
In the background, we go to the bottom of the timing monitor. We might see who those 2 cars are. So certainly one we know was Theo Bonin. The other one is Konrad Tjot. Who is it? No, it's not. Wenzel Nordman is in. It's Freek van Rensburg. Freek van Rensburg, 117. Yeah. He's in the Opel Tigra. So it was van Rensburg that's parked on the side of turn 3. Here comes Michael Besaidner down the hill though, and lots of traffic there for Wessel Moster to try and negotiate. He gets up the inside, finds a way through. Just ticks them off one by one, but he's watching that Shelby Can-Am get away from him.
Yeah, the Shelby's just fighting through the back markers there. He's just weaving his way. Wessel trying to hang in there. So the back markers really coming into play. They involved in their own little battles. And we've got 3 laps left to go.
Then Werner Kotzer.
Yeah.
Double duties for him. He's just climbed out of the R100 and climbed straight into the space frame from that Black and Gold Solutions team. think has got back at Peter Zili. He has. Peck has moved up into 4th place, so Zili must have had a problem there in that speeds.
We've lost Peter Zili actually.
Yeah, he's gone.
So,
he's gone missing.
He's out.
Slow car at the top of the hill.
Yeah, Polo going very slow at the top of the hill.
That Polo came out of pit lane about a lap ago. It's not that one, it's the one coming up next. There we go. Possibilities, I think that may be, I think it's got a 70 on it, but I'm not quite sure what the number 70 it is. Polo that's got the problem. Down the hill though, come this pack. Fighting hard. No, I'm not picking up exactly what it is. Here it comes, we'll pick it now. 71. Car 71, Sean Murray. He was supposed to be in Mitsubishi Evo. That's why I wasn't picking up on him earlier on. He's changed up his entry there to a Polo. As Peck starts to come in amongst the back markers as well now. Trying to find a way through on each of them.
Yeah, on the inside of the Honda there, that's Peck. So Peck is in 4th position. On the road there, he'll be happy with it. He's enjoying it. As we see 1 or 2 cars stuck next to the road. Turn 4, Alpha goes through. Ford Escort. Alpha Julia coming through.
Oh, that GTV is looking good. But about to be caught and passed by a very fast BMW. It's going to just thread the needle between the BMW and that Ford Escort Mark 1.
Yeah, so plenty of blue flags out for the slower guys, just to tell them the faster guys are going through. In the meantime, our leaders completed 7 of 8. But Peck, he's enjoying it. There's number 70. That's Pete Walters going through another space for him.
Just outside the top 10, he's trying to close down on Loreen Wenzel, and I think Des Bloom might be just up the road there from them. Yeah, Des has got through. So Des Bloom has found a way past on that Works Impreza. As the leader just starts to come through there rapidly. That means that Shelby Canham has lapped up to 11th place by the looks of things. He's just gone through on Des Bloom, who's in 10th, so he's actually lapped up to 10th. It's a good drive here from Michael Poseidon, getting extra seat time in the Shelby. Maybe looking to bring that car along to top of the hill. That's probably one of the reasons why they're testing this machine. He's normally an MSA 4 pilot, one of our top contenders in that championship. He's been fighting hard with the championship contenders. There's the flag comes out. We got caught out there with the laps. So he takes the victory in the end. And a nice, easy victory for him. Ahead of Wessel Mostert, who'll come through in the Moscow's BMW there for second. Des Bloom has crossed the line. He'll finish up in the top 10. It's going to be Werner Kotzer. Werner Kotzer for third in the space frame. And Ishmael Peck will come through for 4th place in the BMW.
Yeah, there's still a bit of fighting there.
It's quite lucky.
On the last lap, yeah.
That's the Datsun Sunny. Just diving through there in the closing stages. Good to see that. That's, of course, Kutzer Jr. Late dive on the inside in that Datsun Sunny. And then right behind him comes Willem Botha.
Oh, the Jetta going well. Venter at the top. The guys are still trying hard on the last lap, Greg.
Yeah, Harry Potter's on his tail. Chris Williams, I think one of the two. Or Richard, I'm not quite sure who drove the first one. Chris normally drives the first one. Richard drives the second. So Chris Williams there in that Harry Potter mobile. And then Labochki. Oh, that's quite nice, eh? The Shield boys in formation flying at the end there. They come across the line. Nicely done. So that wraps up our Pro Auto Rubber. The real Pro Auto, I should say, Clubman's, NHC and Trofeos combined for their 8 laps. Up next is historic single-seaters. There we go. So National Sports Cars won out by Michael Poseidon, and he was the only one out there. In fact, after we lost Zili in the speed. I think it's Class B for Mostert, so he'll take Class B honours ahead of Werner Kotzer and Ishmael Peck. Class C goes to Willem Botha, and he will win out all on his own some there. Class D is Rodney Kreis ahead of Wayne Nabotsky and Pete Walters. Class E is Fadi van Staden, Desmond Bloem and Esme Dievenacher. Midval Historics is won out by Schwabski for E's, Johan Kutzer Sr. for F Class. Second for AD McCall there in the Midval Historics. And then Class G goes to Chandre van Deventer, beating Garen Jacobs to the line. So good drive there from all of our Clubman's NHCs, HCCs, and of course the Trofeo category combined. Up next is Historic Single-Seaters. They are standing by. So single-seaters are on standby, waiting to get that green flag. There are a couple of cars that are going to be recovered from exit of turn 1, exit of turn 3, the two space frames. And we're going to quickly catch up there, I think, with James Derbyshire in the Lotus 61.
Tell us about the car. How's it going? What year model is it? And what motor is it going?
It's a 1962 Lotus 23B replica. It's going quite well today. Hoping that we finish the race nice and quick.
And car going well?
It does seem to be going well, yes. Much better than last time.
Good luck for race 1, yeah?
Thank you very much. Have an awesome day.
Apologies on that. I thought it was James we were going to, but it was actually the 62 car there of Michael Hillery in the Lotus 23B. I just saw the colours and I thought we were picking up on the Lotus 61 of James Derbyshire. That's a bit further up the road though. So a quick catch up there with him. Alongside him is Simpiwe Motlatlo. Are we going to get a chance to quickly have a chat there with her? I think we are, as Gareth goes down there, the Investchem chemical logistics driver in the 1989 Reynard. Let's see exactly what her plans are for this one after it didn't quite go according to plan earlier on.
Race 1, how's the car going? What are you expecting today?
So the car's going fine and I'm expecting to build up on positions. I'm feeling good, the car feels good, so I'm very excited for this race.
And the team behind you, good support?
Yes, it is my support system and I love it.
Well, good luck for race 1, eh?
Thank you so much.
Now, Greg, some people will have to have a look at Michael Hillery behind her. They're close in times.
Yeah.
But they all seem very positive, happy with the cars. And, the nice thing, Greg, there's quite a few cars here today that's racing. And they're almost using it as a testing session. And we'll see them in 2 weeks' time at the top of the hill. Looking forward to that.
Certainly will. I think there's going to be a few of these cars that'll be jumping into that single-seater category for top of the hill in 2 weeks' time. One car that was definitely being put to its paces, not in the hands of the man who's behind the wheel of that car today, Ian Schofield, in that Reynard. That Reynard was actually taken down to the MSA4 Formula Ford Kent combined class for Aldo Scribanti. And Alan Mayer actually jumped into the car to do some development for Ian Schofield in lieu of the fact that he was going to race that car here today. And looks like the development driver did a great job because he's put it onto pole position. And it looks like he's got a bit of a margin over Ryan Ludick, who's the usual contender at the front end of historic single-seaters.
Yeah, it's Coldfield, but he's class B now on the 109. Ryan Ludick behind him, 111.8. Steve Fenter. So there's quite a few class C cars behind Ian Schofield. But it's going to be interesting with this one. And it's an 8-lapper. Standing start, I think.
Yes, standing start for sure.
But the guys, they all seem positive and happy with the cars. And they just want to bring it home.
Nice spread here as well, because we start with, I think, the oldest car being a 1961 Lotus 23C of Colin Clay. If it's out there, I don't see Cole's car on track though, or in that pre-race. I might have missed it. If that's the case, we also... Oh, there he is. He's right on cue. Let's go down to Colin and find out exactly what his plans are.
Tell us a little bit about this car. Tell us a little bit about this car.
Yeah, it's a replica of a 1960 Mallock, which was raced in Clubman's in England back in the day. I built the whole car. It's a Mark IV version of a Mallock, and it's actually the first time I've had it out here today, so we're looking to having a bit of fun.
Nice to race this car.
Sorry?
Nice to race this car. Nice.
I haven't raced it, no, but we're going to see now.
Well, good luck. We'll see you race together.
Thank you very much.
Now you know why I didn't see Colin Clay's car out there, because it's not the normal car he would be in. He'd normally be in a Lotus 23C, now in the Mallock, and a new car to single-seater racing, and as you heard there, has not been raced yet. So debut race here for Colin Clay, having built that car literally from the ground up, and fantastic to see that kind of machinery being brought back into historic single-seaters. There are a couple that are being built, I know, on the sidelines, and a few guys that are working on some really spectacular projects. They will be hoping to have them ready for the first race of next year, which of course happens on the Passion for Speed Festival, and that of course is the 29th and 30th of January 2027. Please make sure you've got that date in your diaries, because you do not want to miss the opening festival of motorsport that happens at Passion for Speed, and get an opportunity to see the likes of these cars and a few more. And I believe there's a couple of little surprises that could be heading our way for Passion for Speed Festival. We're not going to give those away too soon. And then, as we said, in 2 weeks' time, that car possibly going to be out, along with another single-seater that Ian Schofield loves to pilot in his March. That's Top of the Hill, 25 and 26 of July. And, of course, the man to beat last time out at Top of the Hill was the car on the left-hand side of your shot, and that was the F1 Gould of Robert Volk. But those are the kind of cars you're going to see on Classic Car Saturday.
Yeah, Craig, we hope to see everybody out here on the 25th and 26th of July for the Top of the Hill Challenge. So put that in the calendar. It's a different format, and it's awesome, and more cars are entering. And but so good to see some of these older cars. I mean, 1961.
Yeah.
To mention those cars are still racing today. It's amazing.
61 up until, I think, the oldest car, or the youngest car on track right now is 1989 Reynard, which is the man on pole in Schofield's car.
Yeah, so all the different years. It's amazing. Schofield on pole there. He's in Class B with a 1989 Reynard. And Ryan Ludig, Class C, 1968 Titan Mark IV. Steve Venter, 1975 Van Diemen. James Derbyshire, 1961 Lotus. So they're all in the mix. These guys really enjoy their racing. It's amazing how they prepare these cars, put them on the track. They're still reliable, still racing after all these years.
Well, there on the left-hand side is a car that should be in this historic single-seater race right now. That's the March of Ian Schofield. And he'll be, of course, piloting that car on the left-hand side of your shot in the Benson & Hedges colours at Top of the Hill. And as you can see, Top of the Hill runs the other way around as well. So that also changes up things. You'll see cars going in what is the opposite direction that Zwartkops usually runs. And at Top of the Hill, it just turns into something pretty spectacular. And there's a whole array of hill climb and time attack cars purposely built, and some of them come purposely just for Top of the Hill to try and be in the front end of the field and win out that incredible event here at Zwartkops. Changing up, of course, the look and feel of racing at Zwartkops as well with that Top of the Hill challenge. But let's stick to what's happening right now as we're into the start procedures here for our single-seaters, the historic single-seaters. Definitely ones that you want to be watching out for. Another big car, of course, that'll be a fan favorite to watch on the left-hand side in the squeeze back there is the Sheriff. It's possibly going to be the last time we get to see the Sheriff in anger, because I believe that there is a massive project in Scribanti Racing to change up what Franco Scribanti's hill climb special car has been in that incredible Nissan Skyline that you see in the shot on the left-hand side there. As I said, it may be the last time we get to see that car in anger here in Gauteng, because he's working frantically to convert the General, that 1,200 horsepower Porsche, into a hill climb special car as well. So that could be something that you want to come and check out, along with Reggie Roots there into turn 1 and 2 with his BB Motorsport Nissan Skyline. Big fights expected at Top of the Hill on the 25th and 26th of July, as we're expecting to see a big fight here as well in our historic single-seaters.
Yeah, Greg, green flag at the back, but the top of the hill will be exciting format, different challenge. But let's see what's going to happen here in the historic single-seater standing start. Ian Schofield, the guys will want to get off the line and then just give it their all and enjoy.
Standing start. We're into the start procedures now. 30-second board goes up. It'll flick round to 5. 5 seconds goes to lights on. And as the lights go out, we go racing. Let's see if Schofield can get the drop. He knows exactly what to do on a start line from a standing start, and he gets away nicely. Gets that Reynard up ahead of Ryan Ludik. Ryan Ludik into second place by the looks of things there as they head down towards turn number 2. There's no yellow flags here. It's every man for himself, and they start things out nicely as they head down there. A good start as well coming out of the Lotus, tucked in there for third place. Michael Koenig, 38 special, dives on the inside of Simpiwe Mtlahlo, getting forced wide there by a couple of the Formula Vs, squeezing the young lady out as they came out of Castro Corner, and now onto that back straightaway.
Yeah, good start by Michael Koenig, but a good start by everybody in the front. Schofield, Ryan Ludik, Steve Venter, Derbyshire, Van der Westhuizen, they're all in there.
They're all pushing hard, and they're all pushing their Formula Vs, Formula Fords, and all to the limit at this stage. Around the outside, a big move as well, coming from, looks like Bruce van Niekerk. Starting to put a bit of pressure on right from the word go, but it's Ludik from Venter. And, well, Venter putting the pressure on now. The 27 car, Ben van der Westhuizen coming along. Derbyshire is up into third place. So a nice move there from James Derbyshire up into the 3 spot. He's got Ben van der Westhuizen tucked in behind him. And then a little bit of a gap down to the man that we chatted to on that pre-race area and said to him, what are we going to be doing? What do you expect to see? He's found some pace, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was Ben van der Westhuizen also getting it sideways through the S's here, but he's had a good opening lap up to 4th, and coming through there is Hillery.
Yeah,
Yes, Michael Hillery coming down to turn number 2, 180-degree right-hander. Want to get a good exit there, then you put the hammer down. Turn number 3 is flat. There's our leader coming up to turn number 4. Turning it in, looking good there in the Reynard. Schofield from Ludik. Next up, Derbyshire, Van der Westhuizen, and right behind him, Steve Venter. That'll be a good tussle between those two, Greg.
Yeah, I think Venter and Van der Westhuizen are about to get into it. Hillary's all on his own, so Michael Koenig has got to the front of the second pack. It's mainly V's in the second pack, as you can see. Different derivatives of that Formula V category. Tony Beecher's behind him, Gary de Klerk, and then Simpiwe Mtlahlo in the first of the Formula Fords. She's up into 10th place overall. So a better run this time than what we saw from her earlier on in the monoposto category, where she looped it out at the top of the hill here, coming together there with Tanya. So the two of them fortunately have survived and continued to race as we watch Beecher down the hill.
Yeah, as we can see now, Van der Westhuizen, Venter putting pressure on Van der Westhuizen there, coming down the hill. The other coming to turn number 1. Venter going for the inside there. Good move. That Van der Westhuizen, yeah. You can close the door there. You can't really go 2 by 2 there, Greg, but he showed him the wheel, and but Ben just kept his line.
Showing his intentions. There's Steve Venter now on the inside as he dives on that inside line, trying to find a way through there. Battle of the 7s, 67 and 27, fighting for 4th place on the road. Watch the top 3 getting away.
Got a problem there.
Maybe.
Just have a look, see. Yeah, no, he's just maybe missed a gear or something.
Missed a gear coming out of
turn 2. Could have missed a gear. That gave Ben van der Westhuizen a bit of a gap, but it'll come back at him now. Steve Venter's got good pace. He's a bit quicker than Van der Westhuizen in the previous lap. So he'll go chase him down again as they go up the hill to turn number 5. Late on the brakes, 9-degree right-hander. Here they come. You can see Venter late on the brakes. He's really putting the pressure. Short all straight will bring you up to turn number 6. 6 will lead you into 7, the S's. Then you go down the hill. Turn number 8, sharp left-hander. And that's your 2.4 kilometer circuit here at Zwartkops.
Late braking here from Venter, closing that gap down again. He seems to have a little bit extra pace there in his car compared to what we're seeing from Ben van der Westhuizen's car. So he's able to bridge that gap pretty rapidly. He's going to try a similar maneuver here down into turn 1. This time he makes it stick. Coming up on a back marker. That might just come into play. Ooh, yeah. Having to take evasive action there. Finding a way around the outside. I think that was Jody Morrison that he came up on the back end of.
Yeah, Steve Venter definitely got the pace there over Ben. Good move there into turn number 1. There's some of the cars at the back. On the 88, 155.
No, in fact, that's Jody. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, there's... Yeah.
And then behind that's Colin Clay in that Mallock.
Yeah, so it's Derbyshire, Morrison and Colin Clay. They're having their battle at the back. Their cars are looking good. Number 32, Colin Clay. coming through to number 115 on the road.
Amazing to see first time out there for Colin Clay in this car. He's still got a bit of niggles and bits and pieces to sort out on the car. But once he gets it up and running, he's probably going to be a front runner in this category. All the cars that Colin has built in the past have become sort of not championship contenders, but certainly some race winning championship contention. Definitely knows what to do to build motor cars as Colin Clay. Closing the gap down now on Jody Morrison. He's got Derbyshire ahead of him. And then it's Alan Koenig just outside the top 10. Michael's inside the top 10 and looking for a chance now maybe to spoil the day a little bit more for a few drivers involved there. He's in the Formula V battle and looking pretty good at this stage in that 38 special.
Yeah, Tony Beecher behind him, they're having a good dance. You can see Michael Koenig was working hard on the steering wheel through the S's. Like you said, Greg, Formula V battle, and they are really pushing each other here. So good to see.
It's a Mark 9 that Beecher's in. It's an S&J Mark 9, whereas it's a Mark 1 capital that Michael Koenig's in terms of the Formula Vs, if you're a Formula V fan. And then closing down in the Reynard.
Yeah, and some people just hanging in there, 9th position, doing well, and also involved in that battle. Good to see. So
Car
here
9
we go.
in 9th, closing in on Beecher now.
Yeah, Simpiwe was really working forward to the race, and now Simpiwe is going to try and make a move on Tony Beecher, but there's Koenig, Beecher, and Simpiwe Muslalu. Beecher going defensive up deal, but let's see.
I don't know if Tony Beecher will be too happy about the blue flags that just got waved at him. That's for position, it's not for a quicker car coming through, but I think maybe the marshal getting caught out there, seeing the sort of newer version of Formula V, of single-seaters coming up on the older ones and saying, well, maybe if anybody else was behind that car, possibly would have made an overtaking maneuver there. So Simpiwe did close the gap down, but Beecher's opened it up again as he goes on the attack to catch Koenig.
Yeah, Beecher now putting pressure on Koenig again. Simpiwe just falling a little bit behind, but it's a good battle here between the three of them.
3 laps to go here for the 3 of them. Try and sort it all out.
And Simpiwe now will be happy to see that Koenig and Beecher having a fight. That always gives you opportunity to close in, Greg. When the two in front of you, they go off the racing line, slow themselves up, and then you can close in.
Alan Koenig, Richard Derbyshire. That's the battle just further back from that. I think that's Schofield coming through on them though. Yes, it is. Ian Schofield lapping now up into what is going to be 13th and 12th position respectively. Goes past them relatively easily. Gets the job done. Sets his sights now on Dale de Klerk and Gary de Klerk up the road.
Yeah, so that's Goldfield car, 1989 Reynard, really doing well. Looking good in the best chem colours. And yeah, going like a bomb. Up the hill to turn number 5.
Yeah, this Investchem team have put a huge amount of effort into single-seater racing all around the country. We'll get to see, of course, their fastest car in the hands of Robert Volk at top of the hill. As they come through now, Hillery is still sitting comfortably in 5th place. Can't quite bridge the gap there to the car up the road from him in Ben van Westhuizen, but I don't think he has to worry too much about that one. He does have to worry about the back markers as he comes through.
There's Hillery just going past the back marker. Hillery in 6th on the road. Ben is 5th. Penta 4th. But there's our leader, Schofield, coming through now. One lap to go for the leader.
Yeah, final lap there for him. He's caught both of the Clack boys.
Car looking good here to turn number 2. Schofield just wants to bring it home now. Number 10, Ian Schofield, looking good there on the last lap. Michael Koenig looking in the mirror. He's got a bit of a gap on Beecher now, and unfortunately, I don't know what happened to Simpiwe. Greg, Simpiwe's gone missing. Oh, no, still there, just a little bit. Oh, no, sorry. Simpiwe is in front of Koenig and Beecher.
She's found a way through on both Beecher and Koenig, so last-ditch effort there to get through from Simpiwe. Nice drive there from the young lady. Up into what is now 7th place ahead of Koenig and Beecher.
So maybe Koenig and Beecher had a bit of a tussle, and that allowed Simpiwe and
Yes, Simpiwe coming down the hill. Behind her will be the leader and her team boss, of course, 3 cars back. Coming to the line for the checkered flag. Beecher's going to be outgunned. Will Koenig get outgunned as well? No. Schofield rolls out of that. Finds the inside line, gets past. He gets past on both of them across the line. So Schofield takes the win in the 1989 Reynard. Oh, some off-track right in the closing stages there for the 88 car. Richard Derbyshire having to take some evasive action as he went onto the dirt. Collects it nicely though. Second place is going to be Ryan Ludick. He's crossed the line. Third place is going to be James Derbyshire as he comes to the line there in that Lotus 23. Or Lotus 21, I should say. Nice run from him. And wrapping up our historic single-seaters race 1. Up next, we're into Silver Cup. It's the second last race of our first heats of the day here on our live stream. Hope you've enjoyed all the action. Class B to Schofield. C's goes to Ludick ahead of Derbyshire and Fenta. Class C is Michael Hillery. Class B in second place is Simpiwe and McLaughlin. And Class D, Michael Koenig ahead of Beecher and Gary de Klerk. Wrapping things up there for our historic single-seaters race 1. Silver Cup 2.0. Up next, classes B, C, and D.
Also lining up in the previous paddock, Silver Cup 2.0 classes B, C, and D. Big field out here by them today, so it's going to be awesome to see these guys. We go out for their 8-lapper, and then everybody we're only halfway through this day. But later, still Lotus Challenge race number 3, and everybody else must do their second heats. So far, awesome racing, big fields, close racing. Good stuff here, and everybody enjoying it. The historical inland championship at Zwartkops Raceway. As we head to midday now, obviously temperatures will be a little bit up. Track temperatures will heat up a bit. There's a bit of a wind blowing. Let's go down and talk to Ronald van Rensburg.
Ronald, you're on pole. It's race 1. What are you expecting? How's the car going?
Beautiful. Don't like the pressure of being on pole, but yeah, let's see what we can do.
And obviously you've got a good team behind you.
Beautiful team. Wouldn't be here without them. And yeah, long way to come from Derbs to compete.
You're obviously going to do better than you did at Red Star.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely going to try.
And we'll see you in race 2.
Okay, thanks.
So as we heard there, Ronald, he says he doesn't like the pressure of pole, but came all the way from Durban. Good to see the guys coming from Wytenside.
Did you see what's on his roof though? There's a surfboard, man. And that was one of the reasons why he came to join this category. Is he put the surfboard on, and of course Marius Jacobs, who runs the category, said if you put a surfboard on your car, I'll give you a free entry. And he's got free entry every time he runs that car if he puts the surfboard on top. So he's definitely looking to improve, as you heard from Gareth chatting to him. He didn't quite go according to plan at Red Star Raceway the last time we had the historic inland championship at Red Star Raceway. But certainly a great day today as he starts from pole position for classes B, C, and D combined.
Yeah, so we'll keep our eye there on Ronald van Rensburg with the surfboard all the way from Derbs. That's the way to do it. And that's Silver Cup for you, Greg. Anything
Surfs
goes.
up, big kahuna.
Yeah, surfs up in Silver Cup.
Yeah, looking forward to a good battle. I think we're going to see that as they make their way out onto the circuit. As I said, it's approximately 30-odd cars that are about to go to battle. Space frames, Nissans, a couple of Golf 1s, as per usual. You never ever get a Clubman's field of cars without a whole bunch of Golf 1s. Little Toyota Yaris in there as well. Looks like Volkswagen Polos. A couple of... there's a Golf 1 Cup here because there's a huge amount of Golf 1s in this one.
Yeah, quite a few Golf.
There's a couple more Golf 1s than anything else out there.
Yeah, that's what we see in Class B, C, and D, Greg. A lot of Golfs.
There is a Volkswagen Caddy Bucky though. Nissan Sentra. Honda Ballard, yeah. As they come out to track for their first heat of the day. it brings us to the end of the first heats of the day, and then of course we go into a small break, which will then take us into the ATS Lotus Challenge Race 3. They've already had a race early this morning in cool conditions. They had one yesterday afternoon as well. And Lotus Challenge, of course, have got their final race just after our little lunch break after this one. I don't think we're going to have much of a lunch break because we are pretty much on target in terms of our time, so they may give us a chance just to get the marshals and medics fed before we get into the second heats and third heat, particularly of the Dunlop and ATS Lotus Challenge.
Yeah, on the grid, so Ronald van Rensburg from Gavin Botha, Marnus du Plessis, Petrus van Oort, Pierre-Richard Potgieter, Nathan Venter, Donovan Leroux, Karel Stolz, Freek Blichnout Senior, Jared Lee Thomas, JP Norkeer, Michael van Zanten, Dane Thompson, Vincent Labuskaghni, Mimi Leroux.
Mimi Leroux also in a quick little car there. Jared Lee Thomas, as you said, in the Toyota Corolla. It's a bit of a change up in terms of the cars that we got out there. I think it actually may even be a former Toyota Corolla Ben car, if I'm not mistaken, in that machine.
Now, Greg, I think our JP Norkeer is racing three cars, three categories this weekend. He's got that Golf, the other one, and he's in the Lotus Challenge.
And the Lotus Challenge, exactly. Yeah.
So he's busy and enjoying, but
he came for full value for money today.
There we go. Standing start, Stolper Cup, good stuff. Mr. Surfboard, Ronald van Rensburg on pole. Just needs to get off the line.
I wonder if he's going to go to Maputo. Because if he goes to Maputo with the surfboard, I mean, literally the circuit is about 3 minutes away from the beach. So you can have a bit of a surf as well as a bit of turf. Surf and turf there in Maputo for Ronald van Rensburg. Gavin Botha's alongside him in the space frame. Marnus du Plessis and Petrus van Oort are the second row. Pierre Potgieter and Nathan Venter will be, of course, the third row of the grid. Donovan Leroux and Karel Stolz. Karel Stolz also busy man. He's raced, I think, in both classes of Silver Cup. He was in the Mazda RX-7, yes, and now he's in the Toyota.
On the first two rows of the grid, we've got Class B and Class B+. Watch out for that battle. B, B+, B, B+. And then Class C behind them. B's, D's, they're all in there. Like we said, Greg, a lot of Golfs here. There's one Polo in the mix there. And let's see how they get off the line.
Standing start, no yellow flags. We go to lights and we go racing. Green flag at the back. Into the start procedure we go for Silver Cup classes B, C, and D. 1 minute to 30 seconds. 30 seconds to 5. Can hear the engine revs picking up out of our window here as well from a commentary booth. Lights on, and let's go racing. Here we go. Good start from majority of the field. They all got off the line nicely. No one having little issues. Maybe a little bit of problem there for the yellow Ballard at the back, but everybody else down towards turn 1 rapidly. And our poleman's been outgunned properly there. The surfer has dropped down to 4th place.
Yeah, not a great start there from Van Rensburg. He was a bit worried, but there's a very good start from behind him in 3rd position. So already some change up here, but that's what you want to see, Greg, on the standing start. And look at these guys as they come through now to turn number 4. And is it it's Gavin Botha on the outside there?
Van Rensburg hanging on to the inside by the looks of things, and I think coming through there, Marnus du Plessis. Marnus du Plessis had probably the best start of the non-space frame cars, as he hangs on to the lead, only just trying to outgun around the outside. The 2 space frames, one goes left, one goes right. Botha on the charge here for Paturino Toyota in his space frame, but Gav's got some work to do if he wants to get through there on the very tough and highly competitive machine in the front end of this field. And I'll tell you something, there's not much in it between those space frames and the saloon car as they cross the line for the first time.
Yeah, it was a good start from Marnus du Plessis. Took the lead. He was squeezing out Gavin Botha. But now Gavin Botha and Petrus van Oort in the space frames trying to come back. Oh, we've had a big off here. Someone going wide.
I wouldn't say it's a big off. It's probably just an off. But because it's winter time, it looks like a massive one. Because the dust just kicks up big time. Yeah. But somebody on the Golf 1 running wide there. Your guess is as good as mine, because there's about 50% of this field in Golf 1s. So I'm not quite sure which of those Golf 1s it is, but Marnus hangs on for now ahead of Buerta. Buerta putting a wheel on the dirt as well ahead of Van Oort, giving him a little bit of a taste of the dust on the exit and entry of turn 4. And then it's the Silver Surfer
pressure
in 4th.
Buerta's going to put pressure on Duplessis as Ronald van Rensburg on 4th with a surfboard. He's got work to do, but Buerta now really trying to put pressure on Martin Duplessis, looking good here through the tight stuff. Peters van Oort just hanging in there in 3rd. So this top 3, Greg, they're pulling away a little bit, but it's on between the top 3 for the win. There's Martin's
27 out, that's not good. That's Marnus Schreef, Henmark Conversions Golf 1. I like the new wing he's put onto the back end of that little Nissan of his. So it seems to be working well there for Marnus Duplessis.
Yeah, he's got the wing on, and maybe that's just giving the slight edge there. But the 2 space frames trying to chase him down, and there goes our pole sitter, Ronald van Rensburg. He has to close in. He had good pace in qualifying, just needs to put it down as the rest of the field come through turn number 1 now.
Malcolm Ellis there coming along as he heads into turn 1 in that number 10 Golf. If you want to make your car go faster, you paint the bonnet black. It's a standard rule. Certainly works well for him by the looks of things as he starts to close that gap down onto 9th place. Starting to put some pressure onto that little battle just ahead of him. And he's bridging the gap slowly but surely, but the battles are starting to unfold in the midfield. Slowing Golf 1 down that back straightaway as well by the looks of it as well. So some issues here. And that is the 26 car of JP Bowman. The VAG Spec Garage 71 machine pulling to the sideline, so not quite according to plan there for Bowman's point of view.
Yeah, pity there for Bowman. He had a problem earlier and I think he's racing a space frame as well. So a little bit not a great day so far for him, but he'll get it back later. There's straight on number 208. Good looking Nissan Sentra going through the S's down the hill with the Golf Mark 1 chasing him down behind him.
Potentially another one of those former Group N Sentras down into turn 8 now in the hands of Stratham. Big charge here from our pole man. Van Rensburg slows that gap down. So that PSA and Texas Towing silver a surfboard machine coming onto the back end of the first of the space frames and makes mincemeat of him. Goes through on Petrus van Oort pretty easily. Now sets his sights on Buerta.
Yeah, very good on the brakes. Maybe he's found his mojo now. Tyres heating up. Now he has to go chase down on that second place man. The good news for him is the leaders are coming into some back markers which could slow them down. So Van Rensburg, let's watch out for him, and he's putting the hammer down. He's doing the best lap times. So the lap times are there. Maybe the confidence is coming back to him now, Greg.
Closing things down on that Peugeot. I think it might be on Jolanda Jacobs. Jolanda Jacobs at the back of the pack there for Draper Racing Developments in that 206 GTI Peugeot.
Yeah, and he's still got 4 laps to go, so now he's really put the hammer down, and let's see, anything can still happen. The front 2 can trip over each other, and Ronald van Rensburg can still be in for a shot with 4 laps to go. JP Nortje coming through there.
How do you know that's JP Nortje?
Oh, you can't miss the yellow, any yellow, neon yellow use, you know. That's JP. That's nice.
It's cool. I love the fact that he puts it on every single one of the cars. It makes our job easier. And it's become synonymous with his racing. So keep it going. If it works for you, make it stick.
Yeah.
Eric Sadler coming through there. The Benza Performance Golf Mark 1.
Well, you must always try and put something different or something that can stand out, that we know it's you. know, do it color scheme, neon yellow, whatever. There's a bucky.
Or just drive a bucky.
Yeah.
It's not a bad plan. Is that Brad Binder in number 33 there? No. That's Quinton van der Merwe in his Volkswagen Caddy.
That's having a good tussle there. He's trying to go on the outside of that yellow Honda Ballada. So everywhere through the field, everybody's involved in their own little battles.
The battle's raging all the way through, as we always see in Silver Cup. You get cars that are similarly matched in terms of lap times or driver skill, and they start to have some fun amongst each other, like these two Golfs are going to have right now. This is going to get interesting down into turn number 2. Donovan LaRue under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, Nathan Venter behind Donovan LaRue. They 5th and 6th on the road. Venter really putting pressure, but good to see those tussles.
Michael Van Zanten just behind them. Well, he's actually dropped it back a bit further back than what he was. He was just behind them. He's lost a little bit of ground now in that forklift mining car. Oh, the 10 car on fire. Ooh, that's not good. That's Malcolm Ellis. And lots of flames coming out of the back at the bottom end of that car. Is that more terminal than what it looks like? It might be. And he's in quite a dangerous position, so there's a good possibility that he's going to get safety car. How many laps we completed there?
5 of 8.
5 of 8 might be enough to call it, actually, if they do need to go to safety car. So if they're going to go to safety car, yellow flag is out. Safety car board hasn't been displayed yet.
No, the safety car is out.
Here
I
it
think
comes.
the leader's done 6 of 8, Greg. It's
6
a pity
of 8.
now.
Yeah, 6 of 8's enough. They could have actually pulled the checkered flag out there.
And look there, Ronald van Rensburg up to second.
6th place. Van Rensburg up to 2nd place now, yes.
Yeah.
Found a way through there on Gavin Botha. And it looks like red flag has come out as well.
Yeah, but that's possibly going to be. It's a pity for Ronald van Rensburg because
Yeah,
he's
big
caught
time.
up to the leader there. He's passed Gavin Botha, but now the red flag out. They might just call this one.
JP Nokia being told to stop on the line.
Stop
Hit the brakes there, JP. Whoa. When I say whoa, I means whoa.
It looks like that car's gotten going again.
It has.
But
there's a lot of flame under the bottom of that thing, though. I was worried about it.
It was when he tried to start it up again, but I wonder if they're going to resume this one because the leader's
6
done
of 8
6.
is enough to call it. They may send them into pit lane. That's enough. That's more than 75% of the race completed. So let's see what Marius Jacobs and his team decide. Will they send these cars on their way and call it after 6 laps being completed, which will give Marnus the win, Ronald van Rensburg 2nd, Gavin Botha 3rd. Pierre Potgieter would have moved up to 4th ahead of Donovan LaRue. Nathan Venter dropped down to 6th. Carl Stoltz in 7. JP in 8 ahead of Jared Lee Thomas, and Dane Thompson will be the top 10 there, if they call it.
Yeah, so it
And
just
I think
shows you
there's a good
Ronald van
chance they
Rensburg.
may.
He had the pace there in the second half.
Yeah.
So he just needs to get a better start.
I think it was just pressure on the pole. That pole position pressure gets to you, right? If you've never been on pole before, that pressure gets to you. And I think he just got eaten up by the pressure more than by the cars behind him.
But he gave himself the pressure. When you hit the pole, just take it and go for
Oh,
it.
yeah. No, that's the way to go. But unfortunately, it might be a little bit of lack of experience as well from Van Rensburg. Remember, he comes from KwaZulu-Natal. He spends most of his time down at Desi's Raceway. And now getting a chance to come and be part and parcel of Silver Cup 2.0. They've got SPS Racing and I think Car Care Clinic are behind their sponsorship. So great to have those two sponsors behind this category. Oh, they're going to roll them out again. I think they might, eh? I think they're going to give them They're going to give them the final 2 laps here. I hear in the background restart. So is that restart? Possibly. It'll be real interesting if they have decided to go with that option and give them a restart and give them just 2 more laps of race anger. Yes, please. We'll have some more 2.0. We do like 2.0 flat out.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see maybe what's going to happen here. Are they restarting it? There's 2 laps to go. But also Greg JP there on the front there, but he's actually 8th on the road.
That's the problem they got. Is they're going to have to reshuffle this grid.
Yeah, the grid.
And will they shuffle on the roll around to restart this one? That's the problem you're going to have. With 2 to go, I would have called it, but that's not my call to make.
Yeah.
Marnus, Ronald, Gavin, Pierre Potgieter has to make the way to the front. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves there on that back banking. I can see another shot of some fans chilling out there. You guys having some fun on that back wall?
You can see the Braaivlei fires going there in the background. That's what we want to see. It is coming up to lunchtime now.
I do like it when a man stands up when I'm talking to him. Thanks for that, sir. Appreciate it. Nicely done. Got the flops on, flip-flops on, even though it's freezing cold. That's always good. There you go, sir. Yeah, that's you. We're talking about you, big guy. That's the ones, eh? He's not scared. Shorts and flops, even though it's like 300 degrees Celsius minus in Zwartkops. Yeah, we are laughing at him, ma'am, yes. And we see you as well, looking at him, giving a good chuckle.
Don't worry, he's wearing two shorts.
Two pairs of
short
shorts.
pants. Two pairs of short pants.
Short sleeve jean pants on there.
But that's Pretoria for you, Greg.
That's
Guys
Pretoria,
are tough
bro.
out here.
Exactly. The hound dogs are in the house as well. Who let the dogs out? Well, he did. He brought them with him. I see people looking across on the right-hand side as well. Man in the maroon hoodie. He's having a little chat there, side by side with the love of his life, by the looks of things. Or it might be his sister. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I don't know. KTM man has just stood up there out of his KTM armchair. Rocking the KTM armchair there, sir. Thank you for that. Going to go and check on the braai. There's only one man has to braai. Hey, you can only leave one man to braai. You can't have 10 Oaks braaiing, otherwise there's trouble. Here's our Ferrari fan. He's decided to move into the sun. Got a bit cold in the shade of the grandstand there. Other man's watching us at the top of the grandstand on his smart device. Remember, if you have got a smart device, you can watch the live stream as well. You can pick it up on Zwartkops Raceway. You can pick it up on Two Wheels TV on YouTube as well. So if you want to watch the live stream while you're sitting in the grandstands, we have got our live stream going out. Get to see action around the track that you might not see in front of you. 2-lap race. I don't know why JL even decided on a 2-lap race. He's coming to tell us that he's giving us a 2-lap race. I don't know why he went to a 2-lap race, but we're going for a 2-lap race because JL said so. So that it's a standing start as well. 2 laps with 3 cars on the front row and 3 cars starting from that front row. Oh, they're going to get 1 warm-up lap. Just checking, JL. Just checking. No, I thought that as well. Giving our COC hell as he comes to tell us it is a 2-lap race and they're going to get a warm-up lap to sort themselves out in position. Leon's going to go quickly and have a quick chat to a man about a dog and find his keys. While you're out there, you might as well get your lunch, but go and get your lunch at the same time because we've got a 2-lapper and then a little break in proceedings. So we're going to wrap things up here for our first heats of the day with a 2-lap race about to come your way here for Silver Cup 2.0. They're going to give their guys value for money. That's what we like to see. Cool. So just a heads up to our Facebook fans that might be watching us. After this race is completed and we do go to the break, we will be stopping the Facebook side of our stream. YouTube will stay on as per usual, but otherwise we may run late into the day. And of course, Facebook only gives us 8 hours to play with when we do a live stream. So there'll be part 1 and part 2 of today's historic and inland championships here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. So that'll be after this one. Don't worry, we're not going to stop it just yet. We will complete these 2 laps of race action with the standing start and the warm-up lap, and then we'll go to a little break on Facebook as we load part 2, which will kick off just after the break with ATS Dunlop Lotus Challenge race number 3 for the weekend. So we're just standing by for track clearance before we roll our 2.0 Silver Cups, classes B, C, and D. That'll be the last race of the day as well, later on this afternoon. Hopefully we can get through all of the second heats of the racing today without any big incidents that require safety cars or red flags or stoppages again. Confirmation on the left there of the 2 laps that JL's just come and chatted to us in the race commentary. Our official COC here for Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It's quite a mix-up at the front end there. I think hopefully they'll get it all sorted out by the time they come round and under starters' orders. It's going to be a 2-lap sprint race, which means the Surfer Boy is still in with a chance. Didn't quite get it right in the first one. We watched Marnus du Plessis come through there and dominate at the front, but we saw the pace of that surfboard carrying Golf 1. And yes, if you have seen that surfboard car going around, it's not by accident that the surfboard was left on top of that Golf 1. It's on purpose, because they do things differently at Silver Cup Racing, and they give you some challenges, and if you meet those challenges, your entries could be paid for by the club. So all the sponsorship that comes into this category and to this club, of course, goes straight into the racing, and it gives you a chance to get big fields like this to be part and parcel of Silver Cup. So Orange Army trying to do as much of that grid shuffle as they can before they turn the light. Well, they're not going to turn the lights off, but they'll send them down towards turn 1. And it'll be up to each of the cars now to get themselves sorted out into as close to the grid positions as possible. JP Nokia, some work to do now from 8th place on the grid. Watch out for that Golf 1 Cup in the back to come through in amongst some of the Polos and Alphas that are in that mix. That was potentially the problem there. The number 10 car of Malcolm Ellis is going again, so whatever the issue was, seems to have got sorted out. No more flames out of the back end of that car. And left and right to try and get some heat into the rubber. Gavin Buerta will be looking to try and close down on Van Rensburg and on Marnus du Plessis for the restart. Hopefully get that space frame to the front end and into turn 2 first. So they will come under starters orders now as they come round out of turn 7, down the hill into 8. Watch out for Donovan LaRue. Fighting with Nathan Fenter as they come to take up their positions and formation. It should be line astern, I think, on the restart. I don't think they have to go into formation. They should have to start single file as they come down and come under the start flag. Green flag will be time to go. But that, of course, only comes when they go to the grid, Greg, not when they do a restart on a rolling start. Silver Cup does a standing start. Let's get that right. Sorry on that one. There we go. So a standing start. Everybody going to take up their positions. We'll wait for that green flag at the back and then into the start procedure for the second time today for Silver Cup 2.0, classes B, C, and D. Quite sure where that Alpha is supposed to go. I think that's John Simpson trying to find his way into his grid position. I'm not sure if he's in the right one, but I think we're going to go for a start anyway. Let's see if they will give him clearance. Yes, we're under starters orders. There we go. 2-minute board is up. Here we go. 30 seconds. Stand by for those lights to go out. Let's see if Marnus du Plessis can outgun Ronald van Rensburg into turn 1. Great start coming out of Donovan LaRue and Nathan Fenter from the back as well as the Golf 1 Cup heads down into turn 1. It's Golf 1's 3, 4, 5 and 6th place with Carl Stoltz joining the party in the Toyota. But it's Gavin Buerta who gets the whole shot. He dives into turn 2, leads out, but Marnus comes straight back at him. The Nissan trying to get on the inside of that space frame, but Buerta hangs on for now as they come through turn 3 and onto that back straight away. Great start there from Gavin Buerta, getting the drop on the 2 cars ahead of him. But now side by side with du Plessis, who's got the inside line for 4 and takes the lead. He'll hold that outside line all the way through. Watch for the cutback now from Buerta. Try and sneak on the inside. Van Rensburg is still in 3rd place. So Ronald up in the 3rd place with the 3 Golf 1s fighting behind him. LaRue, Potgieter and Fenter. Marnus hangs on. Buerta runs wide. Opens up the door. Van Rensburg steals that 2nd place away from him and squeezes the surfboard car up into 2nd place. PSA and Texas Truck Towing Machine up into 2nd place now. Trying to close down there on Marnus du Plessis. Forklift Mining Spares Nissan is doing everything right and leads onto the final lap. One more lap of this 2.4k circuit to go. Donovan LaRue under big pressure there. And it's coming from Nathan Fenter. Just behind them, Dane Thompson into the mix as well. Then it's Carl Stoltz in the Toyota. Top 10 is JP Nokia and Vincent Labuskachny. I don't think Marnus is going to be troubled here, unless there's some great drive up the hill here from the man from KwaZulu-Natal. He's got good drive. He's got the slipstream, possibly he's going to look for an overtake, but Marnus sees him coming, Goes defensive on the inside line into turn 5. The Nissan hanging on, only just. Watch for the cutback now from the Golf 1. Trying to get back up the inside for 6. He can't get there. Not enough room there for Ronald van Rensburg. He tried to find a way through. Marnus runs wide out of turn 6. Holds the inside line. He's going to hold that inside line all the way down into the final turn here. Silver Cup 2.0 in the house, and B, C, and D about to be wrapped up with a magnificent dice. 2-lap sprints to the line, and just getting to it. Wrapping things up nicely and taking the victory. Duplessis wins out. Van Rensburg second and Puerta in third. Great run to the line there, just behind them as well, coming out of Dane Thompson, Potgieter, Leroux, Venter, Stoltz, JP Nokia in the top 10 as well. The rest of the field's coming through there thick and fast. It's not done yet. There's still a couple of battles in the background that had to be sorted out as well. But they're all eventually coming to that checkered flag. Great run to the line there from our 2 Class B competitors, Duplessis and Van Rensburg. Pierre Potgieter will come through for third in Class B. B plus in the space frames goes to Gavin Buerta. Class C is Donovan Leroux, beats out Nathan Fenta and JP Nokia. And Class D further down is Jared Lee Thomas, who wins out over Paul Simon and Malcolm Ellis, the Fireball, down in 18th place for third in Class D. So we have a small break in proceedings, as I said now, ladies and gents, before we get into Lotus Challenge race number 3. And we're going to shut down our Facebook feed for a few moments, and you'll join us in a couple of minutes' time for part 2 of the historic and inland championship here from Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Welcome back to part 2 if you're joining us on Facebook, but who've stuck with us on YouTube, thank you for sticking around. We are into the second half of the day's racing, and it's going to be the ATS Dunlop Lotus Challenge who will kick things off. It's their third and final race of the weekend. They had one early this morning, they had one yesterday, and of course they've changed up their whole strategy in terms of the way they go racing. They prefer to get 3 races in over the weekend as opposed to worrying about qualifying and practice. They'd rather just get into the race action itself and put the good stuff on track. And it usually is pretty spectacular race action that comes out of Lotus Challenge. The first 2 heats already wrapped up, and it looked like there were some pretty happy faces down at the Adlam Auto stable this morning when I drove in, because they were just finishing up their race as we arrived for commentary. Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard will start from the front row. It's a great welcome return to Thomas Falconer, a former champion in this class. Rashelle Dupy finding some fantastic pace in her Pretoria Noord Toyota-sponsored Toyota twin-cam powered Lotus 7, ahead of Gijs van der Walt and JP Nokia. You won't miss JP Nokia's car. As we said, he's not a difficult man to spot. You can probably see most of his race cars from the moon. That's how bright they are with that bright yellow livery. Clive Wilmot will start things at the front end of Class in fact, it will be the last car of Class B. It's Nick Hodgson and Peter van Heerden who will be on the front row for Class L. So 2 categories of cars. They look exactly the same. It's just the engine derivatives and the chassis that they run that change things up as the 5-second board goes to lights on. Standing start, Leon. Here we go.
Away they go, and a good start from everybody. Class B in the front, Class L in the back. And yeah, Greg, they've had, well, their third race, 3 different conditions. Yesterday afternoon, this morning in the cold, and now quite ideal conditions. But let's see, it looks like Mackie Adlam, he had the pole there. Yeah, JP Nokia, can't miss him. Stands out. But very close racing, usually in Class L. Nick Hodgson leading him out. But let's see, first off, 8-lapper.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mackie Adlam
8 laps
and
of
Rudy
race
Barnett.
action. Look at that, Thomas Falconer putting under pressure into turn 4. Massive amounts of pressure there. Rudy Barnard is there in 3rd place. Looks like Rochelle's dropped down to 5th, tucked in just behind Gijs van der Walt and JP Nokia. Nokia putting the pressure on from the rear end of Rochelle's point of view. And then as we look through Class B, also nice to see, as I mentioned earlier on, he wasn't able to get his Datsun 1200 GX back in time, but he's certainly not worried about jumping into the Lotus, and Sean Hepburn is back into the pack. They're sitting in about 4th place at the moment in Class L.
Yeah, so very good start from Thomas Falconer, and he's putting pressure on Mackie Adlam. Rudy Barnard lost out a little bit there on the start.
Barnard not quite get the start he wanted. From that front row, you expect him to go with Mackie Adlam and the 2 related boys there from Rand Francisco Fontaine, having a chance to try and get to the front end, but seems to be spoiled there by the man from the Sunday Times. He was, of course, an official reporter for Sunday Times for a long time. It was Thomas Falconer, and now pushing to try and get back to the front end of this field where he usually ends up. Now remember, Nick Hodgson has got the overall number 1 plate for this championship and leads out Class L. 2nd place overall was not Thomas Falconer last year, but he certainly still likes to run the number 2 plate on his car when he can, although he has taken championships here before and been in the front end of the field for a long time. Had a bit of a sabbatical out of Lotus Challenge, but looks like he's back in a big way and looking to try and get back to exactly where he was, and that is at the front end of the field.
And Mackie Adlam runs a bit wide at top there, turn 5. But Rudy Barnard, he needs to try and get past Thomas Falconer if he's going to go after Mackie. There goes JP Nokia now through, putting pressure, but coming down the hill, so JP putting a bit of a gap. But Rudy Barnard will try all he can to get past Thomas. And then behind him is Gijs van der Walt, Rashelle Dupy, good showing by her, Clive Holman, JP Nokia, Nick Hodgson leading Class L.
Rochelle staying ahead of JP Nokia at this stage. Clive Wilmot just up the road from her. She'll be looking to try and close that gap down on Clive, but she's having to go defensive on JP, which is slowing her down. Same thing can be said here from Thomas Falconer's point of view, as Barnard's putting the pressure onto him, and that's allowing Mackie Adlam to get away. And that gap that you open up on Mackie Adlam, you do not want to do. He will make you pay big time if he's able to open up a margin like this. He's going to be a tough man to catch, and I think maybe only Barnard could probably catch him, but he's got to find a way through first of all on that 2nd place car, the number 2 man, Thomas Falconer.
Now Rashelle making a move there on the inside of Gijs, so she's very good showing by Rashelle there, Duplessis. And Greg, Thomas and Rudy, they can't fight each other too hard, although there goes Barnard now on the inside. So Okay, he knows he's got the pace. He had to get past Falconer to go chasing after Mackie, because Mackie, once you give Mackie, like you said, a bit of space, you're not going to catch him. But let's see now, can they work together now and try and chase down Mackie?
Working together always works better. Here they come, Kees van der Walt and Rashelle Dupy side by side. Tucked in behind them is Clive Wilmot, and in the mix there, Kees van der Walt as well. So a four-way fight forward is going to be fourth place. Rashelle, getting wide and in control, but inside line was completely out of shape, and it cost him big time there. Wilmot dropping back big time as he got a slight mistake out of turn 8.
Yeah, so the four of them fighting out there for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7. It's a good dice there, but just one wrong move, you're losing out. But Rachelle's really doing well, handling the pressure well there, Greg.
Getting to grips with that car nicely. Taking a while to get to grips with it, but now that she's found some pace, she's found some rhythm, certainly could run with these top 4 and could maybe potentially close down on Thomas Falconer. If she stays out of harm and lets those 3 behind fight it out, there's a good chance that that's the case. Look at the gap that Hodgson's pulled though. Pulling away big time here and leaving Peter van Heerden and Wesley Maxwell to fight it out. Just behind them, tucked in there as well as Ruan van der Walt and Bram Miller. Andre Duplessis just behind that, Jean Dutoy, Barry Dunford. Hepburn's dropped back slightly, so maybe still feeling a little bit of the rust of that big crash he had at the hill climb. But needless to say, Hodgson with a commanding lead over the second place. And second place fight is a 3-way inside line from Maxwell. Had a big look, but Van Heerden shut the door.
Yeah, that Class L is usually very close, but Hodgson, he's just had the pace of the Class L and he's pulling away there. But a good fight there for the podium from Peter van Heerden, Maxwell and Miller. Good to see Bram Miller in there.
7-7 car running that onboard camera as well. That's going to make some interesting footage that they'll probably put out onto their TLR website. They do a lot of off-track stuff as well. Do the Lotus Register, the Lotus guys who run the Lotus Challenge. They do some brunch runs. They do, of course, gymkhanas and time attack events as well that are not part and parcel of the Inland and Historic Championship. So their club does a lot of off-track excursions as well. Speaking of off-track excursions, on track right now is a big charge coming from the second man from Randfontein, and Barnard closing down there on his booty. It's going to be a two-way fight again between the family members. Barnard versus Adlam.
Yeah, Barnard's got very good pace, Greg. He's closed in on Adlam, and that's the dice we want to see. They still got about 3.5 laps to go, maybe 3 when they cross the line now. But Barnard's got the pace. Can he get past Adlam? One thing to catch him, another thing to pass. But they've got the pace of the field, with Faulkner falling back a little bit.
Yeah, Faulkner's fallen back into the clutches there and having to fend off Rashelle Dupy and Clive Wilmot. J.P. Nakia's lost a little bit of ground there on that last lap, so he's got some work to do. Further back in the pack in the Class L, Jean Dutoy, Barry Dunford having a bit of a fight of their own. Strap King car coming through there as well, pushing hard, trying to find a way to that front end, and that of course is Kees van der Walt. So Van der Walt now in the mix there a little bit, and it looks like could possibly be a bit of a change up here as the Class B competitors get caught by Nick Hodgson. So Hodgson has caught Van der Walt, and he's now going to put a Class B competitor between himself and his closest rival in Class L, which at this stage is Peter van Heerden.
Now Greg, that Nick Hodgson's car, Class L, he's got, here we go, he's back to the leaders. It's Adlam just holding, ran wide, but Barnard pressuring him now, so Adlam has to use all his racecraft to keep Barnard behind him. Barnard, we know, and someone's gone off there, number 29, that's Ruan van der Walt.
Yeah, Ruan van der Walt has crashed out there, the second off-track excursion we've seen from Lotus. He's got the car going again, fortunately. Didn't end up in the kiddie litter, he's just outside of it. So he should be able to return to the track, but he'll drop him right to the back of the pack there of Class L.
Now you can see now Adlam going semi-defensive. We know Barnard's there. And I mean, now there's only 2 laps to go. Yeah, with this 8-lapper. So now it is the time to go a little bit defensive. But Barnard's going to think, where can I make the move? As we back to the mid-pack again.
Maxwell coming through there for 3rd place. Looking to try and cement that one if he can to get up ahead of Jean Dutoy. Number 1, Clive Hodgson, just controlling things from the front of Class L. Big margin he's got now over Van Heerden. Bram Miller and Maxwell are the 2 cars we saw fighting each other. Maxwell, of course, in that sort of mint green coloured car.
I think there goes Barnard. He got to drive up the hill. He took the inside line. Mackie's going to try and stay outside him, but Barnard's got the pace. And now can he hang on, Greg, with just about 1.5 laps to go?
Yeah, is he going to come across the line now? It'll be closing stages time here. Barnard's timed this to perfection. Mackie Adam coming back at him though, around the outside. What? Around the outside of turn 8. Can he make it stick? Oh, I don't know. He just ran out of time, he ran out of space, ran out of road there, and had to back out of it slightly, which has allowed Barnard back up into the lead.
That was a great move by Mackie. He went on the outside there, late on the brakes, but Barnard still had the drive. Now he's defending from Mackie, and Mackie's using all his racecraft here, Greg. Barnard's got a bit faster, but Mackie's using his experience, and he's pushing Barnard right till the end, but it's awesome to see.
I do like this. It's great stuff. The Rand Francisco Fantine Mafia are going at it here. They are pushing each other to the limit, as they always do. David Jeremy would normally be involved here as well, part and parcel of that Adlam Auto Racing team, but this time it's just the two of them as they head to the top of the hill for the last time. Adlam going to go inside. Barnard sees him coming, goes late on the brakes, does not give him a chance. Adlam's going to have to try something down into turn 8.
Barnard very good up the hill. He didn't even defend on the inside. He had the pace and the brakes there, but this way was Mackie was good on the previous lap. Let's see, is he going to go for the dive down the hill to turn 8 for the last time? Barnard goes inside. Let's see what happens.
Mackie's going to go around the outside again. Or he's going to try. This time he's fighting the car and himself and the wheel and the dirt, and it's Barnard just to the line, beating Mackie Adlam by a couple of hundredths of a second there to win things out over Thomas Falconer for third place. A good drive there from him. Rashelle Dupy, top 5 finish. She finishes in 4th place ahead of Clive Wilmot. Then it's going to be Gijs van der Walt coming through to wrap up the Class B's. And we wait for Class L. That'll be Nick Hodgson. There he goes, winning out over Peter van Heerden. I think he stayed ahead of Wesley Maxwell. Yes, he has. Maxwell for 3rd place and hangs on to take out Bram Miller and Jean de Toy.
Now, Greg, but awesome stuff on the front. Rudy and Mackley all the way till the end.
Yeah.
It was, what's it, 0.2 tenths that he won there. So Rudy Barnard, Mackie, Thomas Falconer, Class B. Class L was Hodgson, Van Heerden and Wesley Maxwell.
Wrapping up Class ATS Dunlop Lotus Challenge. That was their 3rd and final race of the day. And now we kick things off for Heat 2 of everybody else, starting with the legends of the 9 hour from pre-66 and 68. The Little Giants and under 2 leaders from Marlborough Crane Hire make their way to the pre-race area. Looks like Gareth is down in pre-race there. I'm going to catch up with Dion Schropsky. Let's go and find out what Dion Schropsky's plans are for race 2.
So, second race of the day. You want to make it count? What are you expecting?
Yeah, very excited. The first race was very good. What am I expecting? I hope to move up the grid 1 or 2 places, keep it clean and have a lot of fun. I think the track is heating up and getting a little bit more grippy, so the time should come down. Yeah, first race was really fun, and hoping the second race will also be fun. It's always lekker to come out to Zwartkops and to race and just have a lot of fun.
Excellent, Joel. Have a safe one. Good luck.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Cheers.
Yeah, Greg, track conditions are heating up. The guys are enjoying that. The track's getting a bit hotter, so they'll get the heat into the tires a bit earlier or better. As we can see, some of the spectators just enjoying lunchtime and enjoying the day's racing. But one word that you've heard a lot from these racing drivers today is lekker. Everybody's enjoying it here at Zwartkops. It's lekker at Zwartkops.
It certainly is. It's always great to be here, and especially when you've got a good field of cars that you can play with. Find yourself a little dice in the middle of it and have some fun and games, as you heard there from Dion. That's exactly what he's expecting. Hopefully more of the same as we get into the second heats of racing. Let's have a look quick and see if Josh got his car sorted out. Josh Totoy down there with Gareth.
Race 2 of the day, what are you expecting and how's the car going?
Yeah, I'm excited. First race I had a bit of a technical issue, my clutch wasn't working. So I'm just looking this race to sort of regain my places, do a bit of damage control. Been really fun this race. I'm looking forward to this race. I think it's going to be really fun. Starting from the backs, there isn't as much pressure. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to just having a duel, just going out there, seeing what I can do.
You told me the team behind you getting the car sorted.
Yeah, no, I'm very thankful for my mechanics and my team. They got my car sorted between the races. It looks like they've fixed the issue. It should be going well. I've got a little bit of a water leak, but otherwise I'm looking good, yeah.
Well, good luck for race 2, yeah?
Yeah, thank you so much, eh? Cheers.
Later on, of course, we're talking to JL about the rugby that's happening at the moment and chatting about what's happening with that funny game that you throw the ball backwards to go forwards. But it is time, almost, to roll cars out onto circuit for the second heat today of the Legends of the 9 Hour. And looking forward to seeing what happens with Little Giants and under 2 litres. Led out by this man, Rob Beaumont. Fantastic to have him back in the field, and a big thanks to him. Maybe I think Rob Beaumont should go and have a chat to Formula One, hey? And just see if they can maybe take his example and bring back the Brolly Babes, because he's the only guy who's brought a Brolly Babe back into motorsport, and yes, it's certainly well deserved, and thanks for that, Rob. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, good stuff. In my days, I also had a Brolly girl or two, especially my dog days. But Greg, Joshua the toy there says his clutch is fixed, coming from the back. It's going to be interesting to see if he can fight there from the back.
Little thumbs up there from a supporter on the sideline as well. He's looking forward to the battle that's about to unfold. Will Tender Shate be able to return the favour on Ishmael Baloy, who caught him on the last lap to overtake and pass him for the win in the Little Giants?
Yeah, so those little battles will be there between the darts, and there's the Alpha and the Escorts. But Beaumont, he wants to keep that perfect record. Needham will put pressure on him. Miller's in there. Jerk Venter. Pantassis, he needs a better start. Paige Lernenberg, she'll get to grips with the car. Schwabski, he's looking for a better race. And then Baloy and John Tendeshata. Tendeshata wants to get one back over Ishmael Baloy this time.
That lady would like to beat both of them again. She was ahead of them for a while, so let's see if Alan Fleta can move that Trans-Africa Racing GT Junior a little higher up in the standings. As we come under starters' orders now, Ben van der Westhuizen also be looking to take on the fight there with the Bat Lady. Not in her usual steed. She's normally in a Golf 1, but this time out in Trans-Africa Racing's Alpha GT Junior.
Yeah, they're probably going to go for one more lap behind the Pretoria Noord Toyota pace car. And yeah, then it's a go. So under 2 litre plus is Beaumont and Needham. Under 2 litre, Mark Miller. If you've got Jerk Venter, he's in, what's that, ZB?
No, remember he's of course in the under 2 litre class for this category.
Yeah.
And then in ZBs for the other class that he races in.
Yeah. Okay, so he's also under 2 litres. Paige Lernenberg, they're all in there. Yeah, but like the guy said, they'll be a little bit happier with the track conditions now. Heating up. But easy to get some temperature to the tyres. And then we'll see. It's another 8-lapper. Yeah, like you said, Elka, she wants to go with her dice again with her 2 darts.
And then a bit of an alpha fight at the back there. Carrot Murray, Mark Totoy, Josh Totoy, and Tim Crosland.
Yes, remember 1 or 2 of the cars had a problem in heat number 1. Mm-hmm. They want to make up for it in this heat. So we'll watch out for those guys at the back. So we'll keep on Joshua Totoy as well. But yeah, we'll get a start this time. The Volvo's in there as well. Yeah, we're missing out 1 or 2 of the Volvos that used to be a Greg. Camphor and...
Yeah. Vic Camphor, unfortunately not here, and Alan Poulter's car not here either. But I'm sure they'll be back in the season at some point to come and have some racing fun. Business always comes first, as always, and you've got to pay the bills before you can go racing. And I know they've been working hard at Tom Camphor Volvo. They launched a branch down in PE actually, so there's a bit of work being done there from the Volvo team as we now get ready to go for race 2. Also just picking up, I think that might have been Baby Temple who was on the sideline giving the thumbs up there to the 2 Lindenberg Racing competitors in this class. And if you go across right from our commentary booth, of course you go into the Temple of Lindenberg, or Lindenberg Temple, because it's a mix-up of the 2 families now. Here we go. To the line they come. Beaumont going to try and get the drop. Double yellows, remember, for turn 1 and 2, so they will hold position until they come out of turn 2 into 3. Get the green flag. Van Fleta will be just trying to stay with those 2 GSM darts, if possible. Ben van der Westhuizen wants to be there as well. He's not fighting, of course, in the Little Giants category, but more in the under 2 litre class. So we got green flags. Here we go. Down towards turn 3 and onto that back straight away. It's side by side from the top 2. Jonty Needham's got the whole shot though, and leads into turn 4. Hangs on. Mark Miller up into 4. Just outgunning Dirk Venter. Venter into 4th place at the moment. Pantassis in 5. Schwabski closing on Paige Lindenberg. Pagey sees him coming, comes across to go defensive. No defensive line from Jonty into turn 5 though, allowing Rob Beaumont back up into the lead of the race.
Yeah, it's almost 2 by 2 battles, but Greg just quickly picked up on that Jonathan de Shorter. He passed Ishmael Baloy, but I don't know if he passed him before they got to a green flag zone. Just check there, but he was quite keen to pass Ishmael Baloy. He almost passed him in turn 2, but I don't know, the green flag. So we'll just check on that one. But Ishmael Baloy there trying to come back at him. But there's Mark Miller going through turn 8, and he's putting pressure on in front of him now. It's
Venter.
Dirk Venter, yeah, that got past him.
So Venter and Miller 3 and 4. Fantastic. Then it is 10 to shots ahead of Ishmael Baloy. Ish is always happy to have it ice with John 10. So you got somebody running wide, putting a wheel on the dirt there. Might have been Pagey. Just put a wheel on the dirt coming on the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, and Elka hanging on to the 2 darts there. She wants them to squabble so that she can stay with them. And there goes Ishmael on the inside. But here's our leader, Beaumont and Needham. And they're pulling away from Dirk Venter. Mark Miller now. This time Sofos Fantastis with a better start. He's putting pressure, but Schwabski now right on the back. He's going on the outside there, Fantastis.
Schwabski getting good drive out of turn 4 up the hill. He'll come up to the back end of Mark Miller, but he's got Fantastis on his inside, so not going to be an easy overtake to move there. He's got to try and squeeze through on 2 cars. He's not able to do on any of them at this stage. He runs wide and tries to keep Fantastis in his sights. Behind that, Paige Lindenberg watching from the rear view and seeing the battle unfold. She watches her rear view mirrors. She'll see this battle unfolding as well between Tender Sharte and Baloy.
Coming down the hill there now, Fantastis, Schwabski, behind Schwabski's Page. And then the 2 darts, Phil Tender Sharte in front of Ishmael Baloy. You can see his car's handling a lot better now. I think with the heat and the tyres and the track surface, it's not that loose in the back as they come through turn number 1, and Elka trying to hang on there. But these 2 will battle all the way till the end. But Ishmael Baloy looking good there.
Van der Westhuizen about to join them as well. He's not too far behind. That little Lotus Cortina. And then on his tail is Chris Deploy in the Volvo. So it's kind of a 5-way fight for what would be the lead of Little Giants, but also sort of the mid-pack of the B-class categories of under 2 litres.
Yeah, Schwabski going through turn 4 there. You can see the car leans a lot, using all the track up there. Greg, I see at the top of turn 5, it's quite slippery on the outside.
Fenter's, I was going to say Fenter's not missing. There he is there. He's pulled away slightly. I thought we'd lost him there, because we were picking up on Pantassis, Miller and Schwabski, and I thought I'd lost Fenter, but he's just ahead of them, so apologies on that one.
Yeah, so Pantassis past Miller now, so he's doing much better this race. He had a better start in the previous heat, and Schwabski will now try and come down on Miller, but Miller will stick with Pantassis. Can he get it back? So it's a good little dash here between these 2, and Schwabski not too far behind.
Miller closing on the back end, and Pantassis and hounding him for a way through there. It's Alfa Romeo.
Julia. Is on the little bit on the inside, so Miller will go wide, try and take the wide line and get a good drive out of turn 2, and then you put the hammer down. Turn 3 will be flat out. He has it back to the leaders. Still Bowman and Needham. Needham hanging in there, trying to pressure Bowman. Bowman's car's going very well, but Needham will stay there and just maybe he can pressure him into a mistake. Never give it up, and Bowman will know that he's there. Needham doing very well actually there in second.
Bowman's car's got a great turn of pace. This little Mark 1 Escort is really going well. I'm not quite sure what he's running under the bonnet there, but it's definitely providing him enough power to stay ahead of that little Lotus Cortina. It's the slightly younger version of the Lotus Cortina as opposed to the older one further back in the back. That's piloted by Ben van der Westhuizen. But needless to say, whatever they've done to that AT&T car, it's working like a bomb.
And the two doors very close to each other. Ishmael now sitting there. Well, it's going to be 4 of 8 laps now. He'll need to see where can he possibly do the overtake, Greg. As they come down the hill.
Here it comes.
Possibly, yeah.
Not close enough. Had a look though, and in the background the Volvo was going off as well. So Deploy just hanging on for dear life there in the Volvo.
Ishmael actually leaving a lot of space between him and Tendishata, but he's just tried to show Tendishata wheel. And maybe, forcing me into a mistake. But there's a Volvo now of Deploy. Looking good there through turn 1. He ran a bit wide earlier, as you said.
I think what Ishmael's doing is he's kind of getting into the mirror. Because remember, you've only got one single mirror. And it's just below the windscreen of those low-slung GSM darts. You don't have wing mirrors on those cars like a normal race car does. So he's just trying to get into the mirror there and maybe distract John Tendishate and catch him out slightly.
Yeah,
see, the wing mirror is only on the right-hand side, so you can only see the right-hand side of the car. So with him moving around, you've got to look through the rear-view mirror, which is there in the middle of the dash, just above to the left of the driving steering wheel, and then the little wing mirror on the right. So I think that's what Ish is doing. He's sort of moving the car around to distract John Tendishate and make him, hopefully force him into a mistake.
Oh, he's almost trying to get in his blind spot, where Tendishate can't see him and then he won't know where he is. So he's really playing, but he needs to. They're going to be now with 3 laps to go. He's got a good drive down the hill. Possibly, maybe he's going to leave it till the second last lap or so. But yes, Pontasis now closing in on Jerk Venter. So Pontasis with a much better showing here, Greg. Closing in on Jerk Venter in third. So Jerk will have some company very shortly.
I like the fact that Pontasis has also found some late race pace here, which is what he lacked in the first one. And good chance here that 240 could get ahead now of the Lindenberg Racing Ford Escort. If you wanted to put a bet on, you'd have to go to Sunbet for that team, because they're the official sponsors now for Lindenberg. Joining BP and Castrol and a whole bunch of long-standing supporters of the brand. As I said, if you go across from our commentary booth, you can go to the Temple of Lindenberg or Lindenberg Temple, because it depends on which family takes preference on the day, because they're both in that stable today at Shed 3.
Jan Pantasis now putting pressure also. He goes left, he goes right. He's showing Jerk Venter is there, and Jerk has to defend, but Pantasis, where can he make it the move? They've only got 2 laps to go now, so there's this battle here. Jerk Venter and Pantasis, and then later Tendishata and Ishmael Baloy. But now Pantasis, like you said, he found a bit of late race pace. In the background there, I'll show also Schwabski right behind Mark Miller. So the last few laps, it's all happening here. Anything can still happen, positions can change. Bowman looking good in the front, but this battle here, Venter and Pantasis. Pantasis tries to put the hammer down, he's got good top speed. Some of the back markers of the Alphas.
That's Josh. Josh and John, you need him catching Josh now. Josh, Mark, and I think it's going to be Gerrit Murray, possibly Tim Crosland being caught now. In fact, you can see up the road, the leader's already gone through. Beaumont's found a way past. That's the GSM. What is that one called again? It's called Bram Hill. The GSM Bram Hill there, that David Hall runs. Slightly different version of the Dart. You can see the rear end is completely different to the normal rear end of a GSM Dart. And that was because they had to make it bigger so they could fit a bigger fuel tank in for the 9 hour.
And Page up the hill there. A little bit of a lonely race for her, but I'm sure she's enjoying her time behind the wheel. But look at this battle, Greg. Still on, and Jerk now defending, because now it'll be 1 lap to go.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Can he get past? He always goes inside. He's trying to put Jerk off his racing line there. But let's see, that battle's going to go right to the wire, as well as this one. Mark Miller with Schwabski right behind him.
Defensive driving there from Dirk Venter to keep him out, that's for sure. But Mark Miller's doing the same thing to keep out Schwabski. Pagey's all on her own, as you said, as the Little Giants make their way down the hill. Top three will stay the same by the looks of it, but it will be the return of the favour there, unless there's a mistake from Tender Shate on this last lap. He did make one in the previous race, allowing Ishmael Baloy to steal the victory away from him.
But yeah, back to our leader, Bowman. He's on his last lap, just half a lap to go. He'll be happy. Like you said, that Escort's got such good pace. And it's almost a flawless race there from him. He's going to go down to turn 8, take the flag, but there's 1 or 2 battles behind. It's not settled yet.
Down towards the checkered flag comes Beaumont for AT&T. Going to win things out over Needham Racing's John T. Needham. And then it'll be Lindenberg Racing's Dirk Venter, possibly to hang on for 3rd place. He's still got a bit of a fight on, though, with Sophos Pantassis. There goes Needham, just behind the 2 Alphas, and David Hall in the GSM Bellum. Nice run there from him. And it is going to be Venter from Pantassis. So wrapping up the top 5 will be Mark Miller just in the background, coming through there in that Alfa Romeo. Not this one, it'll be the next Alfa Romeo shot. There it is, sort of off brown colour. Little Giants still up for grabs. Here we go, Ishmael Baloy. Late dive here from Baloy. You can see him sneak through. He's got the drive down the hill. He's got much better line as well. Can he get through on John Tender Shate? He might just squeeze through there. Drive to the line. Will it be Tender Shate or Baloy? It's Tender Shate.
I just managed to hang. I mean, Greg, I don't know what happened every time on the last lap. He had quite a good gap before, but look at how Ishmael Baloy caught up to him. But a good race there from those guys.
Under 2 litre plus is Beaumont from Needham and Sophos Pantassis. And of course a good drive there from the under 2 litre class for Dirk Venter, beating Mark Miller and Dion Schwabski. Great drive from Paige Lindenberg back in a race car, of course. Good to see that. Little Giants taken by Tender Shate ahead of Baloy. Class B goes to Elke van Vletter. And a good drive a little bit further back there for David Hall, winning out Class C of Little Giants. Up next, we go into Liqui Super V's for their 2nd heat of the day. Johan Esbach had a bit of off and on yesterday, and earlier in the day, I should say.
As I'm a rookie, yeah, anything can happen, but I'll try my best.
And the car going well?
The car is going extremely well. Yeah, I'm going to do my best.
Well, good luck, eh?
Thanks, eh?
I was about to say he had a bit of off-track and on-track excursions there, but being a rookie, that's kind of expected. We only have 4 Super Vs in the pre-race at this stage, so it's a bit of a race of attrition that we saw in race number 1, and they're going to have to do it all again now in race number 2. Another one coming along for the ride there, Early B, arriving late, not living up to his name.
Yeah, I remember he had a problem in heat number 1. Hopefully they sorted it out, because it was quite a good task between Early B and Kwesi van der Merwe, Greg. But yeah,
there were problems for Jeandre. Let's find out exactly what went wrong on the start line.
So unfortunately, I didn't get a start at race 1. The car just cut out and wouldn't start again. So I'm hoping the second race will be my race.
Was there anything that you found that was a problem? Or?
I'm suspecting it's the carburetors that the car flooded, but it's fixed now. So yeah, I'm hoping it's gonna stay good and I'm gonna get the start that I wanted earlier. Thanks.
yeah, let's hope for her sake she's okay. Then she gets a start, Greg. But she's looking forward to it, and yeah, let's hope she's got a good race there coming up.
Now, there are a couple of cars still missing from that pre-race, but I think they're about to open up the pre-race area and send them out onto the track for the second heat of Super Vs. It is good to have Jeandre Johnson back on track, as she said, with a bit of problems there on the start line. It was the car that they had to push off the start line. And then, of course, a whole bunch of cars that went off track, including the man we just chatted to. So he'll be looking to turn his luck around a little bit there and hopefully get slightly higher up as the rookie. But even as a rookie, he still scored a podium, because we only ended up with 3 cars finishing in race number 1 for the Likumali Super Vs.
Yeah, actually, I think Early B still scored a 3rd place in that heat number 1, Greg, because at Esbach, he had so many spins, he was a lap or 2 behind. But now they're pushing 1 car back. I hope it's not a problem again.
Looks like that might be Kirsty's, actually. Jean Exteen has just joined the party, got his car fired up.
Yeah, so 1 or 2 of the cars that had a problem in heat number 1, they are back. We saw there 82 Bruce Schwartz. He's there. Exteen is there. And now 88, that's Early B getting into position. Johan Esbach
Yeah, I
is
think
there.
he just came through on the wrong grid position there for pre-race. That's why they've just moved him around. I did hear a whistle, so it looks like we might have a flag going out, and green flag to exit pit lane. Yep, there we go. Onto track we go.
Yeah, so it should be a battle again with Kwesi and Early B. Let's see what Tanya can do. Esbach still missing 1 or 2 cars from the original grid. But I think it's going to be a good battle here, Greg, with Kwesi and Early B.
Yeah, Kwesi van der Merwe should have Tanya Breitenbach alongside him on that front row. I don't see the 18 car there. Early B and Johan Esbach will be the second row. And it should be Willem Cornier and Kanya Mantlana. I'm sure they're not there. So it would be back down to Jeandre Johnson, who's there for sure. Bruce Swartz is there. And so is Johan Exteen.
Yeah, we should remember Tanya, I think, had a problem with some P-Way when they raced on a postos. So if she's missing, it's still from that problem from that race. Pity there.
Possibly seen as a bit of damage on that car that was not able to be repaired.
But okay, 8 lapper coming up for the guys and girls here. Kwesi would want to get away, but he'll know Early B. He will be not too far behind him. But we'll see how they go to start. But good stuff here at the Inland Championship, everybody. I hope enjoying our coverage, plus the people at the circuit, enjoying the braza going, it's heating up. It's all happening here in the second part of the historical Inland Championship.
Standing by now as they come to the line for the standing start. B looking to try and get off the line if he can, stay ahead of Kosi van der Merwe. At least outgun him into turn 1 and give him a run for his money, but he has to start from right behind him. So he'll probably have to follow him through. Alongside early B will be Jan Esbach, man who was, of course, gifted an opportunity of a podium after a couple of cars went haywire. It didn't quite work out according to plan and according to their race strategies that they hadn't planned for race number 1 earlier in the day. But as Leon said, temperature has picked up ever so slightly. We've got a slightly higher ambient temperature, which means track temperatures will also have gone up slightly as well, giving those Dunlop tyres a bit of an easier task to get the grip down for these cars to work better.
But yeah, Greg, but with these guys only doing one sort of warm-up lap and then a standing start, there's not a lot of heat into those tyres. You still have to be a little bit tentative, especially turn 2. Just get through that first lap and then get the heat and find your grip levels, and then you can go.
Right, so we've got green flag about to go up at the back. Clearing the grid, and we're under start procedures. Here we go. 5-second board. Lights go on. And we go racing as they go off. Little stall on the line there from third place, early B. He loses out. Esbach actually gets him on the line, so the rookie squeezes through into second place. Better start coming out of X-Teen as well there in the 29 car, up to 5th place as they head towards turn 2. Chandra Johnson has got going, so she's going to be happy with that. Back of the pack is Swartz, so Bruce Swartz also piloting around, but he battled to come through turn 2 twice in race number 1. So
I think that's early B slowing down, Greg. Maybe that problem he had in heat number 1 is back, because that's why he couldn't get away. So that's a pity. It's going to be a pity for early B. And that's Kosi van der Merwe. He won't know it yet. He's just going to put his hammer down. But I surely think early B had a problem there, unfortunately.
Stop right to the back, which is going to give Esbach second. Also going to move Chandra Johnson up into third place. So Chandra was already speaking to us just before we started the race, saying she wanted a better race. It looks like it's already turning into exactly what she wanted. Maybe going to be even better if she can find a way through there on Johan. But of course, Johan Esbach maybe not have the same amount of strategy and race time that the lady behind him's had, so she was going to look to use that additional bit of experience to close down here on the rookie.
Yeah, Esbach will be in second now, but now this is an opportunity for Chandra Johnson to get up to second place and fight for that podium. So it's going to be a good battle here. If Kosi, nothing happens to him, he should be okay, but let's see what happens behind him. Esbach, it's unfamiliar territory for him as well, Greg. She's locking up there late on the brakes. But it's a good learning curve. But Chandra Johnson, she can now just put the hammer down and fight for that space. There she goes. Let's see what's happening there.
Good drive there from Johnson as she came out of turn 2, Cashel corner. Maybe looking to try and get around the outside and hang on to that outside line to find a way through there on the rookie. She does just that and gets the drive and sticks it into second place. Brilliantly done. Esbach now into the clutches of X-Teen. So Jean X-Teen closing onto the back end. So I would say 2 rookies, because I don't think X-Teen's had a lot of time behind the saddle either in these cars. He hasn't got the rookie tape on, but he would have probably had the rookie tape. Oh, and Johnson running wide at the top of the hill. Bit of pressure there on herself. And she's got to second place.
Yeah, a little bit excited there, being in second up the hill, braking a little bit late. But Greg, what Esbach should do now, he should just have a look at Chandra's lines. You know, stay on those a learning curve. Just look at the lines.
For sure.
If you can stay there, you know, she is a bit faster than him, but just look at the lines, and that's the way you can learn.
Follow the lines, see where she brakes, see where she gets on the accelerator, use that and learn from it, and then test it yourself. You've got 8 laps to test it out on. You might as well try it while you're in full race pace.
Yeah, and I'll keep an eye on their lap times they're doing. Sorry, Chandra is on a 121, Esbach 123, and behind them Johan X-Teen 122. So that third place is not safe there for Esbach. Johan X-Teen will be there battling for that podium.
Bruce Swartz at the back, last of the cars on track. Everybody else non-starters, unfortunately, but Swartzy here, all on his own. He battled with this corner in race 1. You can see him taking it very gingerly here in race 2. Doesn't want to loop it out again.
Well, the cars obviously were a little bit more, let's say, loose and slippery in heat number 1. There's more grip now. But turn 2 is a turn, Greg, until you get used to it. It could be very tricky, you know, sharper than you think. Can't go in too hot. A little bit slow, it's all about how you get out. But let's see, it's hotting up here for that podium.
And also you've got to take into account with turn 2, what happens is it's off camber, downhill as well. So it kind of catches you out sometimes. You go into it, and as you say, if you go in a little bit too hot, you can just fall by the wayside and slip off the side of the track. And that's usually what happens with them. Or you run too hot and you end up on the sideline putting a wheel in the dirt, and that just loops you out. That was the leader putting a wheel in the dirt, by the way.
I actually think it was against Chandra Johnson.
Okay.
Chandra, yeah, she's excited to be there. I'm watching, keeping an eye on their lap times there, but yeah, she must still hit her braking markers because anything can happen. The guys behind are not far behind.
I was going to say, no, here we go. Here comes 16, looking for a way through there on Esbach. Can he find a way past? No, he can't at this stage. Might be side by side as they come onto the back straight, but no, 16 tucks in behind him. Follows him through turn 4.
Yeah, these two, they're not too far behind Chandra, and she's made 1 or 2 mistakes, but they've got their battle now for the podium. Esbach is doing well at this stage, but X-Teen will now just slowly but surely close in and then go for that podium spot.
He does that under braking for turn 5. Trying to close the gap down here on the man in 3rd place.
Yeah, so at least there is a battle on the track now between Esbach and X-Teen. Chandra Johnson, you know, when you're on your own, you know, Greg, you have to keep the concentration levels up. Yep. Braking markers, sometimes a bit difficult, you know, you lose concentration quickly. So now you can see actually Esbach closing in on Chandra Johnson a little bit.
X-Teen losing a little bit of ground on that last lap, so just lost a little bit of time to the car that he's been fighting with, but it's because I think we're seeing a little bit of additional pace coming from Esbach. He's decided, well, I might as well throw caution to the wind. I am the rookie. I've seen a couple of lines now. I've seen some braking markers. Let's see if I can put them into practice.
I was watching the lap times, and earlier Chandra Johnson was doing 121. She's down to the 23s now. Maybe she's just taking a bit easier on the brakes. She had 1 or 2, you know, wide lines. But now the gap's opening up a bit. Sort of yo-yoing between these 3, Greg, because now X-Teen closing in on Esbach again. But it's all happening now, so good for the podium here.
A great little battle here for the podium, that's for sure. Pushing it to the limit here into the closing stages of race 2 of our Liqui Moly SuperVs. And we've just gone through, I think, just past the halfway stage. So still enough time for these guys and girls to fight it out for this final podium position.
Yeah, the leader, Kursi van der Merwe, he's cleared off in the distance, but it's all about these 3. So you can see some of the laps. So Esbach, then he closes in a little bit on Johnson, then he falls back again. Then X-Teen is there. So the 3 of them, like I said, a little bit of yo-yoing. They can see now 3 laps to go. So they're going to start putting their hammer down. And Esbach will try and take a few more chances, maybe on the brakes. X-Teen just can't get there. He can smell that podium in front of him. But look there, it's quite close, Greg, between these 3, and anything can still happen his last 3 laps.
It's about 1.2 seconds between the 3 of them, I think. Therefore, what is going to be 3rd place and 2nd place, because that's the battle we're watching. 3rd place is the more important one right now between Esbach and X-Teen. 2nd place, Johnson getting slightly away from them now, leaving the 2 boys to fight it out as she concentrates all her efforts on that 2nd spot. The highest finish that Chandra Johnson's ever got in a Super V race. And it'll be an equally highest finish for Johan Esbach if he stays ahead of X-Teen. X-Teen would like to get his highest finish and get onto the podium.
Now Chandra will be very happy if she can hang on to that 2nd place. But she must see, they catch her a little bit. You can see the 3 of them, they're taking different lines. If you're the guy behind, you must take that wide and that racing line, get to the apex. But you can see them, they're trying very hard, Greg. Believe me, and it's going to be 2 laps to go. Anything can still happen here, because there you can see. Now Esbach is closing in on Chandra again. Chandra will feel that pressure now, because she's clearly want to hang on to the 2nd place.
So coming through the field. Leader now ticks them off one by one. Getting through there on a back marker, and now coming up onto the back end of Swartz as well. Second back marker on track there, I think might be Breitenbach. Yeah, Tanya Breitenbach came onto track very late in the standings and is now slowly but surely coming through and following the leader. Not a bad plan to get through the pack.
Yeah, so obviously she was a late starter, one lap down. Pity. But yeah, we want to see what's happening in that battle. There was Johnson, Esbach and Eckstein. Here we go. Is that our leader?
Yeah, that's the leader.
Yeah.
And Tanya Breitenbach right behind him as they head down the hill. So even though Breitenbach is a lap down, Kusi van der Merwe was going to try and keep her out anyway as he starts his final lap now, heading towards turn 1 for the last time in SuperV's.
Yeah, Kusi's going to go for his last lap here. Jandre Johnson still in second, then Esbach, Eckstein, and now Breitenbach and Schwartz. But they just one lap behind. There's our leader going through turn 2. He just wants to bring it home. He'll be happy to take the double here. Pity that that problems earlier on. But Kusi will be happy if he can get this double. He's on his last lap. But I wonder what's happening in that battle behind. Esbach, Eckstein, are they still in there?
With the lap to go, we still want to shout out as well, because we are live here as well as live on our live stream. Please to the Legends of the 9 Hour, the production cars. We need you guys in pit lane as we got a car off track in Castro Corner. Hopefully not one of our lead cars. No, it's not. It's got a wing on it, so it's definitely not the leader. Might be Esbach that might have run. No, it's not the tape there either. That could be Johnson. I wonder if that was Jandre Johnson who went off there. So here comes the leader out of turn 5 into 6. Tanya on his tail, Tanya Breitenbach. As they come down the hill, a big shout out please to Legends of the 9 Hour and our V8 production cars. Please make your way down to the pre-race paddock.
Now, Greg, we're not sure who went off there. We saw the dust there, but Kusi takes the flag. But it's going to be interesting to see what's happening behind him. Is it Jandre that's going to come through, or Esbach or Eckstein? We'll have a look, see.
Yeah, they
As he come down the hill.
It was Jandre Johnson. It was Jandre Johnson who went off at turn 2. So Esbach is going to get second, and Eckstein is going to get third. That's going to be highest finishes for those two, definitely in their careers. The rookie gets a second place in his first outing. Not a bad run there from Jan Esbach and Jean Eckstein for third, I beg your pardon. Jandre Johnson, I think, got going again, so could potentially still hang on for 4th place. Yes, she does. And of course, we saw Tanya Breitenbach come in behind Kusi van der Merwe. So Kusi van der Merwe taking the win ahead of Johan Esbach and Jean Eckstein. Jandre Johnson with a second last lap mistake, costing her a chance of a second place on the podium in Liqui-Moly SuperV's. Up next, as I said, and asking for drivers to make their way down into the pre-race area. There are a couple more cars that have joined them there now. It's Marlboro Craner pre-66 V8 production cars. 10 laps of race action coming away from our big bangers in a few moments' time.
Race 1 was good. This is a 1968 Ford Mustang 302. Yeah, and it's performing nicely when we have all of our gears, which we struggled with in qualifying. But yeah, hoping for a good race too. Yeah, Gavin Wilkins Racing builds the motors and helps us with the setup. So yeah, he's best in the game. So great to have him behind us. Thank you very much.
He certainly does prep a couple of really fast cars, does Gavin Wilkins Racing. And Gav himself, of course, is the man behind the car that we just spoken to there, John T. Needham. He also does a lot of preparation for some of the big V8 supercars that race in Dunlop V8 supercars. One in point, of course, is the champion, Warren Lombard, whose car's prepped by him. So certainly knows what to do with big V8s if he needs to. And good to see that. Let's go and catch up now quickly with Michael Koenig in the Chevy Camaro.
I just want to go have fun. We've had a fueling issue in the first race, so we didn't have this performance, but this race is just have a lot of fun, do what we can and bring it home in one piece. But this is a really awesome car to drive. It's heavy and awesome.
Yeah, it's obviously very heavy and stuff like that. So how do you change the driving style from the smaller car to this?
You got to use different lines and brake in different places, more of a flick the car in than turning. So from the single seaters, you got to be smooth, and in this you got to be a bit more robust. But it's so cool because you think that this is what Trans Am racing was like in the 70s. It must have been amazing to be around then.
Awesome. Well, good luck in race 2.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. Thanks, mate.
Oh, Ivan the Terrible up on the grandstand there. How are you doing, brother? So you having a good jaw out there? Nicely done. We've kept you, and you're watching on the live stream as well. You see, that's the way to do it, live. Tell those people next to you, put the live stream on, watch at the same time. That's what they should be doing. Yes, indeed. Built by John Tendershate. This is the Chevy Camaro's rear end. It's quite a sexy-looking double tailpipe there, double divorce pipe out the back of that Camaro of Michael Koenig's car. Up close and personal with the exhaust there.
Yeah, and Greg, as we can hear, the guys, they're enjoying these cars. They're enjoying driving these big cars. It's different to what they used to, but they're really loving it out on the track, and the different racing techniques you have to use.
And the important thing that you have to take into account with these cars is, of course, is that on a 10-lapper, they're going to have brakes for a certain amount of time. They'll have acceleration all the time, and they'll have handling for a little bit of the time. So you've got to try and work out where all of that comes into balance, and then finally, how much rubber you still got left by the end of the race. Otherwise, it could be costly.
Yeah, remember we saw in heat number 1 with Sheffery Jr. So maybe, did Chef maybe learn from heat number 1? If I was him now, the first 4 laps, maybe even jumping behind Ben.
Just stick behind Ben, yeah. Wait
Sit there, look after your tires and your brakes, because we definitely saw. Yes, although he hit the curb there, but his car was so loose before that.
Yes.
He had to go early, and I think he cooked his tires. We don't know about the brakes, but definitely his tires was working harder. Ben was a lot smoother. But sometimes you do learn, but it's going to be a good battle in the front, and we'll keep an eagle eye on that one, Greg.
Morgan Root from Junior from Detroit, squared. 1 in a Ford, 1 in a Chevy. Let's get Alistister Simpson out there for Lindenberg Racing. John T. Needham, the 38 special out there this weekend. And looking to pilot that one will be Colin Ellison. And it's Alan Fleta who hasn't made it out in the Black Widow, but Michael Koenig is there. So the only car that's missing, I think, from this first heat, or from the first heat, is the Black Widow, the big Chevy Bel Air 1957 car of Alan Mayer, also out of Trans Africa Racing. I think that's a bit of strategy and sportsmanship there. Okay? Pulling such a massive margin, Ben Morgan pulling away from the Mercury Cougar and saying, well, this is what I can do. See if you can catch me.
You can see Sepp, I don't know, Sepp trying to get some heat in those tires. I was he might look after those tires and see. Mark the Tour and John of the Tour will resume their battle as well. Alistister Simpson in there, Jonathan Needham. We heard he had a few gearbox problems yesterday. It should be sorted now. Colin Ellison and then Michael Koenig as well.
Of those two Camaros, identical Camaros. Actually, I think out of the Trans Africa Racing stable, each of the Detroit boys had them at some point in time in their racing careers, and of them just kept them in there with a whole bunch of people that have piloted those cars before. You know, Henny Grunewald's climbed in it on the past. I mentioned in the first race that Willie Epwin, of course, had been one of the first official pilots in that Chevy Camaro, the white and yellow one.
Now, Greg, I don't know what the rules is here in connection with their tyres? Are they allowed to put new, or do they use the same? I'm not sure.
They try and use this rubber as much as possible, I think. It depends on sort of the driver's preference. If they feel that they might not have enough grip, they might put on a couple of scrubbed ones. I don't think they've got brand new ones until they come to the Passion for Speed Festival. And then for the rest of the year, they kind of share the load amongst used and scrubbed tyres to get them through the historic and inland championships that we do run here at Zwartkops and at Red Star Raceway.
You can still see, look at SuperV Junior, he's still going, hectically left and right and getting heat into the tyres. So he's trying to generate some heat into the tyres. We'll see. I'll just keep an eye on that situation. The rest of the guys a little bit more smoother. Like we said, Ben Morgan was very smooth in heat number 1. But we never know. Chef might try and get the jump on him, and it's I don't know, a lot of racing drivers that will just settle for second.
No, not SuperV, that's for sure. SuperV will be pushing hard.
For these cars,
the victory at least here ahead of Ben Morganhood. He'd love to be at 1 over Ben Morganhood and return the favour and see exactly who's going to end up with the overall victory here today for production cars.
And remember, it is a 10-lapper, so you've got time. There is a bit of time. There is almost time to be a little bit more circumspect in the first half of the race.
Sure.
That's what I would do. I'll really, if I was Chef, just stick behind Ben, just hang in with him. But we'll see what happens as they take the lights, double wave yellows.
Hold the line, hold your position as you head down towards turn 1 and 2. Not doing overtaking just yet. You're going to hang tight until you get that green flag. Then you can drop the hammer properly and see what you can do to get away from your competitors that you'll be fighting with. The toy, Mark that is, would love to get a double victory over his brother in the Chevy Nova. That Chevy Nova is already under pressure from Simpson in the Piranha, and then behind that, already a dive on the inside from Colin Ellison to try and find a way through on John T. Needham.
And Chef is right there with Ben, already showing him a wheel. He's not worried about the racing line, he's in racing mode. So he's in full-on attack mode.
He's pushing it to the limit as well, right from the word go. And of course, what happens there is, as you said, possibilities of shredding those tyres too early on. He might just want to take it easy. Just let Ben dictate the pace. Wait until a bit later on. Just stay there, stay right there with him. Don't do anything stupid. Control and maintain your tyres. Give yourself a little bit extra rubber to play with at the end of the race, and then go for it with about 2 laps to go.
But Greg, he's already sideways. He's already doing exactly the same as heat number 1. I can see the car sideways, out of the S's there. So believe me, he's not taking it easy. He's taking it to Ben, but it could cost him later, but we'll see. Ben is smooth, everything, staying on the racing line, sticking to his guns. Chef is late on the brakes. He's locking up. We'll see how it pans out. You can see him there, putting the rubber down.
Dropping the 11s out of turn 2 there, big time. Nicely done there from SuperV. He has not listened to the memo at all. He said, no, don't worry about this. I got this. Let me catch Ben Morganhood.
You can see Ben. Ben is just smooth. Ben is not, the car's not sideways or anything like that. He's not even going defensive there. Maybe a little bit. Chef is left and right. But he's working his task. But the 2 toy boys, Jono's trying to take it to Mark. Trying for the maneuver up the hill. Quite a good angle here we're seeing for the guys going up the hill.
On the brakes there goes Michael Koenig. As you heard from him, he had a little bit of issues in the car, but he's just going to get out there and have an absolute blast. What an honour and privilege to jump into one of Peter's cars and have some fun in a big V8, especially amongst these big bangers that you get to play with. Morganhood and SuperV Junior. Well, there's no love lost here between these two, that's for sure. And that Mercury Cougar is all over the back of the Ford Mustang out front.
Now Chef is there, he's keeping it all. He's putting the hammer down, putting the power down. You can see the rubber being laid down on the track. Ben's got a good drive out of turn 2. He's actually got very good speed in the Mustang.
He has, It's also the nimble ability of that car. It's just able to pull out of the corners a bit better than the sort of 500 kilo heavier car in front of him.
Yeah, Ben's car is definitely better through the corners. But Chef is going left and right. He's trying to put Ben off, but Ben is just keeping calm and collective.
I'm not quite sure if Ben's car is actually a ton. I think it's just under a ton, where you've got like 1.7 tons of car behind you. And then on a few occasions, as you've seen at the Passion for Speed Festival, when they bring out the big Galaxies, those are almost 2-ton vehicles that go to fight it out at the front end of these production car battles.
No, Greg, not easy. The heavier the car, the more difficult it is in the corners. It's difficult to hang on to those heavy cars, you know. A lighter car obviously is easier through the corners, you can see that. But Sef's doing a good job. He's staying with Ben. He's trying to pressure Ben into a mistake. Ben is just not giving in. You can just see Sef is he's sort of driving 11 tenths. Ben is sort of 9 tenths.
No. Another factor, of course, is there's no power steering in these cars. The car's going to come from the power that you've got in your own arm, so you'll start to feel the effects by the end of 10 laps as well. Throwing these big machines around will definitely take a little bit of a strain in terms of your ability, and also test to see how fit and how strong you can be in the cockpit of a race car.
Yeah, people don't realize it, although just 8 or 10 laps around the circuit, but it's physically and mentally very hard. Physically it is tough, and mentally the concentration you have to keep is unbelievable.
And usually in the hotter conditions it makes it even worse. Fortunately today we've got almost ideal conditions to go racing in. There is still a little bit of a breeze there on the straightaway, so just keeping us cool, and the ambient temperatures down a little bit lower than what we'd like them to be. We'd like them to be at least at the 20 degrees Celsius mark. That would be kind of ideal conditions for engines to work, tyres to work, cars to work, drivers to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, so conditions are quite cool. There's Jono still trying to hang on to Mark. Mark has almost got this one in the bag. But yeah, Greg is still hot inside, and the overalls you're wearing, so you still get very hot inside the cockpit.
Oh yeah. And especially with these cars, some of the times they decide to leave the windows up so they can get a little bit extra aerodynamics out of them, which makes those cockpits pick up temperatures rapidly. And you'll start to feel the effects. It might be 20 degrees outside, but inside the cockpit probably up to 35 to 40 degree mark in terms of the temperature inside the cockpit of the race car, because you're also getting the engine heat coming through, because there's no protection that you'd find in a normal road going car, where you've got all the barriers in the way that keep the heat away from the inside of the passenger and driver bay.
Yeah, I know you definitely feel the heat inside these cars. All the heat the engine is generating, you do feel it in the cockpit. It gets hot. Sometimes you wish these 8 or 10 laps by. But they've got 5 to go.
Halfway stage reached.
And Ben, I think, is eking a little bit of a gap out of Seferi Jr. And Mark is just taking it easy. Jono's hanging in there as much as you can and hoping maybe Mark can make a mistake. So that's about the biggest battle at this stage on the track here. But looking good, there's Mark du Toit.
Brothers are fighting hard. We're going to change up for the lead. No, we haven't. But we're seeing some sliding from the Mercury Cougar, and a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car as well. That's customary for that car at this stage of the race. It's nothing to be too concerned about. It's not dropping oil, or if it did, they would probably pull him off. But watch for the big slides here as CFE starts to put on a show here for the crowd.
See, that time he took a much smoother line. But Greg, your CF was very wide there through turn 4. That was earlier where he made a mistake.
Yeah.
So must be careful. He's almost on the limit there through turn 4. You know, and yeah, you can see when he doesn't get it sideways, it's actually faster. You know, sideways might look impressive, but it's not faster. It's slower.
Yeah, right now I don't think he's worried about the speed. I think he's just putting on a spectacle and showing the crowd what this big Mercury Cougar can do in the hands of Seferi Jr. Back end steps out. Watch for the 11s. There you go. And they're almost identical every single time he comes out of turn 2. He puts the 11s down there and those big black stripes out of turn 2, and they're literally on top of each other every single time. So it means that he's consistent in hitting the apexes and the lines he wants in race corners.
Yeah, I think he's almost realized. I don't think he realized he's not going to catch up to Ben. So like you say, now he's a little bit putting up a show for the people, showing them what that big car can do. But Ben is just being smooth, hitting his apexes, his brake markers. And Sef is still throwing the car around. So they've got about 3.5 laps. Next time around, 3 laps to go. See if he won't give it up till the end. But yeah, you can see him sideways almost every corner.
He's sideways every corner now, that is for sure. Watch this out of turn 8. Back end steps out and he catches it on the rumble strip. Morganroot controlling things comfortably at the front. No worries at all there. It's almost 2.5 second gap he's got now. So hanging on to the gap that he's got now over SuperV Junior into the closing stages here of race 2 of our Marlboro Crane Hire Legend of the 9-hour production cars.
That time he was really sideways. He's enjoying that turn 2. He's putting more and more rubber down there. In the meantime, Mark the Toy doing very good lap times there in 3rd, but he's leading out class ZA. So Ben Morganroot is ZA plus, Mark the Toy ZA. Jonathan Needham is 5th on the road, leading out class ZB.
Another big black stripe put down out of turn 4 there from SuperV. As he's heading to the top of the hill again, we watch Mark the Toy heading towards turn 4. Past all your friends, Dimana Bivala.
Lekker. All around the circuit, you can see our people, great, good crowds out here. We've had very good crowds this year at Zwartkops, and we must keep it that way. And people must remember 2 weeks' time, we can't wait for the top of the hill. It's going to be an awesome weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So hope to fill up the banks that weekend. There you can see Mark the Toy also very smooth in his lines. He's now broken away from Jono the Toy. And he's also enjoying that. He'll say to his brother later, "Well, I got one over you today there in that class." But there's.
I think that's actually ended between the two of them. They don't care anymore. They just have a jaw. I think initially in their early racing careers, there was a lot of rivalry between the two brothers, but now they just take it as it comes. If Mark beats me today, I'll beat him tomorrow. I'll beat him in the next race, or he'll beat me in the next race. They also make quite a formidable team, as we've seen in the past as well, particularly at Passion for Speed in the TT race, having won it I think 6 times now. They were going for the Magnificent 7 this year, didn't quite work out for them, so they'll have to try and attempt it next year on the 29th and 30th of January in 2027.
Now Ben now with just 1 lap to go. It's going to be 1 lap to go. He's really eked out a big gap there from SuperV Junior. Sep tried his hardest initially, but then realized he's not going to do it. Then, but he'll want to bring it home for that 2nd place. But yeah, it's all good stuff, Craig. And
fantastic run here from Ben Morganroot, doing what the other boys from Ranfontein did in Lotus Challenge, taking the victory comfortably in the end and getting away from that big Mercury Cougar. He's just having fun out there right now. You'll probably see SuperV on this last lap slipping and sliding all over the place, catching the back of the car as Ben Morganroot closes in on Michael Koenig, and might just spoil his day here a little bit. Mike was looking to have some fun, but he's about to be caught and lapped. Take nothing away from that young man. He certainly has an amazing racing career behind his belt, and has still got lots to do in the world of international historic racing as he joins the Swedes on a few occasions in Europe, and does an amazing job when they're here in South Africa as well as part of that team, bringing those big chevrons and GT40s that they bring for Passion for Speed Festival. Ben Morganroot though down into turn 8, checkered flag on standby, and race 2 victory and the overall win for the Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66 V8 production cars.
SuperV Junior sideways there.
Yeah, baby.
He's obviously enjoying that car, but he'll take the 2nd place.
Exactly.
Happy with that.
Can you imagine being in that car at the end of a race and you've got a little bit of time to play and enough space between yourself and Mark Toy to still get a bit of showboating on for the crowd? Toy will come through for 3rd place. He's also going to take class ZA? No, he's still ZA. Yeah. He takes the ZA win over Jonathan Toy for ZA in 2nd, and ZB's will be John T. Needham in the Mustang. So wrapping up our V8 production cars, the big bangers are done for the day. Hope you've enjoyed all of that. Up next we get into Formula Monoposto, Formula M and Libre combined.
Yeah, so just a shout out for at the track, Formula Monoposto. Make sure you get to the pre-race paddock. We're running a little bit ahead of time here, but guys, make sure you get to the pre-race paddock. We'll be back shortly to bring you that race.
car going? What you expecting?
I'm expecting to just keep my position, keep the car in one piece, and yeah, just put a good end to the day.
And the car going well, good team behind you?
It's going really, really good. Everything's going just to plan.
Well, good luck, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I like it when it goes according to plan, Chard and Tromp for Pretoria Noord Toyota. Running and flying the flag high here for one of our track sponsors, long-time partners to this incredible circuit here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. And of course also just a shout out to Monoposto, Libra, Formula M, and a couple of competitors that have joined them for the very first time. I believe we've got a few cars in there that have sort of moved from one to the other. Let's go and find out from Damien Archer what his plans are. Look at the smile on that face.
Race 2 of the day. How's the car going? What you expecting?
The car's going very good. Really excited. I'm hoping to keep position, maybe move up one position. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm keen, excited. Car's ready.
Well, good luck, eh?
Thank you very much.
The next race is starting. I sent a few messages and I feel worried to be honest with
We stand by now as they roll out for Formula M, Monoposto, Libra, all combined. And a shout out please to Legends of the 9 Hour Pre-74. So massive thanks to Cosmonet for the coverage of this category. But a call out to the Legends of the 9 Hour Pre-74 ISPs, Trans-Ams and Sports and GT class to start making their way down to the pre-race area as we clear that pre-race area of single-seaters with Monoposto, Libra and Formula M out on track.
Yeah, nice big field again. Good grid, lots of cars in the grid. Got the Formula M's with the motorbike engines, Formula V's, Formula Fords, Formula Volkswagen, Formula GTI. So all your ex-single-seaters that used to race, different categories. Few V's joining them. So yeah, looking forward to a good second race. But can anyone do anything about Ian Schofield? We'll have a look-see.
Also keep an eye out on Simpiwe Mslatlo, also making a welcome return after her off-track excursion in race number 1. Hopefully can stay out of harm's way. Tanya Breitenbach will be there with her too. The two of them had a bit of a fight which ended up with the two of them crashing at the top end of the hill and into turn 5. Looks like we've got pretty much everybody back on track as well here for the second race. And looking forward to another big battle. Mid-pack, there is Breitenbach. She's back on track. Stepping up now into Formula Monoposto full-time. And joining the party here with a nice big field of single-seaters here this weekend. J.M. Gerber is one we need to keep an eye out for as well, but we didn't mention him.
Is he there?
I haven't seen him, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we'll have it is a 10-lapper. Yeah, let's see. I don't know if J.M. Gerber, they got that car. If he's there, is he going to start from the back? We'll have a look, see. Not sure if he made it out, we'll keep an eye. Remember I was saying, because they took him, it was the Big Max who loaded him, it could have been a bigger problem than we thought. You don't need number 1.
I don't see him at the front end of the grid, which is where he should be. So there is a possibility that you were spot on there, Leon, in saying that there might be something more terminal. Or have they said to him that he's got to start from the back of the pack?
Well, according to our timing sheets here, or monitor, he's supposed to be in 6. Let's just see if he's there. Maybe he's there. It'll be good if he's there. If he's there, it'll be good to watch him.
Yeah.
So we'll keep our eye out for number 42. Is he there in 6th position?
He should still... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. According to what I see, he should be. I can't see in the silhouette there whether it's a KTM or if it's another car.
Maybe he's there. We'll have a look, see.
But that 6th position on the grid looks like it is filled. I see an orange wing just behind
I think
that car.
he's there, Greg. I hope so.
Green flag. Schofield looking across. Knows it's a standing start. They're just going to clear the grid first before they get everybody underway. 1 minute board. Listen, listen to those motorcycle engines revving up. It's so cool to hear. You think you're sitting at a superbike race. As the lights go out, they drop the hammer and we head down towards turn 1. It is a good start from Schofield. But a fantastic start from the inside line coming out of Alan Mayer. Nicole Torres diving through there, looking for a way to squeeze through on Fenta. Fenta and her side by side. Schofield to second. Better start this time from the 66 car of Josh Chaikin, of course. One of the cars that we saw have a couple of issues there, but seem to have got it sorted out now in race 1. Nice run there from Jossie as well, as he moves himself up into 3rd place. He is up ahead, I think, of JM. I think that's JM Khaba. Yeah, black helmet. JM Khaba there into 4th. Damien Archer starting to make his way closer to the front as he can. Then it's Clinton Kane, another one of the Formula V guys who jump into this category as well as Formula V. Khaba has got through and moved up into 3rd.
Yeah, Gerber now, he would want as many laps as he can have, but there we go. Good to see him back, Greg. He needs to clear the guys in front of him if he got any chance of catching Schofield. Schofield knows he has to pull a gap, but Gerber already up to 3rd after 1 lap. Good stuff there.
Gerber definitely got a little bit more turn of pace and straight end speed and top end speed, I should say, on the KTM powered machine that he runs. It's Chaikin there, as I said, the Snapchat car into 4th ahead of Michael Besaidnout. Michael Besaidnout there in 5th place in the Formula Ford. Behind him comes Archer. Archer's followed very closely there by Lucian Ramchanda. Then Philip Bellingham, and then it's Kursi van der Merwe who comes through there to make up the top 10.
Yeah, Nicole Torres there, 11th. But yeah, already Schofield's got quite a good gap, so it's going to be a lot of hard work for Gerber, yeah, Greg, but we'll keep an eye on that as everybody come through. There's a bit of a tussle here. Midfield battle as they come through. Is that
Ramchanda fighting with Chardon Trump.
Yeah, Chardon Trump was very happy with his car, so he's enjoying it. There's 57. That's Meyer at this stage. Meyer's got the 2nd position, but not long. Gerber will have to get past him, and if he's going to go chasing down Schofield there, Greg.
Yeah, James closing him down there big time. Looking for a way to close onto the back and find a way through on that Formula Volkswagen. 3rd place, JM Gerber in the KTM Formula M. Chaikin hangs on for now in 4th. Josh running in the Formula GTI, of course, the 92 Swift. And behind him, the Formula Ford. Huawei colours there.
Yeah, it's Michael Besaidnout.
Michael Besaidnout, yeah. But Besaidnout, of course, also doing work not only here, but one of our top runners in MSA4 as well. So using this for a bit of extra seat time, a little bit more racecraft that you can learn in this category, I'm sure.
Yeah, just a lot of seat time. The more seat time you can get, better from a race point of view, Greg. The practice is one thing, but being in a race, that's where it all happens.
Jam Kappa looking for a way around here on Alan Mayer. Alan Mayer going defensive in that Formula Volkswagen. Not going to give this one up without a fight. Certainly knows how to fight in a single seater, does Alan Mayer. He's been in some epic battles in his career. Spends most of his time down in the stable as the chairman of the MSA4 and single-seater categories at national championship level. So fantastic to see him fighting so hard here with JM Gerber, absolutely hauling on the inside there. Probably got the drive, so might have the line into turn 4 and could maybe sneak through and spoil the day there for Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer heading towards turn 4 and 5.
There's Ramchanda and Trump having a good battle. That battle's been going on. But yeah, Greg, oh, there we go now. Gerber's through now. So, yeah, that battle, Gerber now will be happy to be in 2nd. But Schofield's left them. He's down the road. I don't think Gerber will have enough time to catch him.
I don't know. Look at the pace. Look at the lap times coming out of James Gerber there. He's doing 106s, 10.
Schofield doing 104s.
Okay, oh, maybe not. Maybe not, but that was with traffic with Alan Mayer. Now that he's got clean air, he might be able to get down to those 104s. And remember, Schofield's now going to pick up traffic. He's going to pick up the back end of the field. So it will slow him up slightly, give J.M. Gerber maybe a chance. It'll all depend on how quickly they can get through the traffic and who gets through easier.
Yeah, Gerber was just put his head down. Anything can still happen. And there's midfield battles all the way. Yeah, we can see the guys. But that is our leader. Oh, that's number 72. That's Schofield fighting his way through the traffic here. Backmarkers coming to play card early with a big differential in lap times here. But Schofield also, you'll know that Gerber will be there and he can't relax, but his lap times are still good. Gerber will be trying as hard as he can. But Schofield just weaving his way through the traffic there, coming down the hill now, and it's going to be 5 of 10 laps here. So there we go, doing very well. Number 72, Ian Schofield. It's going to be 5 of 10, yeah. He's just weaving through the traffic there, Greg. Lots of
he got
traffic.
through nicely. He actually got through a lot better than James been able to. James got stuck behind a couple of cars as he came through there. But Schofield able to get through relatively easily. In the background there, also picking up on, of course, some of the back markers there. Always great to see. At the back, as JM dives on the inside. And Alan Mayer goes with him as well. That was close, eh? That was pretty tight between the two of them coming through there.
It's Alan Mayer actually using the back markers to his advantage there, getting a bit closer to James Gerber again. So the fight is on here for second. Mayer hasn't given up. He's got a good top speed there in the back straight, Greg. So he's hoping there's more back markers because he definitely used that to his advantage that side.
Definitely looks that way, that's for sure, as they come up under the brakes for turn 5. Formula Volkswagen versus Formula M. I'm not quite sure if that Volkswagen engine's got the same top end as what a 1290 Super Duke powered car can have. Mid-pack battles here, starting to rage again. That's Fenta going through on Fanamava. Torres behind that. Stevie Fenta fighting with Torres. It's like a 4-way fight there as well. It's quite lucky to see that actually.
Yeah, Diederik's there in as well. Clinton Kane, they're all in there fighting. And the guys they're fighting their own battles while the faster guys are trying to come through.
Nicole Torres is having a great time of it, I can tell you. Right in the thick of the battle and trying to fend off all the blue flags don't need to be away for that battle, but that's a stock standard battle there. That's not a faster car coming through.
Yeah, it's nice to see Formula V's and Formula M's and all different classes. That Formula M, his left front wing is a little bit of damage hanging on the floor there, but he's battling it out there with Nicole Torres. So that's Justin Gower.
Maybe a little touch there, I think, on the back end of Torres' car. Michael Mercedes not coming to join that party and find a way past if he can. He currently sits still in 5th place. Not a bad run considering he's the only Formula Ford in that top 5. No wings and slicks on that car. And he's now diving on the inside of the 22 machine.
They're getting it sideways there, coming down. So these guys are, while they're going through the back markers there, getting it sideways, and it's all looking good there. But a good run there from Josh Chaikin in 4th position. He's 3rd in Formula Libre actually. So it's a Libre from a Formula M, from a Libre, from a sports car. They're all in there, Greg.
Looking at the way things went down into turn 2, there was also yellow flags waving, so I wonder who's gone off at turn 2. It's not Scof. He's okay. He's got decent margin now between himself, and there's JM coming in the background. 2 cars still to be negotiated, and there's still 2.5 laps to go here. In fact, no, they're on the last lap. This is the last lap.
No, they're 10 laps actually. Yeah,
is it a 10-lapper?
Yeah. They've changed that to a 10-lapper.
I didn't see that memo come through.
No, got that memo earlier, but they're going 10 laps, and Meyer now battling a little bit through the back markers there, catching a lot of back markers at the wrong positions there. Yeah, it's going to be a 10-lapper, so as a front runner, you still have to have your concentration levels up. Remember, the back markers, they're in their own little battle. They're not always looking behind them. So
they might be involved in the battle themselves and don't see you coming.
So you really have to choose your overtaking point carefully. St. P with this time with a better run. Staying out of trouble.
Staying on track, staying in the battle as well. Nice one as well from Tanya Breitenbach. Better run this time, staying on the track, not having that off-track excursions you saw earlier on. Slow car on the inside. And that's Archer. Archer's blown in the background. That's Damien Archer with a massive engine blow in the background there.
Yeah, I hope he's going to pull it off.
I think he's pulled to the left-hand side, and just before they got to the finish line there, or the start line, he's pulled the car to the side of the track. So there'll be double yellows coming out of turn 8 and onto the start-finish straight. So no overtaking into turn 1.
And hopefully stayed over the racing lines, a little bit of smoking, and it could be maybe some change of surface there. But now with just one lap to go for the leaders, everybody will be in their last laps. They're going to give it their all here.
Change of surface is out. Look at that. There is a bit of debris on the inside there. Here comes Michael. Let's see if it affects Michael Besaidnout. He'll be on the outside line. It's not the inside. It's the inside line you have to worry about. So, fortunately, I think Archer stayed out of the race line. But it will mean a bit of work to do, I think, for the marshals after this one. Once that flag comes out for Schofield, which he should be headed down towards any second now. Should pick him up in the background. Here he comes. Schof down the hill for the last time. And we're watching the back markers go through, but checkered flag is on standby, and Schofield about to get it. So Schofield wins out over J.M. Khaber. And Alan Mayer, I think, comes through for third. Yes, yeah, he comes through for third. There he is. Should be Josh Chaikin coming through for fourth place. And then Michael Besaidnout, just a bit of back markers in between them. Don't go into that inside line, whatever you do. That's why there's a change of surface flag. Here comes Chaikin, and there comes Besaidnout. Coming through on Megan Archer in the closing stages there. And wrapping up a pretty successful day, I'd have to say, for Monoposto's Formula M and Formula Libre.
Yeah, good day for their big grids, lots of classes. But at the end, there we go. Schofield took Formula Libre A, Gerber Formula M A, Michael Besaidnout sports car. Then Formula MB was Justin Gower, and the rest of the guys. I
think Besaidnout possibly should have been Formula Ford Kent, not NSCC. But I stand to be corrected there. Formula Libre Class A goes to Alan Mayer. Libre C's goes to Chardon. And Libre E goes to Nicole Torres. There's so many classes there, but I can't work out who's who in the zoo there. I don't even know what SV stands for. That would be what would have been Super V's, but they're no longer Super V's. You see, they've joined this class as a separate class, so it'd just be a Formula V there.
Yeah.
So Kursi would have won that one out over Kanya and Tanya. Anyway, that'll get sorted out later on. That's just unofficially our results, of course. Up next, we have got the big bangers. Once again, ISPs, Sports and GTs, Trans Ams, and Classic GTs. And a couple of cars involved in that one. About to go to battle. It's another 10-lap race coming away for this one too.
I'm sure they're just going to clean up the track quickly, and then we've got this race going. Looking forward to this one. But an awesome race there by the Monoposto. Let's talk to Peter Bailey.
Yeah, Peter Bailey standing by.
Peter, race 2. Tell us what you're expecting.
Yeah, good race again. These Porsches were keeping each other honest in the first race. Good dust, slightly different setup. I got a bit more power, but they've got slick tires. But yeah, we'll keep each other honest. Should be a good one.
Tell me what motor are you running in the car?
It's a 302/349 Ford V8. So it's probably about 6 litres, around about 500 horsepower or 400 kilowatts. And it weighs, it's quite light, it's just over 1,000 kilos. Okay. So yeah, but treaded tires, the way it was, no ABS, no nothing, you know. No traction control, you got to drive it.
Awesome, well enjoy race 2, eh? Good luck.
Thanks, eh?
And he certainly knows how to drive that car. Peter Bailey, they're in, of course, joining Lindenberg Racing this weekend as a part of their stable. And, of course, also a big welcome there. I believe the big boss of AutoZone has just joined us there down at Lindenberg Racing. So thanks for joining us there. The marketing lady is in the house. And some fans of the the GT40 there, showing some love to Peter Bailey and his car. So a big welcome to, of course, the sponsors that are all here from all around and all the teams. But there we see, that's Archer's car being pushed back in a pit lane after it went a little wrong down the main straightaway there. But as you saw, pulled off the sideline and got out of harm's way. Fortunately, didn't put too much rubbish onto the circuit.
Yeah. Now, Greg, also interesting to hear that the guys, some of them got more power, some have slicks, more handling. It's interesting to, you know, the different derivatives, if you can call it that.
Here's Jonathan Dutoy in a brand new Lola T70 Spider.
Jonathan, race 2, how's the car going? What are you expecting?
Yeah, look, we're having a bit of a tough time. It's actually the first time I've driven the car, so in qualifying, the battery decided not to work, so I didn't even get a lap in. And then race 1, it broke the lower control arm at the rear, so all of a sudden the car was pulling left, so I had to stop. So they welded it, so let's hope it all stays together for race 2.
Tell us about the car, the motor and the year model and what it is.
Yeah, sure. So there's a Lola T70 Spider. It's 1966. It's got a very big engine. It's got about 600 horses, so very fast in the straight line. But yeah, struggles a little around the corners. But we've got a lot of work to do to get it to go faster than what it's going at the moment.
Excellent. Well, it looks beautiful, and good luck for race 2. Yeah?
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. A little bit of history on that car. No replacement for displacement, eh? Nothing like V8, baby.
But yeah, Greg, but sometimes with the power, you can have all the power, but you also need to make that car go around a corner. Like
and
John
you've got to
just
get it
said
to take, get traction on the road. And lower control arms braking, there's problems there. Nice rear view shot there of our cameraman. Nice one, G. That's the way to do it, eh? Our cameraman looks a bit bigger in the rearview mirror, hey? But they do look bigger in the rearview mirrors. That's what they say, hey? Objects look bigger in the rearview mirror. Neil Lob is there. I can see the Team Gunston Lola at the end there, so hopefully he can get back on track this time and get that car fired up. That's the plan
obviously
anyway.
He had a problem on the warm-up lap. He didn't even make it to the grid in the first heat, but now also he's going to start from 14th, but we'll keep our eye on him there. But I don't know, Larry, he took it easy in the first 2 laps in the first heat, and then let's see if we can talk to someone here.
It's Sieffy who's had to jump out of the Astra and into the Trans Africa Racing AC Cobra Coupe. Let's see what his chances are now in this car.
This is race 2 in this class. Tell us about what this car is and motor and how you're feeling about driving it.
Well, the Cobra, I haven't been in it this week. I haven't driven this car since last year. I was actually in the Astra and the ISP class with Uncle Larry Wilford in the first heat, and then we had a wheel bearing failure at the back. So we don't have spare parts to fix it, so we just got into the Cobra to run in the Sports and GT Class A. So we're coming off the back, but yeah, so it's just to put up a show and give the spectators what they paid for to come watch. So yeah, just have fun.
Must be getting dizzy doing so many laps.
No, I don't look. I don't look like the fittest person, but I'm quite race fit, so that's fine.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
He's not fit at all. I don't know about that one, eh? I've seen that boy. He's been in the gym a little bit, eh? There you go. 302 Ford Cobra. Yummy. Cobra fans, stand by. See if Ree's in at the wheel of one. So a change up there for him due to the fact that, unfortunately, that little Opel Astra had some problems in race number 1. So we'll be looking forward to see what Sief can do to come through this pack and maybe get himself up at least into the top 5 in that Cobra.
Yeah, we'll have a look out for that, Greg. Yeah, no, Sief is working hard there behind the wheel. Definitely get a workout today in whichever car he is. He's working hard and he's putting up a show. But let's see now. So he's now in the sports and GT class. But I'm sure he'll have a battle or 2 out there. So looking forward to this one. Will be a 10-lapper. Larry will just try and get the whole shot, and he'll just keep it nice and easy. Mark the toy behind him. Brad Benningfield. There could be a dance. James Temple, Nicky Dix, Seferi Jr., Andre van der Merwe, and Peter Bailey.
We've chatted about the teams behind the scenes of these cars, of course, and Zwartkops also does a big initiative to sort of do some team building for your companies. So if you want to get involved with something completely different as a team building exercise, get hold of the event team at Zwartkops. It's events at zwartkops.co.za, and they can put you in touch with either Mercedes-Benz, AMG, Volkswagen, Toyota Gazoo Racing, Ford. They've got 2 go-kart circuits here, of course, the 4-wheel drive circuit that's available, the skid pan, which can do some high performance driving testing at. They've got the drive-in and gravel skid pan, and if you're having some fun with your kids, you can bring along some RC cars to the remote control track that they've got here at Zwartkops as well. So if you're looking to do some client days or some team building, get hold of the events team at events@zwartkops.co.za and see if they can help you out with something completely different as a team builder for your company.
Yeah, Greg, there's everything you can do here. It's Zwartkops. It's all happening here. It's always busy. It's a very busy racetrack. It's an awesome place to be. And we've got some awesome racing today here in the Historical Inland Championship.
And remember, it's Tour de France as well, so we might as well mention the fact that if you want to come and race your bicycle around here, Tuesdays and Thursdays, $30, and you stay off the road and out of harm's way of all the taxis, and you can come and do your training around Zwartkops. Why not?
Yeah, it's a much safer place than on the normal roads here for the guys on the bicycles. So use that opportunity to come and cycle around a racetrack. It's a lot safer.
And you'll get to see exactly why we can call it top of the hill, because if you go that way around, you climb literally from turn 3 up to turn 5.
Yeah,
it's a hill climb on a bicycle, that is.
Yeah, you quickly realize it. On a bicycle, you quickly realize that it's a bit steeper than it looks. So,
Alrighty, so 2 laps under safety car. Get some heat into that rubber. Get these cars ready to go. Let's see whether Brad Benningfield can move himself up a little higher up. Maybe give Dupy and Wilford a bit of a run for their money in the Lola T70 and the T70 Spider. That's the Shelby, powered by the Lexus, with an Audi gearbox. And of course James Temple, Jimmy T, out of the Temple of Lindenberg, or the Lindenberg Temple, depending on what you call it when you walk across the road and go and see the team there at Lindenberg Racing. As I said, a massive welcome there to the marketing lady from AutoZone who's joined them, and I'm sure she's enjoying all the race action that's unfolding here with her team of Fenta and Temple at the wheel of their cars. Trans-Africa Racing are represented by the car at the back there of Jonathan Dupy, as you heard from him, still developing that new T70 Spider. And as I said, maybe looking at that car and the way the development's going into it, and the derivative of the engine that they're running in that car, possibly going to be a contender for top of the hill in 2 weeks' time.
Young people, remember, don't forget, 25th and 26th July, top of the hill challenge here at Zwartkops. We want to see everybody here. It's going to be awesome, Greg. It's going to be, it's a different challenge, but it's great stuff. But in the meantime, Larry Wilford, he just wants to keep his winning run going. Mark the your only chance almost is to try and get Larry at the start. We saw Larry just taking the easy in the first 2 laps, and he put the hammer down.
And we did see Terry Wilford out in the crowd a little earlier on. Just a shout out to him again and say, listen, unfortunately Larry is the foster of the Wilford boys. So that's why he got a chance to drive the T70 and Terry's on the sideline. See if he changes his mind and changes our mind the next time he gets behind a Dunlop V8 supercar, because he was better than his dad in that one. But here we go. Back under starters orders for the rolling start, but remember it is double yellows down towards turn 1 and 2. So we remain line astern and in position until we come out of turn 2 and get that green flag. Benningfield trying to keep out Jimmy T as they head down into turn 2, into Castrol Corner with the Castrol and BP sponsored Lindenberg Racing Daytona Coupe on the tailpiece there of that Benningfield Shelby Lexus powered Can-Am. Then it's Porsches versus GT40s. You heard from Peter Bailey how difficult a day he had, and it starts again now in race 2 with 3 Porsches all around him.
Yeah, and Larry in the front. There goes Larry Mark. Then it's Benningfield, James Temple, and yeah, there's that battle with Bailey and the Porsches. That's
Nicky Dix. Nicky Dix, the first one, yeah.
Nicky Dix van der Merwe. So he's a bit of a Porsche sandwich there. Greg, I'm just having a look because I see SuperV drop down to 14th. I don't know if he had to start there.
Yeah, he started the back.
Wait,
Remember, he changed cars. He's into the AC Cobra Coupe. You'll see it in the background. They're just behind Lob. It's the white one with the red stripe. Warren Lombard normally pilots it when he's here, so he's not here this weekend. But watch in the background, you'll see the white and red Cobra coming down the hill, just behind that Gulf Racing coloured Porsche of Archimedes.
Yeah, and Lob trying to come back. He also started in the back.
Yeah.
So he's coming from the back, and so watch out for him. He's making up quite a few positions. But there's our leader, Larry, going to turn 2.
In fact, if you watch, Jonathan Detoy is actually playing the blocking role there and forcing his way past in the second T70 Spider, and Lob's right on his tail, using him to block the traffic as they go through. Wilford, Detoy onto the back straight. Third place car should be Benningfield. It still is. He hangs on just ahead of James Temple. Jimmy T would like to make that Daytona Coupe into the top 3. Possibly give him a chance of a top 3 overall as well. He can pull a bit of a margin over Benningfield, but it looks like Brad's got a slightly better turn of pace there. Maybe better aerodynamics on that car, even though it is an open cockpit. Shelby Can-Ams are pretty aerodynamic vehicles and great little sports cars.
Greg, Neil Lob just behind Temple, so he's really coming. It's a pity he had to start at the back where he had a problem, because he would have been right up the front. Just look at him, you can see him coming down there in the Gunston colours. Then it's Bailey. Yeah, Bailey behind him.
Yeah,
so
Bailey
maybe lost one of the Porsches, or one of the Porsches fell back a bit.
I think it also might be, no, it's not Bailey, it's Detoy, then Bailey. Detoy and Bailey side by side in the background as they go through turn 1. Jonathan Detoy in the Lola T70 Spider and Peter Bailey in the GT40. There we go, that's a shot of them coming out of turn 2.
Right, Detoy and Bailey, they're moving up there. They're just ahead of Nicky Dix and Andre van der Merwe. So this stage, Peter Bailey and Detoy's got the better of the Porsches. But look at it now, Lob is past Temple there.
Can you imagine what Neil Lob must be thinking right now? Hey, take into account where he started his racing career. He started in Shelby Can-Ams. He won the championship, I think, 4 or 5 times. And he's now coming up onto the back and passing a Shelby Can-Am in his Lola. Thinking, how many times have I done this into turn 5?
Yeah.
Go past a fellow Shelby Can-Am driver.
Yeah, so very good pace. Like I said, it's a pity he had to start there, because he could have maybe have taken it to Larry and Mark in the front. If you look at the lap times, he's doing several lap times to Mark the toy. Larry's clearing out. But nice, those Team Gunston original colours looking good there. And
Benningfield slowing.
Yeah, Benningfield's slowing. A bit of a problem.
He's allowed Jimmy T through, and Jonathan Detoy's gone through as well. So Benningfield must have some kind of an issue there on the Shelby. Slowing up, that's a big pity there for Brad. He's come a long way to race that car. All the way from the United Kingdom. Great to have him back in South Africa for this weekend.
Now Bailey's got Nicky Dix again, putting the pressure on, so they're resuming that battle. Neil Lob coming through turn 4 now. Then it's Jono Detoy. Now Temple
flying. James Temple absolutely hauling now.
Well, Benningfield's still going. Maybe he's just slowed down a bit. I don't know. Could have been a gear problem. I don't know. He's still going. Maybe a gear selection problem just on that lap or that corner. But he's back up to speed. And there's that battle, Greg. Nicky Dix trying to go on the inside here, Bailey.
There comes Seferi in the AC Cobra at the back. Then it's Archimedes in the Gulf Racing Porsche. Coming out of 5 into 6. Behind him will be Mark Miller in the second. Well, in fact, he's in the third of those. No, he is the second one. He's ahead of Dirk Venter. Second of the Daytona Coupes. Dirk Venter, the teammate, of course, to James Temple.
Oh, so Seferi's moved his way up. There he is, up to 10th overall. And like he said, he's just enjoying this one. But now Andre van der Merwe closing in on Nicky Dix. So Porsche putting pressure on the Porsche there. It might give Bailey a bit of breathing space, although I saw him, Nicky Dix very close to Bailey there.
Cobra's coming as well. Seferi Jr. got up to the top 10 now. He's looking to close the gap down onto Andre van der Merwe and maybe catch Nicky Dix. Get himself into single digits at least. That'll be a valiant effort from the back of a pack of cars like this.
Yeah, Greg, but Bailey, Nicky Dix, Van der Merwe and Seferi Jr. they're doing similar lap times, but they're very close to each other, so that's a good battle there on the road.
Bailey fighting hard to keep Dix out and Van der Merwe in the Vapco Porsche. And then And it's SuperV in that AC Cobra Coupe. Dix gets through on Bailey, down onto the brakes into turn 8.
Once again, SuperV trying hard, is late on the brakes, locking up a bit. Oh, Bailey's got a problem. He's slowing down, yeah. He's slowing down now. Now we've got John Du Toit. Yeah, John Du Toit now catching Lob. So
inside and got past him.
So it's getting better for Jonathan Du Toit there, Greg.
I can tell you, there used to be another GT40 in similar colours to that orange Team Gunston colours that used to run in this class. It was the late great Craig Shorter's car, and it was built by Peter Bailey. And in fact, it was built so well that he asked Peter Bailey to put an air conditioning unit into it, so he'd race when it was hot. He could turn the aircon on. Just some interesting facts there on the sideline. But also, when we at Passion for Speed and chatting to Paolo Cavalieri from the Pablo Clark Racing team, who also runs a Team Gunston car in some of the classes he runs, he's saying that they should make the Team Gunston colours the official South African car. Oh, Bailey off.
Yeah, Bailey's stopped now.
Bailey
on
parked
the inside of turn 1.
Turn 1, yeah, turn 1. I think he's in the pit lane exit, so it should be okay there. There is a wall that will probably protect him, so he's probably put it in a good position there. Just going back to my point there about Team Gunston, Paolo Cavalieri was saying to me he thinks that the Motorsport South Africa should warrant a move to give Team Gunston the official Team South Africa colours as an official racing colour around the world. You know, you've got the broadbent colours, you've got the British racing green colours, etc., etc. He says because so many guys from South Africa did so well in Team Gunston colours, it should be the official race colours of Team South Africa.
Yeah, Greg, awesome. There's Larry now. He's so far having a faultless race, doing good lap times, not being bothered. So Larry wants to bring it home for a double. Mark Du Toit second.
Yeah, going through there on his stablemate in the Marauder, Tender Shate.
Just 3 laps to go for the leaders. Yeah, John Du Toit up to third now, so he's past Neil Lob, like we said. James Temple's got a bit of pressure from Brad Benningfield. There's Neil Lob going through turn 1.
Well, Benningfield's trying to come back, I think, and to at least get himself into the top 3. Not going to be an easy thing to do. Not with James Temple in 5th place and Neil Lob in 4th. Great drive here from John Du Toit. Much better now that that car's working. You can see the potential of that car. And can you imagine if he'd got a decent qualifying in without that battery issue? He probably would have been at the front end with his brother and fighting for honours with Larry Wilford. 2 Lola T70 Spiders and a Lola T70.
Yeah, he's doing much better lap time, so he would have been at least here with Mark. Would have been a battle there. But it's good to see that car's getting sorted, and the leaders now just 2 laps to go.
Mark's a 65 and Jono's is a 66, so they're a year between each other in terms of the ages of those cars. Mark in the slightly older T70 Spider.
Yeah, not a lot to choose between them lap time wise. Larry just making his way through the back markers. Well, Larry wants to see the checkered flag now, but all good there. He's just passed Upper Gomidas there, that's also in there in the Porsche. It's up to
He's
10th.
about to start the last lap, I think. So number 1 with 1 to go. Yeah, 1 lap to go now for Larry Wilford.
Yeah, car looking good, sounding good. He's got the number 1. That's where he wants to finish. Yeah, Greg, because Jonathan Du Toit up to 3rd now would have been a very good dust between Mark and Jono.
Exactly.
If he started, because look at the lap times, they're similar. It would have been awesome. But, you know, they're sorting that car out at number 30 at Lola. So, yeah, it's going to be good.
I think when that T70 Spider's up to pace, they may sort of retire the older car and put the new car out onto track for the Du Toit boys to fight in the various categories when they run as a team. could be the other reason why they're developing that car. But I do really think, on a similar vein to what we saw when Mark jumped into that GT1 car in the Extreme Supercars as the checkered flag comes out for Larry Wilford. We saw Mark du Toit jump into that Ford GT1 and it prepped the car for top of the hill. And I think that's a similar thing to what they're doing now with that other T70 Spider of Jonathan du Toit's. Is it to get it ready for at least hill climb, or maybe to take over the duties from the Walls ice cream car here that Mark du Toit is going to get second place in.
Yeah, Mark du Toit will take checkered flag, second overall. Then it will be John du Toit. James Temple will be happy with his result, and then Neil Lob, Nicky Dix, Andre van der Merwe, and Seferis Jr. made his way up to 8th overall.
If you're not there yet, please, Silver Cup 2.0, classes A, A+, and Class P, down to pre-race. Silver Cup A, A+, and Class P, down to pre-race. We'll be standing by for you guys to be out on track and to start getting into the closing stages here, as we see a big move on the inside right in the end from Seferis Jr. on Andre van der Merwe, and squeezes out a top 6 from the back of the pack in the AC Cobra Coupe. Benningfield unfortunately dropping by the wayside here in the closing stages. Same thing with Lob, but they managed to still nurse those cars home, and it'll be Benningfield in 8th place, Lob in 9th, ahead of Evakamides in 10th. ISPA top 3 are Wilford, du Toit, and du Toit. Sports and GT's Trans Am Class A goes to Temple, ISP B's goes to Nicky Dix, and second place to Andre van der Merwe, and it's Neil Lob who's in 3rd place there. ISP C's goes to Evakamides, and Sports and GT's Class B goes to Mark Miller. Up next, Silver Cup 2.0, A, A+, and P. Let's catch up quickly with Louis Cluty down in pre-race.
Second place, what are you expecting race 2 to be like?
Well, I'm hoping to get second place again. I don't think I'll be able to catch Vessel. Track's very slippery, plenty oil, but it's good to be back on the track again.
Cool, and the car going well?
Car feels very good. My dad did a really good job with the repairs from Red Star. I'm very happy with the car.
Tell me, what motor are you running in this car?
It's a Subaru EJ25 Turbo.
Is there a good team behind you?
Yeah, for sure. No, I've got a good team behind me.
Good luck.
Thank you.
He's lying. It's not a Subaru engine in that car. It's a stock standard 1600cc SP engine. The only thing that's modified in the car are the pedals, as you can see, and he's got a Hirsch shifter with a Seibelt steering wheel and a slightly different dashboard to what the stock standard Beetle did. Is that some NOS in there as well, I think, by the looks of things? Is there NOS in that car? I think there might be. Louis Cluty, you lied. There's no Subaru engine in that car. It's a stock standard 1600cc Volkswagen Beetle engine. The same as what they run in Formula V.
That's a fast Beetle, Greg.
No, it's just a standing joke between him and I. We know how incredibly quick that Beetle is. And the amazing work that his dad did to get that car fixed up after the big crash he had, of course, and some issues that he had at Red Star Raceway. But, as you heard, tough man to beat alongside him there from Moscow's Racing and the Moscow's Motorsport team in Vessel Mostert. So I think there's going to be a bit of chopping and changing at that front end. Keep an eye out on the battle between Golf 1s. And let's have a quick chat to one of our youngsters in this class, Zander Jacobs, as he starts his space frame up for the second time today.
Race 2, how's the car going? What do you expect the race to be like?
Oh, it's going good. I'm hoping to be even better the second race. Looking forward.
And the car, what's it going?
Ah, it's perfect. Nothing wrong. Everything going 100%.
So at least you got a good team behind you?
Yes, spectacular team.
Well, good luck for race.
Ah, thanks.
Zander Jacobs in that AA recovery vehicle, Volkswagen Corrado space frame. That's the one that he pilots. It's the AAA recovery. Well, actually not AA, actually. Sorry, it should be 3 A's here, but it's typo on our program. As we move our way through there, waiting for some cars to be recovered. That's one of the reasons why there's a little delay. It is the car on the inside of Peter Bailey's that I think has to be fetched from turn 1 before we can get clearance to get these cars out on circuit.
Yeah, Greg, it'll be an 8-lapper for these guys. And as you can hear, both of the guys are very happy with their cars. Set up, everything, they're just happy. Let's talk to someone here.
This is going to be, I think, Karel Stoltz, if I'm not mistaken, in the Mazda RX-7.
Race 2, what you expecting?
Not too much. We've got some gearbox problems. So we'll see. We'll just try to finish and hope for the best.
Yeah, we've got a good team behind you. Tell us a bit about the car.
It's a normally aspirated rotary engine, 3-rotor. And the car's been running for the last 9 years. So this is actually the first problems we really had with the car.
Okay, well, good luck. Hope everything holds together, and good luck for the race.
Thank you.
That is a very fast triple rotor RX-7 that he's got there. And it certainly blows some big flames out of the side of it and out of the exhaust pipe. So we'll keep an eye on that as well throughout race number 2 here. And there's certainly a man who knows what to do around this racetrack on a few occasions. Alongside him there, as you can see, the King Price car of Christopher Tate. And we'll try and catch up a couple of the other drivers before. We got engines being fired up there by the looks of it. Marius Jacobs telling them that it's time to fire them up and get ready to go. There goes the Moscow's BMW to lead them out on track. And Mostert will be followed by Kluti in for autograph car of JP Nokia. 41 machine coming through there of Johan Minnar. And the rest of this pack will make their way out. Big car to watch out for will be the one that's on the right-hand side of that shot. Julio Arriga, I should say, after he went off track early on in race 1. That space frame is very quick. And even starting from the back of the field, should be able to tick off a couple of these saloon cars pretty rapidly and get himself back into the hunt at the front.
Yeah, he'll just have a lot of work, Greg, because he has to come from the back. But we'll keep an eye on that, because he'll have good pace. There's Christopher Tate, the King Price car. For him, for Christopher, every lap that he does is experience. That's what he needs, you know, so competes in a lot of other classes.
Yeah, he's the current Volkswagen Rookie Cup champion, who stepped up to Astron Energy Polo Cup, and at the last outing down in Aldo Scribanti was on the podium in the second race. So that's the Volkswagen Rookie Cup program is working really well, because 4 of the competitors in the top 6 and 7 positions in race 1 and 2 at Astron Energy Polo Cup came from Rookie Cup. So that stepping stone that comes from karting into Polo Cup was too big, according to what Volkswagen said. And the guys and girls who've gone through Rookie Cup have said that little extra time in the saddle, plus additional racing like Chris is doing here, has helped them out dramatically to make the gap easier to get into a competitive nature in Polo Cup. You know what Polo Cup is like in terms of the competitive nature. You were there yourself. I only had one chance to drive in it, but I know exactly how difficult it is to be in that front pack, and that's where you've got to be if you want to be in the running for a championship.
Yeah, no, it's awesome stuff. It's awesome stuff what VW does, Greg. There's also VW Challenge. So you can always go, just maybe do VW Challenge before you go to Polo Cup.
Yep.
You know, but yeah, Polo Cup, believe me, is
in
a
fact,
big step up.
A lot of what's happening right now is the Rookie Cup guys are coming through from karting, going to Rookie Cup. If they can't get a seat in the Rookie Cup, they go Challenge. Yeah. And Volkswagen Challenge, of course, gives them an opportunity to learn the racecraft as well as what those front-wheel drives are capable of doing, because most of the cars that are in Volkswagen Challenge now are the previous version of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Yeah. So it's a good learning curve there. You're spot on in terms of that call there, sir.
Yeah, so let's see. Louis Kluti, can he maybe get a jump there on Bessel? But I mean, Bessel's, yeah, he's enjoying it. It's not a test session, but...
No, he's still fighting. He's still fighting for a win here.
Yeah.
He's enjoying this class, that's for sure. It's highly competitive that he's involved in here. And, of course, he's going to be out a bit later on in the Clubman's category as well, where it's a little bit more competitive. So some fun and games to be had. We still got to get that AC Cobra Coupe to the front end there of Johan Minnar. 41 car.
Yeah, it's an 8-lapper. Yeah, it's a big field. It's awesome stuff. So Silver Cup guys really enjoying their racing. But there we go.
I think everybody's in their grid positions now. Des Bloom running off the circuit there after checking on Keith and Mikey's. And making sure that the TRC car is also in the correct place. Grobler, I think, just moving over ever so slightly there into his correct grid position.
Yeah, so in the front, BM from a Beetle, from a Golf, from a Cobra, from a Polo, from a Space Frame, from another VW Corrado, Mazda RX-7, and a Polo, Golf, and a Ford Fiesta.
I do like the fact you've got a BM, an AC Cobra, and an RX-7. The rest are all Volkswagens in the front of this pack.
Yeah.
Even if you take the space frame, it's a Volkswagen Corrado space frame. Here we go. Into the start procedure. 2 minutes. We'll go to 30 seconds. To 5 seconds. Let's do this one more time as those lights go out. Oh, revs pick up nicely. Did the lights go on and off at all? I didn't see.
No, they went on, yeah.
They did go on and off. That's good. Heading towards turn number 1 they go. Into a tricky left-hander. Back of the pack. Riga coming through there. Looking for a way past and trying to find a way early on.
JP Norquet snuck through there to second position there past the Beetle, Greg, as they went into turn number 2. But the rest of the pack, they're going to try and come through. It's quite tricky, turn number 2 on your first lap. Late on the brakes, you want to try and make a position, but there you see JP Norquet up to second.
The third place is Kluti on his tail. Comes Minnar. And then squeezing through from the back of the pack. Watch out for that Amtech racing machine of Deerwald.
Yeah, it's got good top speed. And there's the outbraking maneuver on the inside there of that Polo. Let's see, there was Minnar, was it? No, it was Bowen. Bowen on Visser, yeah.
Yeah, Bowen on Visser.
Bowen went on Visser, but they're going side by side through the S's. Visser doesn't want to give it up, but eventually has to.
Down the hill they come. On the brakes, looks like the indicators on that AC Cobra as well. Tate having a look on the inside of Zander. Zander Jacobs trying to keep him honest, but no, Tate's got through in the background, you can see. King Price Polo squeezes through on Zander, but then comes side by side. Little space frame with additional straight line speed. Power to weight ratio came into play there. Keith and Monkeys keeps out the rest of this pack as they come through there. Wayne Spicer, the Wellnetics machine, getting some extra seat time, learning some racecraft, I think, as well. He's also part and parcel of Dunlop V8 Supercars, now jumping into this category. Oh. And as I say that, commentator's curse. Sorry about that one, Wayno. Get it sideways. When in doubt in a front wheel drive, keep it buried, bud. Keep it buried.
Yeah, you need to put your foot down there. With the front wheel drive, different from the rear wheel drive, Greg. But if you lose the rear end of a front wheel drive,
if you see what happened there, he's gone V8 Supercar and gone, okay, I must catch it, I must catch it. Come off the accelerator. No, front wheel drive, gear down, foot flat. He eventually caught Tado, got back on track with Spicer, so that Wellnetics Polo drops a little bit further back in the pack than what he'd like to be. Nice move there from Rahman coming through. Watch out for Ariga, ticking them off one by one. Slowly but surely making his way to the front end.
But he's got lots of traffic to deal with, Greg, not so easy.
And the rookie's not making it easy there for him.
Nothing's easy. Those guys on their own battle, so Ariga's battling to get through there. Not so easy. Look at him now. He go into turn 1.
It's Mark Whiteley that he's fighting with at the moment, and that 131 car is actually a Fiat Palio. Incredibly, I know it doesn't look like one, but it's actually a Fiat Palio.
Yeah, with lots of wings and
modifications to the sides.
But there, Regas eventually got past him, so now he can put his foot down. Christopher Tay is still involved in that battle, but who's that in that 2D Trucks Golf?
Duvenacher, I think, Quinton Duvenacher. Behind Zander, yeah. Tate's falling back, actually. Tate's falling backwards there slightly into the hands of Dwayne Brown. Dwayne Brown just getting past him. So Dwayne Brown, that's Zander from Duvenacher. Dwayne Brown, ahead now of Tate. He's found a way through.
Those other cars got a little bit of top speed advantage, I think, over Christopher Tate as the guys go through the S's. You can see through the tight stuff, the corners Christopher Tate's good, but those other cars I think a little bit more speed. There's that rotary.
RX-7's followed by the space frame of Ariga.
I've done 3 of 8 lapper. There's Tate's King Price Extreme car. Rest of the guys come through. They're still hanging on to Duan Brown there. They're fighting it out there for the top 10. Christopher down to 10. The Carl Stolz behind him.
Yeah, Stolz I don't think is going to close that gap down because he has to keep out Anton Bitzer. And he's watching on the rearview mirrors for the hard charge. In fact, don't even watch the rearview mirrors. He's got past him. Ariga is up and into the top 10. He's got through there on Carl Stolz.
Yeah, so Ariga now still got 4.5 laps to go. Let's see. We'll see how high I can get. There's another move. Oh,
and locks up. Oh, too much from Jules. Just going a little too hot up into turn number 5. All that hard work negated. Dropping him down 10 places on the road.
Yeah, just went for the late on the brakes maneuver, but locked up.
Yeah.
And he was almost stuck there to reverse out of the kitty litter. So pity there, because all that hard work he's just done now, he's lost out again.
Fire-breathing RX-7 Dragon out of turn 8 with another one right on his tail. Not quite the same fire-breathing machine that's in front of him, but the 2 RX-7s now being closed down by Dierwold in the BMW, and then the Fiat Palio closing them down as well.
Yeah, there's Dierwold Smith there, number 130, the BMW E36. The guys come through in the back straight. So Christopher Tate is still in 10th position. Carl Stolz coming through. But watch out for that BMW number 130. That Dierwold Smith, he's trying to make up some spaces, but like you said, that Palio is hanging in there.
I'm suitably impressed with the Palio driver, Mark Whiteley, I've got to tell you. Change up between the 2 RX-7s. Blitz is through, but Stolz comes straight back at him. Steals it back.
But now while they're battling like that, it gives Dierwold Smith behind them opportunity, Greg, to close in. They're battling each other, they should be working together. Well, there's 3 laps left now. But Dierwold Smith says, thank you boys, I'm here and I'm going to join this party.
I want some of that, says Mark Whiteley too. Whiteley's right there in that little Fiat Palio, putting the BMW and both RX-7s under big pressure. Nice battle there for what would be just outside the top 10. 11, 12 and 13th place. Tate sits in 10th at the moment with Brown getting away from him.
Yeah, Tate's doing all he can to hang on there. Let's see, there's the back straight. As you can see,
keeping Duvenacher at bay. So 7th and 8th place. They're not going to catch Theo Bonin up the road. Then further back, this is the leader starting to get the back markers. Moscow Motorsports Vessel Mostert closing down on the Mini.
Yeah, just 2 laps to go for Vessel, but he's now getting deep into the back markers, Greg. But he's got a good lead. But it looks like Louis Klute in 2nd got past. Oh, but JP's gone down to 4th. He must have made a mistake.
Being caught now by, of course, or catching Lawrence Talliard. Talliard losing out as there was an opportunity seized there by Yolandi. Yolandi in the Mini getting through on Talliard in the Renault Megane Sport. And that Cooper S fastback goes up 1 place.
Yeah, as you can see, there's Klute now. He's back up to 2nd with Menard and Norquier now in the battle. So Norquier earlier was the 2nd, dropped down to 4th, but he's right behind the Cobra. So anything can still happen with about 1.5 laps to go.
Yeah, I think the possibilities that might have been a mistake there from JP. He wouldn't have given up that easily, that position. At the end for Watercraft Golf 1 now being passed by the Beetle and by the AC Cobra. Lock up there from Klute into turn 8 with the last lap starting. That's how hard he's pushing.
Yeah, 1 lap to go for these guys. There's the battle at the back.
Leader coming through there on the Polo Classic. Volkswagen Polo Classic. And it's David Obermeyer that's in that one. But Moscow's Motorsport in control at the front. and looking for a double win here in Silver Cup 2.0, Class A and A Plus and Class B combined.
Yeah, later we'll see classes B, C and D. They'll actually end off the day for us. But there's Vessel, will be very happy. But I'm sure, won't we see him later in another race?
Yeah, we do. See him in Clublands. Clublands will be out for the third last race of the day in 2 races' time. Checkered flag is out. And he squeezes through there on Duvenacher in the closing stages. Esme just been caught on that last lap. So good run there as well from Louis Kluti. Good recovery. And nice rebuild of that car to get it all sorted out. Minnar for third. Beats out JP Nokia and Jonathan Visser for your top 5. Bonin comes through just behind them. And it should be Zander Jacobs in the Volkswagen Corrado space frame. Should be the next car into our shot. Here he comes. Behind him. Is that Dwayne Brown now who's been caught and passed? No, he hasn't. He stayed up the road. It was Tate who got caught and passed right in the closing stages there. And a change up there between Chris Tate and Anton Bitzer.
Yeah, Bitzer just pushing Christopher Tate out of the top 10. So Bitzer took a 10th position from Christopher Tate.
Class B, Mostert, Kluti and Minnar. Class A goes to JP Nokia. A plus goes to Theo Bonin, Zander Jacobs and Quinten Duvenacher. And then we go down to Class A plus, which is Theo Bonin, Zander Jacobs and Julio Origa, eventually in 12th place, just outside of the top 10, having started from the back of the pack. So that is our 2.0, classes A, A plus and Class P combined, all done for the day. 8 laps of Evapco Racing, HRSA and Pursuit Challenge combined, coming up the second biggest field of the day, standing by. We haven't had a chance to chat to the doctor yet. Let's go and find out what Sophus Pentassis is up to, and is he ready for race 2?
Race 2, how's the car going? What are you expecting the rest to be like?
The car's going great. It's been a great day. I've done the Legends as well. Great race. It's a Datsun. What do you expect?
What motor are you running in this?
It's a 1969 model with a Datsun 2.8 litre model, engine.
And obviously you've got a good team behind you that's supporting and fixing the car when needed.
Yeah. It's an L28 motor, so there's lots of spares.
Okay. Awesome, well, I can't wait to see you on track. Good luck, eh?
Excuse me?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Werner and Gerard, and then obviously George for meters. But we're looking forward to a great race with my friend in the back here, Jannie van Rooyen. Thank you. You all have a lovely race. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Still coming, just wait. Andre, race 2. How's the car going? What you expecting the race to be like?
Fantastic. The car's doing very well. We've got some serious competition here. We've got in front there Nicky Dix doing exceptionally well. After that, Werner Kotze, then Andre van der Merwe, and the next master from Gerard, and obviously my big friend in competition of the meters, George and myself have been having a good race with the previous race, and we'll repeat it in this one. And then behind me here, Jannie van Rooyen, my old friend, who actually look after my car as well. Fantastic racing, fantastic camaraderie, historic racing. You rock. Thank you.
Excellent, good luck. Andre, race 2, what you expecting? How's the car going?
Car's going great. Got no issues with the car, so that's the good news. The track was a bit iffish earlier, but was out just now with ISP. The track feels good, so I think we're in for a good race, and just hope for all the guys that they race well and that they're safe, and that we have a safe and clean race. Thank you. So this car is originally a car that was built and campaigned by Peter Goch, a famous South African driver, and they named the car the Jedi. And I managed to purchase the car from Peter Jenkins, who drove the car for many years. And it's a great car. It's got all the right bits, so I don't think it's the car's fault. We need a faster driver, but the car's going well. Lekker car, all good.
Excellent. Well,
thanks, mate. Thank you, and everybody be safe. Thanks.
Thank you, Andre.
Yeah, it's always good to see the Jedi in full flight, especially in the hands of Andre van der Merwe. And on a few occasions, he's done some good stuff in that car. But as you heard, originally in the hands of Peter Jenkins. We used to call him Jedi Jenkins because of that car. But the force is strong in that car, that's for sure. But he'd like to be a little bit stronger to try and take on Werner and Nicky Dix a little higher up the road from him in the Evapco HRSA Racing. And combined today, of course, with our Pursuit Challenge.
Yeah, Greg, again, it's going to be the Porsches and the R100s in the front. Werner Kotze, can he do it this time? We'll see what happens there at the start. But looking forward to this 8-lapper. Yeah, we still have 4 races for the day to go.
Yeah.
Evapco, later Clubmans, historic single-seaters, and Silver Cup to round it off. But so far it's been awesome. And looking forward to this one as well.
If you are here at the track and you're going to be sticking around for prize giving, I do know that JL just stepped into our office to tell us that they are going to be putting the rugby onto the big screen as well during prize giving. So we'll be able to do prize giving and watch a bit of the rugby as well, because I believe Leon's favourite team are going to be taking on the other Irish team that learned to swim. Scottish today, hey? That's who you're up against today. It's going to be a tough game for you boys, I think.
Yeah, it'll be a tough game. But we'll see.
They had a good outing last weekend, so they could be on a bit of a high. But of course, Scotland kind of could also be known as South Africa B, because there's a lot of South Africans that have gone into that team and taken over the mantle at the Scottish side. So good luck to them as they get into the thick of it. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from MotoGP yet. I'm trying not to look at my phone to get any information from that, so we can get that later on. But we're standing by now for Evapco HRSA to make their way out into the circuit for their second heat of the day. Cars are rolling. Here we go. Porsche, Mazda R100, Porsche, Mazda R100, Porsche, and then it's Sirocco, Porsche. That's the IROC version. And then it's a Mark 1 Escort. A Mark 2 Escort, I beg your pardon. Siroccos, plenty of those. The 24 karat one there as well. Then some Datsuns. A couple of Honda Ballards thrown into there as well of Mike O'Sullivan. And Travis Jensen's 1200. The Nissan Sunny, or the Datsun Sunny. GT Junior. Another couple of Ballards. And of course it's the Porsche 944. Renault Gordini, Mercedes-Benz, more Datsuns, back of the pack, Nissan Sentra, and that's how they line up for HRSA's Racing Series courtesy of Evapco.
Now, Greg, we'll see if there's going to be any changes up in the front. Bernard Kotze was looking really racy in heat number 1, also putting down the rubber. But you'll have to try and get past this. Nicky Dix there in pole, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, you'll have to try and get past him early doors. Because we saw in heat number 1, he just going to do it at the end. But it's a good mixture. The Mazdas and the Porsches having a battle behind them. Some Siroccos, Porsche. Also the Datsun there, Seferi Senior, he's in there enjoying it. So nice big field again. And looking forward to this 8-lapper.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome little dice again. I think in amongst the packs of cars that come together here for the second heat of Evapco HRSA. At 944. Is of course Vanon Duplessis. He's normally part and parcel of the Pursuit Challenge, but they've combined them into the HRSA class for today. So they score Pursuit points as well as HRSA points for today. I'm not quite sure how they work it out in the Pursuit Challenge while they're mixed up amongst the cars, because normally with Pursuit, remember, it would be an inverted grid with the slowest car starting and the fastest car being the scratch car. So I think they might work it out in terms of their times built into whatever the races are unfolding in front of them, and give them a breakout time, and that they're not allowed to get out of that breakout time. So they can't go too fast, but they'll battle as hard as they can in amongst the usual contenders in that Pursuit Challenge.
There we go. Timing monitors up to scratch.
Oh, we're back onto the right one now.
Yeah. Nicky Dix, Werner Kotze, André van der Merwe, Willem Gerard Botha, Apagamidis, André Tenapel, Jannie van Rooyen, Joseph Kotze, Nigel Townsend, Seferi Senior is your top 10.
160Y of Seferi Senior had a good outing in the first one. So I think Senior might be looking for a bit of a battle once again with Townsend and maybe with Kotze in the Porsche IROC. Second pack is basically Datsun 1200 GXs. Majority of those cars proving to be some seriously good little race cars in their day, and make up a big majority of this field.
Yeah, big field, yeah, Greg. Lots of cars, but awesome to see, and I'm sure everybody's enjoying it. All our viewers on our social media platforms, plus everybody at the racetrack. So yeah, Aaron is going to try and take it to Nicky Dix again. We'll see how it plays out.
Inside line might be the better line to be on there for the R100 if he can get the drop. The lights didn't quite go out on that safety car, but he pulled into pit lane anyway. I think they were understanding that was the case. Here we go. Everybody's into formation. A couple of cars still coming down the hill incredibly, as our lead cars are coming around the final turn. and about to get that lights out, but of course it is still double yellows until they come out of turn 3, so they can't start the race until the hammer drops out of the exit of turn 2 and heading towards the entrance of turn 3 where they get the green flag.
So that's Michael Sullivan there on the outside. But yeah, Werner Kotze will try and be as close as he can to Nicky Dix, or even next to him. When he sees that green flag, he's going to go for it.
Green flag drops and we're racing down towards turn 3 and onto the back straight away. And it is Nicky Dix who got the drop over Kotze. So Van with a bit of work to do, but change up there for the second R100. So nice one there from Puerta, sneaking through on Andre van der Merwe.
Yeah, Willem Puerta trying to go with his, call it a teammate in front of him or similar car. Maybe they can put pressure together on Nicky Dix. But we'll know Werner Kotze, and especially in the first few laps, he'll try as hard as he can. Now Puerta trying to fend off Andre van der Merwe behind him. The rest of the field as they come through turn number 5, side by side, but all good so far. Oh, there we go.
Sure, not holding back here. Locks up into turn 8 and Kotze hits the front. So Werner Kotze puts the R100 ahead of the Porsche. Now trying to get his head down to get away from Nicky Dix. Nicky Dix comes straight back at him. Werner Kotze and Nicky Dix going side by side. Eventually Kotze just winning things out and putting a big flame onto the bonnet of that Porsche ahead of him.
Greg, that was a good move, but he almost knew he had to do it early doors, as you can see. Trying to pull away now, but now Van der Merwe will sit there and try and pressure him. And Werner Kotze is just how will he hang on to his tyres. But a good move there to take the lead.
Further back there, Peter Jensen starting to come through, putting the pressure on. See Michael London's back on track as well. He's the car, of course, had problems in the beginning of race number 1, which caused the safety car and eventually a red flag to come out. So we eventually got that car sorted out and looks like it's going back into the race section like it should. Nicky Dix, I wouldn't go too close to the back of that car. You're going to have a fried front bonnet from the flame that comes out of Kotze's R100.
Yeah, that's a little bit of smoke as he gets to turn number 8. Andre van der Merwe back to 3rd position in Porsche. He's past Puerta again. But Kotze's just trying all he can here. And Nicky Dix is just hanging in there. You can see Kotze late on the brakes. The car's wiggling left and right, trying to get the drive out of turn 2. But here's Johan Goos coming through there. A little bit of a Scirocco battle. There's SuperV Senior.
Ladner just ahead of him there, so 3-way fight as they come down into turn 2, Cashel corner. But Tass is in a bit of a fight as well. The Nissan Sunny, or the Datsun Sunny, also fighting. Oh! Leaders coming together. That's changed the lead up. Van der Merwe hits the front. So Kotze and Nicky Dix have come together at turn 4. And it's going to be Vakamides to squeeze through into 3rd place by the looks of things as they get on the brakes at the top of the hill. Yeah, right on their tail comes Tenapel. And then behind that will be Yanni van Rooyen. But a big change up there as the two leaders seem to have come together at turn 4.
Yeah, Craig, they must have touched going to turn 4 there. But what it means now, that's now Van der Merwe and Puerta. Yeah, Kotze, I think he's going to go into the pit.
Kotze's in the pit lane. He's got a broken car. Nicky Dix trying to stay out there to survive. Hopefully with not too much damage. He was, I was going to say, he was sweeping left and right just to make sure everything's okay on the car. Ahead of Tenapel. We just heard from Andre Tenapel, he was hoping for a safe race. Well, he stayed out of harm's way. He's got Yanni van Rooyen behind him. The two Siroccos closing each other down. But continuing up between the two Porsches of Dix and Vakamides. Vakamides up to 3rd place now. Puerta is 2nd and Andre van der Merwe leads out. So the man from Evapco leads his own sponsored race.
Yeah, Greg, but we didn't see it on the monitor, but maybe Nicky Dix had to take avoiding action because just before that we saw Werner Kotze actually had a bit of a problem, lots of smoke.
Yeah.
So maybe, it could have been, because I don't see any damage to Nicky Dix's car. Maybe he just had to avoid Werner Kotze. Never
possibly
know.
spinning out in front of him. Yeah, we didn't see it unfortunately, so we are contemplating what possibly could have happened. But
now you can see that. Look at Puerta, he's putting the pressure on front. Puerta going for the inside move. These guys in the R100s, they're not scared. The guys in the Porsche are still a little bit more tentative. But look at it there. Puerta going
I
for
do
the
like
lead.
when there's such a good battle though between them. Here comes Dix on Avakamides. Down the hill comes Ghost with Michael Sullivan on his tail, trying to close down on that 160Y of SuperV Senior.
Yeah, so a little bit of action and a change up happening, and they've got 3 laps to go. Nicky Dix is going to try and get up to George Avakamides and get the podium, although he's second in his class. There goes the Scirocco's go through now.
That's Ladner. Terence Ladner trying to close down on the back end of Grant Kramer.
Yeah.
It's a 1200 GX coupe, so sort of fastback version of the 1200 GX. It litters the back end of this field. They're all trying to close down on Yusuf Kotza, all on his own some here. Kotza, of course, would have been involved as well in Pursuit Challenge. So he's going to be scoring points in both of those championships here today.
There's our leader now, Puerta. Puerta's going to see now 2 to go. Andre van der Merwe, what's he going to do? And there's some of the Sciroccos going through the S's.
Tanapel on Avakamides. Trying to squeeze out that golf racing machine of George Avakamides.
Yeah, so Nicky Dix already passed Avakamides there. So, yeah, he's back up to 3rd. I don't think he'll have enough time to change down on Andre van der Merwe, Greg. So just got 2 laps to go.
I stand to be corrected, but I think the Volkswagen Sciroccos were either 1800s or 2 litres. And they're fighting with a flat 6 Porsche there. That's incredible bit of driving there from Tanapel and Van Rooyen to stay with those very fast Porsches.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff to see. I mean, Tanapel right behind Avakamides. And Yanni van der Rooyen not too far behind.
777 and 111, those 2 cars. There's London. We saw him earlier on. Some problems, getting those problems sorted out. Simpson on the inside, trying to find a way through there on the Datsun Sunny of Johan Kutzer Jr.
Yeah, so further down in the lower classes, the guys are having their battles. Blue flag waving here for the Anglia. Is that our leader coming through?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he's pulling out a gap now as well. Buerta, 1 lap to go. Although he inherited this lead, but he's going to be very happy. He needs to bring it home now with 1 lap to go.
Dips the curb on the inside. It wasn't the ideal line to be on, but it was because he was having to take a different line into turn 2 after going past some back markers. The Gordini down the back straight away of Michael Bishop. About to be possibly caught and passed in the closing stages here of what will be the last lap. We have seen on occasion, it hasn't happened today, but particularly on Buerta's car, and it happened also on Van der Kotz's car on a few occasions, the left window pops out because it's only a piece of perspex.
No.
And I just saw it flapping a little bit there, but I think it's going to stay in for the rest of the race. Yeah, should stay in and not give him any issues as they go down the hill. The Gordini probably going to be eaten up here by the Mazda on the straight down towards the final turn. And wrapping up this final victory, gifted to him with the demise of the top 2, but he'll take it anyway. Gerard Buerta, or Willem Gerard Buerta, taking the win over our sponsor, Ray van der Merwe from Evapco, for 2nd place. 3rd place is going to be Nicky Dix. He's been able to squeeze through there on Avakamides in the closing stages. And Avakamides keeps out the 2 hard-charging Sciroccos of Tanapel and Yannick van Rooyen. Yusuf Kotza will come through for 6th place in the Porsche in the background. Here he comes. And it shouldn't be too far off. Here comes Michael Sullivan, SuperV Senior, Johan Ghost, and making up that top 10 as well. A great drive from Terence Ladner.
Yeah, and Michael Sullivan just got past SuperV there, just over the line to put CF1 position down. So actually well done by Michael Sullivan there. 8th overall. But there we go, Greg.
So Class C goes to Willem Buerta, ahead of the 2 Class B cars of Andre van der Merwe and Nicky Dix. And those are the only 2 Class B cars. Class C, 2nd place there, Avakamides. 3rd to Andre Tanapel. Class D goes to Yannick van Rooyen, beating out Yusuf Kotza and Terence Ladner. It is historic touring cars going to Michael Sullivan. Class E goes to SuperV Senior, beating Johan Ghost in the 24-carat Volkswagen Scirocco. Grant Kramer into 3rd. And Class F is Johan Kutzer Jr., beating Craig Harris and John Simpson. Wrapping up our Evapco HRSA and Pursuit Series combined, standing by for the real Pro Auto Clubmans, National Sports Cars, Midval Historics, and Alfa Trofeo combined. Before we go racing with them, let's catch up with our top runner in that NSCC car, Michael Hillery in the Shelby.
Hoping to do the same we did in race 1. Starting pole, hopefully walk away with it, but you never know, so we'll see.
Car going well, obviously.
Yeah, car's going well. It's lots of fun to be here. Yeah. Thank you.
I just want to thank, of course, Icon Electrical and Consulting for the assistance today. They've helped out, of course, getting these classes on to our live stream, so a massive thanks to them. But getting some information there on the Clubman's NSC and Midval Historics combined. The club has grown 40% in the last 4 months and currently have the most amount of female registered drivers out of any category in the country, so that's good to see. Sean Dodd, of course, in the polo player, had a bit of throttle issues. Chandra van Deventer in the polo, and that's the polo we were talking about with the nice livery on the back. Apparently, every single one of those colored triangles was put on by hand, and different angles played around by various members of her family. Speaking of Golf 1s, though, let's go down to Wayne Lobotsky in the Shield Golf.
Listen, the car's going well. I'm a little bit rusty, but let's see. Hopefully he too try and give Rodney a bit of a go, and hope the Shield Golf come home on top.
Good team behind you. Car going well.
All good.
Excellent. Well, good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Now that Shield Golf is a stalwart in a lot of categories. He spent a bit of time in Clubmans though. But chatting to Marlene, she gave us a bit of information. Victor van Dijk, of course, is in the 2-litre Beetle. It's an 8-valve machine. Sean Murray in the Polo, 1.8 turbo. Carl Shepard's in a 2-litre 8-valve turbo Polo. Tegan Shepard and Luke Dreghorn, they're in the Pinto 5-speed. And, of course, Rodney Crace in that Honda. And he runs on Nankang tyres, apparently. Not quite sure where they come from, but I'd have to say probably from Japan or the Middle East or the eastern side of the world. We've got Conrad Tiat out there in a Golf GTI. We just chatted to Wayne Lobotsky. JJ Fenter in that Volkswagen Fox. I think it's a Volkswagen Fox as opposed to Volkswagen Jetta. It's also 2-litre. Henry van Fleta is in the Alfa Berliner. Garen Jacobs is in the ex-Sabat production car. And let's go down and have a quick chat here to one of our top runners as well in the front end.
What are you expecting?
Well, we've done an emergency repair on the turbo piping this morning with what I had. I think it's going to hold, so I'm going to give it everything once I get out there. I'm just praying that it stays in one piece. Thank you very much.
It's a pretty modern race car by the looks of the fittings and stuff, but how old school was that helmet, bro?
Yeah, I know, Greg. Good to some guys, they like to stick with the same helmets. And as we heard there, he's just hoping that the repair work keeps it together. But yeah, looking forward to this one.
Twin cam turbo in that Opel Tigra that he runs. So certainly has got a bit of pace in it, I think. And will definitely be able to run the front end of the field if he's able to find his way through there. It's the Toyota twin cam turbo motor that he runs. Demeter Racing doing the prep on that RX or Mazda Capella, I think it is. It's the Mazda Capella that man's in. Oh, tasty.
Oh, sounds awesome.
It does sound good, eh? Well, that Mazda Capella really has got a turn of pace. And in its day was one of the hot contenders for a car to have on the road, but also a big car to have in a racing fraternity. Sonia Buerta was the car that had the problems early on in race 1 and ended up on the left-hand side of turn 3. She'll be looking to turn her luck around, I'm sure, here in the second race. And as I said, she's one of at least 7 or 8 ladies that are registered into the Icon Electrical and Consulting Clubmans for this weekend. Real Pro Auto, of course, are the main sponsors. Fantastic to have them on board. And such a nice field of cars about to go to battle again for the last time today in the Clubmans Racing Series.
Yeah, Greg, once again, awesome to see big field here. And nice to see all the lady competitors involved with the men and holding their own. So shortly we'll have the start of this one. So we still have, this is our third last race of the day. Still looking forward later to historic single-seaters and Silver Cup. B, C and D will be our last race. But yeah, can't wait to get this one going.
Also just some news from Germany that's just come through on my phone. That DMV racing day from Zolder. Our 2 competitors, of course, racing overseas, Brad Liebenberg and Tyler Robinson. News coming through there. Brad Liebenberg third on their podium in race number 1. And Tyler ended up down in 13th overall in race number 1 for the Super Cup class in Germany. So congratulations to them. That just came through via our group that they've set up for the coverage of that event in Germany. So well done to Brad on the podium and Tyler in 13th. She finished 10th, I think, in the first one at the first outing there. So she's showing that she's got some potential. Certainly the fastest lady in that category. And we've got a couple of fast ladies about to go out into battle for the last time today for Clubmans, MHCC and Trofeo.
Yeah, Greg, Tyler Robinson, she's committed now to the Polo Cup Germany. She's had a few ups and downs there, but good qualifying rounds. You know, the weather there, everything's different. Takes getting used to, but okay, there we go. It's time for Real Pro Auto Clubmans and NSCC Association, including Mid-Bowl Historics.
Yeah, it's a really nice field of cars here too, very similar to what we saw in Silver Cup, where you've got different cars from different categories who come and join the Clubman's category and get an additional race on the day. Space frames and saloon cars, some sports cars thrown into the mix. That's why we've got NSCC Association in there as well. And that's why we've got that car out front in the battle with Wessel Mostert. It'll be a big fight, I think, between him and what we're going to see here from the Real Pro Auto Clubman's sports cars and Mid-Val Historics combined. They're still rolling out of pit lane, incredibly. That's how big a field they've got. There's a couple of cars, I think, went and got some extra fuel in, because there were a couple of cars that were in the previous outing for HRSA, including that little Datsun Sunny. So a bit of work to do now. Here it is. That, I think, is the right one. But I'm not quite sure if it's in the right order there, because it should be Michael Besaidenout.
Michael Besaidenout, yeah.
And Wessel Mostert will be on the front row. Ladner and Simpson, I don't think, are on pole and second. Not in a Volkswagen Sirocco and an Alfa Romeo GT Junior.
Now that'll sort itself out, but yeah, Werner Kotze, Ishmael Peck, Willem Botha, Rodney Kreis, Wayne Laboschke, they're all in there.
That's quite cool. If you can read this, you're behind a Mid-Val historic driver. That's quite a cool t-shirt to have.
Yeah, as you said, Greg, big field. They'll go around one more lap. Then we go racing for 8 laps.
I forgot the Boogeyman's in this one as well. Ishmael Peck's in there too. So Boogie, I think, is going to be looking forward to another fight in that BMW. He loves that car. It's so well prepped. And once he leaves here, of course, he's got some work to do tomorrow, as they've got some drag racing in Mzansi happening tomorrow afternoon into the evening. Sure, big field, massive field here. Not the biggest field, as we said. If we had to combine Silver Cup, 67 entries for Silver Cup this weekend. but arguably the biggest field in one class out on track at the same time, coming out of this category.
Yeah, and Greg, that's awesome for the spectators that's out here and for the people to see.
Yeah.
Lots of
It's
cars, different
almost,
classes.
if you put them line and stern, they'd probably make away all the way around 2.4 Ks.
Yeah, good stuff. But now Bessel, can he maybe get a jump on the start? Michael Baloy, no, if he gets the whole shot, he's going to clear away. But
I'm not
let's
quite
see what
sure if the
happens.
BM's got the pace to run with that Shelby. How are you all doing on that back wall? Are you enjoying yourself still? We can see you on camera. You can make lots of noise if you're down at turn 4 at the grandstand. Hi guys, how are you doing? Are you all good? Yes ma'am, we can see you in the middle of the grandstand. And now running away. I think security is going to leave you now at turn 4 as our cars get up to turn 5.
Yeah, good to see all the awesome spectators here, Greg, today out at Zwartkops, enjoying the day. Action-packed day with lots of classes and lots of cars. That's what I want to see. Action galore. And yeah, we're getting ready for the start of this one.
Indicator from our Toyota Gazoo Racing GR from Pretoria Nerd Toyota. And now Michael Baloy will set the pace in the Shelby. I wonder if that's a bit of practice for him for top of the hill as well. Maybe to come and participate in the sports car class. Here we go. Lights out. And we're racing for double yellows initially. Keep it all line astern until they come out of turn 2. I think Vessel will hold back slightly there. He won't worry about Michael. He'll let him go. Because I don't think he knows he can't run with the pace of the Shelby, but he has to worry about the hard charging Van Akotza and even harder charging Ishmael behind him in a similar BM.
Now, Greg, once they're around turn 2 and then on their way to turn 3, they'll see the green flag, and that's when the racing starts. But Bessel actually a little bit closer to Michael, but Bessel trying to pull away, like you said there, from Van Akotza. Ishmael Peck will be hard charging in that car. And there we go into turn 4.
Like that. Des Bloom in a Renault Sandero trying to get it inside of E36 BMW.
Oh, Michael had a bit of a moment.
Putting a wheel on the dirt there.
Yeah, you don't want to do that in lap number 1. Tires are still cold. Seen a few people run a little bit wide here today out of turn 5. It's quite tricky there. Don't carry too much speed in. There's Pete Walters as well, number 70. Another space for him going down the hill through the S's. Now Bessel Mostert in second. He's pulling away. There's a little bit staggered in the front. There's Michael coming through turn number 2.
Van is right on his tail to go through there. Keith from Lankeys' car piloted now by Des Bloom in this one. Then you've got the Works Subaru there of Loreen. Loreen Vensel doing a super job. Staying up in that top 10. Problems for the 15 car. It's one of the Ford Escorts, I think, who's gone off track there slightly. I think it's not Dion Shrobsky. I'm not quite sure who that was. Not sure who's in that 15 car. Who's in 15?
Andries Draper.
Draper, that's it. Andries Draper parked on the inside of the circuit. A few changes as they come down that back straight away. Fenter in the Fox, just up ahead of that Mark 1 Escort from Shield Racing. The Beetle at the back of the pack as well.
Nice and sideways there by one of the Datsuns. Who's that? That's Kutzer. Kutzer next to Alpha, and they're going side by side through the S's, giving each other enough room, Greg, but good racing there in the mid-pack. There's a space frame coming to pass both of them. Oh! Little Datsun had to put on the brakes hard there. They were almost 3 by 3 there coming down to turn 8.
I do love the fact that they can do that. Hard charge. Kutzer coming along for the ride as well. Bit of smoke coming out of the back of Kutzer's car.
Quite a bit of smoke.
That'll be a concern for that Polo. As I said, Chandre van Deventer. Oh, there we go. That's a bit of oil on the wheels, I think. And there's more oil being dropped down there by Kutzer as he rolls backwards. Hopefully not.
Yeah, we saw the oil there. He wouldn't have known that because now the oil's going to catch the people. Yeah, oh.
There we go. Oil down into turn 2 and a whole bunch of cars getting caught out by it.
Yeah.
Richard Williams is one. The leader gets caught. Oh, man, that's big. That is the leader being caught out there. And Vessel Mostert going through there very gingerly, realizing that there's oil dropped. And he doesn't want to get any oil on those tires, but Michael Besaidnout spins out at turn number 2. Ishmael Peck avoids the oil. So does the third space frame there coming through. I think that was Ferdy van Staden, if I'm not mistaken. Red flag. Kind of thought that might be the case. There's too much oil down at turn 2.
Yeah, Greg, no, it caught the people out there. So, it's not nice feeling coming to turn 2. It's a hard braking zone. And you don't know there's oil and you just hit the brakes and the car just says, how's it? Actually good stuff that the people didn't connect each other. They will collect each other.
Are very lucky to avoid. It was just very close between that Polo and the Golf, or the Anglia that was stuck on the sideline. Richard Williams at the wheel of that Anglia this time out. Chris would have driven it the first race. And they'll bring them back to the line now. And
they'll stop it, get it cleaned up, and then they'll go again.
Yeah, but look here. Look where the oil starts from. Left-hand side of the shot there, you can see the marshals are checking to see whether that oil was already dropped by Kutzer in his Datsun GX as he went round turn 1 into turn 2. That's where the engine blew completely and it looped him out because the oil would have just dropped straight onto his tires and caused him to loop out big time. So that could possibly drop us into a bit of trouble. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Here's the replay. There you can see the back of the car starting to just blow around a little bit. Too much oil on that one. And as we got down on the braking point, that's where he loops out. Watch here. Whoop, there it is. Round it goes. And this is where the oil gets dropped big time. You can just see it just pumping out there. And look at this coming through. Watch out for the other cars coming around, because we'll watch for this point and then go back. Here we go. Coming through there. The Polo gets through, but the second Polo loops out. That's the 90 car. Fortunately, the Ford Escort misses out. And then in the background, you see the leader. That's Michael Besaidnout getting caught out by that oil that was dropped. You can see Mostert realized there was oil, slowed up. Is that Ariga? No, it wasn't. It was Kotza who dived on the inside to overtake. But of course now with the red flag, they go one lap back, so it'll be positions resumed for our top 3. So even though he squeezed through under that oil situation at turn 2, he'll have to return back into what would be now second place in the race.
Yeah, Greg, we'll just have a look, see when they do, they'll get the guys into their positions and then restart. It's either going to be 6 laps, but maybe even 5 laps, so we'll just wait for that. But the marshals will quickly clean up there. But it's like I said, it's quite scary coming down there, especially for the leader as well. You would have seen those guys in the middle of the corner, and then I had to almost take a base of action, but the oil also caught him out.
Yeah, so some concrete and Dryzit environmental being put down there to try and ensure that we've got as little impact to the track as possible, because there was quite a bit of oil dropped there by that little Datsun. There it is. That's the car who could be in some big trouble.
Yeah, Greg, unfortunately, he wouldn't have realized there's a problem. There was smoke. We wouldn't have seen it. He only realized it when he got to turn 2.
When it spun, yeah.
And then,
the problem is that he continued driving. That's the issue they're going to have, because the oil goes all the way around. You can see them go at turn 4 going to address oil as well. But these marshals are now going to have to work triple time, and there's corners coming from all around. Calling all cars, calling all Orange Army. You see where the oil starts. It's heading into turn 1, and it's on the race line. Just showing you how hard our marshals have to work on occasion, and the reason why we can't go racing without them.
Yeah, the problem is, it is definitely on the racing line going into turn 1. But yeah, Greg, these marshals do an awesome job, and they, it is a hard job, believe me, being out there in the winter, in the cold, in the summer, in the heat. But yeah, thanks to them, trying to keep the competitors as safe as possible.
Don't forget, while you're watching our marshals working hard, 2 weeks' time here at Zwartkops, 25th and 26th of July. The Top of the Hill Challenge returns for another epic weekend of racing, running the wrong way around the circuit. That's why it's called Top of the Hill, because we start at the bottom and we make our way to the top to finish up an incredible 2.1 Ks of racing. They just missed the last 300 meters of the circuit, which is the return road for the cars involved, and you'll see the march there of Ian Schofield fighting for a win once again in the Classic Conqueror Saturday competition. And we'll see an epic battle amongst some of the top hill climb saloon car and time attack saloon car cars in the modified and road going classes on the Sunday.
Yeah, it's basically a 2 kilometer hill climb. So if you haven't been to one of those, make your way out there one of those 2 days or both days. Come and join us, and it's a different challenge, but it's awesome stuff, and it's really tense towards the end when the guys go for the ultimate laps, but it's an awesome weekend. So we're just waiting. Our marshals will be doing a good job of cleanup. The cars will be set in their positions, and we're just waiting for confirmation how many laps, but it's either going to be 5 or 6, but we'll know shortly. And then don't forget, there's still 2 races after this: historic single-seaters and later Silver Cup 2.0. Classes B, C, and D to end us off, but so far very successful day. Not too many incidents, but I mean, with all these cars and these classes, but good stuff, and not too long now, then we'll get going again.
Let's catch up now with Michael Hillery and see exactly what went wrong.
Yeah, no, luckily came through turn 1, felt a bit of understeer, but didn't think too much of it, and then hit the brakes into 2 and round I went. But luckily there's a restart from the previous lap's order, so we don't really lose out. It's just now to make the most of the track conditions.
You got the pace anyway. Looks like you're far ahead in front, so should be an easy one.
Yeah, it's still close. I mean, this BM behind me is quite quick. It's just about managing traffic and getting through the race as cleanly as possible.
Good luck with the second part of the second race.
Thank you.
Here's our cameraman giving you an up-close and personal look at the reason why we've got a slight stoppage in proceedings right now. A big amount of oil that was dropped by one of the 1200 GX Datsuns, heading from literally the exit of turn 8 all the way down the main straightaway, on the race line, through turn 1, down to turn 2, and then just dumped its guts in turn 2. So, yeah, it just didn't turn out to be nasty at all. Nice run there, Gareth. Nice work, boy. Love your work, G-Man. Giving us up close and personal with the oily lines into turn 1. Just give us a little tacky squeak there to see if it works. Yeah, have we got grip there? Oh, he didn't hear me. I wanted to see you do a little tacky squeak as he comes up on the Toyota Corolla GR, our official safety car. I think he's got too much traction on those tackies anyway, so even if we wanted to squeak some tackies there. Oh, there it is. There's the tacky squeak. Thanks, G-Man. Oh, that's beautiful. There you go. Have we got traction? Nothing. There's no traction to turn 1 at all.
Yeah, Greg, but once they get going, it'll take them just 2 laps or so. It'll clear up. Won't take too long to clear up. We're just waiting to see. We don't know how many laps it will be. It's going to be 5 or 6.
Yeah.
When they restart, we're just waiting for that. But
I like the fact that we mentioned, how hard the Orange Army work, and that's how hard they do work, is to get that track cleaned as quickly as possible and as well as they can, using the concrete and dry environmental mixture that they use. But that just shows you how hard our camera crew work out there. We mentioned them a bit earlier on, and the guys down in the main control below us here in the studio, Dave and Paul, giving us all the action, but providing us with opportunities to interact with the crowd today as well was also quite lekker. And then get up close and personal with some of the drivers, as we've done all race day long as well, including that man who's had a pretty busy day in the saddle, still looking like he's happy to go. Boogeyman behind him in the BMW. Let's see if we get a smile out of Boogie. No, we can't. He's not going to follow him through there. Space frames are waiting to go. I love the fact that the space frames have come from oval track racing and found a way to teach them how to turn left or turn right depending on how they go. Catching up again there with that man. He's had a pretty decent day in the saddle. And looking forward to Dion Tropsky doing some more. Fenter on the outside there. Ali McCaw on the left-hand side. Looking good. And Rodney Crace behind him. Gerard Buerta, also double duties there. Jumping out of one car into another one. They're not messing around, these guys. They've come for a full day's racing, haven't they?
Yeah, they get value for money, Greg. They race as much as they can, as many classes. But yeah, okay, it looks like it's going to be 6 laps. If I look on the monitor now, should be 6 laps when we get going again. And let's hope it happens soon. There's Slabochki. Remember, the guys, it'll be the same for everybody. They'll know, they'll have a warm-up lap. They'll go through the cement dust. They'll know it's there. It'll take 2 laps or so to get, but it'll get better. The grip will get better and better as they go. But it is the same for everybody. Just initially take it a bit easy, that first lap or so. Just feel where you've got the grip. But yeah, everybody working hard, camera crew.
Yeah, he'll be a happy man
marshals.
if we get inside there. There's that polo we're talking about. Gee, if you can, go to the back of that polo, if you don't mind, and just show us the livery that caused the family feud with all those triangles that had to be stuck on individually. And some, looks like some Disney characters in there as well, eh? Some dinosaurs and pterodactyls. Looks like Winnie the Pooh and Eeyore as well. Every single one of those triangles has been individually stuck on. And according to the information I was given from Marlene, it caused a bit of a family feud because the one wanted to put one there and they said, no, don't put it there, put it here. And then don't put it here, put it there. Oh, man, can you just imagine? Pete Walters looking good, rocking that. I think that might be a Bell Moto 1 motocross helmet he's got on there. That's how old that helmet is. That was ridden, of course, probably by Rex Staten and those days of motocross. That's how far back that helmet goes to. Lorene looking good in the Works Impreza time attack car. And she certainly has got to grips with Clubman's Racing, loves being part of this category. And Optimus Racing Machine doing a super job, as is our cameraman, as I said, getting us up close and personal there. G-Man, thank you, bud. Great chance to see how things are panning out there. We've still got a big crowd out there. I think we still do. Relatively big crowd, still sticking around. And a lot of guys probably would have headed home to get themselves ready for that funny game that throws balls backwards to go forwards. Rugby still to be sorted out this afternoon. Bokke versus Scotland, eh? Bokke versus Bokke B. Springboks versus Springbok Bees. They're coming up soon. Just want to let you all know Ireland won. Okay, so they won again.
Against who? Japan.
The real green team. The only green team out there, actually. I love saying
Shane
that with Leon.
Greg.
Because Leon absolutely hates them because I know them that much. But yeah, no, he's a big Bok fan, so that's why I have to give him a bit of a ragging in the studio. We're allowed to while we're waiting here. Who's your money on for the soccer, by the way? I know you don't follow soccer, but you must have some money on somebody, eh?
I'm not big on the soccer.
You're not even looking at the soccer. Okay. Yeah. Okay, no worries.
I follow all other sports, but I'm not big on the soccer.
Yeah, I think
I've been enjoying the Women's Cricket World Cup.
There's been some great sport over the last 3 weeks here, actually, that we picked up. We had Motocross Grand Prix at Terratopia, which is only about 10 k's down the road from here, which was awesome last weekend. World Motocross back in South Africa. So the motorsport factor is becoming a massive one here in South Africa, and we've got lots of action still to come your way. As I said, with Top of the Hill, we've got Zwartkops Annapolis. We've still got another inland championship to come here. We've got the final of the National Championship Extreme Festival, the final of the Regional Championship Extreme Festival to be sorted out here at Zwartkops. So much to see and do.
Yeah, Greg, the guys will be getting their cars ready for the time attack, the Top of the Hill, and the other guys will be getting their cars ready for the Zwartkop Annapolis.
Yeah.
That's endurance, and that's looking forward to that one as well.
500 miler. That's the way to go, man.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's really awesome.
But I'm sure these guys are keen to go now. It's not nice to sit there in your car and you just want to go racing. You know, you get a bit agitated, you want to go racing. I'm sure it's going to be soon. Thank you for everybody, the marshals there, for cleaning up the track. But yeah, good stuff here.
And it will be a rolling start for the restart here on this one. They won't bring them back to a standing start. I think they roll across the line astern and follow each other single file for the restart. That's why the safety car is on track.
Yeah, but they're rolling start anyway, isn't it?
Do they? No, they do a standing start, don't they? Tubmans? I don't know. Do they? I can't remember.
I think they're rolling start.
Oh, no, they do a
anyway.
rolling
Yeah,
start.
They're
They
rolling
do a rolling
start.
start. I'll beg your pardon, because they're double yellows. That's right.
It's a silver cup later with the standing start.
Double yellows. That's right. They do have a rolling start. My apologies on that one. So, yeah, just a heads up. Coming up in the near future. Top of the Hill, 25 and 26 July. The weekend after that is Cars in the Park here at Zwartkops as well. 1st of August. Saturday the 1st of August is Cars in the Park. You don't want to miss that one. That's a big event with all of the car clubs and manufacturers putting in their wears and tears around the track. Then we go down to PE for the Regional Extreme Festival on the 8th of August. The following weekend, we're back in PE for another round of the National Extreme Festival at the Aldos Gramanti Circuit. Then at Zwartkops Annapolis on the 22nd of August. Then where do we go from there? Then, of course, it's, well, then there's motocross. We won't go to that one. That doesn't really affect you guys. I'm just trying to pick up exactly where. It's Regional Extreme Festival at Zwartkops on the 12th of September. That's the next big one. Then National Extreme Fest goes down to Cape Town. We come back up to Historic and Inland. It's the next Historic and Inland Championship is here on the 26th of September. And I think you might be here on your own for that one, Bunny, because I think I'm down in Cape Town for a time attack event that weekend. So we could have you and Carl in for that weekend's racing on the 26th of September. So, yeah, there is lots of action still to take place over the next couple of months here at Zwartkops. And then, of course, as I said, the National Extreme Festival final is here on the 17th of October. And then is it the following weekend or the weekend after that?
Greg, but I think the guys are starting up the engines. We're going to be going soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
It'll be awesome stuff here. Let's try and complete this one. Also remember, sun doesn't go down too late here. Still got 2 races after this.
But it goes down quickly. That's the problem we got right now. And I know that we're only at sort of 4 o'clock-ish. In fact, just after 4. But by the time 5 o'clock comes, we'll have no sun in the sky, which is the reason why they want to try and get this going as quickly as possible. And you say 6 laps of race action coming our way.
Yeah, looks like 6 laps.
Just waiting for the cars to take up their positions as they were. And as I said, it will be line astern. Single file restart. Hopefully trying to avoid the debris that was dropped. And I know that the marshals have done an amazing job. You can see just how hard they worked. Fenta just going straight through there to have a double check if there is any issue with that outside line. A Shield Ford Escort doing the same thing.
They're just cleaning up that line already, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you just go over it a few times, it will get cleaned up. But good stuff. Everybody will know change of surface there, and first 2 laps, just have a look. The grip will get better and better as we go.
Amazing to think the cars are coming out of turn 2 and the lead cars are already heading up towards turn 4. Out of turn 4, in fact, and up towards turn 5. That's the spread of cars that we've got on track here for this restart. Oh no, here comes trouble. About to come into the studio here. Here's the G-Man. Oh, here we go. Trouble personified as our G-Man steps into our studio. What's up, everybody? Yeah, that's where we're working from. Just to give you a heads up as to how we do things here as our live stream team. There's Leon Oudendal getting a little up close and personal with the man who's been working triple time out there. But the work you've done today has been top class, boy. Thank you so much. Really nice to get up close and personal with the cars and drivers and get a chat to them. So keep up the good work and we'll try and make you look good here. Thanks, boy. Take it easy. There we go. In and out the studio quickly there with our G-Man. As we get ready to go now for the second start of Clubman's Pro Auto Rubber, or the real Pro Auto Clubman's. And of course, here they come. It is
it's a rolling
supposed
start.
to be line astern. Yeah, it is. Here we go. A couple of guys going to try and get the drop, and one of them is going to be Michael Hillery as he lights the tyres and heads towards turn 1. Hopefully can turn in there without any issues. He goes through confidently. Quite nice to see the top cars going through there, realizing that they have got the confidence to fly through there and think that whatever was down on the track has been sorted out, and it looks like it has. Great job down here in turn 2. That's where the big problems all started. So everybody seems to have got through unscathed, so that's a good start. And congratulations once again to the Orange Army for the amazing job they've done to clean up the track.
Yeah, good stuff here, Greg. Michael Hillery, Bessel Moster, Werner Kotze, Ishmael Peck, and Rodney Kreis. That's how they line up. But yeah, the guys will try and avoid too much of that cement dust. But it will be cleared off, but good stuff. Thanks to everybody's hard work. And already a little bit of mixing and matching at the back. But Michael Hillery looking good in the front.
Hillery looking very good. Pushing wide and staying ahead of the Moscow's BMW as it comes down the hill for the first time of the 6 laps that are left over. Under a bit of pressure there from that Desco's Engines Unlimited and black and gold space frame of Werner Kotze. See them running on that race line now, and it seems to be a clean race line. Not any car getting out of shape there at all. Don't think you'll see much of that car getting out of shape from the boogeyman, Ishmael Peck. He stays up the road there from Gerard Willem Botha, or Willem Gerard Botha as he likes to be known. Rodney Kroes behind him.
Yeah, the guys will have the confidence now on the grip levels, and they'll be going for it again. As you can see, it clears very quickly, and the good stuff, that stuff they put down on the track, Greg. But here's a midfield battle, the guys coming through. Zaswapski on the inside there.
I want to ask Sean Murray how he was able to get a Mitsubishi Evo 7 to be that compact, because that looks like a Polo to me as opposed to a Mitsubishi Evo 7 that he's in today. But anyway, Landela Investments Pty Limited car, should have been a Mitsubishi Evo, turned into a Volkswagen Polo overnight. He doesn't know what happened. He got you this morning and the Evo had turned into a Polo. Nothing wrong with that car, it's still going really well. Trace coming down the hill now, pulling away slightly there from Labotsky. Des Bloom has got ahead of the BM, so it helped him out a little bit there, the TRC man coming through. Is that Mostert? It is. Mostert's gone off track. He's had an off track excursion, and Vessel's had a bit of a problem. He's got going again, but he's lost the advantage he had behind Michael Besaidnout, who's already into the back markers.
Yeah, so Bessel maybe ran wide somewhere. Oh, someone peeling
Bessel
off.
Nordman into pit lane, into
the pit
Toyota
lane.
again for the second time.
And as you said, there's that little, that's a Fox. It's not a Jetta, it's a little Fox.
Yeah.
Coming through turn one now, midfield battle.
Same concept, just slightly newer compared to the older version. The original Jetta 1 looked just like that Volkswagen Fox, but then of course Volkswagen launched it a little later on in its career here in the 75 years they've been in South Africa, and they called it the Volkswagen Fox, which was based on another vehicle in Germany. It doesn't look anything like that, by the way.
So yeah, we completed 3 of 6 laps. Michael Besaidnout's got a lead. Werner Kotze, so Wessel Mostert is down to 4th, Greg. After that off.
Mostert down to 4th behind Ishmael Peck. He's going to be a tough man to try and get past on. He's actually dropped back behind Grace. He's dropped behind Rodney Grace as well. He's down into 6th place. So Mostert with some damage on that BMW. You can see a little bit of undercarriage damage there on that BMW. And he could be caught here not only by Bonin but also by Wayne Labotsky. Now he's opening up the door. He realizes he's going to just circulate for points. I'm not quite sure what's stuck underneath the left-hand side there, but certainly something broken on the undercarriage of that car.
Yeah, he's obviously got some handling problems now. The car can't turn proper. I won't be surprised if he's actually going to pull it in the pit lane next time round. But here's Michael Besaidnout coming down. 2 laps to go for the leader, and he's well within the back markers.
Now there's blue flags waving frantically, warning that Shelby's on its way. You mentioned earlier on how difficult it is to spot a Shelby. It's a low slung car, and when you're in a saloon car, sometimes you don't see it coming.
Yeah, especially when he's just diving you on the inside. I mean, you're not really looking there, you can't see that car. You're usually in a saloon car, you just worry about the car behind you, not really looking downstairs.
Yeah, or below you.
Yeah.
Below your wing mirror vision, that is. Because it usually falls in between that. Low slung car. When there's a whole bunch of Shelbys on track, doesn't matter, they're all the same. But it makes it a bit more difficult. Blue flags waving there to warn the slower cars that he is on the way. Still circulating and dropping down now into 9th place is Mostert in that Moscow's Motorsport BMW. Being closed down by LaRue and Loreen Wenzel by the looks of it.
Yeah, Wessel, I don't know, he's trying to maybe get his points, or he's still leading his class. I don't know. That Michael Besaidnout, what class is he in?
Besaidnout's in the sports car class.
Yeah. So we look down there, Wessel is still leading, class A.
Class A will still be there, so he's going to just circulate to get the points for class A. Kotze should still be in the lead of class B, if I'm not mistaken.
But our leader's got 1 lap to go. Everything clean now, so it's Michael Besaidnout, Werner Kotze, Ishmael Peck, Willem Botha, Rodney Kroes.
Peck is going to get a 3rd overall here. So, I know that car is now, I think being stabled at Team Red Racing, which is here at Zwartkops. It's just on the left-hand side as you go up the hill, actually. But of course, Ishmael Peck piloting that car today. Might be piloting something completely different tomorrow. I think their event starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, runs until about 8 o'clock tomorrow night. As Michael Hillery comes down onto the brakes. And flags out. Done deal. 2 out of 2. Good run there for the Shelby Can-Am. And if that is the case that he is testing that car for 2 weeks' time, that's a seriously hot-looking car with Michael Hillery behind it. Could potentially be a very good runner in the sports car class at top of the hill.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye out for that, Greg. Looking forward to that, to see what the guys are bringing. But the rest of the guys come through, they'll take the flag.
There's Peck for third. Just rolls out as they come across the line. Ishmael Peck hangs on for third place, beats out Vanner. Did he beat Vanner? No, he didn't.
No, Vanner came second.
Vanner was second. He did? Peck beat him.
Oh.
Kotze had a problem. I was wondering why he was slowing up.
Oh yeah, Kotze had a very slow lap.
Came in behind him.
Oh,
So
just
Ishmael
look at
Peck
that
gets
lap time.
second. Wow, the boogeyman sneaking in out of nowhere. Sports car class goes to Michael Hillery. Note Class B to Peck and Kotze. Class C to Willem Buerta ahead of Theo Bonin. And Class D goes to Rodney Kreis, beating out Wayne Labotsky and Loreen Wenzel. Class E, Ferdy van Staden beats out Esme Dievenacher and Adrian Leroux. Class F goes to Sean Murray. He wins out over Freek van Rensburg. Midval Historics Class F to Kutzer Jr. E to Adrian McCaw. Second in E's goes to Schwabski. And Class G was Chandre van Deventer beating Kyle Shepard to the line. And wrapping up our Clubman's, NSCC's and Midval Historics combined. In a few moments' time, I know they're already run down there because they've been waiting for a while. It will be our final race of the historic single-seaters. They're standing by in pre-race to get out of the track for their last 8 laps of race action. And then one more to come with Silver Cup 2.0 classes B, C and D. That came through there. I just picked up on Del de Klerk with a cooler box behind his Formula V. Do you think he's going for an endurance race? So he wants to keep stay out there and possibly still have to do some onboard refueling of the body, never mind of the car itself. Superior Matlatlo looking for a much better run here in race 2, looking to take on the likes of that number 62 car of Michael Hillery. Lotus 23B.
Yeah, so Greg, as a lineup will be Ian Schofield, Ryan Ludick, James Derbyshire, Steve Venter, Ben van der Westhuizen, Michael Hillery, Sampiwe Moshlalo, Michael Koenig, Tony Beecher, and Gary de Klerk is your top 10. But yeah, I'm sure these guys are keen to go now. They've been waiting a long time. It's going to be 8-lapper, and then later to finish us off will be Silver Cup 2.0 classes B, C, and D.
If there are any cars that are out on track at the moment, they're going to be left out there. They're not going to be recovered, that's for sure. They're going to try and make up as much ground as they lost there in that last race with all the cleanup that had to happen. So if any cars that did get stuck in that last race of Clubman's sports cars and historics from Midval and Trofeo, they will be out on track until the end of the day. And I think that'll apply if there's any single-seaters as well, so that we can get into Silver Cup as quickly as possible. 16 more laps of race action coming your way. 8 of them come here from the historic single-seater category. Just to run through how things stand, of course, it's the 1989 Reynard that's on pole with Ian Schofield at the wheel. Ryan Ludick, he's the man who normally runs at the front end of this field, and he'll be trying to push through as hard as he can there in his car. And of course, he runs in the Team Gunston colours as well there, also in a Lotus. That's the Team Group A car there of Ryan Ludick. Alongside him is James Derbyshire, and Derbyshire, of course, is running in a 1961 Lotus 61. That's the green car with the yellow livery. Scof itching to go, as you can see. He's probably been sitting there for quite a while. CV Fenter is the next car alongside them. And if I'm not mistaken, Steve Fenter is out in a Formula V, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't see him there, actually. No, he is there.
No,
there he is.
yeah,
He is there, number 67. And he's in the Van Diemen, no, Formula Ford, I beg your pardon. It's Formula Ford. He's in the Van Diemen Formula Ford. Alongside him will be Michael Koenig. He's in a Capital Mark 1 Formula V. So he's in the Capital Mark 1 Formula V. Superior McLaughlin is there as well, also in a 1989 Reynard. Similar car to what the boss man runs from her team, from InvestChem Chemical Logistics. The number 10 car out there, or the number 12 car, I think it is Dal de Klerk. He's in the Eagle Formula V. Then alongside him, we have got Tony Beecher. Tony Beecher, of course, a long-time standing competitor in Formula Vs, and he, of course, is in a Formula V, and will run in the Formula V S&J Mark 9. And there he goes in car 28. Behind him is the 20 car of Gary de Klerk. He's in the 1983 Gecko Mark 4T Formula V. That's the Mallock of Colin Clay. The 155 car is Jody Morrison. He's in a Cobra Formula V. And I think the last car on track will be number 126. That's Eric Visser in a Volkswagen V air-cooled, the air-cooled version of the Formula V. So that's just an indication of the types of cars and single-seaters that will be on track at the moment. Running from 1961, being the oldest car, up to 1989, the youngest car in historic single-seaters here today.
Yeah, like I said, Greg, awesome to see the age of some of these cars. They're still looking good, they're still running well, and good stuff. So these guys will be keen to put up a good show there for their second heat. Scoldfield, he'll be looking forward, but behind him there'll be a good battle. Ludwig, Derbyshire, Venter and Van der Westhuizen, they were very close to each other in heat number 1. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's a good Class C battle.
If you take into account, there's a couple of BMWs that ran today that were sort of 2021, 2022, 2023 models, and our oldest cars that were on track today, we've kind of had a split of about 70 years in ages of cars that have raced here today, which is pretty impressive stuff, actually.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff here, and that's what the historical inland championship gives us, Greg. It's like just awesome to see, and that's why the people come out to come and look at these older cars, still perform and still race around a racetrack.
And still race hard. And think about the racing we've had today. They race hard, they don't hold back. It's been pretty spectacular, actually.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
And it's even better stuff when the last two races are standing starts.
Yeah, standing start.
There's a talent to that. There really is a talent to your standing start. You know, rolling start, you can possibly get away with things, but there's a chance of jumping a rolling start as well. But a standing start is certainly a technique that racing drivers need to master. If you want to be a real racing driver, you need to know how to do when it comes to coming to the line, lining up on the start grid, and waiting for those lights to go out, and the sort of call in the background you can hear in your ears of Murray Walker, go, go, go.
Yeah. Yeah, Greg, no, standing start is the way to go, and unfortunately, well, it has to be like that, but the rolling starts, most of them are under doubled wave yellow anyway.
Yeah.
So there's no overtaking, and it's, it takes a little bit away from the start of a race. I understand in some cases they have to get through, but racing's racing, and you.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I think with these guys, they're not as professional as sort of the top end of the national side of the championship. But even then, some of the national classes are also still under double wave yellows. And at this stage of their careers, those guys should know what to do to get through turn 1 and turn 2 and not take each other out. You can't win the race in turn 1, but you certainly can lose it. Under starters orders now. 1:35, lights off, racing. That's kind of how it goes. Within that kind of space of time as well. Here we go. Scope off the line nicely. Gets the drop by the looks of it, and Ludik comes alongside him. In fact, no, Ryan Ludik actually got a slightly better start there and just might outgun Ian Schofield down into turn 1. So we may see it. Yeah, we got to change up there, but then Schofield returns the favour as they pitch it in. Not a great start coming out of Derbyshire. Look where James Derbyshire jumped down to. He's dropped down behind some people at Clarklow. So that Lotus did not fire up the line like he wanted. It gets going now, but he certainly was having some kind of a misfire or some kind of an issue on that car on the start line.
Yeah, Greg, like you said, a good start by Ryan Ludik, but eventually had to let Schofield at the inside line for turn 2. So outside line for turn 1 will give you the inside line for turn 2. That's where you want to be. But yeah, already some squabbling here at the back, and one or two guys didn't get away well, but the rest of the field, they're all good stuff for lap number 1. Yeah, 8-lapper. Schofield will just try and clear off, but let's see if anything's going to change behind him. Steve Fenter there also, he's getting away from Ben van der Westhuizen. Him and Ben had a bit of a squabble in the race number 1.
Also going to have to keep an eye on those mid-pack battles, because there were a couple of them that started to rage pretty hard. We saw the likes of Derbyshire fighting with Ludik, but that's not happening now because he's so far back, actually behind Michael Hillery in the second of the Lotus machines out there, and behind Ben van der Westhuizen as well, who sits in 4th place. Inside line from James, looking for a way through. Hillary's having none of that. He's going to just shut the door, but he'll probably have the little extra squirt down towards turn 2, maybe able to get him around the outside. Running the official, of course, Lotus colours there, the sort of dark green with yellow striping, and actually yellow wheels on that Lotus as well of Derbyshire. But Schofield out front, disappearing now to 1.7 seconds up the road from Ludik. Fenter in 2nd. Van der Westhuizen is in 4.
Yeah, Hillery 5th, Derbyshire 6th. Like you said, Derbyshire didn't get a very good start there, Greg.
Well, he's changed it up as well. He's ahead now of Hillery. So he's found a way through on Michael Hillery now and moved up 1 place, even though it doesn't come up on the timing board just yet. Fenter pushing hard. Watch out in the background for Beecher. Simpiwe Mlatlaatlo, Michael Koenig, and probably Gary de Klerk if they can get in there. There might be a 4-way little fight there, a bit further back in the back. There's Beecher. There's Koenig. And I think Mlatlaatlo a little bit too far back from that at this stage.
Yeah, looks like Beach is closing in there on actually past Simpiwe already. So we'll just have a look, see if anything changes up there. But there's Ben van der Westhuizen coming through turn number 1. He's lost a bit of touch with Steve Fenter. Steve Fenter well up the road there in 3rd position. But there's number 27 Ben going through turn 2.
Yeah. And then cars dropping into each other's sort of grasp there as well, so want to keep an eye out on is the battle there between Alan Koenig and the cars on his tail, the 12 car of Dale de Klerk.
Yeah, a bit of a 4-way scrap almost there. Alan Koenig, Dale de Klerk, Jody Morrison and Richard Derbyshire.
If I'm not mistaken as well, I think Alan Koenig could possibly be in that Tasman 88. It is. He's in that Tasman 88 Formula V, and it's I think one of the very first cars that ever had a onboard camera put onto it during a Formula V race in its day. So a little bit of history behind that car as well for that Rally Wax Tasman 88 that he's piloting today.
Yeah, but he's got Dale de Klerk right behind him, pushing hard as the guys come through the top turn, number 5, turning in. There's that battle with Koenig and de Klerk.
Ben van der Westhuizen under a bit of pressure now from Derbyshire as he's closed the gap down on him. 27 taking on the hard charging Derbyshire in that 51 car.
Yeah, Derbyshire looking good. There's number 56 who's going a little bit slowly. But here's that battle. Van der Westhuizen and Derbyshire looking for an inside move there in turn number 4. But get the drive up the hill, that's where you can do it. Get the drive and at the top, try and go maybe for the inside move, but they're passing a back marker.
Now the back marker I think they're coming up on could possibly be the Balls Up V, if I'm not mistaken, of Richard Derbyshire. So coming up on some family members there, or at least a man with a similar name.
Yeah, there we go, this battle, keeping on. One of these stations has to go a little bit defensive.
A little lock up there from Derbyshire as well, hey, under braking.
Yeah, he's taking the wide line, he's trying to get, whoa, that time he does it. You got a good drive out of turn number 8. Ben's got no answer there. The car of Derbyshire just a lot more power. Well, he got such a good drive, but that's a good overtake.
Just listening to feed the throttle through there, he wasn't 100% certain that the car was going as well as what it was. Yes, and people with Lockle closing on Hillery. I did say she could possibly have a look to get through here on Michael Hillery if he opens up the door like he's just done and dives through. It was a lot easier than what I think she thought it was going to take.
Yeah, it was also a good move there. Else is up to 6. Up to 6 position now. Some P-way, so looking good this race. So Hillery will try and fight back. There's Ali, the Schofield coming around, completing another lap. We'll see 3 to go now. Just wants to bring it home. The Schofield, Ludik, Venter, Van der Westhuizen, and Derbyshire with some P-way up to 6.
Great run here from Ian Schofield, just disappearing ahead of Ludik and Venter. Not really an answer from any of the two of them. Ryan Ludik, as I said, usually has it all his own way at the front end of a historic single-seater race. He has had it for the last couple of races. The first one at Zwartkops at the beginning of the year at Passion for Speed, and then at Red Star Raceway he also had plain sailing. But now that this little 1989 Reynard's been pulled out of the stable at Investchem Chemical Logistics Racing, they've prepared a car that Schofield can fight it out with in historic single-seaters, and he's loving it.
Yeah, it's good to see that Ryan Ludik car looks good in those Gunston colours, Greg. Oh, but here's this battle now. Hillery past Simpiwe again. So that's a good little battle going on.
Great to see that. It's good racecraft that Simpiwe is learning there. Hillery with probably the quicker of the two cars, although it's a much older car, and maybe with a little bit more track experience and race knowledge, which is why he was able to come back at Simpiwe and find a way past to drop it back down into 7th place.
Yeah, but
not done yet though. Here we go.
Here we go, yeah. Up the hill. That's where you want to be. Get the drive, and then if you've got the inside berth, you can just try and be a touch late on the brakes. You should be able to complete that move. But they're side by side now. Hillery actually very good on the brakes there.
Simpiwe was late, but not late enough. There's a late outbraking maneuver just behind her as well, coming through there. That was on Michael Koenig. I think that was Gary de Klerk trying to find a way through. Oh, no, it's Beecher.
Yeah.
Tony Beecher trying to find a way through there on Michael Koenig.
Simpiwe locked up there, big time coming down the hill. But yeah, Greg, was actually Beecher passing Koenig just behind them. But Simpiwe is just trying good lock up down the hill. It's one place down the hill there. It's a bit tricky. Can't brake too late. Just half a meter too late and you get into trouble.
Scope up the inside of Jody Morrison in the Cobra. One finds a way through as he now makes his way down to start the final lap. Coming up on a couple more back markers to negotiate there.
Yeah, but Scolter's got enough room between him and second place man, but yeah, 1 lap to go now. Back marker still fighting it out, but Schofield just wants to bring it home now. From Ryan Ludik, Steve Venter, But 1 or 2 battles still raging behind them.
Alan Koenig will give him lots of room there, I'm sure. AJ lets him through. Yeah, no problem at all. That by Mr. Single Seater South Africa in Schofield. Schofield could potentially still catch the 20 car of Gary de Klerk and maybe even Colin Clay in that Mallock. By the time they get to the top of the hill, there's a good chance that those two will have to do one less lap.
Yeah, and those are the cars in 10th and 11th position. So it's going to be lapping the cars up to 10th.
Oh, and the Mallock spins out right in front of him.
Yeah. Oh.
And another car going off.
I don't know if
in
there's
sympathy.
There must be
something wrong there. There's a whole bunch of cars that have gone off at the top. Oh no, there's lots of oil up top there. Here we go again. Someone's dropped oil at the top of the hill. Schofield missed it. I don't know how he missed it. He must have seen the oil.
You can see all the cars
in the sunset there. But yeah, checkered flag is out. It's going to change things up here in second place though, possibly. Because I don't know if Ryan Ludik went through there. I think Ludik has ended up down the slip road. The red flag comes out, so okay, that won't change anything. It'll just stop the race and give us a chance to do another oil cleanup at the top of the hill. Oh man, these Orange Army have got some work to do now. But it will take it a lap back. So Ludik will still get second, Fenter will get third. And despite cars still crashing out at the top of the hill and frantic waving of change of surface flags, there are still some cars coming through there. There's Hillery. It was the 155 Cobra that got caught out there as well.
Simpiwe, I think, having a moment.
Simpiwe had a moment there as well.
She's just collected some of the bodywork.
She's got the bodywork of the 155 Cobra.
Yeah.
Just got rid of it quickly on the grass. Not a bad plan. And the other car, I think, was the 12 car of Dale de Klerk. So well spotted.
He wants to pick up his.
Can I please have my nose cone?
Yeah.
Would somebody
you can
mind
see some guys in the back still
That's Beecher.
slipping and sliding.
That's Beecher. There's Simpiwe Matlalo. There's Michael Koenig coming through. He's avoided. AJ's avoided as well in the background, despite the red flag coming out. Take Mark looking over going, what are you doing? I'm just fetching my nose cone, bro. I'll see you in pit lane. Okay, bye.
So Greg, that's actually the last thing now, the Silver Cup 2.0 BC Indy wants to see, but there'll be a bit of cleanup before we go racing again. But that result will basically go a lap. It's funny we didn't see it, and you can see now a bit of an oil line. You can actually see it now.
There must have been a car that caused that. Surely.
But yeah, there's going to be a bit more cleanup, and then we'll have the last race of the day. But the results, as you can see, look at that. There's a big oil line now all the way into the
somebody
pits.
caused that and went into pit lane. Because that's oil all the way from the entry to turn 5 to into pit lane. Someone's going to be having a chat with the COC and with Mr. Dutoy after this about the amount of oil that was dropped and not getting out of the way and off the track as quickly as possible. Because that's usually what you have to do if you're in trouble, is get off the track as quickly as possible. Right, well, we've got a little bit of a break because we're going to have to wait for a track cleanup once again. Silver Cup 2.0 classes B, C, and D will be on standby. We'll come back to you with race action as soon as they are back on track. While we're waiting, let's catch up quickly with Marnus du Plessis and see what his plans are when we get going.
Turn 5, what you expecting?
Ja, ek dink hy gaan lekker glad wees. Maar ons sal sien hoe is hy nou as ons uitgaan op die warm-up lap so. Ja, ons sal sien hoe gaan hy.
And the car going well obviously, yeah?
Ja, dit is so baie horsepower soos die ander nie, maar ek dink die draai is lekker. Nee, ja.
Well, good luck. Be safe out there.
Dankie.
Yeah, Marnus was just saying his car doesn't have as much power as the other cars, but his car is very good in the corners. And yeah, it's going to be slippery, but you'll see on the warm-up lap what the track looks like.
I'm stupid and I'm ridiculous.
I don't think he's worried about anything about the oil. Not in that car, bud. He can slide through that one. Ronald van Rensburg, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal, our surfer boy. Let's see what he's plans. He can probably take the surfboard out and surf through that corner at turn 5.
Yeah, but Greg, remember, he had a very good ending to that first heat. Let's talk to him.
And so there's oil at turn 5. What are you expecting?
Yeah, it's never great, but we'll see what it's like when we go out now. I just hope I get a better start. Coming from Durban drag racing, you think I'd have a better launch off the line, but I need to work on that a bit.
Had a bit of trouble in race 1. And
Yeah, let too many guys pass, but reeled them in slowly, so let's hopefully I don't have to do that again.
okay, well, good luck.
Thanks very much. Lekker.
There's that word again, bud. Laga.
Yeah, if you have to
I'm
sum it
surprised
up-
he's speaking like that because he's from Durban, so he should be saying lekker, bro.
You could blame it on the altitude he started.
Sweet, bro. The surf's up, brother.
Yeah.
Surf's up. In fact, it's high tide. You better hurry up and get this race sorted out so you can get back in time for a quick night surf in North Beach.
But yeah, like you said, Greg, the sun is setting, and when the sun does set, yeah, it gets dark quite quickly.
Yeah.
So hopefully...
Fortunately, it's only 8 laps, hopefully, of this last race. Once we've got track clearance, which will give us enough time to get us off track before it goes completely dark on us. But we did see it earlier on with that Zwartkops 200, how quickly the sun went down and how dark it got in a relatively quick time.
Yeah, but these guys will be looking forward to this 8-lapper. Thank you for those of you still with us here and on our social media pages. But yeah, it's been an awesome day's racing, Greg, and just look forward to this last one. Yeah, the guys on the warm-up lap, they'll quickly have a look-see. And thanks once again to the marshals and the Orange Army, working very hard. We had a bit of change of surface today. Fluids going down on the track.
Oil, start, exit to turn 4, turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, and entrance to pit lane. Nice. What's that? The whole track, basically. Because we've got from turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 already from the previous big oil spill we had.
Oil gauge to show that he's got no more pressure.
There is a significant amount of oil on this track right now, buddy. I'm hoping that the concrete and dry zone environment will do the job that's required. We've seen it work pretty well after the incident, after the first bit of oil spill we had to clean up there. So hopefully it does the same job up top here.
Yeah, once again, those guys, you're sitting there now, you're keen to go. You don't know how long it is. You know, you're thinking a little bit about it, but you'll have a look on the warm-up lap. Remember, but these guys go around and they have a standing start. But yeah, you just want to get going. Greg, as a racing driver sitting there, but it's not like you to sit there and wait. You want to get going.
Especially if you're getting ragged by your teammates on the sideline or your rival next to you telling you, I'm going to get you into turn 2. And you're like, okay, let's go. Let's have a quick chat with Blaine Neves before we get on track in the Synopsis Golf 1.
Blaine?
Yes.
Last race of the day, it's getting cooler.
Yeah.
How's the car going? What are you
Good.
expecting, eh?
Good. I believe there's oil on the tracks.
Might have to try that one again. We just lost the commentary there with Blaine. We'll give it a second go and see if Gareth can get it sorted out. As we went to Blaine, of course, he just lost his comms there on the microphone. Let's see if he's going to just double check that mic before we get into another interview. Oh, another recovery vehicle going out onto track. That's not a good sign. That means they're going to require more concrete. That's why they've sent that Land Rover out of pit lane. So I think it's a lot bigger than what we expected. And with the amount of spinners we saw at the end of that race, showed you just how much oil had been dropped at turn 5, 6, 7. Actually, it was, what did it say? Turn 4, turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, entrance to pit lane. Well, it looks like we're getting ready to go there by the looks of things, Paulie. I saw Mr. Jacobs walking up and down saying, right, let's get those engines fired up. And we do apologise for the delay, but we do thank our Orange Army for the incredible job they've done again for the 4th time today to clean up a big oil spill that happened in the previous race. Potentially, the protagonist could have been Colin Clay, according to what I saw in the group. And that new Mallock of his, I think, was the issue that caused the problem with all the oil up at turn 4, 5, 6, 7, and into pit lane. Anyway, we have got a clear track. It's a dirty track, but it's a clear track. And we can go and put our final race of the day onto the circuit, which is Silver Cup 2.0, courtesy of Car Care Clinic and SPS Racing, for 8 laps of race action, which will hopefully bring us to the end of the day's racing here at the Historic and Inland Championship. Celebrating 25 years of Zwartkops International World of Racing as well, 25th anniversary, and looking forward to our last race of the day.
Greg, we'll just have a look. I don't know if they maybe get an extra warm-up lap. Okay, they're standing start, but they might have an extra warm-up lap just to go around and then. But yeah, the sun is setting quickly, so they would want to get this race going. And this man here, Ronald van Rensburg, he was trying to get a better start, then he could possibly stay there with Marnus. But it's Marnus du Plessis, Ronald van Rensburg, Gavin Botha, Pierre-Richard Potgieter, Donovan Leroux, Nathan Venter, Karel Stolz, Dane Thompson, JP Norkier, and Michael van Zanten is your top 10.
Well, there they go through turn 5 for the first time, and turn 6. Slightly different angle there just to show you there as we come through turn 6 and 7. Marnus du Plessis is the man on pole. He will dictate the pace from the start line as he kicks things off as they head down the hill. He's also just looking through turn number 6 and 7 there to make sure that everything's clear as they come down the hill.
Well, or maybe not. Remember, they are a standing start, so maybe they'll just come to the grid now.
Saying,
but yeah,
he will have the pole position.
Yeah. But by the way he was going, I don't think they've got another
today
lap.
In the oil is not the ideal place to be. Inside line might be better. So Ronald van Rensburg could potentially have a better opportunity to get off the line.
Okay.
A bit more. They're going to give them 2
They
laps
will have
just
a
to have a
lap,
look.
One more lap to have a look, and then they'll come for their start.
Gavin Botha in the space frame. That'll be Pierre Potgieter, then Donovan Leroux in the 2 Golf 1s. Nathan Venter out there as well. Karel Stolz. Drone in the sky. Is that our drone? I think it's our drone. Yeah. It's just a drone flying around here. Getting some footage, maybe for Silver Cup. Dane Thompson ahead of JP Norkier, then Michael van Zanten, Jared E. Thomas, Vincent Labuskachny, John Simpson in the Alpha, and Blaine Neves, as we saw. We were about to chat to him, unfortunately, just to get the mic to work, but Blaine Neves looking forward to a good race here in his Golf 1, in the Synopsis Golf. Their way around through turn 4. It's basically a Golf 1 Cup in classes B, C and D. Majority of the cars that are out on track come out of that Volkswagen Golf 1 product. There are a couple of Peugeots, there are a few Nissans, there are a couple of Space Frames, 1 Toyota, Karel Stolz at the wheel, and there is of course what's the other car I'm trying to think of that's in that pack? The Peugeot as well. There's a Peugeot in there as well. So this time they'll come to take up their positions on the start line as we stand by now for the final race of the day from Silver Cup 2.0. Classes B, C and D.
Yeah, and it's all about Marnus du Plessis on pole. He wants to get away and he'd like to get a good start, but Ronald van Rensburg, if he can get a better start and stay with Marnus, could be on there. But yeah, Gavin Botha on the space frame in 3rd. And then a lot of Golfs there following with the Toyota in the mix and the Peugeot.
Gavin Botha really lining his car up slightly angled there as well by the looks of things.
Okay, turn 1 and 2 turn 1, 2, and 3 and 4 is not too bad. There's not well now from this previous spot. So they should be okay.
Still a dirty track,
start.
though. It's still a dirty track. So the entire track now is that a Mazda 323 I just saw? Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That's Blicknight Senior, of course. Yeah, freaky Blicknight Senior in the Mazda 323. The original round-shaped rear end of the Mark 1 Mazda 323.
Yeah, but another nice big field. And let's see how they do here. Standing start. Yeah, second race of the day. They're going to go for it.
Right, last one. 8 laps coming away. Hopefully we've got clean and clear all the way through. As we clear that grid. Green flag at the back. And standing by for the start procedure. 2 minutes to 1. 30 seconds. Stand by for those lights to go on. When they go off, it's time to drop the hammer. And let's get this going. Here we go.
Fairly good start there from Marnus on the outside, Greg. Everybody looks like they got away fairly clean. We'll see as they come around.
Got busy in turn 1 though.
Yeah. 2 or 3 abreast there into turn 1.
Mimi LaRue.
Yeah. Oh, someone
got
there.
a shape in the background. Yeah, somebody
had a
spin
spinner
out. Big spinner there, and it's the Walnetic Scots, Mimi LaRue. I was about to say Mimi LaRue coming through there. Watch for her inside, and it looks like 2 cars involved there. Mimi's in the kitty litter, and there's another car just other side of her as the leaders head towards turn 4. Gavin Burta.
I don't think Mimi's going to get that car out.
No.
Possible safety car, yeah.
Could be a safety car on the last race. Simpson side by side with the Sentra. Late dive from Gavin Burta as he dives on the brakes and red flag. Okay. So we'll do it all again, shall we?
Now,
gentlemen,
the man who
there's
got a good
flag.
start there
Gavin
was
Burta,
Gavin
Ronald van
Burta,
Rensburg.
but they're going to go back to the original grid positions. So
Yeah,
Gavin,
but Ronald van
calm
Rensburg
down,
and Gavin
calm
Burta
down.
haven't seen the red flag. But
Yeah, Gavin's still flat cat and Ronald. Marnus saw the
They
red
have
flag.
not
He's
seen
slowing
the red
down.
flag.
But, now they need to stop here.
now they've seen the
Yeah.
red flag. And they're both going to be shouted at there, I think. Yeah, they know that they're in trouble. Mimi's won. And I'm trying to see who the second car is there.
Yeah, there was a bit of a touch.
It's mid-pack, so not quite sure who's going to get to that line. So once we got Mimi's car out the way, we'll be able to see who the second car is.
They're really tempting the sunset and the darkness here, Greg.
They're playing with fire here, but they're playing with fire with light availability here at Zwartkops at this time of the year.
Gavin Burta made a good start because he's all the way up to second, but he's going to go back to his position third now. It's going to be regional positions. They'll have one more warm-up.
There's the
come
ball
around, stop. Yeah.
that gives us light.
Yes.
And in about 5 minutes' time, that ball will be gone. Just to let
from
you
this
know.
time now, it fades quickly.
Yeah.
I just want to see also, Greg, are they going to keep it at 8 laps? Possibly. I just heard someone ask there if there's going to be another warm-up lap. Possible another warm-up lap, but are they going to
If
maybe...
there's another warm-up lap, they have to drop the laps down to 6. And because they've already done 2 warm-up laps on the start.
And then 1 race lap.
And 1 race lap. So guys that have fueled their cars to within the bare minimum will be now concerned that they haven't got enough fuel in those cars. So they may have to decrease the amount of laps that they're going to do here in the second race. I saw that guy on the grid. I'm going to say, is it 6-7? 6-7. I don't know. Is it 6 or 7? Or is it 8? I don't know. We don't know. It still says 8 on the board. But he'll be waiting to get confirmation as to whether we go to 6-7 laps to go. That's how it's going to go. As I said, it's majority Golf 1s. There are 3 Nissans. The other car is a Golf 1 that was involved with Mimi there. if they can get those cars out of the kiddie litter and they can resume and can drive on their own, they could potentially end up at the back of the pack. It's the 27 car there of Manus Schriff.
You can see the damage there on the left side. I don't know if Mimi's battling to get going there, but that 27 car, if everything's okay, you can go around and join at the back.
Well, Mimi's back in her car and gets going, so can take up her position. In fact, they can take up their positions on the grid, surely, because it's a red flag. If Mimi's going to continue, I don't think she is. Looks like she's parking her car behind the barrier at turn 2. Hi, how are you? Are you well? Yes, we're talking to you, ma'am, in the Springbok jersey.
So, ladies, you've been watching racing
Boca.
all day. How's it been for you?
It's been absolutely excellent.
Exciting.
Yeah, it's my first time here, so really enjoying it.
And you're going to be coming back again?
Yeah, definitely.
I see you wearing a rugby top. You're not missing the rugby?
No, definitely not missing the rugby.
Well, I hope to see you guys. And you guys?
Yes. Hello.
Your first time here at Zwartkops?
No, I've been here a few times. I raced today for the first time. Yeah.
My first time here.
The Silver Cup A. Yes.
And how did it go for you?
Not bad. Not bad.
And yourself?
First time here. Absolutely love it.
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Sure, G, catching up with a couple of first-timers there, hey? I like that, bud. Well done. Well done, buddy. Catching up with a couple of first-timers at the Zwartkops. That's always good to see. Looks like that guy might come from Australia, hey? Because when you ask him how far it is, he says, not far now. And he says, well, how long is it? It's not long. It's not far to go. It's not a long time. And, yeah, first time out for him in Class A. Hopefully it all went well. Maybe we get to see him at prize giving. There is going to be rugby at prize giving, ma'am, just by the way. So if you are listening to us on the PA system, you can come and watch the rugby at the prize giving at the canteen after this, when we eventually get this one sorted out. Because it's still saying 8 laps. And
but we'll see now,
they're still
Greg,
going to have one warm-up lap here.
Yeah, when they pull away on the warm-up lap, we'll just see if anything changes here. But good to see the people that's still around. That lady says she's not missing the rugby, but she's watching the racing. First-timers, they're enjoying it, and they'll be back for sure.
Yeah, if you look at the way time's going right now, she's got about half an hour still before the rugby starts. It's 20 to 6, I think it starts.
It's a 17:40 kickoff.
Here we go, you see. Here's my rugby fanatic alongside me here. Bok. There's another word for it, but I'm not allowed to say it over the air. It starts with B and ends in K.
I'll have the rugby recording at home. When I get home, I'll watch it from start.
Okay. So we're not going to try and mention any of the rugby scores to you before you leave.
No,
we'll keep it quiet.
Greg, there we go, 6 laps.
Okay, thought so.
But they'll probably have one warm-up lap.
One warm-up lap and then into
start and 6
start
laps.
procedure.
That's what we wanted to see there.
Let's just see, because our
Which is a
start
good
line marshal
thing,
is running
'cause
between cars at the moment. Telling the guys exactly what's happening.
But so watch out for Gavin Buerta. He had a good start on that first start. He was up to second. I'm sure it's going to be a warm-up lap.
Yeah, definitely a warm-up lap. There you go, rolling. Ronald rolling.
Ronald's keen there. I remember Marnus is actually the one.
Yeah, but he can roll.
Leading the
This
way.
is only the warm-up lap. He's not going to get disqualified for that.
Okay, so Greg, take 2. Don't say anything. Earlier you said something.
I didn't say anything. I said all it takes is 2. Take 2. Yeah, all it takes is 2.
You said
this is 2.0.
Let's get them through clean.
Silver Cup 2.0.
6 laps, Silver Cup 2.0, BCD. The boys are keen, the girls are keen.
Mimi LaRue was not keen. She didn't want to play games with us.
Yeah, but I mean, remember, she could have. I don't know if it was Mimi's fault, mistake. She could have been tagged, whatever. But the two of them, they got involved there. And we'll see if they join the back of the grid. But once again, Ronald lost out a little bit there on that start. If he's got now, remember now it's only 6 laps. He only came good towards the end. They'll have to get a good start. But light is fading quickly here, Greg. JP Norkia, he's down in 9th.
That's the one car we won't miss in the dark.
Yeah.
That's for
Yeah,
sure. That one you can still spot in the dark when it's completely pitch black here. So up to the top of the hill we go. Slightly different camera angle here. And that's coming from Gareth at the Zoc stand. So he's giving us the action into turn 5 and 6. Change our camera angle up there. That's probably the reason why, is because camera 5 is so dark. He's even battling to pick up the angles there. But great job there from Dave and Paul to make a little modification to our angles there. It's actually quite a cool angle, this, by the way, just to let you guys know. So we might have to look at this one, Dave, as a full-time maneuver here. It's quite a cool angle. Come flying through 7 and still get a shot of the crowd that's alongside G there. And some first-timers in the stand up at Zoc Club.
There's one car with his lights on already. Not all of them will have working lights, but...
No, and they don't have to, according to
yeah,
their rules.
So you don't have to have.
It's not like Zwartkops Annapolis where you've got to have a working light on the front and back. And, of course, also on the Zwartkops 200. Okay, have we got everybody lined up? Looks like we have. Let's get a green flag and go racing. There it is, green flag at the back. Over to the starter. Lights on. Here we go again. Pretty much everybody looking pretty cool so far through turn 1. Everybody staying up close and personal, but hopefully no touches and argy-bargy through there.
Once again, Botha with a good start. Greg past Van Rensburg down in 3rd. Coming to turn 2, that's where it's quite hectic. Contract too late, you need to get through this corner. You want to keep going. But so far so good, but now, okay, Marnus will try and pull away, and Gavin Botha is chasing him down. Ronald Van Rensburg not too far behind.
Good start there from Botha. Once again, getting right up close and personal with Marnus. Had to try and go with him. He knows that Marnus set the pace in race number 1. So can't afford to let him get away. Golf 1 Cup coming through there in the background. And eventually we see Frick Blicknote Senior coming through in that Mazda 323 as well in that mid-pack. Making his way slightly higher up as we get onto the brakes for turn 5. Going past AMG. Now they come across past the GR Racing stable. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy and Driving School up there. As they come through turn 6 and 7 and make their way back down the hill. Pick up on Marnus, coming to complete lap 1 of 6. Toyota's Gavin Botha sideways out of turn number 8. Trying to close the gap down now on Marnus Duplessis with Ronald van Rensburg on his tail.
Now Gavin Botha looking very racy, but he got it a little bit sideways, but he held it together. Ronald van Rensburg is in there, but we see some of the Golf coming through turn 1 there on their way to turn 2.
LaRue, Portkita and Fenta. Dave Thomas right behind them. Thompson, I should say. And then it's Carl Stoltz in the Toyota.
There's our leader, Marnus, and now Ronald van Rensburg closing down on Botha. And we know he had good pace towards the end of the race 1, but he needs to get past him if he's going to chase Marnus down. There's some 2 Golf Mark 1s going through turn 4, giving each other enough room. Good stuff for them. Up the hill.
With the rookie tape looking like he's a seasoned campaigner. That's pretty good stuff there from them. Late braking.
Yes.
Into turn 5 and makes that move stick.
Very good.
So some maneuvers happening through there as Carl Stoltz is watching the 2 boys ahead. I think that actually might have been Dane Thompson who squeezed through there in the 25 car.
Yeah, like you said, he's got the rookie tape, but he looks very good. That's Dane Thompson.
Breaks down into turn 8, Stoltz closing him down. And it's the N4 Autocraft car, a bit further back than what he'd like to be, that's for sure. There's the first of the 2 Peugeots on track, and then Simpson in the Alpha. 323 of Blicknote Senior starting to make his way slightly higher up in this pack as they get into 2 laps completed and 4 to go.
Good stuff as they come through turn number 1. Holding the brakes for turn number 2. John Simpson's got a nice looking plane. Plane
leaves in the Synopsis 1 Golf. We wanted to chat to him, and unfortunately our microphone died on us there.
Ronald van Rensburg trying to go for a late braking maneuver there on Botha. Yeah, he's really trying to get past now because I think Marnus in the front is pulling away a little bit, Greg. So Ronald now, actually not too far. Ronald knows now. It's still any one of the three here. But Ronald trying
but
hard.
He also knows he hasn't got enough time. This is going to be lap 3 of 6, so we're halfway already.
But that's why he's just desperate to get past Botha if he can. And Marnus will have a look and say, yeah, you two boys have a fight. But look at Ronald. He's going to go for it here on turn number 1. He's going to stick his nose in. Botha will know he's there. Will he give him some space? But he's got the inside line now. But you see, as Marnus is getting away a little bit now, and the laps is running out for them.
3 down, 3 to go. We're going to try and either stop fighting and catch the man out front, or one of them's got to go. Inside line from Simpson forces Blicknut Senior wide in the 3-2-3. Closing on
Simpson
Neves.
was passed there by the Golf. Now he's battling with Blicknut Senior in the 3-2-3. You see the guys are pushing hard, Greg.
Not only fighting each other, but they're fighting the light. It's dying and fading big time. And there goes in for Autocraft's JP Nokia into the kiddie litter, and that car's buried. That car's going nowhere. Might be double yellows there for the next 2 laps of race action.
Yeah, but I don't know where that car is. Let's hope it's not a safety car.
Thompson has just got through on LaRue there by the looks of things. And going with him was Potgieter. So Potgieter and Thompson have got through on LaRue as JP Nokia walks away from turn 2. Let's see if we keep it under double yellows for
yeah,
the
with
last
4
2
laps
laps.
completed, let's hope they can just keep it there, Greg. Double yellows, the guys know. Slow it down. Looks like Ronald van Rensburg, he's got it.
Wow.
Although, I wonder where he made that pass. But no, I saw him going over the line, he already had the pass done. So
he got that done before they went down into the yellow flag scenario. So now he sets his sights with a lap and a half to go on the man out front on a
He's
Super
still
C.
got time. He looks like he's got the pace. Can still happen here. With 2 laps to go. Believe me, that leader will look in his mirror now and see, oh, Ronald is coming. Ronald, we know, had very good pace towards the latter part. Yeah, they're just now taking you to turn 2. And but yeah, good for them just to keep it going here under the double wave yellow. The leaders will have round about 1.5 laps or so to go. We'll see what happens there.
Carl Stoltz in the Pretoria No Toyota makes his way up to the top of the hill again. He hasn't been able to quite bridge the gap there on the Golf 1 Cup ahead of him. As they close things down on the back marker, coming up on that Peugeot, the second of the Peugeot 206 GTIs.
And Dane Thompson looking good, Greg. He's going for Pierre Richard Potgieter in front of him. That's in 4th, at number 13. So Thompson had very good pace. He's got 1 lap to do it. And he's going to try and get past Pierre Richard Potgieter. That'll be awesome stuff. That'll be for the podium in B. 1 lap to go, yeah.
Yeah, equidistant gap there. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to close down on Marnus. He's pushed hard. He had a good lap there on that last one. Clean lap and clear lap, but not enough to bridge that gap that Marnus has opened up.
Yeah, once again, he start cost him. He start cost him because Botha got past and he didn't have enough time now because he's got the pace. But Marnus just had the gap there.
Whoa, back markers come into play, yeah?
Oh, but the red flag, Greg. Red.
Another red flag.
Saw a red flag there, but that'll be it.
I don't know if he's seen it. You've seen it. I haven't seen it, and now Marnus has seen it. He's seen it now. Here we go, red flag.
No, but no,
that's it. That'll be done.
That'll be that.
They are not going to do anything more with this race, I'm sure. Why would we have a red flag? What's happened around the track? I didn't see anything major that could cause a red flag. There it is. It's Fenta.
No, there must have been something else that happened that they brought the red flag out.
No, Potgieter crashing at turn 1, possibly with Thompson. Those 2 Golf ones were flying.
Checkered flag
Those
will be
2
out.
lead cars did not see the red flag. That's what I said to you. They didn't see the red flag. Difficult to see the red flag in these conditions. The light dying
as you
so
can see,
fast
dust
and a lot
everywhere.
of dust. You're definitely not going to see it. It's definitely at turn 1 where the incident happened, and I think it was between Potgieter and maybe Thompson.
But
You've
yeah,
run
you
wide.
saw a bit of debris there.
There's
Yeah.
some,
But Greg, at the end, I think it will be Martins du Plessis, Ronald van Rensburg, Gavin Botha.
Well, they'll go one lap back, yeah.
Yeah.
One lap back, so there won't be any change there, which unfortunately negates all the effort that was put in from Ronald van Rensburg to try and close that gap down in the closing stages. They've sent them on their way, and
Yeah,
they
the
will
guys
now
will
make
come
their way
into the-
back into pit lane.
But yeah, all action here towards the end of the day, Greg. But
You
yeah.
know it.
But okay, from my side, I'm going to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to the hardworking marshals, Tanya and Uncle Peter Dutour and the team. Everybody, marshals, medics, cameramen, yourself, and myself here in the commentary booth, and everybody that worked very hard today. So it was an awesome day, successful day. Yeah, a little bit of oil spill here and there, but what a day for the spectators and the viewers out there. Thank you for sticking with us. Don't forget, 25th and 26th July, top of the hill, Greg. I'll see you then.
Thanks, Leon. Awesome job there on the mic as well, buddy. Great to have you on board with our live stream as we wrap things up here from the Zwartkops International World of Motoring and round 3 of the Historic and Inland Championship. That red ball, unfortunately, has now dropped out of the sky, which means we look forward to the 25th and 26th of July back here at Zwartkops for the Top of the Hill Challenge, 2K uphill challenge. The hill is calling. We hope you're going to answer that call and come and join us here on that weekend. Don't forget, we've got lots of race action coming here at Zwartkops in the very near future as well. We've still got Extreme Festival action down in PE, which we will be covering on our live stream for all of you as well. So please make sure you join us. On behalf of our entire production team, to Zwartkops' team, the Orange Army, our medics, race control, and everybody behind the scenes. Thank you to Dave and Paul for bringing us, and all our cameramen, all the action here today at Zwartkops. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.